cleanup for Katie, and he's just confident enough to peek off of that stare flash. Along the front walls, Katie. Spinx has been shining alongside Torji. And that is both players inside A with a bomb plant. He peels back, gives them space, but that gives him a little time and an element of surprise. They line up, he gets out, he peels off the first, got to get the kill, and he will not. Xerxon leaning back on Nubox. He's weakened down to half health. Jimmy's got a double. It has been so quiet from him. Cadian, the only player to get anything going. 8 rounds of a comeback. It's with Cadian, who just lost his head. Nice tethering coming out of MOUZ here, making sure nobody has to do too much on their own. Sorry, Stare, you're toast. Spinx turns. It's a lethal mistake. A wraparound for bomb site. Xerxon's at least able to bring one with him. But we've got Torji smoked off. Heaven challenge from Jimmy. He's gonna get the clutch. Another challenge comes at him inside a donut. Pressure's up with the Deagle. You know, they were hunting for that bomb plant, but now Jabby's feeling Stare could get fast. Oh, they line up, but it's just damage. Good enough. Spinx clears 2 and a third.
Oh, what a hold.
Able to stop everything now just to the side. But the offer rotates over. Nice line from Torji.
Oh.
Bit more aggressive down in middle, trying to make a move of their own, getting active, but that's just gonna put them on a silver platter. Spinx has been the difference. MOUZ with a late roster change. They step forth in a mighty MOUZ moment for grand finals.
If we can get past Magis, Elise will have to hit quite a sharp. Mantle's up, spotted now, and Magis continues to save the duel, able to convert a double. The Dane.
Frozen, again Frozen delivers. Magis so low thanks to Elise's hard work, and Frozen in combination with the damage Elise did, it's all Frozen. That's good from Magis, swings it for the double, back and forth, spinning around and from behind, Nico strikes. Falcons take their map pick in the semi-finals. That's gotta feel good for the Falcons. Oh, it's on to Kingston, they double him! Double swing, double headshot from Kingston, okay! Oh, it's a hard shot to hit, but not for Dexter. Must feel good for Falcons, touching distance now of their first grand final. Lovely work from Dexter, they threw the kitchen sink at him. Lovely work from Carrigan, but Tessus does one better. Brokey, the unknown entity, needs 2 here, and he's nearly got enough. It's Kingston's day! Calls the shots, and Falcons soar to the grand finals, a 2-0.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to the PGL Tour for 2025, where we're in one of the most beautiful cities in Europe, Cluj-Napoca. I'm going to be your host for this one, Richard Lewis. Yes, we are here. You are here, and thanks for being here. And joining me on the desk, we have Maui Snake and Pimp. They're going to be talking all about what happened yesterday, because we had a crazy day of Counter-Strike, guys.
We had a day that we couldn't quite grasp, and a day that, you know, one unexpected in the sense that both of the semifinals went to the underdog, at least on paper, I'd argue. You could say the first one between MOUZ and Astralis could have gone both ways. I think Astralis, as an organization, obviously have a bit more rich history when it comes to playing inclusion, when it comes to playing in these big games. But MOUZ, they did a good job yesterday and were the better team. And then Falcons, Maui, taking down FaZe, not only winning that series, booking a spot into the grand final, but winning in the fashion they did, 2-0.
Convincing. That's what's so impressive about the victories. And even in the MOUZ one, that map 3 also rather convincing. So the teams that we've got in the grand finals have showed a great foot here, probably surprised quite a few people. On the other hand, the losers, at least they have a little bit of a chance for redemption, which has been a theme for us at this event.
It has, deliberately so, but actually sometimes the planets align and you get what you want narratively. And that's what we've had. We've had teams come here that really looked like they were on the outs, maybe even staring into roster changes, maybe not even making it to the promised land of a major. So much pressure in the new VRS system, and yet they have rose to that occasion. Certainly Astralis and Falcons being here on the finals day was unthinkable at the start of the tournament, and it was unthinkable we weren't going to be talking about maybe a FaZe trophy win. They were hot favorites, and so it hasn't panned out that way. A tournament of many surprises.
Turns out you're right. You know, FaZe had a 0% chance of winning the tournament, Richard.
So on day one, guys, just to tell a little story, because we were having a few beers, and I said, I don't think FaZe, I think they have a 0% chance of winning.
0%.
They all said I was crazy. It was crazy.
Unbelievable stats.
But actually, it just happened. So, you know.
Where'd you pull that one out of?
I don't know, really. Just vibes.
Vibes, okay.
That's how I do my analysis, guys.
Wonderful.
But anyway, I mean, look, in a very real setting, FaZe probably should have been in the final, probably should have been winning this. They obviously didn't. And they're going to be playing in that third place decider now. I don't think they're under any particular pressure. I think it's inconceivable they don't make it to the majors. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this one.
I think for them, it's just more practice. You know, it's more time with Elise on a stage. It's more time under pressure. Obviously, you can make the case and you can make the argument that it doesn't mean as much to FaZe as it does to Astralis, as an example, given, as you said, they have a good placement in the VIS. FaZe is going to be part of the major. There's no doubt about it. However, there's still quite a lot of money at stake, and I think sometimes you forget that these players also play for a bit of pride.
Yes.
If you're Elise, you're not coming into this game and you don't want to leave this tournament in 4th position. You don't want to lose to Astralis. If you're Kerrigan, you have a rich history with that organization, with some of those players as well. I bet you he's motivated to win this game. So as much as we from the outside maybe want to build the narrative that it means way more to Astralis, trust me, individual player pride is something we cannot underestimate.
And when there's a lack of pressure in these kinds of games, we probably can expect that certain people are going to do better. People who actually crumble under the bright lights, people like, say, Stown, who have a difficult time when all of the pressure is mounting on him. Maybe this game is one where he can relax a little bit more, or maybe become that group stage warrior once again.
Well, we'll see. But we'll also just touch upon the finals. I mean, we've talked about how much of a shock it is for Falcons to be in the final. Totally agree with that as a storyline, by the way. But also, I think it's a surprise MOUZ are in the final. You know, they replaced their IGL. They've got a fantastic roster, but this is their first big event together. It's Spinks' debut, and we had question marks about whether Brolan could call a game, whether the troops could galvanize and work in his system. Well, so far, so good. He's got a chance to kick off his new regime with a tournament win.
I don't want to rub my own glory, but I did say coming into the tournament that I think a lot of people underestimated MOUZ. You know, a lot of people were like, they cannot make it to the playoff, they cannot make it to the semifinal, they cannot make it to the final. Now, you're right in saying that it's a surprise that they are in the grand final, especially considering the Brolan thing, but I want to hear your take on this, and this is how I personally feel about the state of Counter-Strike right now. When you switch Shuhei for Spinks, you upgrade the team a lot in raw firepower. And I think that gets you to a certain level. I think that gets you to the top 5 spot, top 4. If you want to win majors, if you want to consistently win tournaments, you need a great in-game leader who can outcall your opponents, etc. But if you're showing up at PGL right here, where not all of the best teams are at, and you have so much more firepower than everyone else, I'm not surprised that they're in the final per se. I think you don't need a great in-game leader in modern day and age Counter-Strike to be a top 5 team. You need an awful lot of firepower. However, if you want to be the best team in the world, you need a good in-game leader. And the best example of that, sorry to say it, sorry out there, Snacks in G2.
Has to go there. It always has to go there. It all comes back to Snacks. That's what I've learned.
No, it's a great example of firepower. It masks so many issues that you can have within a team. And G2 is still a team in the conversation for top 5. So will MOUZ be, regardless of Brolan being a good in-game leader or not.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I also feel like when it comes to MOUZ, It's about, for me, sustained success. When I look at an IGL swap, I think of immediately the Blast Spring Finals with Electronic, immediately coming in for the stead of Boomage. You win a tournament out the gate because you upgraded the firepower, grabbing SDY, but then we saw how Na'Vi continued to falter. They got worse. They got worse. The system that Boomage and Blade created started crumbling. It started cracking. And then we see today that Electronic, still trying to be an in-game leader, couldn't even make the playoffs of this event. Yeah. So you do need, in my eyes, for long-term victories, you need a guy that's really kind of been born and bred to do this.
And just quickly, before we take a look at the VRS and what the stakes are, I do just want to say as a quick point, what's great about the finals, and no doubt we'll touch upon it, is you've got two inexperienced, relatively inexperienced, I think it's still fair to say that about Kicksan, by the way, and they're going into a best of 5. And I think only elite-level IGLs can put together a program and a Veto and call a best of 5, and there's only a handful of IGLs that even get to do that in their careers.
I guess you're admitting right now that Hooksy's an elite IGL. That's kind of you, Richard.
Yeah.
A little bit of a slip right there from you, but I caught you. Okay.
Sort of.
Mask off. I was a fan the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted to bring up the VRS and everything like that.
Look, because I think it's important people understand the stakes that are here. Because when you hear 3rd, 4th place playoff, I don't even know the last time we did one.
I mean, generally speaking, 3rd place playoffs have no indication, no bearing on the future or anything like that. But the points do matter. We don't see anybody's actual position change here if either team actually wins. FaZe loses a spot if they actually lose this one. However, 47 points, that's nothing to scoff at. Once people start to get a little bit more familiar with the VRS system, they're going to see how many points that actually matters. And all in all, the scary thing, Pimp, for Astralis is that only the top 10 teams are immediately birthed into the major from the European region. Astralis on that cusp. That's why I mean these points are so valuable. If you lose a couple points here, or really the swing, sure, it's 47-5. That's like 52-point swing, whether you win or lose this one. That could be the difference maker come April 7th when the invites are sent out.
Especially if you do sit out an event. And I do just want to point out as well, it almost doubles the prize money. And I'm not going to be too cute about it, but I'm going to say players like money, even players on big salaries.
Oh, really?
I know it's crazy to think about. And obviously, that means that's going to them and perhaps no other entity in the picture.
But listen, it's a freebie for Astralis in that regard, because you're right. You know, they only lose 5 points in the VRS standing should they lose to FaZe, and they have an awful lot to gain from that. As you said as well, they're currently 10th in the overall ranking. I believe that's 9th within the European ranking, where they have to place top 10. So for them to win this game would cement themselves. I don't think it's going to be a guarantee of them making it to the major, but it's going to be damn close to it if they can win just a couple of more games at a couple of more tournaments, which I think is realistic for Astralis. So as you said, there's a lot of stake right now, and I think if you're Cadian, that's your whole focus right here. You got to make sure that you rally your troops and make them understand how important this game is, not only to win today to get a good feeling and get some more money, but if you're Astralis, you have to be at the next major. I cannot stand, no one can stand, and not a fan out there should be able to withstand the pressure of Astralis missing 5 majors in a row just to spam that point.
Yeah, I mean, listen as well. I think Cadian had 2 jobs when he came here with this Astralis lineup. The first was to retain his own employment. He had to get far in the tournament. No, I'm being real about that, by the way.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, he did that by getting to the playoffs, I think. I think that was enough, okay? Then, job number 2. How far can we go to give us that buffer that we can get to a major? And if he achieves both of those, he has conceivably been one of the better things to happen to Astralis in the last 4 years.
But isn't that fun? The whole narrative right now for Astralis is that they just need to make the major, right? They just need to be a top 10 team. They just need to be top 9 or top 10 within European Counter-Strike.
Exactly.
We're talking about an organization who I would suggest and probably reckon have probably a top 3, top 5 budget in the entire world of Counter-Strike. We're talking about a team that has players like Device, Down, Yabi for that matter as well, Cadian, who's won trophies before. We're not narrating this as Astralis should be a team that is going to be built up to win trophies or win tournaments, not even here at PGL, more so just get by and get into the major. So I'm not sure if I buy into the success criteria in that regard. It just, for me, it's a reality check of where they're at. You know, when you miss 4 majors in a row, we can't allow ourselves to talk about trophies. We can't allow ourselves to talk about getting into grand finals. The only thing that matters for them is qualifying for the major, which makes me sad to say, but that's just a fact of the reality.
That's the singular goal of the entire organization. They sacked their league team just to really put this kind of roster together on paper to acquire the funds to do it. And we got a little bit of Astralis stand-up here, which is nice to see.
No, like, let's be honest about it. I'll talk about it. There was booze when they first came out, you know, and then Cadian did what Cadian does. He addressed the crowd and said, "Come on, man! Like, you know, I'm an entertainer as well as a player in an IGL. We got to have some fun with it. We got to have some pageantry and some theater." And he did that. More booze the next day, by the way, right? We didn't entirely win them over, and he just said, okay, pour it on me. And it's like I said yesterday, and I will reiterate the point on finals day. If you are angry at Cadian, if you are talking about Cadian, you're not putting pressure on Stown. You're not tweeting about Stown. You're not in Stown's head. Cadian does this. There is a method to the madness that people have to really understand. It's why he's always the focal point. It's why he does the interviews. It's why he does the things that he does. And speaking of Stown, Maui,
yes.
You called him the group stage hero, which is absolutely true. Playoffs, not so much.
No, the drop-off was drastic for Stown once he hit the stage, and unfortunately, that's been the story of his career. People like to mention Choco or Zywoo in playoffs. It's not even close, Pimp. It's actually not even close. Stown's drop-off in these kinds of environments is palpable. It's one of the reasons that they have missed opportunities, Heroics core that is, when they were on those big stages, why they couldn't actually secure any of those bigger events. In some ways, it's actually why they lost to Gamer Legion in the Paris major playoffs. And so a lot of those ugly feelings are bubbling up for him because this is a tournament where Astralis really had a chance to beat MOUZ yesterday, but Stown was just diabolically bad. We're easily the worst rated player in the series, and in terms of pure mechanics, it feels like the group stage Stown versus the playoff Stown is a completely different guy in that chair.
I agree, and that's a narrative we can definitely agree on. You know, that's something we can have a discussion about. You know, playoff Stown is just not the same as group stage player Stown, historically speaking. My issue with it, we have to lower the bar once more, just like we do for Astralis. Not talking about them winning trophies. We can't talk about Stown playing well in the group stage anymore because he's not even doing that right at this moment. He's in his statistically worst period he's ever been in the past 5 years. Ever since he joined Heroic, he's never had a period where he's at a 101 rating, a 102 rating the past 3 months, which is where he's at in Astralis right now. So yes, we can talk about him getting to the big stage and maybe crumbling, but if he continues at the level that we're seeing consistently from Stown right now, last 3 months, 103, they're not going to get too many of those playoffs, so it doesn't even matter to have that conversation anymore.
Yeah, and look, it's one of those things where it's like, I know Astralis has the support staff around him. You know, we've done this historically. Remember, Device, maybe the greatest player Denmark ever produced. He had the same problem. He used to quite, choke is the word for it. Sure. In semi-finals, he would go missing in those big games, and he sat with a sports psychologist. He worked with the support staff. He changed his health regimen. He did everything he needed to do to become a champion. Now, it's not a panacea. It can't fix everything. You know what I mean? But like, there has to be something Astralis can do to get Stown out of this.
But I feel like there's nuances to this conversation as well, and I want to loop you in, Maui. It's not like Stown is being pushed in positions he doesn't like to play. It's not like he's being stripped of responsibility or he can't do the plays that he normally do. It does feel like when you're watching Stown, he's having all the same positions he had in Heroic. You even brought in Cadian to protect your investment of Yapi and Stown in that regard. That's half his job, to make those two players thrive and play well. So it's not like I can give Stown an excuse that, yeah, you're moved into an anchor position or you're playing different roles. It's the same way he's approaching Counter-Strike as he were in Heroic. It's just him as an individual right now, not showing up.
Sometimes it's as simple as the mechanics just aren't as good as what they were in CSGO for him. Watching his perspective and watching his tracking aim at this tournament has been like watching a guy that's working in slow motion where everybody else is playing at full speed. It seems like the crosshair just takes longer than it used to catch up to people, and it's in terms of setup, sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's actually great. In fact, most of the kills that I watched him get in the group stage were on people that are blinded, people that are looking another angle. He's getting a trade frag, but if he has to take a raw duel versus somebody like, who's in the server today? Frozen? I'm taking Frozen 9 out of 10 times.
Let's use that as a segue. Let's talk about FaZe and Frozen, the resurgence.
Yes.
I mean, this is a new look FaZe. Obviously, they brought Elysian. I don't know if that was ideal. I don't know. I mean, they were all very kind and generous as Rops went out the door to go and join Vitality and form his new brotherhood with Zywoo. I don't know how they felt about that. But I will say this. As a duo right now, what Elysian has given to Frozen by being that hard entry, it's rejuvenated him. Frozen is back to looking like his old self and playing with a smile on his face and putting up big numbers.
This is one of the most exciting duos in terms of rifling in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Sure, they're in the third place decider matchup, but I would say that is almost of very little fault of their own.
Sure.
The 1-2 punch between Elysian and Frozen, the entry fragging ability of Elysian that was carrying a complexity roster for way too long to now be supported by one of the best, if not the best trade fragging riflers in the game in Frozen. It's a match made in heaven. It's just that the rest of the pieces need to get acclimated.
Yeah, and it takes a bit of time to get that acclimatization going on. We spoke to Karrigan in Copenhagen at the very first tournament, and despite them only playing, or changing one player, Rob's going out of the door, Elise coming in, he was saying in an interview with you and I, Maui, that it felt like they've changed 2 players. It felt like they changed half the team almost. So you had to rethink the whole entire approach. How do we fit in Rain? How do we fit in Frozen? How do we fit in Elise? How do I fit in myself? What is Brokey going to do, being the soul warrior that he's always been? So I think it's a work in progress. I would have loved to see FaZe in the grand final, to see them being tested in a big game, especially in a best of 5 game as well with the map pool and everything. But I for one, I don't fear this at all. I think this is just a step in the right direction for FaZe, and despite it being a little bit disappointing yesterday, they'll still be fine for the future.
When I saw them at the Blast Bounty, Rich, I knew that the balance of FaZe was completely off. Something in the room just struck me. They didn't even actually make it to the land portion of that one. And all in all, I feel like what FaZe does need, and I said at the Blast Bounty, give this team 2 months, because when they walked into their webcam images, I could see bald debuff. 2 bald players on the same team.
I'll have you know that's not a real thing, sir.
2 bald players on the same team. Rich, no one in the top 10 right now on HLTV has 2 bald players. So Brokey's got to grow the hair back.
Is this like your air quality theory crafting? No, look.
Just look into it.
I will, for sure.
When Brokey gets hair back, he'll be good.
I'll do it next time I'm ordering Demoxenil as well. No, but look, on a serious note, I do want to just bring something narratively to the table, and you can see if you want to play around with it or not. And that is just, I think Elise is maybe a different type of personality, certainly than Rops, but in terms of what Karrigan is used to working with. Karrigan historically is an IGL, if you know anything about how he works, he is a committee guy, and that means players with big voices get to have a disproportionate amount of influence in his rosters. That was one of the reasons why he got shanked out of TSM back in the day, because if you give players just a bit too much, sometimes they will take that proverbial mile if you give them an inch. And so I do worry, because I know Elise is like that very hard level of perfectionist. If things aren't going right, he can get a little bit moody. And so the problem you have there is, how do you make that work long-term in a team? Because vibes are an important part of team. I've laughed about it in the past, but you've got to have that, right?
Well, listen, I'm glad you brought it up, right? Because you know how it is with any relationship, basically, in your life, whether that's with a girl or with someone else. The first couple of months, you're on your best behavior, right? You're doing everything. You're bringing her flowers.
This is a self-report, Jacob.
No, but it's like you're showing your best self, right? And then 2 months into the relationship, you see the first, inklings, and maybe you're getting a little bit tired of buying flowers all the time. 4 months into the relationship, it's going to go south. And I think that's a potential as well, especially with Elise being as big of a voice he is. Now, it could also be a match in heaven. It could also be the fact that that's exactly what they need, because what I heard Karrigan say last year when they had Robs on the lineup was that he wanted Frozen to be the second voice. He wanted him to have a bigger impact, and he was sort of like nurturing him to that role, and he was giving input. Maybe Frozen now gets to focus more on his aim, which is absolutely fantastic. We see a direct result of that right now, playing at a high level, and then Elise can be that second voice. And I think Karrigan also needs to realize, and I think he has realized, that he needs to innovate as well. You cannot stand still, you cannot stagnate in the world of Counter-Strike. If you stop involving, you stop playing at a high level.
I totally agree with that in terms of the way that you need to just keep it up, because FaZe, though, I don't think tactically they look bad or anything like that. I will say that in the post-game interview, the losers interview that Karrigan gave about the team, he said sometimes the communication fell apart. And I will say that Elise has made it abundantly clear that the schools of communication that he has from North America versus Europe are different. He's trying to change a couple things in the server in terms of having shorthand commands so that they can just approach a situation, give a very clear, concise call, and then everybody knows exactly what to do with that sort of protocol. I don't think that they're really there yet. I feel like he's probably saying things that they're not quite up to speed on entirely. And so I think that was abundantly apparent every time they played Nuke at this tournament, especially.
There's also a chance that Elise is right, by the way. I'm not ruling it out. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes. We're not privy to the conversations. We can only look at the intangibles and kind of theory.
Oh, we've heard the comms videos.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
The FaZe comms videos are ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like 5 guys all talking at the same time. I don't think that's an environment that he's probably used to. He's probably just used to JT saying something.
Oh, no, he played in NA. He's definitely used to that, bro.
I don't know. Floppy, Grim, and Halls are to say that much in comparison,
All right, okay, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, look, obviously I think FaZe, they're not really under any pressure in this game. And just to bring it back, what Cadian said is, we're the ones who have to win. We're the ones with something big to lose. I think FaZe are too far ahead in the VRS points. So it's going to be interesting to see what level of fire they bring to the table today.
I think that's where the personal pride comes into play. I opened that conversation a bit earlier, and I think people at home have to understand that as well. Yes, we're constantly talking about the money, the VIS, the team history, how much does it mean to lift a trophy, etc., etc. But even when people go in, and pro players for that matter as well, go into a FaZe game, they want to win that. You know? When they go into a matchmaking game, they want to win that.
They're competitors.
So obviously, they're competitors for a reason. That's why they got there in the first place. So when they sit on stage, make no mistake, yes, it's easy to say that, yeah, maybe they're only playing at 50%, that they don't really care. Trust me, if you're a player and you're forced to sit there anyway, you're giving yourself 100%. Could you maybe lack, you know, the extra 5%, 2% in the very close games or in the overtimes, etc., etc.? Yeah, there's that case to be made, but it's not like gonna screw up the whole competition or the level of the game.
That's why I think the Veto is going to be incredibly telling. If Kerrigan goes up to his normal antics and maybe picks something like Train, which has been their perma Veto, okay, well, maybe the pride is a little bit different for him than Astralis. But if we just get the standard bans, the standard picks, the ones that they've been targeting throughout the entire tournament of the last couple of months, then I'm going to say, well, they are treating this match with more respect.
Yeah, I think actually Astralis, it might be a good time for a curveball, honestly. I know that seems kind of ridiculous, but if they were able to beat FaZe, it would probably be the best win this lineup has achieved, right? So they kind of have to use all of the tools at their disposal.
I would agree with that, you know, and I'm not sure if Astralis have that in the map pool right now with how they're playing and what maps are up for grabs. We'll get into the Veto later, but I wouldn't necessarily be against them trying a little bit and you know, playing up the ball and see if something sticks.
All right, well, we'll see, but now we're off to the stage for James Banks to introduce the teams.
Oh, you guys are absolutely amazing. BTarena, how we doing? Now, you guys are blessed for this championship Sunday. Not one, but two games. This third place decider where we're kicking things off, moving into a best of 5 grand final. So let me hear you. Are you ready? Well, let's bring our first team onto the stage. Yesterday, they had a chance of making it through to the grand final, but it slipped out of their hands. They have shown that they can bounce back. And Cadian said yesterday in the interview that he will want this more than the other team they face against. Well, now they have to prove it. It's Astralis! And next onto the stage to try and challenge them. They had a tough loss yesterday against the Falcons, one that we did not expect, but this is still a team that is coming to grips with their new way of playing and bringing a new player in. Kerrigan took a lot of it on himself, but now they need to level up and show us that they are truly a competitive team still. It's FaZe Clan! Stown, Frozen, come join me up here. Stown, for you, yesterday, Cadian said to us that this game means more for Astralis to win this third place decider with the VRS points and all that coming into it. How much do you want this win?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's right. You know, I think we need the points more than FaZe 2 in that sense. So, yeah.
Okay, you need the points. You need to keep leveling up. But for you right now, we've seen not the usual Stown we've seen on the stages before, right? We see you struggle a bit more here. How fired up are you today to prove that you can still compete? You're supposed to be one of the very best.
Yeah, I mean, I hope to do a lot better today. Yesterday was not my best game. I think I can say that. But yeah, the crowd here is amazing, and I just hope we can put it on a great show.
I'm sure you'll do your best to show that. But you've got to do it against FaZe, and this is a new FaZe. You've not faced these ones just yet. Is it easy to get a read on them? Do you have a good understanding of how they're going to play?
I mean, I think they're still figuring out how they change some roles with Elise coming in. But yeah, we've prepared like we usually have, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, we'll see indeed. Frozen. Yesterday didn't go to plan for you guys at all, and it didn't look like the normal FaZe. Yeah, you forgot about yesterday?
What happened yesterday?
We're just ignoring it, right?
Never happened.
I would do the same as well. So is that how you're resetting then? Ignoring it, moving on to this one?
I think that's the only way to do it, right? One might say the game is not important, but there is lots of points in the game. And yeah, I mean, I expect a good game. And yeah, like personally, I'm just happy for another match in this arena.
Hey. And these guys are happy to see you here no matter what game it is. But what's the mentality like right now after the game that happened yesterday for this team? Like, how are you guys coming into this?
I mean, I think we look at it as a sort of redemption, right? We fucked up yesterday, so, you know, just got to do much better today.
Yeah, just a little bit of a fuck up for sure. Now, Cadian said yesterday that he would like this game more than you guys. He would want to win this more. What do you say about that?
Let's see about it.
Let's see about that indeed. Guys, fist bump, shake hands, whatever it's going to be. Take your seats and get ready. Cluj, you have had incredible energy all weekend long. You have done us so proud. So let me hear you. Are you ready? But you have kind of been against Astralis, but Cadian's been trying to win you over. So let's see if there's some more Astralis fans in the house. Is Astralis winning this game? Or is it FaZe? All right, well, we're close to getting into this game. So BTarena, make some noise!
Awesome, another great atmosphere for what I'm sure is going to be a great game. I just have to say as well, when did Frozen become such an alpha?
I know.
What an absolute great interview that was. I just love it. We'll see about that.
We'll see about that.
That's actually
We'll see about
perfect.
that.
And we are indeed going to see about that, Maui. So, look, let's start talking about the Veto and where you think this one might go. Are we going to see any curveballs? Or do you think it'll be business as usual? We meet in the middle, we play our games, and we see who wins.
This would be a perfect opportunity for Kerrigan to do something a little bit crazy, but I do think that because this roster is still trying to embed Elige, still trying to feel out their comforts, I think it's going to be a little bit more of a tried and tested
train here. That's what you do, Maui.
Unfortunately, we get the Perma Vita out of FaZe banning train. Should be Anubis on the Astralis side. FaZe, they've been loving Ancient so far at this tournament. Feel like they should go for it once again. They actually go for Mirage, though, Pim. Astralis, on the other hand, they've been liking Inferno.
Yeah, they've been liking Inferno a lot, and that's exactly where they're going to go. I think FaZe picking Mirage makes an awful lot of sense. I know Astralis got one win at the tournament right here on Mirage, but overall, it's been a horrible map for them. They haven't been able to figure out their CT side, and then they both shake hands on Ancient, which has been a map that both play at a high level. So I think in terms of the map pool, we got our questions answered right here, Maui. It's two teams who are walking in with the one purpose, and that is to win this game.
It's a light punish pick there from FaZe, and I do like to see that, knowing that they probably were going to be able to get Ancient, which has been their pick in the decider, Rich.
Yeah, well, look, let's just quickly set up the first map. It's great to see Rock'em Sock'em right out the gates. A brawly map to start off. a great series. And look at this as well. You have got probably the two most flamboyant IGLs in the world going head-to-head, playing with the crowd. I'm sure this is going to be awesome.
It is going to be awesome. There's no doubt about it. And if there's anyone who's good at working up a crowd, it is Kerrigan. But this man on your screen right here, he will give him a good fight for it. And as you can see and hear right now, he's onto it.
Just incredible.
How jealous? How jealous do you think Kerrigan is right now? He's like, that's my crowd, that's my move.
That's
what
my
are you doing?
thing.
So,
Took it right from his book.
Talk me through this one, man.
I mean, okay, overall, I do have FaZe as the favorites in this one. Astralis on Mirage have looked a little bit clunky. Don't think that they necessarily have great defensive synergy across the map, not always just going for all those gambly options. The thing that made Heroic's core in the past so scary when they played this map is the amount of flanks, the amount of pushes, the amount of times they get behind you. But I feel like this time around, when I'm watching this sort of Astralis pimp, I just feel like they don't have that one defensive player, like Cadian on that B bomb side instead of Tessus. They don't really, I don't think they can really trust him to just be there solo for as long as they left Tessus, and usually that would enable people like Yabby, like Stown, to push up middle, to go for flanks. Now they just got to play buddy-buddy a little bit more.
I would even argue the same for Shoes. You know, if you compare him to Stair on that A-bomb side, we saw Shoes back in the Heroic days constantly pushing towards A-apps, push down ramp together with Stown and get a lot of map control. Stair is also an aggressive player, but he's more often led to himself over on that A-bomb side than Shoes were back in the days, and he's not as good as Shoes were at holding up to his own. So I do think the biggest issue we have when it comes to Astralis on Mirage has been the very inconsistent CT side. There's been a lot of games where they haven't even allowed themselves into the game, where they walk away with 2, 3, 4 rounds on the CT side, and at that point you're already lost it. So I hope for the competitive sake of this game that we get to see a good start from them.
All right then, so with Astralis and FaZe also proving that only the greats make it to finals day, let's continue that trend. It's Sponge and Machine.
This is a bit different, isn't it? This is a little bit of a deviation from the norm. A third-place decider match, and with high stakes, 2 Danish captains. I'm excited.
Yeah, and actually pretty good vibe for it. Crowd turning out for this one, like they have been all weekend long, so thank you very much.
Cluj-Napoca, man. Everyone I've met bringing the energy. Let's see if Astralis and FaZe can match the crowd's energy as we get this party started. Third-place decider, Astralis on the defense.
Now we touched on it. Bit of a punish from FaZe, picking Mirage against Astralis. Gonna be straight over towards A. Cadian starting on that side of the map. He'll be the man first up to bat. Response will be from device through window, and then a long rotation for the rest.
Couple of bullets do connect from device spam, but boots on the ground into the site, and now body drop. Cadian unable to contribute in the pistol. Stair has managed to equalize.
Bomb going down.
An important fight. Fighting for CT, and it's cost him his life there, Frozen. No trade immediately, but a flash and a swing. Brokey and Rain trying to partner up and ensure that there's at least this double peak. You can see that, back to turn. Clean clicks. Yabby and Stair getting the job done. Kerrigan no longer with us in round 1. And we will see Astralis take that CT pistol despite the opening from Elige.
A lot to talk about in this one. Not only the fact that, yeah, sure, one of these two teams is going to have a little bit nicer of a result in the history books, but the black and white stakes, the third place, 150K. Fourth, 87.5. So we're talking about 62.5 difference. But this means a lot for the season. It's still early on. This is only the third event. We're talking impacts on the run into the major, Valve regional standings, season invites ahead. But then you've got to do with, Richard used the term vibe, right? And I think it's a good one because we're talking about what does it mean for the teams going forward? You want to build some confidence. This is still an opportunity to get reps on the stage.
Yeah,
so some more experience with the teams being together. Obviously, Astralis, they had Device stepping down for a temporary period late last year and getting back underway in 2025. And then the point of them being competitors. At the end of the day, you're on the stage in front of the crowd. You want to win.
Well, especially I think for FaZe, I think yesterday they just want to prove that that was the exception, not the rule. That's not something we can continue to expect from FaZe. They disappeared on that second map. Great Kerrigan even critical of Dust 2, despite it being full 24 rounds.
Well handled. Can see how that becomes a bit of a problem. Smokes obscure the vision of the window player, but Stown off to a good start. And I think Astralis can take a few more risks, especially knowing that this is the punish pick. And go for a few more fights, be in their face, and they've established that that was the eco, so guns will be coming out into the next. Astralis with this roster 5 and 15 on Mirage.
Oof.
Yeah, so stat line's reading pretty damn tough. Inferno up next, and well, that hasn't been a great map for FaZe.
Kerrigan's got competition.
There's a Batman everywhere. All right, well, here we go. Rifles out for FaZe. AK's in the hands. Should have taken the mid control. The extremity over towards A is frozen. The apartment to Liege. Roaming around will be that of Kerrigan. At the moment, late spawn smoke deployed towards window. So a second tempo for the mid control, but they should be able to get it, making sure they don't just fight head to head with Astralis out the gates for mid. Liege in through underpass, rain top mid box, and both teams just going through standard protocols, looking for information, trying to understand what lies on the other side. Bomb over towards A. This is telling of likely an A finish. Kerrigan in through Palace, joining Frozen. Liege, Brokey, and Rain likely to come up through Connector.
Not bad. Chips away at Brokey.
Good CT setup for this. Lots of bodies.
Yabi spammed back down. Blocked on Palace. That does segregate them somewhat. It's Yabi. Oh, back turn. He didn't spot him. And so a freebie for the trade. Yabi. Oh, no, no. Bullets onto the Deegan down. Stare, though. You said the bodies were there, and they certainly have managed to connect. Device. Twice. Oh, didn't spot him. Fortunately, Stare has been there. That's 5-0 start for Stare on the CT side. And Cadian, will he be able to catch that MP9 frag? Maui's watching intently. Brokey, this is an important one. Now the bomb is disconnected from him, so this one's for Cadian. 3-0 start, first gun round. Goes the CT side's way.
Bit of a smile on Cadian's face there as well. Brokey tried to bait him away with the sound cue to draw him out for the fight to try and isolate that 1v1, but wasn't given it. And that's the first rifle round falling into the hands of the Danes. It's a very good start for them. And Yabi's traditionally the short defender, so starting over towards A, this shows that Astralis had a very good read of what the expected finish was going to be. Neo's not going to take any chances this time round. Coach gets on the mic very early for FaZe, likely to see them just go into the partial buy, some lighter upgrades. Neo always has a lot to contribute in rounds like this. Type of little move can they pull off with the Tech-9s aplenty. A damn load of smoke, so could use that for the mid-opener.
Yeah, have you heard like Neo's, like when you hear the voice comms, you hear the tone, he always comes in so like calm.
He's always been such a softly spoken man, isn't he? Which is crazy. You got him and Forrest, two of the absolute greats of all time, especially from the 1.6 days, and they're just the nicest guys. They don't walk around with a big ego. I'm sure they've got one, but you'd never guess.
Until they're in the server, I presume.
Well, let's see. How much can FaZe get out of a round like this? Finish the conversation. They got the smokes to work with. One to window will land. Device vision obscured. The AWP negated for now. We'll need to rotate around. Lobs out a nade. No damage done. Looks like they're going to try and head up through catwalk by the likes of things. Deep connector smoke forces down to on the other side. Oh, he's coming on through. Wants to take the fight.
Yeah, he knows he's up against the Tech-9s. He'll kind of be able to combine with Yabi as he takes this engagement. Starts to transfer. Does remove two. No bullets for more. I said, tell a lie. Last couple find the head of Kerrigan. Now, the M4 will fall into Brokey's hands, but look at the damage dealt. There's no real grounds for this to get exciting for FaZe Clan. Should just be a comfortable finish. Stown coming to lock it in. Ooh, Brokey just masked by the smoke, but a spam connects, and now Frozen's position noted. Will remove Cadian. Device playing for the round, playing this one safe. Don't want to let anything crazy. Wow, not far off as well. Does deal damage to Stown, but a 4-0. CT side flowing nicely. The guns will come back out.
Yeah, signs of confidence as well. But as mentioned, we will get these rifles in, so we'll see if there can be any resistance put up from FaZe on this T side. See a lot of adjustments having to be made, bringing in someone aggressive like a Liege. You already had your two aggressive pieces. They're right there sitting next to him, Kerrigan and Rain, the men having to make the space. Rops was a bit more of a lurk and anchor. So it's completely changed the complexion of the team. And they're going through some growing pains. It's quoted from Kerrigan. Well, out towards underpass, down, look at a fight.
Rain on the receiving end of this. Liege might have some trade potential. Stown reveals himself. There it is for Liege. Clean. Swung from Yabi. Important, but B is the question. B is the target. Kerrigan does pay a heavy price, but is into the site. 50 points of health. Bomb on the back of Brokey. Rotation getting naded, smoked. Everything thrown towards them on market. Should see that bomb going down uncontested. It's Brokey punching in the code. Yabi from short side. They have the numbers advantage for this retake. Ooh, and even a bit of damage onto Yabi though. Frozen's a bit of a closer. Will Brokey and Carrigan give him something to work with?
I don't see a kid, do you?
No, I don't.
Why?
Good question. Could prove to be a bit of a problem. Do you continue to go for this now you've lost Stare? Look at the bomb. It's ticking. You've got like, what, 10 seconds to get your asses in there? Okay, maybe they can. Carrigan remains. This could be one hell of a clutch. A 1v3 with time on his side. Carrigan up against Cadian. He has to stick it. If he can knock him off the bomb, he does so beautifully. Carrigan clutches to get phases first. There's the kit found in mid. Cluj likes that one. Carrigan likes that one.
I got 2 in-game leaders who love to play with the crowd, put on a bit of a show. When they say that from their perspective, they're talking about getting the W. What we want to see is back and forth, clutchy Counter-Strike exactly like that. Leading by example to get the first round on the board for FaZe Clan. But the fact that there's one kit in play...
Did you glance at the cash? I didn't glance.
Oh, they had more than enough money. They were 4-0 up.
Bother.
Yes, so there was more than enough opportunity to get kits. But again, just only buying in with one. So you're going to have to keep track of that one, Astralis.
Is Rushley the coach of this team or something?
Yeah,
What's
I'm not
going
sure
on?
what's going on with this one, but there's no AK-47s into this rifle round for FaZe. They've facilitated a lot of utility. A good read of the defense again. Take a look at the radar. 4 players gravitating on that side of the map. So this execute comes in, there will be the defense.
Okay, Cadian is forced wide, blind, and somehow still alive. Finds a safe haven towards Dark. Yabi spam, doesn't connect, and now Cadian, just the one. Put to rest, Elige doing his best on the side side. Carrigan, important frag. Catches Stare on the triple fight. Now that 4 versus 3 with the bomb going down and under the guise of the smoke. Is there a conversation to be had?
Yeah, grounds for a retake. Device coming through Ticket, has the AWP and a smoke. Kit's still in play. It looks like they're just going to back off. There was an opportunity to go fishing, see if they could get a kill and try and work their way back into this. But Cadian gets one. You think that really gives them an opportunity, but not fighting in unison there. Just an execute from FaZe and one that Astralis read. I think there's something that Cadian can do a lot in a game like this. Sure, you still want to get the win. You know how important it is for them and the rest of their season. But you can take a lot more gambles, right? This map, it's one of your weaknesses. You might as well gamble these sites, and what that could do is have flow-on effects down the tail end of this half where Carrigan doesn't really know what he's calling into. But the fact that he sticks the landing against the site stack, they would have nameplated Cadian. He's the B defender, was on the A site, the first one to take any contact whatsoever. But now 2 in a row from FaZe.
Keeping it simple.
Some saved guns, some drops are available. Device can get an M4 out onto the floor, and they can go for another gun round. So playing for the rifles are Astralis. And they're not going to take a tactical timeout, not bringing Rugger into the chat. Hey, not a bad shout if you guys keep this up.
Device might be going for some Aggie AWP here. We'll post up on that ramp side now. Carrigan and Brokey are both throwing nades, but the flash is diligent and Device late to react to that.
It's forced a rotation.
Mid occupied by both sides. Yabi actually falls away from the angle. Device staying stubborn towards the ramp fight. Both of these happening in unison as Rain and Elige progress towards Yabi's position. It's a head-to-head for Yabi versus Elige, and he might get him both times now from that ladder position. Yabi wins out the head-to-head early doors. An opening kill. Can FaZe rectify? Oh, nice catch on Frozen. There's more where that came from. Stands his ground. Into forward and aggressive setup. There is a way in which this can go wrong. Rain slipping through mid. That's the fight Brokey was looking for. And now Rain can catch Down overexerting himself, and with Yabi towards the short side as well. This is hectic. This is uncomfortable for Device's AWP. Bomb to be planted. FaZe to collect another round unless Cadian has anything he wants to say about this. Oh, Brokey's AWP. Yeah, could have been a headshot. Could have been a conversation. Rain still having con limits their options.
There's another save. Cadian's hanging around looking for something. Need to unravel this connector player. As the bomb ticks down, this is becoming less and less of an opportunity. Cadian goes searching. Maybe that's it. Time's not going to be with them now, and especially not anymore. Rain should be the final blow. Yabi makes it messy, but needs to back off, retain something. Picks up the AK-47 for his troubles. Found the opening kill towards middle, but the problem was they were in limbo. The whole point of FaZe doing that fake is to draw bodies off of mid, which they weren't aware, but Astralis was already playing up front on A with the AWP. Yabi was lingering around, gets one kill, so both teams a little bit awkward in that scenario.
Was Yabi supposed to be able to spot Rain in that position?
No, but like, they were searching towards A. That was premeditated. They were trying to deal with the traditional A lurk, which is frozen, right? You can go out and search for that player, which is either going to be in Palace or A ramp holding the pushes. So they were just looking to find that fight. So the thing is, they're giving something up, right? You're aware that you're going to leave a bit of a gap. The problem was hanging around, right?
It's this one. You know, Yabi was on short side.
There as well, right? Because you're either going to push forward and take all of the room, or you're going to drop back and try and reset the setup. I just think they felt pinched. Because once Yabi had that contact in middle, then he's communicating, yeah, there is presence here. They could already be in connector and window, but then still overlooked it. So just an awkward one for the Danes. Saved AK boosted up. An opportunity towards Delpan. Yabi get one and fall. Reactivate elsewhere. Pistols and MP9s to deal with on the other side. So this one isn't going to be easy for FaZe.
Shot available, and that's not the fullback. He sticks around, he gets aggressive, he mantles up, and he leaves with a double. Stown and Stare combined to make this round a reality. Not easy indeed, Chatty B. Not easy at all.
FaZe were so mid-heavy. It didn't feel like they gave them any opportunities right there. First kill comes in, all eyes are drawn, they pounce, and then it's just frozen, looking to hold on to this AK-47. Backing off. They know exactly where he is. They can go pick up these guns, they can pin him down, they can deal with this. Astralis just off of one saved gun, and a couple of light upgrades are looking good, unless they want to offer up any more. I think that'll be it for Frozen. Just contain him at this point. The bomb, take a look with all those scattered corpses over towards middle. There's no way to grab that with the amount of time on the clock. Got a gift yesterday from Falcons on Ancient, but I think they're over given those. And there he is. Yabi, Oaknut, closer. Great work with the saved AK. Gets himself up to 5 on the CT side. This is looking very good for Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, even after some of their shortcomings, these early retakes and the stacked A site not being able to convert, this is a really big round to close out with just that saved AK. Couple of pistols short, and Stare and Stown, they both got theirs.
It's a lot of the time we're talking about these upgrades, and they need to thrive in the chaos. And those moments are exactly the chaotic ones. That's what's different from a standard rifle round. You know that you're going to have maybe 1 to 2 players towards connector, maybe 1 in vent room. But then when they're all just running through smokes, you lose the tracking. But when in doubt, execute it out.
Yeah, double AWPs as well, so if that bomb goes down, this gets tricky. Nice nade damage. You can see they're all taking heavy licks from the explosives. Ooh, Stare gets away. Incendiary down from Device to try and slow their crawl and progression into the site. Flash the CT
left
player.
For a second layering.
Second layer.
Get in, and then they can drop
arriving.
extra smokes.
Oh, Device, it's all about timing on that smoke bang. Stare. Oh, he had the duel right there for the taking. Gets Karrigan low, but Brokey too sharp, too good. Finds the headshot. Need that one from Yabi. Tames the spray. 4 on 4. This one's on. Cadian very disconnected from the play right now. Yabi weaving through around the smoke. It's Brokey that's willing, welcomes this engagement. And Stown spotted out. Just the one from Brokey. Yabi will trade in a 3v3. That double kill from Yabi has done a lot, but this flank has surely sealed the deal. Karrigan getting cheeky with it, back to their heads. Should be comfortable, but his teammates are stealing kills. It's still FaZe's 4th.
Karrigan bring the knife to the gunfight right there. Not expecting one more, but Cadian will retain his AWP. See that an awful lot, and understandably so with the complexion of players that they have in the server, right? Cadian, obviously AWP in-game leader once upon a time, likes to pull it out when he can, but you mentioned it out the gates. If it's an execute, it's very tough for them to get back in. He was just idle over towards Catwalk, hoping to catch a player in transition. But I like the way that FaZe did that. They didn't dump all the util. They saved those smokes. They're able to do a second layering. It slows things down. It channels Astralis in. And it's just a 1-round game, 5-4. The tactical timeout has been called. Rugger, an opportunity to confer with the squad. It's got the double AWPs again. The rifles are in play, but I wonder if they want to go more aggressive middle, right? Because now you've got to think, are we going to chase them? What do we think they're going to call? Are we just going to play for info? Then that's going to educate us to rotate in time. So also there could be a play with some of the spawns for the AWPers. One of them could jump in Palace. You can see that they're highlighted with the context cam. So if there are some risks, the Danes can definitely take it to try and get some early information and real estate. And you don't like being dictated to. Even though you're on the defensive side, you still like to be calling the flow. You're going to be reading the play. What are you expecting? Where do we want to put the lion's share of our defenders? Where do we want to look for fights? So we're about to see the fruits of the labor throughout that tactical timeout. One kid again. We're getting late into the piece right now. Heavy through middle. The setup says Astralis are not fighting for mid-control. Orb starting over towards triple box. Smoked off, cleared, catches nothing. Likely to see a window boost in this situation.
Yeah, Stound's accounting for that potential. And Rain going to be parked for a late piece.
Okay, well, now you're sitting and waiting. Astralis, or at least the heroic core of Once Upon a Time, always on their toes, very nimble, looking for fights, looking for info. Well, at the moment, doesn't feel like it's going to be the case. Sitting on their haunches, playing very site-centric.
Limits down now. Molotov deployed. Pressure applied. 60 seconds for the finish for FaZe. And there's a little glimmer. The bomb spotted on the radar. Missed shot from the Orb. Both Orbs unable to connect, but now Carrigan has been felled. It's Yabi that takes him down, progressing in towards that B bomb site. Yabi supporting Cadian.
Rotate back.
You're right, the pivot. Rain has activated. We talked about that late piece. Now he facilitates and catches the rotates. Stound down. There is a man on site. Device as well can perhaps do what Stair couldn't. Misses his chance again. Device 2 bullets, and 2 bullets unable to connect so far. Time, 25. Brokey, you got to get across that sight line of Device. Do they have anything to get him off the line? No flashes. It's going to have to be bodies. A wide swing. Rain edges up close, and Brokey breaks his neck. Yabi still stubborn. Bomb will go down. Alicia provide the covering fire. Cadian has the kit. Does Astralis even want to give it a look? Or sneak away with that AWP. Brokey suspects that's what's up, but not going to give him an oblige.
2,400 lost into the next, and these double orbs really haven't been working, have they?
No.
Both individuals missing some key shots on the way in.
I mean, that round was the one where it should have worked.
Exactly. They had the opportunities to do so. So they're going to retain it. Going to get that back into the hands of Device. But we're going to tie things up 5-5, and that was very well handled from FaZe, keeping their options open. They're able to deal with the rotation, cut that off, and then it's that final kill. Right, the fact that you get the pathing, pushing up bench at the same time they step out stairs. So it's a double peak from 2 different elevations. You can't deal with both of those at the same time. Really like the way that FaZe handled that situation.
We have to acknowledge what Yabi has been doing in these first 10 rounds in comparison to his team. He's closing in on 20. Most of them haven't been able to break 5 or 6. Okay. Tactical pause called by Neo. He wants to get on the mic after a win.
Yeah, I think, look, they know that they can run away with this half, and also just discussing if it is double AWPs again, how do we want to deal with it? We've already lost 1 to saved guns and pistols.
5-0 as well for Yabi on this defensive opening, Jules.
He's been doing a good job, but they need to start converting off the back of some more of them. So the saved AWPs, again, you can talk about the spawns if you want to use them aggressively. But FaZe making sure they don't trip over their own shoelaces at the tail end of this first half of play. Their map choice coming up next, middle of the screen, Inferno, a map they've shown weakness on in 2025, and then Ancient. Both teams enjoying a bit of the green Mirage. They've actually gone in behind the AWPs. Could be the save.
Carrigan's calling a different one.
There's nobody home on B right now, at all.
It's wide open for the taking.
Completely vacant.
Whose responsibility does this become when you start hearing flashes and action on B? No, don't say it.
Well, Cadian's on the way, but...
Just in time.
Just. They could have already been across. You can see here with the X-ray toggle. B pressure applied.
So he's operating under the assumption,
Yeah, see, you have to consider it.
Yeah.
He left the gap for a very long time.
It's uncomfortable for Astralis. I like this from the 2 of them on ramp, confirming that A side not so threatening. Can Yabi find a 6th opening duel in pursuit of their 6th round? He's been holding this well. Oh, glimmers, glimmers. Force the fight, perfect setup. Frozen. Draws first blood. Down and Stair will activate this flank, and Brokey's here. Heard them coming. Nice find. Bombs dropped down. Getting baited here by Stair. Is he alone or not? Oh. Is there 2 of them? Look at the HP on Rain.
Sees AWPs again.
This is their chance then. I mean, what is it? 3 attempts? 0 rounds off the back of a double AWP. Device, this is his moment. Has the angle on their progression. Question of timing. Frozen and Rain on their way. And nice. Who's Frozen from the pack? Had no confirmation of additional presence. Does reposition. Audible 14, they have to get across this sight line. Device! Oh, he's fumbled that one. Rain, oh, could have gone down to the USP, and the AWP just can't hit it. Double AWPs ain't working, boys. Another round for FaZe Clan.
See the ladder there? That's what caused him some issues. Pivots under the balcony, gets caught on the ladder, steps start getting made, finds himself in an awful lot of trouble. Can't double up. Very well done to deal with the position of Yabby. Gets the opener. This is where it could have all gone wrong. These MP9s, the second, so much damage done from Stair, but couldn't convert the double. Device, tough weapon for the job, the position, the ladder, and then some frustrations.
Oh, yeah.
He knows he should have had another kill there. At least we didn't get the monitor slam.
Was Carrigan's movement weird there, or?
It's the ladder.
Yeah.
He went up the ladder.
Yeah, threw him off.
All right, well, they can still tie things up going into the half-time. 6 is available.
Looks good for Stown. Oh, he just mantled up.
Timing.
Yeah, brutal. Nasty way to concede, but don't worry. Yabby's here. Astralis' hero right now. Red cape on, 17 frags deep. Elige down to Device. Comfortable. Man advantage maintained. Oh, only for a moment, because Frozen just taps away at Stair, entering up ramp.
They're out with a lot of utility. They can block. There's the smoke over towards Connector. Does Yabby play ahead when he sees this drop? Oh, flash.
Good flash.
That's going to confirm no way in.
Yeah, contained him completely.
They've still got one of their own. They might want to go aggro.
Frozen's got this. Surely the barrels will poke out, betrays them both. Oh, lovely Frozen. Sprays them down, enters into A and claims it for FaZe Clan. And this angle's too good. A missed AWP shot, but the quick switch is the end of Cadian. What a recovery from FaZe. What a run to the tail end of that one. It was a 4-0 start. Look at that run from FaZe to take the lead at the half.
7 out of the last 8 rounds of play. Had the Carrigan clutch in there as well.
Ooh, that was tough for Stown.
But some hard fought 4 rounds and some timing going against the Danes, but definitely working for FaZe. They well handled a lot of situations. Looks like communication is better than it was yesterday. It's 60 seconds now to take it all in. Let's get everyone prepped and ready for the grand final just around the corner. MOUZ taking on Falcons.
Just like we all predicted.
Exactly. And we'll see how big that beer wall can get today. That trophy in the center of the stage is not for either of these two teams. If you're just joining us, 3rd place decider, 150K for 3rd. Not too bad.
No. No, not too bad at all.
Pretty good Sunday.
Good way to spend the weekend for fans and players alike.
All right, well, let's talk through this Mirage defense for FaZe. You can have Rain anchoring A, nothing really changes there, carrying it over towards B. Elige just gets to plug into Rops' position of connector, Brokey the AWP, and Frozen over towards short. Serious look on Elige's face, the newest addition, and who changed the complexion of the team completely. And it is going to take a while for them to get online. The other pieces needing to acclimatize to their new roles, their new positions.
Yeah, what, 2nd LAN, 3rd arena game together.
There's a massive gap right now. Device is getting nothing. Normally you'd expect a player to be jumping ticket if they're retake. Needs to be some form of a sentry. So we can see that FaZe, they've gone looking elsewhere.
Yeah, weird exchange for Stown here.
You wonder, ooh.
Okay, well now he knows what's up. Elige mantles up, and oh, a real opportunity for Stown. Just one will do. Can't seem to hit the shots, and his teammates are coming. The cavalry canter back to Stown.
And Device is in A.
Yeah, now spotted by Frozen. Oh, lovely. Catches a drive-by onto Frozen. Cadian finds Rain, looking for answers. Good long-range Glock to the face. Oh, okay, the taps are in. Finish it cleanly if you can. 1 bullet shy.
All right, both pistols there for Astralis. Confidence booster for their attack. Now let's see if they can find the conversion.
One more.
They kept their options open, right? So they had Device searching A, finds nothing. Stown was dealing if there was a push as the late piece, 3 over towards B. But it's the quick call identifying what's happened. So Device saying, nothing A, I'm in. Stown saying, they're pushing me. That quick rotation coming, and then Cadian activating through underpass. It won't be the force out from FaZe. So Astralis will be offered an opportunity to level it up 7 apiece. Just a flash for Carrigan that they have to worry about. You can see that prepped and primed Throws this over connector, try to catch players as they're down the mid corridor and allow the USPs to strike.
Would have to be one hell of a flash. Peppered. And yeah, blind. There's a lead. Does remove Cadian, but he's got plenty more at the top of middle to ensure that things don't go too far.
And they should have a good idea where Karrigan was. He threw that flash. Now it's just a matter of getting the round done and dusted. The rifles will be coming out into the next. We'll get to see FaZe equip themselves with the M4s. Just need to deal with Karrigan. There you have it. Yeah, should be around a pretty clean anti-eco. You take that.
I know you've already told me, but the, oh gosh. But the quote-unquote punish pick of Mirage, how weak has Mirage been for Astralis?
5 and 15.
5, that's right, 5 and 15, okay. So there should be a shoe-in for a FaZe 1-0 start.
Or so you'd expect.
So you would expect.
If Yabi continues this type of form, 17 and 6 right now, need a little bit more support, help out from Cadian and Device on that pistol, but here we go, into the rifles.
Good movement out of Frozen.
Aggressive mid stance is going to be a late take of this from Astralis. 2 and through underpass, block for now. Clearing himself out. So announcing themselves.
Surely Alicia's got him dead to rights in this engagement. He's got the weapon advantage versus the Galil of Yabi. And it's Brokey, actually, that strikes from the window. The absence of the window smoke punished. An opening kill for FaZe on the guns.
Well, now do they try and chip back in and look for more fights, or do they reset? Do they play the number advantage? The biggest issue is the U2. It's against them, FaZe, so they are going to have to play off of one another. Can't get isolated at any duels. Deep connector smoke lined up. Can replenish window as well when that starts to fade. Still a minute on the clock, so plenty of time for Astralis to draw this one back level.
Yeah, they've just thrown out their smokes.
This is looking like a B split, though. Look where the bomb is.
Yeah, Karrigan has support from Frozen. Device actually slipping up shore with that smoke.
Here they come.
Brokey knows. Karrigan, be good to find one here, and he's already been spotted out. A team kill, that's unfortunate. Astralis are running low on resources. It's just Cadian. He's not expecting Brokey somehow. Brokey's position should be good for this. An 8 for FaZe, comfortable.
Handled that very well.
Didn't they?
Yeah, the TK definitely helps, but that's because they're scared. Karrigan pokes out, does a lot of damage. Device just trying to shoot back, catches his teammate in the crossfire. So handling that one, nice and easy when you're Brokey, picking out window dry and getting yourself a freebie of a kill. Second tactical timeout now, this one called by the Danes. They just needed to take a little bit of stock right now. They can bring out 2 AK-47s, maybe a third if they don't want any util. They both got the same tricks, don't they?
Yeah. It's the Astralis timeout. Karrigan decides he's going to use the timeout differently.
Can you hear each other? I hope so. Does look like they are going to buy, and they are going to opt for firepower. So this could be something contact-based, right? Throw the mid-smokes, make it look like you're doing a default. You walk out A-ramp or Palace, see if you can explode onto the site off of an opening kill. Been able to get out 3 AK-47s and 2 pistols with some light util around it. So here are these smokes that I was discussing to open up the round. And then the rifles are going to have to try and isolate a duel against Rain on the site. So Yabi, it's down over towards the ramp.
Not able to find anything on his aggressive venture up middle.
Now they take A space.
Yeah, they are starting to hoover it up. Yabi leading that pack, and only Rain really there to confirm their presence. He's not ready for this at all. And now he is. Loud from Yabi, nice from Rain. Oh, and Brokey just in time, bullet to the brain. It's down, gone. Things fizzling out for this attack. Oh, I say that, ooh, hang on. It's a good shot, recovered AK as well from Cadian, 2 of them healthy. Device, just a Tech 9 and 12 HP.
Bomb's the biggest worry.
You're right. under the boots of Brokey, covered by Carrigan as well. I do think the boost could be a good play. Yeah, Brokey was not pre-aiming that. Nice dispatch of another. Stare delivers.
Okay, this one can still settle. 38 seconds on the clock.
They wouldn't do it again, really?
Why not?
Why not, I suppose?
This is the late piece over towards middle of Device. Frozen's not looking right now. Device is about to come out top mid behind him. Does he catch him on a timing? Looking the wrong way, but there it is, 2v2.
Good awareness from Frozen. Yeah, Carrigan as well. Just got to stop that bomb from being retrieved. Again, it's Stare. He steps up, turns this disadvantage around. Cadian, though, turns it. Comes down to a 1v1, and Cadian prevails. Captain on captain crime.
Yeah, you can see how that one gets pieced together from both sides. The space that they take on A, the fact that they get caught off guard by Rain there. Scaling looking for the fight, it's not given them. This was the opening exchange. Stare delivers big time.
I mean, that keeps the conversation open.
It does indeed.
What a turnaround.
Yeah, more money for FaZe is what we now need to take a look at. They were able to bring out 3 AKs and Deagle with a Tech 9 and light util just to make that look threatening for FaZe. It's quite problematic. Interesting to see Rugger call the third and final tactical timeout for Astralis. Maybe that's just to understand the finances. Didn't like the conversation that was being had at the end of that round, even though they won it either way. What do they need to sort out getting this one for round number 17? FaZe currently not investing an awful lot whatsoever. For them, going into the next will be 2,400 as the loss bonus. So as long as everyone keeping about the 2K mark in their bank balance, they should be good for the rifle round. Rain even has 3.9, so if they want to try and get the AWP in Brokey's hands, that can be a conversation too. So Raga, maybe just reminding them of the finances, what they look like. If we go for something, the keep it simple, stupid method with an execute onto A, they should have all the advantages. Even though they see the stack, or we see the stack, you should be able to deal with it. Get the smokes down, the mollies in place, peel them apart one at a time.
Yeah, pad the stats a little bit, why not? Gets it done. Not the most beautiful, but it should fall into place quite nicely here. I think Cadian feels like he kind of deserves at least one.
Oh, he had his chance, didn't he?
He did. He certainly did. And Carrigan's probably not going to get many of those.
Last alive on these ecos, Carrigan. What's going on, mate? Normally you're the first one dead.
Hey, someone had to be on B. Someone had to be...
Well, did they?
No, maybe not. There it is. Cadian really does get nothing in that round. And Carrigan gets some revenge, at least in the stat department.
Cheeky $300 paid for his pistol. They want this.
They really do.
Where you going, old man?
Come here. Astralis in the lead.
Okay, we've had some nice patches back and forth between the two of them, not just a one-sided affair. We touched about the stakes of this one. There's also the belief that you can build within your unit, the confidence that you can carry, and more love for Jaxi in the house here in Cluj. They have got the AWP out for Brokey. Same not to be said for Astralis. And it looks like they're going to go back for just another A execute. They need to put the defense under the microscope. AWP starting over towards the B site, which is going to put pressure on Rain and Frozen on A.
A lot of work for these two. Frozen, good position, but actually thinks twice about it. Will he block in time? Safe from the flames, who can maintain this power position. Frozen blinded off though, and Katie just leaps on top of him. Goomba stopped. Frozen still stubborn though, dips in the smoke, disappears. Cadian posted, looking for him. That's more from Yabby. Yabby on the staircase, doesn't have much ammo to work with. Now no health either.
How do you get into this? Is Brokey.
He was boosted in B, and now with that bomb going down, he is a mile away. Oh, sorry, we're in Romania. A kilometer away.
Well, on the timing there. Just walking into connector was Yabby. Brokey, you can't really justify giving this one a look. A great execute. FaZe were even playing Frozen over towards that side of the map to help out. Just wasn't enough. Alicia's support was there. It must have been the flash work, right? Rain getting caught over towards default, the first death. You think that the man they need to get past was Frozen, but just leaping in towards that site. Frozen does his best to kick up a fuss, but this is going to be double digits first by the Danes.
Yeah, it really did feel like Frozen was not... Like, you could have understood if he got none. Or one.
It was a tough position to be in. As well, with the Mac 10 coming out first and no head armor on Frozen, you're sitting there thinking absolute worst case scenario. But straight bullet on the move.
That Cadian jump, it was so perfectly timed with the flash that both of the CTs were blind. And as vision's restored, he is on top of your face. Watch this, perfect cam for it. He's still blind, still blind. Oh, where am I? Where was he? Actually still has the wings as he's dropping off of Rain's head.
And look, we just need to talk about this CT side of FaZe. Only one round so far. It will be the saved AWP, and we'll see a rifle round again in the next, but the scoreline likely to be 11-8 unless they can make a miracle happen. And this is where we talked about nothing really changed from when Brops was in the team. Elise just takes connector.
Yeah, that's a very, very nasty Molotov. Brokey, you're the hero. AWP. And now you've only got 10 points of health. Overstate is welcoming the flames. That's big from Elise. Scavenger's a rifle, might put bullets down range. Effective spray. It's a good catch onto Device. It's cost Astralis greatly just to get up short this early. Rather stacked sight, but that's a nade to Carrigan. Frozen's boosted up. Yabby, precise, finds Brokey. They're not rushing this. Rain's hit a good headshot, but caught out now. Yabby doing everything for Astralis. Baits the shot, Stack and catch him off the box. It's Elise. 3 kills deep into the round. Can the new addition make it look easy? Not today. Not in Yabby's Mirage. 22 and counting from the Dane.
Oh, you see the gear shift from Astralis. They know the AWP's in the server. They think, hey, let's use our U-tool. Let's use the pace. We won't waltz into a stack late, and it almost falls apart.
Man, what a great round out of Yabby.
Yeah, beautiful. Just trading going on all over the map. So unlucky from Frozen, is it? He pivots out, can get away, then he dies in the back. Yabby on fire right now. So that was just a saved AWP. This CT side, 1 round.
Deliberate MAC-10?
The execute. They're going to try and punish over towards B. They're going to really turn the knife into Carrigan.
Yeah, right? This is Cadian essentially saying, let's go and abuse Carrigan's B. No one there to help him. It's just Finn Anderson up against the whole squad. The flash is diligent, but actually using that smoke to live. And now Brokey arrives just in time. Carrigan overlooking it. It's Yabby's MAC-10 as discussed.
Oh, that's the CT smoke. Blocking market.
Space. Yeah, that's awkward. They're actually going to limit their resources on the way back in. Maybe Elise getting across this sightline of Device could pay dividends. Perhaps. Stare on that bench. Hard shots to hit. AKVM4 and Elise realizes the AWP could be better suited to the task in the next round.
That's that smoke getting thrown, and the fact that it just bangs off of the T. Blocks the doorway. Now Frozen might lose it all. They've got max loss bonus, but you need to hold on to something if you want to have a rifle round. This is 12. The punish pick. Tell me for who?
Yeah, right. 5 and 15, their record on Mirage.
Also, FaZe don't have a lot of reps on this map either. I think it's only 2 with Elise within the roster, right? So you've gone, okay, Astralis, they look weak on this. Let's bend them over. Let's get ourselves 1 map up to the good. That's not the case. They are flying right now.
That's a cheeky call.
I'd do it again.
No, you wouldn't dare.
Why not?
You wouldn't dare.
Why not?
Because Brokey's AWP could be there?
It could be anywhere.
Yep, that's true too. Oh. He's waiting for the grand final. He's just restoring his energy.
20-minute power nap. Everyone deserves one once in a while.
We could wake him up. We could all just pretend that something crazy's happened.
Oh, we could do that.
We could do that.
That'd be really mean.
Yeah, it would. You're right. Maybe if we get a timeout. Anyway.
They're not doing it again.
No, they're not. But Elise and Rain have decided they want to take power back and walk straight into the crosshairs of Yabby's down. Balances it out. Rain only the 1. Hang on. Brokey gets it done. Stare, overlooked the potential for an AWP. So aggressive. Posted now on the line, ready to punish Device and smoke to facilitate entrance into the site. Okay, so this is interesting. The AWP, the only one in the site. And a jump spot from Frozen. A real chance for the AWP.
Awkward movement there.
Yeah, hard to track, no doubt about it.
Well, now under the pump, Device. Seen him here before. This time staying well clear of that ladder. So drawing eyes of at least 2, the rotation of the bomb back around the world. Brokey noted towards connector, thanks to Cadian.
Carrigan's only got a flash. Stown. Stown? Stown.
Hello?
Stown. Not aware. That looks a bit foolish.
45 seconds. Still
He's
a
given
chance
the
to
bomb.
win this.
Sure, Brokey, maybe a wide swing, but yeah, baits the shot up and over. Device wins the head-to-head. Opts for the AK. There's time, Chad. There is time.
Well, they did it on the pistol round, these 2. Let's see if they can close out the map.
Frozen in support of Carrigan, but Carrigan's doing it all on his own right now. Cadian, next victim of Carrigan. What have you got, Device?
20 seconds, give it a go.
Yeah, it's the best bet. Or, alternatively, you could save your pennies, play the financial game.
You got money?
You know what?
Come on, Device.
You know what Danish tax is like.
Give us something. You got 9.3 on Yabi. You're going to have Cadian be able to buy. Device could have bought himself as well, so there could have been drops. It wouldn't have been any issues, but playing for the win. Some slight resistance there from FaZe. Their second round of the half so far.
So, and obviously, Stound's assuming B's clear, but what could have possibly made him think that?
I think because Device is in A with the AWP, they're assuming an over-rotation.
Right, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Brokey, he does not get an AWP back into the next round of play. There's not enough finances to justify it. We'll have to work with the MP9. So the FaZe just set up in these standard holes, or do they opt for some aggression of their own? Nice to get boosted up to deal with connector. It's smoked off, won't catch anything other than some slight flak damage. Block smoke now from Elige. Brokey's AWP, as mentioned, not in place, so the MP9 will start aggressive over towards A alongside of Rain. We can see it might not even come into the play. 3 players parked top mid for Astralis. Window smoke to be thrown out. Device is going to search connector. Could catch a timing against Elige.
Karrigan versus Yabi seeming like an imminent head-to-head here. Frozen could mantle up and take first contact. At least the trade spots him. Yabi distracted by that jump. And Karrigan will prevail. A huge opening impact from Karrigan. They want to wrap, and oh, bodies dropped. Look at that, spamming away. Elige finds Device through the smoke, all the way from window. On that short ang, now really uncomfortable for the two of them.
Might just be a conversation of another save. See that once Karrigan's noted up towards B apps, going short becomes so difficult at that point. Not only do you have to worry about the site market, it's also the B apartments that becomes a bit of a problem too. So Stare and Stound looking to snake away and save the guns. AWP and an AK. Brokey would love to get himself an upgrade. And there's still 20 seconds on the clock. So we'll see if FaZe want to consider a hunt with any of this. The one that should have a look is Brokey, just to make sure he can get into something a little bit heftier. But all in all, FaZe bring us up to double digits. Pretty good turnout, isn't it, for a third place decider?
Oh, mate. I'm not exaggerating when I say I think Cluj-Napoca have really been one of the S-tier crowds.
I think about this, right? Back in the day, so ancient Counter-Strike history.
Yeah.
When we had third place deciders, that's back before there was even really crack rooms.
Yeah.
So the modern day is actually facilitating a game that comes with some interest because of the VRS, as well as these guys being professionals. In my day, after the game, you go and get drunk, and then you rock up hungover.
Yeah, right.
Whereas these guys all had a good night's sleep.
Oh, of course. I love it. Third, fourth place decider. Stakes.
Same opener.
Same opener, and ooh, a chance for Device. Quickly warded off by some spam through the smoke.
I feel if they continue to look for the finish over towards B, because a lot of these rounds have had a direct idea. It's either been up cat or into a bit of a B split. And if they keep going for that, Karrigan has been delivering. So if you're going to test him, you better make sure you knock him out, because he's only going to get more and more powered up by you trying to abuse his bomb site.
Slow and steady. We'll see if it wins the race. Frozen. Crossfire with Elige. Cadian audible. There's a lot of work for Elige to do. Good catch from Stound. Traded by Elige. Needs the multi. Does deliver too. Device onto the AK. Knows it's going to be a lot of pressure onto him if Yabi gets nothing done here. It's just a Tech 9. Drops in. Found by Brokey. Really awkward. Really awkward. Maybe Cadian can make something work. You've got 30 seconds and Device across that sight line from Market. Certainly going to be easier to plant with that smoke down. Rain, however, in a forward position on Robs. Oh, how's he done that? Karrigan with the taps! Long range! Rain's right there, not needed, not required. And Karrigan, you said he's powering up. He certainly looks that way.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Denying the bomb going down with $2,400 loss bonus is huge. That's massive. That means that we're likely destined for a bit of overtime here, unless we want to see Astralis just go for that little B explode again. Said they should have done it back-to-back. They could have gotten away with the direct approach, but they've tried to be a little bit more complex. In with the mid control, into the splits, playing into FaZe's hands. Now they're powered up. Head armor across the board, the big guns, the defuse kits, all the nades. And for Astralis, they're just going to try their luck with an execute, feigning some mid control. That last round, that was only Alicia's second multi-kill. Multi-kills have been few and far between for FaZe throughout this one. Quite a laboured approach, but if they can take it to overtime, they can still get this done.
Still grounds for a conversation about this round for Astralis. This punish, air quotes, pick.
2 through Palace, 3 up the ramp.
Yeah, Brokey's AWP is here though. Rather deep incendio. You could be encouraged to swing into the AWP with that.
Palace is his biggest problem.
Yeah, blocked on ramp. They're going to push through this. Nice from Brokey. Gets away with his life. Smoke will plume. Break. Cadian, next victim. Brokey's AWP. Taking leaps and bounds towards overtime. Confirms more presence. Bomb on the ramp. Has an M4 that will be helpful, but so is Yabi. Takes down Rain on the stairs. Device does get that bomb down. Still heavily favoring FaZe Clan here, unless Yabi could somehow hit the head. Carrigan makes him dead, and yeah, just the MAC-10. 5 bullets for Stown. Overtime seems like a certainty. Should be 2 HP, and from the ramp, Frozen secures it.
All right. They said they wanted to put on a show. Everybody loves a little bit of overtime. And a great comeback from FaZe. Down to 12-8 in this one. Not as bad as the other day. I think someone in the crowd just reminding us of the MOUZ game. They're up 12-4 in that one.
Yep.
So Astralis having a tough time finishing off their meal. Had them right where they wanted them.
I never have that problem.
FaZe keeping it together, and this is a good building block, right? This is only the start of the season, event number 3.
Oh,
we're
quick
coming back in with
extinguish.
some pace.
Yeah, look at that. Threatening at least. Thinks down, thinks twice. And just out and about. Okay, comfortable for Elige. Brokey the same. Stown not looking. What can you say about that one? Starting overtime with 5 alive. Astralis, that was a different flavor.
I don't think pace is the answer against a team who loves to play heads-up CS.
I think you might be right.
You want to come quick and we'll take some jewels? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, please.
Sure. Okay. You get a timeout, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
And, well, that's actually what Rugger is called. So you've hit the nail on the head right there. I'm sure he wished he didn't burn the 3 of them so quick within the regulation, but gets an opportunity to try and rectify things. But that same sinking feeling from the MOUZ game, the one where they could have 2-0'd, the one where they could have been in the grand final, now they're just playing for 3rd. Hard to forget about that. It was just yesterday. Does anyone know the Heimlich maneuver?
I probably should.
And this round looked way too easy. Trying to continue the tempo coming into OT, thinking Astralis we're going to adjust back into something, but not the case whatsoever. So what's the call? Cat smoke, window smoke, standard open, the device coming over again. Is it the boost or is it just a pick? Oh, it's some nades to harass early. Up into the vent with the AWP. Back in now a FaZe.
Molly top mid and a break for Elige to try and search. And a bit early, premature. Yabi and Cadian await.
Yeah, just slowing down their default, making them respect the utility. And here they come.
Oh, flash the AWP off the line. No one close enough to try and punish that. They're trying to apply pressure to Elige.
Has a crossfire with Rain.
Just hiding out in the smoke, and there's a good head-to-head. Elige has done that fully blind. Traded out by the AWP. Oh, and the smoke still covers them. Brokey, audible dismount. He's right there in the smoke. Device knows. And they're fighting CT. Will they find Frozen?
Oh, no,
they
no,
haven't cleared.
no.
They haven't
Frozen
cleared.
didn't
They
see him.
haven't cleared. They don't
He's
know.
on his head!
Ridiculous! Frozen gets 2. Cadian couldn't believe it. Right behind enemy lines, licking his lips. He's right next to him. And Brokey finding Device. He knew about that. He knew about that. And I don't know. going on?
They're not expecting the rotation of Frozen. Wait, didn't he? It looked like he cleared it, but didn't really?
Wait, this bin just got taller.
Whoa. Fortune favoring the Brave right there.
That's ridiculous. That is straight up ridiculous.
Okay, it might be clean on the CT side for FaZe. Just one more round required. That one making Astralis look foolish. First it was heads up, then it was head not enough of a swivel.
The contrast between T-side Astralis in regulation and T-side overtime is apparent right now.
Well, they had the financial advantage, right? You get the pistol, the conversions, you're on top of them with the money. That's why I wouldn't have minded if they just went for the uppercut onto the BXQ against Karrigan, but they tried to just play this out a bit more default style. They let FaZe work back into the game.
Worth reiterating, this game means an awful lot for Astralis for the season.
Seems like a lot of teams want redemption arcs at the moment, but the Danes, this has been a very long journey.
That's for sure.
Leisure ahead of this. Support's pretty light on.
Feels like Alicia's got the engine running now as well. Ooh, missed Molotov. He's still there. You should have been ready. Cadian dead, nearly a second as well. Yabi just 20 points of health. Nade won't find him. Down to 16. Does find Device chunked.
Rain AWPing.
Hang on. Wait, they're in A.
And Rain's AWPing.
Rain is AWPing. And Rain, flashed off and run down. There's an important trade back from Frozen. Bomb planted by Device.
Oh, they got to go for it.
Yeah, Karrigan's coming around the world.
Good utility for Frozen for this retake.
2 from CT. They're going to box him in. Device safe from ramp, but perhaps could be overextended in pursuit of that angle over the triple. Frozen keep making sure that he keeps attention drawn. Down is not prepared for this whatsoever. Starts to go spamming. Goes down to Karrigan's flank. Is this going to be spotless? It certainly looks that way. And Stare, 1v3 in jeopardy. Taps one. Oh my God! One bullet. Can he stop it? He certainly can. Stare stunning in the clutch.
Putting on his big boy pants while Stown can't. Stare gives them something to work with.
Whew.
Great work from Stare. At that moment, your heart is stopping as you're hoping a bullet lands, and it does, just in the nick of time. 16 is the magic number. 15-15, we do it all again.
I mean, that keeps the conversation going, a 1 versus 3.
It felt like that was mandatory.
Yeah, truly. Good word for it. And ooh, that's a miss from Brokey. Rain, however, not having trouble.
Sorry, what, Rain?
Just a one tap through the smoke, little burst to the face.
Scrambling Astralis now. At least we didn't see the double orbs.
Yeah, you're right. Well, you don't see any anymore.
The
Frozen.
flash work, so good.
Yeah, it's nice, diligent stuff.
Means the comms are flowing. You're watching FaZe, you just know you're in a universe where he pulls the trigger for no good reason.
Oh, of course. Just not this one. It's down. He's not going to be able to confirm presence, and Cadian has just fallen away. You'll hear the boots coming. A hard clear for the T's. It's unlikely they get a diligent on the first. Trade immediate from Elige. But hang on, it's down. Oh, this is brilliant. What a flank. Arrives just in time, but Karrigan, he can wipe the slate clean. It could be all for naught. Through Karrigan. Yeah, big smile on his face. Massive impact clutch denies down the 1v3.
And just swinging what is meant to be the star of Astralis. Almost had his moment in the sun right there and would have really needed that one to tie things up. But now FaZe, 5 kills, 1 round, and Map is in their pocket. Inferno up next.
Here it is. Of course.
Beautiful. I love this one. Flash, peek, AWP dead. Sure, there's the trade. It's down, just not able to control for the final kill. Karrigan gets the better of him. We're back underway. Brokey searching towards B. Well, speaking of those double AWPs.
Never got to see them work.
No.
They kind of have to now.
How many times the charm?
I believe it's 3.
I feel like this is 4 or 5.
How about 5? An extra cache of nades for Karrigan as he's the
I think the official term is utility bitch.
Yep, that was what I was trying to avoid saying. Yes, that's exactly what I was going for.
Mid control on 1 minute being taken. Good economy of nades from the CT. Still got a decent amount to block with. I'll have heard that. Hot toes for Yabby.
Yeah, he knew he was going to get pressured. Throws out a smoke to save himself. Oh, real power. Real power for Stown here. If he's running light on ammo, somehow gets one. Could have had two.
Bomb going out A.
Yeah, Frozen's got the molly for Dark, so Stare, what's your reaction here? How do you react? His device that supports him, and he swings in the flames, stands and bangs. A nice one for Astralis. And now the question of whether we need 2 overtimes to separate these teams, or will FaZe find the 16th? Give us that CSGO scoreline here and now.
Now that's a weird fanfic right there.
Jimmy would watch it. He's coming later, boys. You get to see him.
MOUZ versus Falcons. Now, this is a nice little taste tester. A best of 3, the best of 5 later. Might get a little bit light on for a few of the members of FaZe. Brokey is just going to have to wield a deagle. So what's the call? Are they going to be tricky with this, or are they just going to go for a grouped up execute to close down proceedings?
I always feel like these are those calls where, you know, Karrigan tends to have something up his sleeve, even if it is just a tiny nuance, a little detail he changes. Our Astralis up to the task.
And now towards top mid quite quickly. Looks like Elige and Frozen will come in through underpass. They have been going on that slower tempo. They took mid control in a minute in the previous. So this is going to be a fake on towards A. The whole point of something like this is to draw away the mid rotation. He's definitely done that. Yabby's actually given up short. He's rotating the long way round.
Ooh. Elige ahead of the smoke. Yabby's holding this. And yeah, oh, quick adjustment, just a shadow.
That's a B player. Do you still go A or do you change up the call? Bomb starting to float back now. Karrigan. Gonna say the canary in the coal mine as the call is made.
Interesting. Audible steps, trying to keep boots planted. Stare will have heard that. There's still only one man standing between FaZe Clan and that B bomb site. Nothing to block. He's used his smoke and Rain's about to waltz through it. They retake? It's wide open.
He's not meaning to. They need some info. They've got nothing right now. He's about to get shot in the side of the head.
Oh, now he realizes nade could be good. Needs more than that, though. Elige, high impact, double kill. Up to 23 after a slow start. Forward, Device knows he has to make a play. Oh, God, Singe down to 27. Okay, okay. Trying to keep warm. But 3 points of health. And FaZe otherwise have got this one in the bag. Man advantage. Brokey only on the dig. That's important from Stown and Stare. Is there really a conversation? Looks like there could be. Oh, Stown stunning. But back turn in the Brokey dig cannot prevail. We need more overtime.
That's got Kagan out of his chair. And that's the moment when you start, you need to G him up. You need to fire him up for a moment like that. They've kept the game going.
The game's not done. Back in your seat.
Important, under pressure. Felt like a near impossible retake, but a couple of flubs. And they get back into this. Big stuff from Stown. This is what you need to see.
I want to see it again. Bang! Huge, and he's not done there as well. Staying nimble. Brokey, had he had a different weapon, I just don't know. But yeah, Cadian, he knows how important that round was. They are still in Mirage after a very weak start. On the overtime. 15-15, and we go again. This time a touch of aggression.
Okay.
Rain and
how many are you going to get of those, Rain?
Crazy. Oh, wow. Combines with Elige as well. Just mantles up the box. Comes in from underpass, the North American superstar. Makes it a 5v3.
Now we're getting this early brawl. Device just trying to get out of dodge. Duck and weaving and down now through the vent.
Yeah, well, FaZe love a brawl. Brawl.
you're forgiven.
It's been a long month.
This round can settle in. 2-man advantage, just need to group up and look for the finish. Connect to smoke. I just have to worry about window. Or vent. Device, you need a double. There's the first.
Go on. Go on. Rain's too quick for him. Should be a comfortable plant. And, ooh, actually, just as he falls into the side first, it's got him.
Now, Cadian will try and save. See if he can get that AWP. It was over towards Catwalk. The best, maybe an AK. 10k in overtime. You want to make sure that you're holding on to your guns. Short, saving in OT. It is what it is. He's unhappy with how the previous one ended. Straight back in with a whole lot more action. Another freebie Rain opener straight through a smoke to deal with the aggressions. And now we're looking for 19 as the magic number. It's funny how the number always changes.
Weird, that. Look at the kill spread from FaZe right now as well. Really nice.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Even just to get to regulation, I think at the most, a player had 3 multi-kills. So it wasn't like anybody was really taking over the game. Whereas on the other side, there was a lot of output from Yabi. I think at the same point, he had 8 or 9 multi-kills. He was doing very good in the openings.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see that, you know, Stare first, then Stown have both kind of arrived.
Exactly. Clutch and impactful moments down the stretch.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those two.
It's these bloody double orbs again.
I mean, sure, it works great in practice. Let's see if it can work on the big stage.
It does allow them to have setups like this on the CT side. So 3 rifles heading towards A, and AWP can just lock down B. So it gives them some freedom, but if they're unable to find a dent and find that opening, at that point, then we could potentially be looking at 2 AWPs on the retake. You want to set up these spiky bombs so they're able to either provide you with the information to gamble correctly or find the opening picks. So a reroute has been called completely by FaZe. And what started as Astralis searching out ramp, maybe telegraphed, right? You hear the information, the flashes, frozen up in towards Palace saying, they investigated, they didn't find me. Now Carrigan wants to suck up that space.
Jiggle for Stare has the incendiary available. We'll have that shadow advantage and spots him out safely. Ooh, needs support now. And actually, never mind support, he actually takes the fight, brings it to Carrigan. Trade from Elige up towards Tetris now. Pressure applied.
Edging.
Down just on the edge of the smoke. Lick of the flame. Vision obscured. Look at this from Rain.
Do you rotate back? It's a long way through. You're going to have to deal with underpass or a top mid push, or do you let Rain work? Problem in an environment like this is the crowd.
Yeah. Crowd can give it away. 28 as they start to rotate.
The only way to beat Brokey is in through underpass, and I think even it might be too late right now. Sound is starting to investigate. He would have to hold the W key. Chipping him from short, there's still potential.
He's worked it out. Just
15 seconds if he drops the bomb.
If he can stop that bomb getting across, but what? Elige from A catches the only man that could respond to that bomb plant. Now Device just walked straight to his demise. It's Rain with a stunning spray. Comfortable in the kitchen.
You bang on about Elige with that find. That was the only way. You got 15 seconds on the clock, you have to cross the windows, the bomb gets dropped in that situation, it's going to be touch and go.
How has he done that? I mean, he was Tetris. I understand you don't have to catch rotations, you know, you're reporting on how many numbers you're aware of, but not only that, you actually catch the one guy that had the round available to him.
And that's what you want to see from the lurk, being impactful.
Yeah.
Worst case, in that scenario, you're out of the play, the bomb goes down and you can't win the round. So playing ahead, whether to draw the attention or snatch that kill, it still results in the win for FaZe. They've actually called a tactical timeout for this final round. First half, second OT.
You'll be happy to know there's only one AWP.
Well, that's because they're out of money.
Still true, though.
A fact's a fact. Can't get better for Rain, can it? Shoots him up, spits him out. Yeah. 2 MP9s, 2 M4s in the AWP. No defuse kit. We've been here before. Mid-fake A execute. Carrigan to sell the space.
He's taken a lot.
They're out
there.
A ramp.
This is brutal. Astralis are already under so much pressure. How are they all over the map so quickly? A CT smoke, Elige doesn't peek around that. Carrigan just walks through the smoke, easily punished there, and actually Device is up. catches Rain, but with Elish still alive, I'm not writing him out of this 3v5. Oh, too many bodies. Just overwhelming for Elish, and yeah, Frozen, you're a dead man surely around the smoke, caught by the spray. Astound to finish it off. Astralis recover something on the defensive half.
Respect on the swarm there, the fact that they come through connector and jungle at the same time to make sure that if there is a player lurking in that smoke that he is unable to deliver a multi-kill. So they handle that. It's the opening kills, Carrigan coming through a bit of a surprise between the wickets for those two, but we swap sides again, now FaZe back onto the defense. And Astralis started to run dry when the rifle rounds were out. Right? That was one of the issues on their T side. It was the early control of the economy that helped them get to a big bag of rounds. And then it slowed. This was chaotic, smokes everywhere, bomb down, bullets getting spammed, but still staying focused and fired up. Locked in both of these teams.
Okay, boost ladder. Stare the space taker.
Oh, that molly was thrown awfully high, wasn't it? Incendiary doesn't land towards the island box, so Stare gets to continue to hold that domain. Broki's AWP starting tickets. They're not starting anybody aggressively up on the A site. And as the bomb transitions back on Katie, and maybe, just maybe, it could be an execute. Yabi in through Palace, sound there over towards A ramp. Stare to activate late mid, and then Device while he was just searching and holding down the line to make sure there was no aggressions towards B. So as he comes back, as they execute up, we can just maybe see the up-down smokes, and there could be an AWP head-to-head as part of this. FaZe have done a good job holding on to smokes to this point. Broky still has one to his name. Here they come, though. Smokes are in the sky.
Okay, how does he play this? He actually throws out a smoke mid-side. Can peek over the top of that. It's a nice, well-designed smoke for Broky to have a power position here. Will be susceptible to Palace. We'll have to hit quite the flick. Oh, Yabi too quick. Opening for Astralis to tie us up at 17 each. Can they disrupt this? Progress into the site. No break on the smoke. Bomb will be planted. Kaden getting it done. Oh, it's Carrigan. Removing Yabi. Keeps him humble. Bomb down, heavy ramp occupation. It could get awkward with Stare absent from the pack. He's rotating through now, but it's so ramp-centric. Smoke on the bomb. This is uncomfortable now. It's not an AWP's job to get him off that defuse, and Carrigan is on that defuse. Nice from Stown. Rain and Elish, though, hitting shots. The AWP can't, but it's Stare in the clutch once more. Rain, low HP, picks up the kit. Lingering smoke, but no problem for Stare. 17 apiece.
Another important clutch there from Stare.
He's got a couple, hasn't he?
Yeah, starting to earn his stripes in this Astralis jersey. Least experienced of the bunch, but not showing it right now in a pressure match. And that right there is all about misdirection. So Astralis still with ideas deep into OT number 2. See the smoke that lands there over towards the bench position. That tells Broky that they're going to be coming up through connector. That's why he finds himself on ticket looking for the lurk. But there's so many bodies, A-ramp as well as Palace. And you said he has to hit a crazy flick. That's what you're doing. You're putting yourself in a scenario where you do need to flick into a shot like that. So a bit stressful for the poor A AWPer. Didn't have a very good read of the situation, and that's because they were in a relatively defensive setup on the CT side. Quick little technical situation.
Yeah, in the meantime, I want to tell you a story.
No.
Last night, met a fan, and he was handing me something to sign, and I suddenly saw names that didn't make sense. Nothing, Mantruce. I'm like, Mantruce?
Bloody hell.
I'm like, what's going on here?
That's a dinosaur.
And he tells me that when he was 12 years old, he was in Cluj and went to a CS event. Same sign, getting signatures 10 years on.
So he's 22 now?
He's 22 now.
Bloody hell.
And he was talking, apparently he talked to Parla for 15 minutes about getting to Master Guardian Elite. 10 years on.
Was anyone else here back for the major?
You're all old now.
Well, good to see you again.
Good to see you, though.
Thanks for coming. Couldn't believe it when we rocked up Friday morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, and people were already here to watch.
Honestly, yep. I'll stop glazing. I'll stop glazing. I'll focus on the counter.
Fortunately, the technical issue has solved itself, and we are back underway. How many more twists and turns does this one have?
That's just a crazy spray from Cadian. Fortunately, Yabi's there to pick up the pieces, keeps us level 4-on-4 after the opening exchange. Hello, Elish. This is productive and proactive.
Where's he going, though?
very tight angle.
Yeah, she's got a deep angle. At least he can get away. Harder for him to react if it is the A play, however. And right now the site somewhat given up. It is just Rain tasked with dealing with that from jungle. So A ramp lurk out to Tetris is a possibility. This is exactly the point I was looking for. Seems awfully quiet, doesn't it? You need some space, you need some information. And they're about to collapse. They've got the utility to do so. Astralis should be in.
Yeah, Brokey forces Stown back with his flames. Now, Stairs already out towards the sandwich position, so Brokey will be susceptible. He doesn't have much in the way of support. Just that jungle angle. Yeah, leg shot onto Stown. Nade's not going to do it. Elish providing support now to Brokey around that smoke. Stairs shooting teammates. Break, exposed, executed. Brokey takes a leap towards an 18th for FaZe. It's uncomfortable for Astralis. They're all
not in.
Trapped and congregated around this Tetris area. And it is just piece by piece for Elish. Just like that. 18 in the bag. Triple out of Elish. He's up to 32 now.
All right, FaZe. You brought this game back. You were the ones down 12-8. You then put yourself in the overtime, 1 round away, but crazy retake from Stown and co to keep things alive. You're here again. Can we get it done this time round? On the CT side. Brokey starting window. Frozen not too far behind him.
Oh, they're not anticipating Karrigan's going to be punished. He hasn't got an immediate support network.
Frozen looks like he's about to hedge on over. He lands. Nobody home. They've taken that space now.
Talking of taking space, Elysia Palace push.
Yeah, well, he's been quite aggressive in the last 2, so letting the new addition search out some jewels.
Yeah, oh my god, they're gambling. Rain departs A. Elysian forms the troops in pursuit.
It's all going to come down to Cadian. He's still the one looking for space. He's under window right now. So he can make the call that they can call this off and still back away to A. They can go through underpass. They can change the tune. But he's starting to join the rest of the team. Alicia's going to try and clear out top middle. There's 3 players on the site. Another smoke lands.
It feels
Someone,
so...
they're backing off. Elish, here's this. Elish, here's this.
Elish, a golden opportunity. They're not ready for him, and he unloads his magazine. Just the one now running, sprinting towards the A site. They've got 44 seconds, and Astralis a must-win round if they want to see more Mirage. Juggling util conversation had. How do we finish this? They have got the util to access the site.
Where do you prioritize this smoke? It's either going to be jungle or connector most likely.
They've got a lot of flashes.
2 through Palace, make it 3. So those smokes are landing. These are deep. It's going to force Brokey and Rain to make a decision. They're going to try and play ahead of them for the site, but there's a gap towards middle. Here they come.
Device first contact. Brokey trying to find a little angle around the smoke, but no, thinks twice about it. These smokes are effective. Spam doesn't finish off Device. Good util usage. This pivot from Astralis puts us into a 4v4 on the post plant. It's Brokey still waiting for that smoke to fade. Those flashes, consistent flashing. Good! Oh, but the cover. Frozen while blind gets one. Massive from Frozen. Still Device lingers towards that connector. It's Brokey swinging to the pistol, but Device too strong on the AK. A 1v1 for Yabby and Rain. He knows what's up. Tickles the bomb. Yabby just steps up, says you want to fight, let's go!
We aren't done yet! Let's go again! Cadian there, poised in those last minutes. He understands because of the Elish push, they had their number. They knew it was going to be a B execute. Has enough time to juggle the util, make the call, understand that the rotation is likely going to be light on A. Those smokes were perfect. It gave them all the room in the world. And we're going into OT number 3. This is just map number 1. We've got best of 5 later.
Yeah, of course. In case you're wondering, by the way, guys, those are the rounds that gets ex-professional IGL fired up.
Beautiful stuff. All right, well, we've got a slight delay before we can get things back underway. Apologies for the pause in the action. Might not be far off there.
So wait, another OT, first to 20.
No, don't do the magic number again.
You just did it?
Well, we haven't yet, but you know, we're running out of magic numbers.
You see Launder's tweet about Karrigan? I think that's fair.
What did he say?
He said something along the lines of, when Karrigan retires, I will enjoy Counter-Strike 20% less.
Unless he comes and joins us on the desk.
Oh.
I might enjoy it 20% more. Imagine getting all of his insights as an analyst.
That's crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
You ever thought about that one?
No, I haven't.
There you go.
Well, can you start planting seeds? Not that he's retiring tomorrow.
I think he'd probably go and coach first.
Oh, yeah, he would. That would be nice. Oh, that said our name. Was he being nice? I didn't see it.
I don't know. There's lots of signs.
Well, there's signs that this one is it's going to be more entertaining than perhaps anticipated. Astralis coming in with a lot on the line. I met Cadian at the airport, actually. We were picking up our bags together.
Okay.
He came over, said hello. And the conversation was interesting. He just said, this one means an awful lot. Skip those horrible qualifiers.
I didn't bring my whiteboard, but we can start talking about the bad regional standings.
Oh, God, do you want to?
The major regional qualifiers. Bring out the spreadsheets. Hold a TED Talk.
I think you can save that one for the 12 podcasts you do a day.
Look, Neo's got FaZe socks.
Well, of course.
Well, I haven't seen those before.
No, that's new information to me.
All right, just to give everybody the update for not only those in the arena, but those at home. Device is feeling unwell. So hopefully we get him back in a second so we can keep the play underway. But that is the reason we are currently finding ourselves in this technical timeout. How many Romanian Counter-Strike players can you name?
Fun. I can do 2.
You can do 3.
I can do 3.
Why can you do 3?
Well, obviously Imma, Regali.
Yep.
And then the third that is obviously just...
Anna.
Anna?
Yeah.
She's Romanian?
Yeah.
Didn't know. Oh, they're trying to start a Romanian wave.
The more they started, it's active.
Oh, it's going. See if they can keep this up the whole time. They're going to have done like a full squat day.
Does it just go one way? Oh, I don't want to actually... Let's get into momentum. It's all about momentum.
Exactly.
We can't put a pause to it.
Exactly. Yo. Maximum effort, full participation.
Everyone stand up if you're a forum user. I got him. Got them all.
Got him.
Do you reckon the people in the box are participating?
Oh, no.
I don't reckon.
Oh,
no. A couple of them.
I mean, it's...
One of them put their hand up, didn't stand up.
It's less effort.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, their chairs are more comfortable.
That's true. It's true.
It's coming around again. Maybe we've peer pressured them into it.
Wait, can we participate?
How do we? Where are we?
We count as like this section. We'll be with this section. You ready? Okay, now's our chance. Here we go.
Only the 2 of us feels a bit...
It did feel a bit.
We don't feel like we're part of it.
No, there's lack of unity there. No lack of unity from this crowd.
I can't believe they're still going.
I really didn't expect it to still be cooking.
You need to keep going until Device comes back, everybody. Respect.
Yeah, give yourselves a full round of applause for that one. Cluj-Napoca, you're brilliant.
All right, I have just been informed he's out to get some air.
Okay. Should be back in a couple of minutes.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Look
we
at
got
this.
some facts.
Do you want to read it?
Can I?
Yeah.
All right. So Astralis has only ever played in one third-place decider game in their history, a game back in 2016, where they took third place by beating the American side CLG. Okay.
How many CLG members can you name?
Hazed, Cutler, FNS.
Damn. You're doing pretty well.
I'm going to struggle, though. Wait, let me think.
Orpa. Define the way he would sit in a chair.
JDM.
Bang.
And there's still one more. Who have I forgotten? A forgettable person?
Tarek.
Oh, obviously.
Kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal, actually.
He went to Valorante, though, so we'll forget about him.
He did.
Any Valorant players in here? Look at this. It doesn't get better than that.
Yep, that's great.
They
That's a
interact, they hate
Counter-Strike crowd.
Valorant. It's everything we want and more.
Incredible. How's Jaxie doing? Jaxie, you good, man?
What do you reckon he's filling the time with?
I don't know. I mean, it got to the point where I've typed in famous Romanian food into Google.
All right,
There
hot
he
off the
is.
presses. Device is coming back on the stage right now.
Okay, so Chad, could you perhaps, I presume there's
Bloody
a couple
hell.
of newer names.
Oh, yeah.
No, just in terms
Oh,
of
in Twitch chat?
where are we? Where are we right now?
We're deep. We're in third overtime, about to get underway. We've had some real back and forth Counter-Strike. Some nice retake moments. Frozen standing on players' heads.
Oh yes, yes, we
Double
did.
orbs. Carrigan playing with the crowd, coming up big in a couple of moments of his own, and well, felt like FaZe have had two opportunities to put this map away. Their map choice. Up next, Inferno. Third and decider, if we need to get there, will be Ancient. Now, this was seen as a bit of a punish pick up against Astralis. Everyone on stage just has to sit there for a good 5+ minutes, taking in the moment. There's been plenty of time to reset.
Yeah, that's worth mentioning for sure. I also think Yabi started so very strong that he even made this a conversation.
What's he at now, frag-wise?
Frag-wise, he's up to 32, so he did definitely
Okay,
cool
so
off.
he's definitely cool, yeah, but he was off to such a hot start.
Yeah, no, he was the only one present. I think it was all 4 of Astralis had 6, he had 18. So that's
Sounds
kind
about
of
right.
That's where he got to. And now 18 each at the top of the tables. Let's get this one going. Our third overtime, first map of the third place decider. Astralis starting on the attacking side. Magic number 22. Oh, not such a magic boost. Does lose that first pace, but no problem.
Yeah, well, there's no AWP on the other side to worry about. He doesn't know that, so won't be leering into the more aggressive gap, but they feign this mid space. 2 players, Step and Cadian, working on making sure that FaZe don't have a whole lot of free information. Needs to keep the trifecta of Elige, Brokey, and Frozen at least focused on that side of the map. So with this different setup, Brokey obviously out of the play over towards B apps again, looking to play retake on one of the 2 sites. Power smoke lands. Clock about to hit the 60-second mark. Frozen will rotate over in time. So a utility to be thrown out, gap to be made in middle. Cadian instead to take that space.
Oh, that's an awkward death. Carrigan really didn't expect Cadian out late with so much pressure from the ramp side. But here's Rain, and there goes Rain. Elige, can he get through? Oh, a dink. Stairs AK just sped up. Frozen catches a bit of flack, but forward position here. And,
good gap.
Yeah, perfect gap. Yabi's not ready for that. Oh, 2 out of Frozen.
Hard retake.
More than he was worth, definitely a hard retake. Now, there's a kit available on Con. He's going to scoop that up and does have a chance onto Step.
Needs a rifle.
It would be nice. Can make it work with his eye pressed to the scope. A hard, deep clear. Could be Tetris. Could be anywhere. Brokey does swap out to the USP. Info flows that he is low. Oh, the timing on that one. It's Device that delivers.
See, Device is struggling through this.
Yeah, he's not feeling good.
Yeah, he's had health issues throughout his career. No secret about that. And you can see he's really just holding this one down in more ways than one. To layer this from the tactical aspect, they've thrown that same smoke, the one that obscures the vision from the triple box as well as Tetris, and this time they have actually played through middle. This is a free kill, back turn. Carrigan look at the clear wrong way, which means he doesn't have the read of the round. Cadian does great for the double. Elige is going to be punching air because he gets that dink. But Device took a breather's, come back in and has delivered them an important first round of OT number 3.
Overcoming adversity there. Elige overcomes Cadian to start. An underpass clash. And now he should be traded. Yeah, belated but down. Makes it 4-on-4. But the fact that there was someone so ready to trade, does that not make you cheat B?
I think, yeah, the fact that you see 2 players in underpass likely on the clear of that smoke, so a little bit of extra information flowing over for FaZe. They are helping out Carrigan's sight. Rain, don't get caught with your knife in your hand. This is a gamble.
Yeah, but it very well could pay off. Yeah, and confirmed now by this barrage of utility. Karrigan concerned, but Frozen comfortable, so composed as he dispatches of 2. Device left with it all to do, and Karrigan puts him down, 19 each. High-stakes game for Astralis, and to be so close to this Mirage conversion, 5 out of 15, it's still ringing in my head.
I think the most positive sign is the fact that they're still fighting in this, because as touched upon, they lost that 12-4 game to MOUZ.
Right.
They allowed MOUZ to come back into that game and then end up winning the series, booked themselves a spot in the grand final. They were down, oh sorry, they were up 12-8 in this one, and then they choked again.
Yeah.
So the most likely scenario you see there is another mental collapse.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the case.
Rain, oh, that's brave. Oh, so is Yabby. So consistently.
Big trade. Brokey searching.
How far does he push it? That's Frozen in support. It's down under window. Fresh of the smoke, perfectly timed. It's down, not exposed, and oh my gosh. Break could be perfect. It's down in the open, quick from Brokey.
That's where he does his best work.
Yeah, that's lovely. Double kill in the round from Brokey's Orb. Limited resources now for the finish.
Lee's in a very strong position to get this bomb dropped.
Unless he was caught out by that AWP. Device starts his crawl. Cadian the same. Going contact. Brokey. Oh, what? Just shy. Just to the left of the hip. Frozen. Again with the multi. That's back-to-back from Frozen to get them 20.
Okay, swapping halves again. Top of the scoreboard now is Elige, 36 kills for FaZe. That'd be 33 on the other side of the server. We're damn deep in this one. 39 rounds of Counter-Strike played so far. How many more are required? Will FaZe be the first to secure OT number 4 and then drop the ball again? Well, let's find out. Back underway. Astralis have still stayed relatively creative on their T sides. I've liked some of the moves, the ways that they've pivoted with the smoke walls, the misdirection that it's caused. FaZe have showed proficiency with different timings. Fast tempos, coming straight out the guts, taking the fights. Slower, crawling in at about a minute. And this was somewhere in the middle. Abby has been under the pump with these ladder mollies, but this time with the smoke does get to retain. It's the double AWP. Surely this is the time.
This must be it. Just falls off. Finds some supportive util to Yabi, feeling some pressure. Still a powerful angle for an AWP, as it does look like that's the call from Karrigan.
Almost feels better. Gives him an opportunity to pivot quicker away from the execute.
Oh, Stam getting cheeky with it. He's just going to be in the open. A swing from Karrigan. The AWP, though, blinded off, crouching, hoping not to be spotted, gets his first, needs another, hard shots to hit now, up close and personal, and he goes down to a Karrigan swing, 100 miles an hour into the AWPer.
That's all 3 for Karrigan. Opener and essentially the closes of that round. It's just going to be Cadian and Stair staying alive. Okay. Yep, I don't think Cadian can quite believe how that one missed. Need to take a second look, but the fact that they know that it is another AWP in play, if you can remove that, put a big dent on the finances. I know it's OT, but still has played a factor in some of these. And there it is again.
as well, you know?
They're back to 21.
So just need one.
Just need one.
They are going to hunt him, you know. They are on their way. Yeah, Stair has saved himself.
It's like Karrigan was like, no, I'm not going to go for this. I'll hold up a second.
Actually,
I will go have a look. I won us that round.
All right, so Astralis just need 2 in a row.
For OT number 4.
Number 4. And it is going to be Rugger on the mic. Takes that 30 seconds. I reckon this is it.
You think this is the one?
Yeah. Cluj, do we get another overtime? No, I'm seeing shaking heads. Yeah, no, they're not believing.
So is this the last round?
Let's find out.
I didn't know there were so many Astralis fans in the building, huh?
I mean, Astralis, Falcons, there's a lot of love for everyone here.
All right, let's go. This one's had it all. I think it hasn't had as a finish. A execute, 3-3 Palace, Waterfall.
Okay. Straight in, and escorted straight out. Carrigan, no entries this time. Hang on! Oh, Stair gets 2. Supported by the Stan flashbangs. And he's not done there. Impact all over the shop from Stair. We can't have 3. Stair.
No way out. Look, I don't hate that call. I understand I critiqued the heads-up counter-strike earlier in the piece from Astralis, but I think that was during regulation. Just trying to remind myself, this one's in OT and you got 2 chances, so I don't mind something a little bit more fast and furious to catch them off guard, especially with that type of move. 3-3 Palace is a little bit crazy.
Presumably, Carrigan's banking on there not being an AWP posted on triple.
Yeah, and look, you're just trying to shock and awe. That's what you're looking for in that situation, especially if you're playing heavy mid. The way they rotate back in is going to be through jungle as well as connector. Nope.
Looks like another one of those timeouts, but we're on. We're on. All right, let's find out together. Do we really need a 4th overtime?
You guys can't make up your mind.
Yeah, okay.
I thought we said before it was done.
Yeah, flip-flopping.
At this point, do we ban timeouts? We just keep going.
Oh,
no
we just
more
keep
timeouts.
Going. Infinite. Mirage, unlocked.
There's a note there. 2 M4s left in spawn for this double AWP setup to get it as part of a retake, if possible, or if necessary, I should say.
I mean, Stown and Stare on AKs fills me with some confidence that we might actually need a 4th.
And aggression again. This is quick through underpassing. Carrigan's part of the pack.
Could be a well-timed nade, or is he playing for the break? Right on their face.
Oh, hit the lip.
Shy, yeah, just need a little less height on that. Down, he's going to be tested, and Carrigan, oh, he controls it. Very precise headshot from Carrigan. Device catches Frozen swinging. Yabi is there to support him. Astralis' B site being tested. A missed shot from Device, pressure applied. Brokey has the bomb on his back. And Cadian's got Carrigan on his. Shots hit, AWP fill the feed. The AWP's doing it when they needed it most. Astralis 1 frag away from a 4th OT. A 1v3 for Elige. And time to play with. Yabi not shy from an engagement. Oh, actually just tags him. Maybe Elige can finish him off with the Tech 9. Goes running and gunning, but Stair is there. 1 more overtime.
I think Astralis at this point, with Device being unwell, has the stronger mental. They're the ones who are down in the dumps and having to bring it back
for real
time and time again. So let's see what happens if they can eventually get on top and then be the players and the team 1 round away from getting the job done.
A query about the calling as well. When you're this deep into OT, is it kind of more of a democracy? Do you still have to innovate?
Players can be coming with ideas, sure. You can see Carrigan definitely called that round, and maybe it was a suggestion from Elige, hey, I've been able to exploit this window gap before. So they're still doing and making moves that have worked for them throughout the match so far. But that time, they played ahead on B. Elige able to slip through, right? He was on the flank. Everybody just died on the way in towards the site, so he wasn't really able to activate and find too much impact in that situation.
Can you believe we've played 42 rounds and Device hasn't got a single opening death?
Wow. Okay.
That's pretty sick.
That's an AWP.
Yeah.
That is definitely wild. In-game leaders head-to-head there. Direct Jules 1, 6 apiece. Carrigan a little bit more precise on the head. All right. Here's a gamble. AWP window. Cadian solo B. 3A taking a fight. Elige. Snap Stair down. Cadian looking to take a little bit of space on the other side of the map. A Wes. They now need to make a move. Oh, okay. Well, the flash was enough to draw a shot. And will confirm the aggressive move from the CTs. Popping out the util now in a bit of a panic is Cadian, just trying to deter them. He's just still one play up. It's down in rotation. Device over towards Ticket. Yabi transitions in towards the site as util thrown out late. Minute 9 on the clock as they were thrown. Minute 4 as they land. Stown going to be a bit of a nuisance here, looking to see if he can find the timing, find a gap. Here's the sound cues, that's for sure. Cadian playing bench. 4 players through the B apartments. If they molly this, going to be sprung wide.
God, the support is so far away. Cadian's still pulling out his nade. They're going to be looking right at him.
Oh,
good
they missed
damage.
that.
Whoa,
Molly,
no!
1G.
The combination of Cadian's nade and a 1G indeed. Alicia's molly takes him out of the round. Cadian with some credit, but that's a headshot onto him. Access to the site granted. Device first to attend to it. Bomb still not planted. Carrigan has arrived through apps as well, and the timing he gets across the sideline. Oh, a chance onto Carrigan.
Giving it a go.
Shy of the center of mass. And Brokey, oh, actually just tags him. Somehow Yabi gets another chance. And the nade denies. Frozen. Consistent impact throughout Mirage here, 30-30.
Bit of a clown fiesta right there, wasn't it? Love to see that from the perspective of Elige going down to the molly. Did it hit a teammate? Was it a miscom? Was it just a missed throw? Either way, it didn't end up costing them at the tail end of things. This was Elige with the opener. Bang, Stair gone. Chipped away. Here it is coming through. That's the miss molly and just burns down. Contained his frustrations, which is...
saying something.
Yeah, well, he's not sitting next to the Complexity boys anymore, is he? He needs to be on his best behavior.
Deep inhale.
Yeah, most reserved I've seen Elige in a frustrating point in time like that.
Well, I mean, he has been instrumental to keeping FaZe into the 4th OT. Rain claims middle.
Back into the double orbs.
Ooh, nice shot. Catches Carrigan moving. Nice lineup from Elige, the pressure applied. He's well aware that Dark is occupied, or could be. Stair to swing off of Yabi's contact.
Not
Elige
clearing this.
Not clearing. Free frag, back of the head. Elige goes down dead. Stair not ready for Brokey either, so 3v4. Astralis though, if that bomb goes down, that advantage means nothing. Instead, Yabi and Stown strike in unison and Rain remains. Yabi's frag, sure, might be one, but the other too damn quick on the trade.
Yeah,
Stown.
Getting unorthodox there with the setup, right? It was double orbs both starting B. One of them was short and one of them was B apartments. So they're playing these rifles over towards A and it's paying off. If you're trying to nameplate them at this point, it is going to get a little bit tougher. It hasn't just full become...
It's not massive brawling.
No, it's not insane right now. It's not just W's and everyone's pushing mid and biffing and brawling. There's still some tactical prowess in play.
Not to say we haven't had rounds like that.
No, we definitely have, but it's just coming with different flavors, ebbs and flows.
They're doing it again. This time only the one AWP though. Ooh, a boost perhaps? Just 2 bodies here. Yeah, okay. Yabi's going to play forward.
So many flashes just thrown in middle. A rally of them to...
Oh, so Elige's going to be tasked to throw double smoke mid.
Is it going to be the A play? It has to be. So Stair playing from Ticket. He's got utility to be defensive, can drop a smoke in front of himself to play with, a HE to clear if he wants, all for damage. It's down to chip in from connector. Cadian's not far away either. He's just blocked Ram. That's well timed.
Yeah, it is. What do you do with that?
They're searching for info mid now. They have to go through this smoke, I think.
The XX coming in. Stair prepares himself. Block smoke Palace? Ooh, ooh.
They still have to go.
They must. But you're blocked at Ramp, you're blocked at Palace. Astralis have done a great job in setting themselves up for success, and there is a break available. Flash good, frag necessary. Carrigan, the entry fragger, does it again. Chance for more, spamming smokes, out of ammo. Deagle as well, available. And jumping up, punished. Brokey gets a little too greedy. We've got a 2v2 right now. But it is Rain and it is Elige. Functional crossfire, depending on how these frags are approached. Yabi's so low, so it's up to Stown to hit the trade. If Yabi gets one, that's a bonus. He's already got his 2. Now up to Stown. It's too good from Elige on the crossfire. Rain and Elige secure it. again, FaZe have a lead on the swap side.
Yeah, it looks a lot riskier for FaZe, doesn't it? Like, they only know that they're blocked, those smokes are in play. They don't really know what's on the other side. The jump up on towards the default box, giving Device the kill, but then he burns in the Molotov, so you did have a really good back and forth between both teams in that situation.
Oh. I need a lesson in Romanian meme culture.
You've only got one word, so.
Yeah. Mulțumesc. Oh, I learned another one, didn't I?
You've been perfecting it over 2 weeks. What did you learn?
The security
from the security
guard.
man.
The security guard.
You're welcome.
He taught me how to say it's a pleasure.
Ah.
How do you say you're welcome? Cu plăcere. Yes. Yes. I'm so Romanian right now.
Can you do the reveal of the magic number like a magician?
Okay.
Well,
how do I do that?
I actually don't know. Like a game show host, maybe. And the number we're looking for.
Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. The magic number is 25.
All right, 2 rounds away of FaZe.
Boosted orb. Another variation. There's so many options available to you. We're still seeing different approaches.
Mid.
And yeah, Elite, mistimed on the swing. Fortunate no one's home.
Acadian's orping T-side.
Yeah, and Ser's actually going to creep out with that overwatch of the orb.
So much room.
Yeah, a
Look at
lot
this space.
to work with.
Undetected completely.
The rain does slip back.
Spotted.
Good awareness to play safe. Good nade as well, right down
both ways.
The gullet. Double nade, still alive and kicking. Rain saving his soul.
Bomb is still down for
flames.
Astralis though, Alex.
So is this all just smoke and mirrors? There are 4 members of FaZe tending to this with no information.
They've used almost all of their nades.
Yeah, they've got one single smoke, and it's on the man that just got the frag. Throws it out after so. Removing Device. Man advantage, and now they're thinking it's no fake. Rain, good spot. Carrigan head-to-head with Yabby. Both of them 1 bullet away from death, and Frozen should have him. Should have him. On the jump up. Awkward fight. Yabby gets away with it. Tough for Frozen. Carrigan next challenge. Cadian. Oh, wow. Carrigan delivers under so much scrutiny, and there's the AWP ringing true. On to Stare. Down, up and over. We've got the brawl now. We've got a real brawl, a biff. Ooh, spots out the AWP, knows where Carrigan was as well. Yabby gonna partner up with him. Brokey, are you brave enough to mantle up and hit the shot? Does it on the cross, and he can't get the M4 out in time! Yabby, triple kill, cannot be stopped until Carrigan. No way, you can't! Oh! That would have been so spectacular.
Yabby, the one that got away. What felt like it should have been the certainty of the kill from Frozen. Can't bag his man, and he bags them the round. Think about the impact he had from that moment onwards. Yabby, that is heroic.
How does it not stop? This
Look
one.
at the HP he's working with.
That was after Carrigan exchange. Such a beast.
No HP, no problem.
Device?
Yeah, I see that.
You see that?
It's a B rush.
You're seeing what I'm seeing?
They're gonna hear this.
Rush B, no stop! Device blind, P90 down, Frozen repels, catapulting them forward in the round. Carrigan using these smokes to his advantage, but caught out now. Brokey's up doesn't connect, but the bullets do from Stare. He's low. Ooh, and so was his ammo. Frozen's there for 2 back. Now it's up to Yabby once more, and he can't control it. That's a different flavor. That one's got some spice to it.
If all the third place deciders are like this, what have we been doing for all these years?
Give
Screw
me
show
more.
matches.
Give me more.
Map number 1.
What do you say,
Look how many
Cluj?
beers that guy's had. It's only been 1 upper Counter-Strike.
What do you say, Cluj? Should we just do one more? One more overtime for fun. It's up to Astralis. It's up to Astralis on the attack.
I'll write you guys a sick note. I don't think you'll be going to work tomorrow.
Oh, God. Map 1 of our third place decider still not concluded.
A execute, here it comes.
All right, that's the call.
Rotation's on the way to help out Rain.
Yeah, not going to hit his first shot there, but Rain, is he going to be overlooked on their flight path? It looks like he is. No one's checking. No one has checked him. He's overlooked, but no, just in time. Stare does have a passing glance towards the bulk. Is it really going to be another one? DJ Khaled, eat your heart out. Another one.
I hope they're having fun.
I am.
Someone bring us a beer?
Yeah, actually.
Frozen. This would be the greatest 1v5 in Counter-Strike history.
Shut up, Chad.
There it is. To the crowd's pleasure. We go again.
48 rounds deep.
If they didn't get enough stage time.
Yes, good, getting the reps.
I'll finish already, I need a pee. Anyone got a bottle?
Yo, same.
Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, okay. FaZe in all of these.
The never-ending story of Mirage. Here we go again.
People don't play enough for this in matchmaking. Maybe we just let it breathe for a moment.
Yeah, good idea.
Device hasn't completely shied away from the AWP. Thought that was a real sign that how well he was feeling was really changing your approach to the game. Elige gets the opener, stare down. They've had quite the head-to-head, the two of them. 3 players leering through middle now. Brokey and connector, posted up.
Should be set to collect this, yeah, but if he does it dry, Stout crouches into the AWP. Brokey punishes his overconfidence and looking comfortable for the first of our 5th overtime. Just Device with 4 remaining in the 1v5, and with only 30 seconds to do it, it doesn't seem too likely. Rain should have him. And FaZe will start strong on the defense.
Nice little alley-oop there from Brokey. Takes the first kill, drops the flash, Rain swings out.
It's exactly what's happening right now.
That's some techers right there.
Maybe AI isn't so bad.
Device back into the AWP again. Brokey's was retained. Window smoke, connector smoke. Could be fast through middle this time.
Oh, Elige! Oh, double trouble!
Coming back for more!
Ready to rumble into middle! Slips away like he was never there. But 2 corpses on the stairs says otherwise. Elige with his 3rd. Stunning sequence out of the North American superstar. Blinded off. Frozen should be booked here. Actually does peek back into stair. That could be something he lives to regret.
I think with all the space that Rain has over towards A right now, Brokey, even if he takes contact, can back off. He doesn't need to commit to a fight. Karrigan also. So the extremities, they're phases. So this is really good for FaZe to try and close this one out.
There is something to be said about that bomb on Stound's back, though.
Doesn't feel like he's grouping up with his teammate whatsoever. Both of them searching, hoping to force a fight.
Karrigan won't oblige. But still, 45.
Seeds of doubt could start to grow.
Okay, there's a tell.
That's a fake. He's going to drop back. Brokey moving. Stair searching. Gap found.
That's a small gap. And such low HP as well, so Stound maneuvers in.
You can't go through here.
Oh, Brokey can't. That's denied. Attempt from Stair. Could go down to the nade. Brokey bowls him over. 26, 2 straight from FaZe Clan.
Okay. Well, it would always look good for them there, but forcing that rotation almost cost Brokey his life, and then it would have been Rain having to stop them both on the cross.
Oh, Rugger's on the mic.
Yeah, well, you want to make sure you got something going into the next half of play.
Oh, I should do the magic number. I'm looking for 28.
You could do the lotto.
Yeah, that's a number. Woo.
There's tape in play.
Okay, I feel like tape is cheating.
So
Actually,
that's
no,
it's like a beer staff.
After yesterday, yeah, staff. Now we're talking.
Some wizardry in the building.
Yeah, if we find a wizard, they can enchant it.
All right, well, we're about to get things back underway in a moment's time. The Liege with the stunner of the double. Through the underpass into the double. Well, thank you very much, sir. What a great delivery. All right. And they mop things up. All right, well, here we go again.
It's not pretty, is it, for your last bike? Have we seen the 3-0? I'm not sure.
Hey, I can't remember. I'll be completely. I don't think so.
I feel
I think they've always walked away with something.
Same. But this is going to be hard to do so. Ooh, Chance goes awry. Missed shot though from Brokey. That's good from Stair. Rain and Frozen locking it down. The CT side have got a flurry of frags. It is one back from Stair. Exposed. Oh my God! He misses the shot. Uncomfortable for a moment.
Fading con.
There is a little exchange here between Frozen. 10 bullets from him. Stair already got 2 frags deep. 9 bullets in his magazine. And his legs betray him. Frozen, good angle management there, and it does look like for the first time, FaZe take all 3 in the first half of ROT.
Okay, now just one more necessary on the attack. That's all they need. Hello, everybody.
Cluj, cheers.
Quite a game.
It is quite the game.
Quite a map we've got on our hands.
Get you a TO like PGL.
Bringing you a beer mid-cast.
In the playoffs, no less.
Mate, these are my nicest pair of shoes. I can't be doing a shoey out of these.
Absolutely not.
Come on now.
You only get some out on special occasions, guys.
All right. Canadian window, double orbs, once more. Devices are going to be the man starting over towards B, so a different flavor. Seen him here before with mixed success. Carrigan was able to bowl Stown, then him, then everybody over to secure a round not that long ago.
Oh, double smoke con.
Just an exchange. 1 CT, 1 T, so looking to block.
Oh, it's
Great
a lovely flash. Cadian, though, he sticks on the angle, and it does profit. Removes a Liege, that second man swinging through. Double or B once more. It's worked for them in the past.
Yeah.
And this is for the map.
It does just make it hard to pivot to B. Oh, that's a huge opener. Acceleration now.
Yeah, look at this angle, though. This is such a tight angle. Reaction speed test for Cadian. Frozen's going to be, needing help. Needing help. It does feel like this could be the conclusion. Over 50 rounds of Counter-Strike, but Stair just jumps through the window. Ridiculous. Yabi keeps the conversation going. 46 frags and counting. As the flash is good, he gets out, can stretch his legs, close in on that bomb site. Cadian. The nade could chip away at Brokey, held by Frozen though, and that's the kill. That should be the round. That should be the map. And Yabi doesn't have the help. It's finally over. A war of attrition.
They said they were going to give you a show. You got exactly that. Astralis versus FaZe, the longest map at Cluj, and they kept everybody entertained. Map number 1 in the pocket for FaZe. Inferno up next.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Oh, No way. I never pay attention to that, really.
No chance. I'm just planning and hoping I'm surviving, because that's not ideal. You plant the bomb and you just hear like watch out, spam and breaks. So you're just like praying to God, closing my eyes and see if I'm alive.
Let it go.
Yeah, let it go.
Hope it's working.
Yeah.
No, I don't really remember. I never watch for.
No one's looking at that, no one's seeing it, but this is a good sign, as I keep on saying. If you don't remember, it's a positive, because you're looking at what you should do, the radar and what else is going on around you.
Yeah, I never look at that. Starting with 7?
Yes.
6?
No.
Yeah. It's something 7, 3, 4, 5, something.
Oh, you're very close.
No way. No way. 7, 3, 5.
Yep.
6, 2.
Oh.
6. Or no, 6.
7, 3, 5, 5.
7, 3, 5, 6, 2. No, 6, 3.
0.
6, 0. 8.
Yes. That's it.
Yeah, over.
7, 3, 5, 5,
7, 3, yeah, 7.
0, 8.
Yeah, when I usually planting, I'm looking radar, I'm turning left to the right.
7, 3, 5, 5, 6, or 8.
Almost.
Not too bad. Many people have no idea, so at least you got some of the numbers in there, man.
That's good.
That's not too bad. I got a lot of numbers. I don't play the bomb a lot. I am dead usually.
Or
at this point.
you've killed them all already.
That's not that often, but yeah.
Yeah, welcome back. Saw the boys drinking some beers. I think we all need a shot of Palinka after that one. I'm absolutely exhausted. And I was just watching it. It was crazy. What an opening map. And when a game is that chaotic and just all over the place, there's no narrative cohesion. No. You can't really construct anything. This is the best I could come up with. Even in defeat, I think that is this Astralis' lineup's best performance.
It was pretty good, but that game went on so long that I think Astralis might have missed another major at this point.
That's true. I mean, it is one of those games where when you get into the first overtime, obviously you still have a little bit in your playbook. You know, you have a certain idea of what you want to do and how you want to approach it. Second overtime, that kind of goes out of the window. Third overtime, it just becomes the Wild West. Overall, a hella fun game to watch. You know, as a Counter-Strike fan, as a viewer, for us for that matter as well, it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I would agree with you, Richard. I think Astralis being able to keep up with FaZe for this long into this map on Mirage, that is arguably one of the best performances so far.
Just to spoil it at home for everyone, the original narrative we were going to go with was, why can't Astralis close out games? Now, when you're up, like, whatever it was, like 12-8, and it's not the first time it's happened to them in the playoffs, that's actually bad for Astralis. But the fact they went toe-to-toe with FaZe, who we're talking about as being one of the best teams in the world, and they did it for so long, and the game came down right to a knife's edge, that's actually praise now for Astralis.
So many times, actually, in this one, they came back from FaZe having map point also, though.
Correct.
So the shoe was on both feet, actually, in this one. And for Astralis, and the resilience that they showed in these latter stages of the game, some of the clutches, some of the retakes, the post plants. They had a 4v3 retake on the B-bomb site, like multiple deficits, man advantages. And either way, I will say, like, yes, the way that Astralis is actually gelling at this point is impressive. It actually looks world-class round to round. I'm not getting it every single round, but in these overtimes, we saw at least 3 rounds multiple times just strung together where they just look very, very good.
Yeah, and obviously, we'll keep talking about Astralis for now. What really impressed me, the reason I brought that as an idea to the table, is all of their players. We finally saw for the first time, if all of their players play well, what this Astralis team might look like. Stair had his moments. Stown had his moments. You know, Yabi had a monster performance again, actually looking like $1 million player today. So, I mean, the pieces all came together even in defeat.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yabi had a fantastic start to the game. Obviously, he was a big part of the reason why Astralis was so close. I guess closing out the game in regular time, but I do want to give credit to Step. I think you're right in pointing him out, because he was the best player on the server in the overtimes. He had impact pretty much every single round, every single overtime. He was the one keeping Astralis alive. He was the one dragging them back into rounds where they would lose the initial kill. And then, of course, when you're going up against this guy who...
Complexity mode activated.
Well, you kind of had to at that point, right? Someone had to get it over the finish line, and Elise is one of those player types that even when you go into overtime, he always feels, and that's what I love about Elise as well, even though he joined FaZe, even though he joined Kerrigan, he joined Frozen, he joined Rain, he joined all these legends coming from Complexity, he still feels he still feels like he's the main character. 21 opening duels. It's crazy.
That's insane. That's just absurd. I'm sure that Elige was getting wartime flashbacks to Complexity to play this well.
His face said he was, yeah.
Yeah, the game was not ending, unceasing. The 3K that he got towards the end of this entire game, 11 opening
You
duel
remember
wins.
that
That's
old
just
meme with
crazy.
the dog staring at the cake with the candles on? No?
Yeah.
Show him.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay, there's like a 45-year-old guy out there that gets that reference.
I just think the war painting.
He looked triggered at various points in the game. I'm not going to lie. He really was working overtime, no pun intended, to get them over the
averaging
line.
88 ADR over such a long game, you know, having so much impact from the start to finish. That was a fantastic performance from Elige. And as I said, you know, even though you come from Complexity, no doubt that he was the main character within that lineup. You'd be inclined to say that coming into FaZe, it could have been Frozen, could be Brokey, could be Rain. I bet you, if you ask Elige, he still feels like he's the best player on the server every single time he joins a game, and that's what he's showcasing right here as well.
Yeah, I love that he was the tipping point in terms of just trying to break this standoff, this stalemate that we found ourselves in, because in the past, Elige, when he was playing with Complexity, he'd get the 1 kill, the 2 kill, and then he probably doesn't need to, but he goes for the 3rd kill. This time around, he's like, we just need to end this game. We need to get the hell out of here. We need to move on to the next map.
Yeah, look, it's probably worthless now, but let's do it. We picked out some funny rounds, because I think this map probably has been one of the most entertaining maps of the tournament. And by the way, we've had some absolute bangers here. They've delivered. So let's take a look at this round. Just what is happening?
This is just unbelievable. It's like he half cleared the angle there, but in CT spawn, I think it's Frozen that gets the better of Cadian there. And Cadian, he kind of looked at it. Like, you can see his character model stared at Frozen there, but somehow couldn't get a glimpse of him. And in what was otherwise a man deficit retake for FaZe, they're able to bring it back just because of one simple and singular moment of negligence.
It doesn't make any sense, you know. It must have been Cadian maybe looking towards a teammate's screen. Maybe he was a little bit blinded as well. And then the reaction when you're sitting on LAN is to look to your right or look to your left to get some information or see what's going on. It doesn't make any sense. That was part of this game, you know. None of it made sense when we got into overtime.
And what was crazy was we went from the ridiculous to the sublime, because this happened in round 27.
Yeah. Stair had an excellent moment here. Just late round situation for him, able to win a 1v3 in a flurry of frags where it looked like this was going to be yet another retake from FaZe. He stepped up big.
It is kind of fun that he's the one keeping the composure, right? He's the one being called upon, clutching it out in a 1v3. I absolutely love that play from Stair, but he's surrounded by Cadian, surrounded by Device, surrounded by players who's been in these scenarios before, but he's the one keeping his cool. He's the one performing at the best in the overtime, which is why I think we got to give an awful lot of credit to Stair. He is sort of underrated within Astralis, and I think if there was one player you could point towards and say he's been doing his job ever since he joined that lineup, especially considering that he's probably not paid as much as the other guys as well. He's on a little bit of a shorter lease in terms of the contract, and he's always been singled out in terms of his positions. He's the one showing up every time doing his job.
He's blossomed into just a comprehensive player for them. Yeah, I mean, he's had to do so many different roles in terms of entry fragging, anchoring. Sometimes he's just kind of like a second-in guy for them. Like, overall, Stair, of all the people, when you look at the billing of Katie and Yabby, Stown, it's like the guy that's actually really lived up to the hype of him being a prospect in Denmark has been Stair.
I mean, worth noting as well, it was Device, so I'm told, that rated him so highly. I think they were duoing together, and when Device kind of came back from the ill-fated move to NIP, let's say, you know, this was one of the players that Device went out and advocated for, and for any Danish player, having an endorsement from Device, that must feel very good indeed.
I will say, you know, and it's only fair that you give him credit for scouting there, but Device have also had a couple of other players that he vouched for, you know. He brought in Bust to the lineup as well. Never really worked out, at least according to me. He had certain moments where he saw the potential, so at least this one I think he was right about, and I think Stair showed that back in Sprout. He showed it when he came into Astralis, and I very much agree with you. He is sort of like the B word, you know. He's the bitch of the team in the sense that whenever a new guy's coming in, he will be pushed around. He'll be put over to the corner. You do this now, or you do that, and you do this, so we can accommodate for the new guy in. Yet he's the one showing up every single time. I think that deserves an awful lot of credit.
Absolutely agree. So let's set up Inferno. This is going to be Astralis' pick. It's a map that they've liked. We've seen them have some decent performances in this one. Obviously, a lot of energy expended in such a long first map, but I mean, they've looked good on this, Maui.
It is a map that they've shown a lot of comfort on. The first one in Cadian's Astralis tenure, where I can say safely, I like his calls. He's actually constructing good rounds in terms of their A hits, the way they like to split the bomb site. It looks very composed. When they get the banana control, they have really solid execs onto the bomb site too. Overall, a wealth of plays. But the question for me is more than just the tactics in this one. It's the composure. Are you going to be able to hold on after that marathon of a game where we saw in the very last round of it, like Cadian just kind of jumped through a window haphazardly. Like, I want to make sure if I'm Astralis that I'm putting my best foot forward and I'm not just saying, wow, that was tough. Let's just move on and get out of here.
Especially because there's no one that sticks out on that T side from Astralis. It's not a single player that is dictating how good they're playing. It's all about the team play, all about the spacing. I think every time we've seen Astralis play on Inferno so far in this tournament, we've been complimenting the spacing. We've been complimenting the trade frag potential. We've been complimenting that all the players have a certain role within that T side and they all fulfill it to a high level. So it's not about one player popping off or one player dragging them back into the game. You're right when you're saying that if Astralis is mentally not in it, if they're not able to keep that composure, the one thing they got going for them T side Inferno, which is the composure, well, that will be eliminated. And at that point, I think that's going to be an easy victory for FaZe.
Yeah, and obviously as well, I think it's probably in Cadian's head at this point because he's had so many close games at this tournament. You know, it's kind of like, when is it going to go our way? When are we going to get the breaks?
We saw the collapse yesterday versus MOUZ, where they're up 12-4, was it? Where they lost just a horrendous string of CT side rounds. And I'm going to say, they were up in that advantage position because even on their CT side, they were peeking down mid, they were taking fights in banana, but then they started to just play to not lose. And I hate to see that from a team like Astralis, where you have all these gimmicks, you have all these ideas for how you want to get the opening kill, but then they just started to play on their heels. They let MOUZ dictate all of the pace, and no one threw out a wild card play, no one did any kind of push down mid when they were ahead 12-6 or 12-7 as the scoreline was getting closer. And this time around, I think Astralis need to look at that and say, wow, we just actually played default almost for 7 rounds straight. Like, we need to throw something crazy at them here and there.
While I do agree with you, I do feel Cadian was let down by his teammates as well yesterday. I dived into the CT stats of that specific comeback coming in from MOUZ, and Cadian had a 1.60 rating on the CT side. The only player from Astralis going positive. The next one, I believe, was Device with a 0.90. So no one outside of Cadian actually showed up with the firepower needed to lock down a bomb side or, you know, win the double duel towards banana or do something that would then spare around into them. So I agree, you know, you could see Astralis starting play not to lose in a sense, but it was also the players and the individuals. When you look towards Device, when you look towards Stown for that matter as well, being aggressive onto banana, you expect him to do something within the span of 8 rounds, and none of them did outside of Cadian, who actually for the first time in the tournament were the top fracking guy on the team.
And just quickly, it is worth noting, FaZe, no slouches on Inferno, very familiar, a map that's been in their wheelhouse in the past. And Alicia's here to play, and a hard entry on the T side of Inferno is worth its weight in gold.
There has been some awkward moments, though, when watching FaZe on this map at the very beginning, because Rain switching into the anchor position in pit, something that he's just historically never done. That has been a bit of a point of concern for FaZe Clan, but all in all, I will say that, you know, we see the highlights from Brokey on this map, how he can play in the bomb side and still just weave around one piece of cover, get a multi-kill that nobody else would really find. Alige has found his footing as an individual too. I would just say target that B bomb site. Worry about what's going on there.
All right then, guys. We are about to get into the action, so it's back to Sponge and Machine. Save me a cold one, boys. I'm going to need it.
Oh, mate, I'm feeling very refreshed after that one and very excited.
The beer or the game?
Bit of both, actually. I'm feeling a bit of dopamine and all the other eens that your body needs. Yeah.
My shirt's come untucked, so...
yeah, well, dude, I just buttoned up my top button. I'm looking professional. That's all I'm saying.
All right, well, hopefully this map does as well. A few things to look out for going into Inferno.
You were just digging into it.
Yeah, in terms of the desk and building on top of the Rain, having to be a pit anchor doesn't really, you know, fit the bill in my mind, but this is a strong map for the Danes. Astralis played it 15 times in 2025 already. And as far as LAN is concerned, they've played it 9, 7, and 2. So home turf for them being ironed out. FaZe have likely been in the lab working on problem solving. And jump spotting middle, looking for any early info. Yabi and Stare up through second mid. You're going to see an awful lot of that through the defaults. It'll be Cadian taking banana control alongside a Stown, and Device is the supportive element. Harrigan?
Yeah, he's getting cheeky with it. However, this is Stown we're talking about. Look at that crosshair placement. It's bang on the head of Carrigan. Oh, lovely.
Team Goosh?
Yeah. Get out of my way, says Cadian.
Sitting and waiting for more. And there is more trouble just around that corner, but what's the go signal? It's awfully quiet.
And a clean tap available. Oh, that's a bit of a fake bait sound. He hit the head, but
Elige's going to pick.
Through the wall, and Elige will pick. And Fencing headshot second, asking too much. Great work from Katie.
Here he is.
Okay, Rain, let's see what you got on A, shall we? Tracks the first, hasn't been spotted now. However, they get the info safely. Those evasive maneuvers into the site, staying nimble. Oh, Cadian's P250. A clean conversion of the last two.
Energy's going to be a big conversation, isn't it? Just with how long map number 1 went. Now that you're coming into this.
Yeah, I guess.
It's quite similar.
I see it. I can see it. He has glasses. Is that what you're saying?
And hair. Yeah, Elige in that situation always going to get run down. Good round from Cadian with the P250 in hand, just slaughters 3. Great shooting from him as FaZe will take this conservative approach. We've seen this more often than not from them in this series so far. And this is only...
Yeah, very late, he decided he wanted a deagle as well.
Treat yourself.
That's a very nice nade. A perfect
that feels
one.
great, doesn't it? You're really happy with that.
So good to throw that one. Oh, and he gets the info on Elige. Get out of there. Oh, come on. He's playing a different video game.
Who's laughing now, Ellie Giggle?
Jumping SMG.
Johnny Jabs.
Well, doesn't get him very far.
Should be a relatively easy round. Now let's set some expectations for everybody. We're going to get the majority of the round with feeling out, probing back and forth with the utility, vying for map control. And then the last 30 seconds, it'll get crazy. It'll either be the good spacing and trading that Jacob was discussing from Astralis as they take these sites late, or it'll be multi-kill work from FaZe on the CT side to mow them down and stall them. And then if they get into the sites, we'll be seeing saves.
Here is an example of diligence. You did a 2-smoke, molly, nade, take on B. The bomb was T-stairs.
That's Cadian's nickname, actually. He's got a few of them.
He does. I saw a new one on Reddit the other day.
Comedian?
No.
The one named after the beverage company?
Yes.
All right, clean sweep. Guns to come out. Get our first look at what type of defense we're going to see out of FaZe. So as mentioned, Rain now moving towards this pick.
Wow.
What an evolution. Helmets,
Stunning.
staffs.
A crown fit for a princess.
What else do we want?
I don't know.
Someone build like a race car or something?
That's not... I don't want scissors involved. No sharp objects.
A little bit ambitious.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going for the Furia buyout phase. So I like this call. It means that into the next gun round, they will have everything they need. And Inferno, you need all the utility. So this one can still be threatening. I actually really like this call. Actually, could catch Astralis off guard as well.
Certainly. Feels like they're putting a lot of faith into Carrigan. I suppose he has a smoke.
I think that's the thing. When you look at a round like this for Astralis, you're expecting there to be at least, smokes and a couple of incendiaries in play. But so far, only just a couple of smokes. So it does feel a little bit weird. So what type of finish? If you were wanting to be more direct, assuming you were going up against a first rifle round, which would probably start 3B, 2A, have some variation for Banana, this could cost you because take a look at the radar. We have 4 players for FaZe ready to deal with this on the A site. First fight found, Cadian takes down Brokey.
There's
Rain
a chance,
up to bat.
real opportunity for Rain's SMG to do some damage here, some close range engagements with that MP9. Oh, very, very good. Molotov forces and denies that balcony position. There's 2 of them here. And the layering of the utility. It's beautiful. Not bad from Elige, but the damage done. And the round soon to be won. He's got him.
Device surviving on 3 points of health there. Now the conversation will just be had, okay, that wasn't the buy. We know that they'll be going into the guns right now, so more threats ahead. See if this meets a Brokey. Yes, it does. AWP immediately. Right, if you go into the first gun round, round number 3, with a traditional buy, you're talking M4s or MP9s if you want util, and definitely no AWP. So Brokey will get to bring this out early. Be enough to sway the tide of battle. Yabi in with a scavenged MP9. And a standard exchange of utility and banana. Deep smoke, molly towards car, Cadian waltzes through, and now they get to throw out their nades. Lots of bodies behind this. Oh, it didn't land perfectly, not deep enough.
Okay, can stick around.
I think Sandbags is clear. I'm sure they'll still have a look. There's a mystery on the other side of half wall.
Yeah, it is unlikely they Molotov it though. Oh, I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so Device, actually gets impacted by the smoke. Think twice about that, won't you? If he was to mantle up, that's exactly what Karrigan's ready for. Nice awareness.
Okay, number
Opening
advantage.
duel.
Karrigan can get away. He could also re-smoke half wall. Save it for later because there's a minute on the clock still. I want people to keep their eyes on the radar throughout a lot of this while Astralis are taking map control. The man that you want to watch is Yabi. Now, right now he only has an MP9. We'll wait till he gets the AKs out. He can be a lot more domineering in the A lurks. He keeps options open. Brokey under pressure.
Yeah, and he's going to sweep forward for this one, trying to catch the perfect timing. Removes Cadian on the lineup.
It's a long leak.
They're in trouble. They are in a lot of trouble, and I think Unleash will be satisfied with that by removing Stare from the play. Now Stan with that bomb. Could be not long for this world.
Oh,
the flank. Oh, he doesn't get the element of surprise after all. Just reveals his position with a missed shot onto Karrigan.
Is he running to B?
I don't hate it, but Frozen ahead of the play.
Yeah, or is it just going to be the save? Yep, okay, well, pacifist approach there from Stown. He has been spotted over towards T-Stairs. Now we'll definitely confirm that. We want to try and get that AWP back to give it to Brokey into the next and pick up the AK-47. So at least Karrigan into one of those. Rain with the big green and Stown to save. So round number 1 on the board for FaZe.
No surprise, plenty of FaZe fans in attendance here. It doesn't matter where they go. FaZe a fan favorite. You ever thought about wearing dungarees?
I was thinking about starting to chant. That wasn't bad. They were doing
What do you say at the end? FaZe Clan. That
yeah,
could work.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, you could do it for Astralis as well.
Astralis, no, too many syllables.
You're right.
Otherwise you sound like those idiots going, let's go Vita.
Are you having to go with the French?
No, je t'aime le français.
Where? Okay,
I
well.
just said I love you. That's. Sorry about that.
Back into the guns are Astralis now. We set the limits. It's going to be a lot of feeling out early in the round. Poking, prodding. Utils in exchange. Inferno gets exciting late, all right, everybody. We are going to hang around. So what's going to happen? That's just the truth of the matter.
Ooh. But according to Yanko, you're a noob if you don't like this map. Which most professionals tend to agree.
Well, this is the last smoke. Now exchanged, and they're braving forward.
Okay, we're pushing. And Karrigan's dead, so the B-site access should be granted. He's out of ammo, and maybe there's a conversation to be had about Stown's position. No one else is moving, though, Chad.
No, and as mentioned, keep an eye on Yabi. He's going to try and get punishing on the hunt. He's already having a look. Announces his presence, knows they're in pit. Dogs off the leash. Astralis can try and chase down these guns.
Leash position noted. Audible retreat. Audible aggress from Rain, and Stown comfortable.
They can take everything. It's huge. This is a boon for Astralis.
All right.
They're all having a look. Everybody through Arch side. You've still got Stare hanging around in Boiler.
Brokey would really like to keep hold of his AWP.
Might be able to do this.
Yeah, they're going to be able to good spacing here. Missed shot. Oh, actually, no, double collateral with 0 frags, just 2 body shots.
Run a leash.
From the 1 bullet. And Kablama, Astralis 4. Elish will maintain the M4.
Okay, tough choice for them now. Could get some Famises out. They can drop an M4. They could get into another buy round, but likely just see them take a partial behind this saved M4. I think that's everybody. As long as you're not missing a flight. Yeah, so partial's most likely in this scenario, then the gun's out again. So Australia's having a good opportunity to extend the lead. Make it 5-1. But the old heroic call, obviously we're talking Katie and Stan and Yabi back together. They're always really good at being quite agile within the mid-rounds, and Katie being able to make a call and everybody follows instantaneously. But something else they were good at was the seesaw, and they were able to do that on this map. It just comes in late, right? Because there's moments of indecision or worry, you start to over-rotate or you don't rotate quick enough, and Yabi, if he's reading the play and having a good game, which he was, having a very, very good game on map number 1, still could get them the victory. But if he's reading the play, hitting shots, he's going to be able to punish in a lot of different situations. That's why I'm saying keep your eyes on him. do a scout. We'd love to get some tags. Let's see if he goes quite brazen and aggressive with this towards middle. We'll have a head-to-head.
Both fire off a shot.
Yeah, neither sniper lands. Now, you may as well just keep moving. Oh, did they hear that? I think they did. I definitely heard that one.
He has to pay the toll, like the Al-Kharid gate.
And we've lost Karrigan top of Banana. So, man opening very, very early on Inferno. It's going to make things quite difficult. Elijah's just going to have to hope for a miracle. Nuke fading and backing off. So at this point, essentially, the best case scenario for FaZe is they gamble a site and they gamble correctly.
Molly towards the porch side. Gamble is looking correct right now with that man advantage. 3-quarter smoke.
Mid to B would be troublesome.
It certainly would with Rain Tarks and his scout tagging up. He gets another tag.
Coming.
Oh, he's tagged them both. And that's exactly what the pistol needed. Could have got more there.
Yeah, that should be it now.
Certainly, especially with Stown. I mean, he can waltz up from Banana side. Diligent util from Astralis, and they're not rushing.
It might be slightly worried about Frozen, B defender alongside of Karrigan. Got Rain as the pit anchor. You're going to have Elijah as the short or rotating rifle, and then Brokey as that third piece.
I have to admire the kind of the pacing to their T-side rounds. They're not running out of time, but they're using all of the time.
Yeah, it feels very well handled for Astralis. I think what you would hope to do is be able to stress them on these defaults, but it's tough on a map like Inferno. First of all, you have to win the banana control or get a pick. Those aren't easy to do, and then what are you looking for? Aggressive boiler, well, we've seen Elise try that in a few rounds. You play aggressive halls, well, that's the next one. And then other than that, what are you meant to do? You see all the moves. Okay, let's drop the deep mid smoke. Let's HE in towards T stairs. Let's send the AWP with a good spawn down for the bench pick towards second mid. These options are one shot. You get one opportunity, and if you mess it up, you can go down. Even with that, you can get spammed through smoke. So it's really tough for the CTs. That's why the economy has been such a focus for FaZe. They really want to make sure that when they are buying, it's with all the utility. It's the problem when you have the absolute best in the world refine something. They take the joy out of it, don't they?
I'm having a great time. Hey, that's my signature. Look how cool I am.
Mine too. It's a goofy little smiley face.
Okay, whoa. Oh my.
That's the spiciest thing this match so far. Respect. Keeping it entertaining. Where's Jimmy? I whispered it.
Yeah, what's
Anything around heavy?
How do you?
Yeah, quiet, man.
Be cool, man.
I like this.
Yeah,
this is pouncy. Rain needs a multi.
That's what you got, Rain. You got the right weapon. Think twice about it. Yep, getting out of there. Brokey's worried about everything. Worried about everything. Combat AWPing required from the higher elevation. Rain up on the box, and Elise, he locks down long. Important asset to the defense. Brokey up close and personal. Oh, flops the no-scope. Yabi does nail it onto Elise, dropping in. Yabi 2, Stown puts a cherry on it. Should be good to get that bomb planted, but is the round as safe and secure as I might have assumed? That smoke implies it.
Oh.
Rapping.
Okay, they've got a kit, they've got a smoke and a flash. Tough one to make it work. Can they break this crossfire?
Another smoke on Stown, that would really limit them. Just replenishes towards the Moto side.
Gonna play late for this. Frozen in through the apartments.
Ooh, Stown can mantle over this. I think he gets an angle.
Frozen can still win it.
Oh, doesn't quite have the vision.
Time's the problem.
Yeah, awkward for Stown. Just gonna have to play off the info. Great positioning, catches the Frozen advance, and so a 6th for Astralis.
They're owning him right now.
I have to admire that this team, after getting so close in those repetitive overtimes, not losing face, not losing their identity. They're coming into Inferno looking rejuvenated, comfortable.
Understanding quite quickly why it's their pick, aren't we?
Yes, yeah.
They're looking great so far. Wow, FaZe, you're running out of opportunities to try and make this a competitive first half of play. So you can see what's happening, starting to shove. Lost burners built. Guns are being purchased, and you need to turn it into a scrap somehow. Because right now, Cadian is out calling you. That pace change was perfect. It was in towards 2. Sure, they got stunted for a moment. They lose the opening kill. But again, to what the desk highlighted, good trading, good spacing, good understanding of this map. And it's home turf for a reason. It's like the Astralis of old.
Oof. A little bit less health to work with for Karrigan on this banana fight. Does start to advance behind that deep smoke. Could have a head-to-head there with the AWP. Broky's whole game plan revolves around stopping Yabi having an impact from apartments, but he's not giving it away.
But right now, in terms of territory, you don't have an awful lot if you're the Danes. You got Boiler and Halls, that's nice. You need to get Banana. And now that they start to molly deep, I think that's on the agenda. Oh, Frozen released this nade. Perfect timing to a chunk between a bunch. Oh, it's deep.
Oh, just a little too deep. Never had that problem personally.
Well, I think he could be going for the execute right now if you're looking at Astralis. Yabi to play late through Halls. Well, they're actually backing off. So trying to force out the rotation. They're pushing down mid.
Yo, that's awkward. That's not gone well for Karrigan.
Rain's behind the Halls player. Brokey needs to fight mid.
Yep, and he has done so, and he gets away. Lovely sequence. He can set himself up for a repeat. This is greedy. On the retreat, though. Katie on a sit-in duck. Brokey, you cheeky boy, gets away with it. Rain will catch Stare on the retreat.
Yabi's lurk worth nothing.
Nothing at the hands of the Brokey Orb. That's a massive round from the sniper.
There you go. They turn it into a bit of chaos. They find the gap, and they wedge themselves in between Astralis, and they make it awkward. Really well done there.
The fake run away into the re-clear catches Cadian. Love that from Brokey.
You can see him acknowledge the fact he knew that apps was a problem because he dips back short and then understands, I can't. I need to make sure that I'm staying offensive. So this is the first, great. Then picks back around the corner, catches Cadian trying to dip away. Rain gets to activate, even aware of the Yabi lurk. Bang, he's gone, and there you go. Some frustrations being shown there from Cadian.
Okay,
fast banana.
Yeah, Mac-10 charging up.
Oh,
block
so
util. They can go through this. They're going through this. They are. It's just Frozen versus Device, but a lovely double
Everyone
incendiary.
else is slow.
Yeah, got isolated from the power.
Oh, melted.
Yeah, double incendiary. That'll happen.
Look at the wall that the CT's put up on site. Defensive smokes.
Exposed as well. Oh, Karrigan gets it done. Really nice responsive util. We've got nade breaks, we've got double incendiaries, and we've got an Elige spray.
Okay.
Phaser in the server now.
The last round they won, very important, right? You think about that. It wasn't the fullest of buys. That one was. And now the money is in question for Astralis. Like the way they deal with this, you know it's going to be the B hits, quite telegraphed. The CT smoke is already landing. Check out the 4 over the site. The mollies land, and what the purchases are looking like is 2 Tech-9s and a couple of AK-47s with util. So still enough to be very threatening. So they go back to more of what was working. Take your time, get the map control, finish as a unit. We're talking harass utility for the CTs. Getting reinvigorated with the last 2 on the Tromp. So we can get 6 on the half. That would be a great haul. They get 4 or 5 rounds on the CT side. There's still going to be an opportunity. If it ends up being 9-3, FaZe just tend to force buy out games. So I think they need to make sure they're getting 1 to 2 more rounds at a bare minimum. Risky from Elige. Very risky.
He's getting flashed in. Thinks twice about the commitment. Oh, okay, on the fade. Deletes the first. Full committed to this one. Stare fancies his chances. Waits for the support of util. Elige can't get his gun back in time. But Yabi's Tech-9 finds Rain. Just a pistol and still opens up the account. Oh dear. This was a golden opportunity to get to that scoreline you were discussing, Chad. Instead, Astralis is 7th.
See if they, yeah, I was going to say bring in the AWP for Device. We've seen them earlier in this tournament. They have some really nice sequences to retain banana control. He gets the post up. They leave a cache of nades. They keep blowing open the deep banana smoke so that he can pick. Down might have another kill available. Frozen is pushing, the crouch in, the fight taken. It's down quite low.
Yeah, so is his funds.
Yeah, going to dip away and valuing his life in this one. So Elige staying stubborn gave them the information. It was the fight that you feel Rain needs to win against Yabi. That's the difference maker there, because all the pressure that Brokey's under in the site. He's worrying about apartments as well as the short scale. The molly's there as well, limits his opportunities, and there you can see bomb goes off. That's his corpse, and that's Astralis' round.
From your perspective, when you've got such a tenured, experienced, and talented player such as Rain, and it goes into this role shift, would you cut him some slack and leeway in terms of adjusting to a new position, understanding the nuance? Like, you're not expecting him to be hit the ground running.
No, not at all. But the problem is, will they be able to get there? And you'd think someone, as you just touched upon, so tenured and experienced eventually, right? You got to watch a lot of demos. You got to get the reps in yourself. But these are pivotal positions that you have world-class players in.
Yeah,
and
who have played it for years.
Exactly, right? It's down to the timing, the nuance of the utility. What does it all mean? And he already gave up B when Frozen joined. Frozen got to go play B with Carrigan. Rain went over to play short. Then Rob's left. Now he gets pit. Elige gets short. So the revolving door of players means Rain is one to offer up a lot of space. Half all you two lined up. Oh, Yabby's going to push this. Watch this.
Fading now. Elige, focused on this duel, focused on it. Oh, but overlooks it. Second guessed himself. Yabby, that's a high impact frag to post. Cuts down Elige. Carrigan's rotating through. Pressure applied from B side as well. It's Frozen dealing with them. And Carrigan loses his head.
Yabby's sharp, isn't he?
He's so good.
Great series from him so far.
Is he hearing that? Rain was loud. Yep. Oh, Yabby!
Doing it all.
Go on, lad. Get yourself another one. Quad kill from Yabby. Stunning, active lurking from the young Dane.
Smile on his face, and understandably so. Essentially won that round single-handedly. Played that to absolute perfection. 8 rounds now for Astralis. And Elige felt like he was acknowledging the possibility. Right? He dropped the molly, and I thought that was so that he could focus fire on the fade. Some precise shooting there.
The whole team is in banana, and he just gets it a job done.
Well, it doesn't matter how FaZe get this round. Doesn't need to be clean, doesn't need to be pretty. They just need to get it.
Right.
Starting 3B, they have a Brokey AWP again. 3's not enough. 9-3 is where FaZe just force out games. Seen it too many times in recent history. Back towards A, bombing in apartments. It's going to be quite quick on this side. Brokey's going to have to go combat.
This shot.
Should be dead.
Full blind. Yeah, those are getting more chances than that. It's Yabby, but there's Rain. That's some impact. A nice double kill. Elige's rotated through. Now the bomb on Stown, it's going to be, hard to get past, but Device... Oh, actually, wasn't ready for Carrigan. Smoke first. Deck going out. Gets it done. Slightly scary for a second.
Bet all T. I don't think Elige's going to be winning this 1-on-3. Famis in hand, quick routing. The only one in double digits for his squad. 2 kills for Frozen, 4 for Brokey, 4 for Carrigan, 4 for Rain. And, well, the first as the 1v3 could not be found. A fantastic T-Hall. Starting to smell an awful lot like Ancient in the building. And the woes continue on Inferno for this FaZe roster. Once upon a time, a very strong map for them, but in 2025, since the addition of Elige, lost to M80, lost to Pain, lost to G2. And the win coming against EF 13-10 throughout Cluj. Put all that energy and time into clawing it back on map number 1 of Mirage. Now you're looking flat. I think the biggest positive we have going into this pistol is if they do lose it, as long as the bomb goes down, we can see a force, right? So otherwise it is going to be extremely difficult to see them get back into this.
What is the CT division of labor for Astralis? Get to find out. Going to be interested to see if Yabby can do... I mean, just this whole series, he's had such good output.
Yeah, he's been very sharp, hasn't he?
Three rounds, insufficient. So, yeah, I'll keep my eye out for the Force buys. But if they win the pistol...
Yeah, look, it's going to need pistol. It's going to need to go over a Force versus Astralis, then the Eco, then the first rifle. And then at that point, maybe we can start having a conversation.
All right, deal.
But let's see, the pistol... It's not indicative of how the CTs will traditionally set up. They've got two pairs of dual Berettas. Bit of U2 on Yabby. Maybe to set them up on B. So Stown the point man, stay alongside. Now they're playing a block. So at this point, you are hoping, if you're Astralis, that FaZe do take the banana control, look for the finish. Leaves the point man over towards logs. The bomb's over towards T stairs. They've got 2 smokes, a molly, and a couple of flashes. So there are a lot of options available, but currently looking like it will be, I was going to say a B execute, but now they're starting to waltz up middle. So do they want to activate Rain? One play towards short, that's Cadian.
Oh, he won't get more chances than that. Gets away though. Tucks in. Apps occupied. Presence up short. Device blind. Hoping to be overlooked, and he has. Oh my god, vision restored! And just the one on the Julies. It's Carrigan that secured the site.
Okay, well, I think at this moment, save the Kevlar. Oh.
Ouch.
And, well, there's only one set of Kevlar, so if you're Yabby and Stair, you can maybe look for a couple of kills, but if you're Stown, I think definitely retain the dual Berettas and the Kevlar going into what's hopefully a force into the next round.
Right.
The U2 on Yabby, yeah, keep that too. Something you're not going to have otherwise.
But Stair's been given the green light to do a bit more.
Yeah, I feel like you may as well. The only way, the conversation, let's not give them $300. But
yeah, that's fair.
It's such a long way back for FaZe. We can talk about the CT defense for Astralis. Going to have banana control being taken by the likes.
Oh. Okay. How about you get $300?
That's not bad either. All right, and then lose it at the same time. So the gambler's fallacy. Yeah, you're going to have Yabby and Cadian taking the control over towards Banana. Stair is going to be your pit anchor. Stown will be your secondary A and rotating rifler, and then Device will be here, there, and everywhere as the AWPer. One of my favorite actors.
I thought he was arguing with Elon Musk as an astronaut.
Okay, it is the force, understandably so. Astralis, they can wrangle control back immediately. Now be over towards B. Alongside Acadian, as outlined.
Oh, rain. This is so much to deal with. Yeah, okay. You'll take the one and done.
Yeah, but is there a quick call off the back of it? The mid-rounding was a bit of a problem for FaZe yesterday in their series versus Falcons, something that Carrigan highlighted. Some of the growing pains, not reacting as they traditionally would. On Ancient, they weren't in control whatsoever, disappointed with that performance. Well, Inferno, they're still trying to show us what they've got. As an nade lands on Brokey's toes, so more damage done. Unconfirmed, however. Happy to rotate back over, leaving Cadian on B with some utility to block. Minute on the clock, 4v4. Grouped up right now are FaZe. Still have smokes to work with, get one of those to long, one to Moto. Still have a Molotov on Elysia as well, which can be used to pit. Coming up short, always risky against force buys.
Yeah, this MP9 can really pack a punch in this position and not going to be blinded off. So comfortable for the first. An important trade back from Frozen, but not ready for this crossfire. It's potent, it's perfect, and the second round force is Astralis. Comfortable collection. Galils are plenty. And Ancient looking increasingly likely.
I just hate going up short against a force buy.
I see
There's
that,
so many crossfires that you have to worry about.
Almost like the equivalent of going into cave up against 5-7s.
Just look at all the angles, right? Like obviously the balcony, the pit, they're in sight. You have headshot, you've got wide pit, you've got bike, you've got graveyard, short graveyard, you're very exposed, you have all the boxes inside. It's just, it's so tough. And if you commit to the wrong angle initially, you're going down.
Force buy from FaZe.
Oh, this will be the remainder of the game, I'm sure.
Ooh. Elysia going to be hanging out with Rain this time.
It's going to be direct, but if they get blocked by the smoke, do they have the balls to go through it? It is just going to have to be all in. You can see with what utility they're working with, smoke and a handful of flashes. The flashes have to be perfect. Rotation on the way. 3 now over towards the A site for Astralis, and make it 4. Yabby's gotten here as well. Little nade.
Oh, nice shot. Device down.
Still 3 here.
Still the bodies are there, and the bullets connect. Step, repeats
well
in,
done.
gets a nice one onto Brokey, and double from Yabby.
Here's your choice. Eco, essentially give them 12.
Or what?
Try and come back from 12-4 down. You can force right now.
Okay, wow, they're opting for that.
Okay. It's the long road. Either way, this is going to be extremely tough. Might not get aggressive. Instead of doing exactly that. It's a probe out second middle. And this is more than respectable Counter-Strike coming in from Astralis. The fact that they pushed FaZe. They're in a position to win on Mirage, a weakness in their map pool. Now they've come into home turf of Inferno, a map they've played an awful lot this season so far. And they are just blowing FaZe out of the water. We spoke about Mirage being a punish pick for FaZe against Astralis. Didn't feel that way. This has been a very punishing scoreline. 12-4, secure. Just one more round required. Do we see another classic Astralis choke? I don't believe that. I said it. They've done a couple. 12-4 down, 12-8. I'm sorry, 12-4 up, 12-8 up.
I'll acknowledge that you've planted the seed.
I'm not watering it.
I'm not watering it.
No one's watering it.
No, but the seed is there. It's in the soil.
If it rains.
Sure, I see what you did there. So
Arrogant and Elise without head armor. This is going to go wonderfully. It's a bit of sarcasm, by the way.
Ah.
And yep. Oh, wow. First bullet of an M4. The last map was so exciting. They said, all right, we got to make this one quick.
I reckon Ancient might match it.
We can't be on schedule, though.
I don't think we will be.
No,
I don't
no
think
way in the world.
Yeah. We had 2 maps for the price of 1. Ooh, Elise getting frisky. Stown hoping to be overlooked. He is counting on Elise being lazy, but that's not him. That just ain't how he operates. Oh, Lee.
Little tap on the chin right there. Rain's going to secure it.
Let's go, Johnny Jabs.
You can run, but you can't hide. So FaZe get the guns out. They do secure the round. Device is just going to try and retain this. Residual cash is what we need to be looking at. So whether he holds on to this or not, we'll see if that becomes part of the conversation. Lost bonus, Yabi can buy it, Stair can buy it. Stown definitely can, and Device, if he holds on to it, can drop one for Cadian.
I don't feel good about it.
No, I don't think it's going to be going great for him either.
6 bullets.
It really depends on, does Device want to get out of the AWP or not? Dead. So if he wants to get out of the AWP, then it's probably going to be Stown the one dropping something for Cadian. He'll get an M4, armor, some nades, drop Cadian maybe an MP9 to assist for the banana control. That's if Device is feeling the AWP to try and close things. So really good work from Elige, looking robotic on the banana control. Plenty of flashes in the mix, even the pre-fire to find out Cadian. But yeah, diligent work from him. The knee betrays Stown. And there you go. Oh, not this again.
Double AWP and a peek down mid with a spot. The crouch does save his life there. Brokey, wise to the potential. Cadian a little worse for wear after the opening exchange.
If they lose this round, think about how expensive this was. If you lose the side, I feel that you just have to save as Astralis.
Good nade damage, though. Softened him up for the potential of a Yabi defense. Is he going for more nades, or is he just leaving him?
He's being light on HP, so he's going to try and pivot elsewhere.
It's well timed, this gamble, once again. Just well read. Oh, wow, Stown. Good work through the smoke. Spams away at Carrigan, and Elise will swing through. Miss smoke, but there's Stown. And the AWP does not connect. Device is punished. Oh, there they are. There they go. Double AWPs collapse. Oh, a real opportunity for Stown. He hasn't been spotted out.
They didn't hear him.
Nope, unknown. Frozen is aware that that was a possibility. Great awareness from Frozen. Set up in the post plant. Yabi partners up with him. It should be FaZe with 6 here. This elevated swing, and Frozen, good aim. Nails the headshot onto Stown, and Yabi realizes this one's as good as over.
I think he'll get away with a bit of timing to get out of here as well. There's an AK available on the floor right there. Looking for maybe a little bit of damage. Going to force FaZe into some rebuys. They're trying to find a safe passage out of dodge, and they'll be able to get there. Yabi gets a shot or two on the cross. They're just holding that W key down, getting away from the bomb. And everybody's staying alive for the conclusion of that one.
So first Elige, now frozen.
Need a whole lot more of that.
It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, the Orbs not getting anything done. Frozen just bowls them both over and then secures the round with that kill. And they've won a round with it. Yabi saved AK-47 before. That was on Mirage. Boosted short on the CT side. And now he's at the top of the pops again. 19 kills, 15 for Stair, 16 for Stown. So the three of them contributing in a big way. We do know that Device feeling unwell. Had a tough time throughout map number 1. A couple of pauses required to get him focused. Carrigan's into a Mac 10. Towards the front of the pack. We'll see if he just wants to try and clear up Banana quickly. Knowing that Yabi is one of the B defenders alongside Acadian. We'll see if he starts there, or if they have grander plans. Away they go. Carrigan is at the front of this pack, and it will be just one man of Acadian starting over towards B with a block smoke. Carrigan will get top and under control, no issues, none at all. He's going to push through that, ahead on the timing, and, well, Acadian might have to start screaming for a rotation if they want any chance in this round. That's 2 smokes expended within quick succession. Now it's the mind game. Does Carrigan think they stacked the site? Does he believe that there's more? Is it all just smoke and mirrors? Top and on a block smoke about to fade in the next couple of seconds.
Is he faking like rotation steps like he did it once?
I think it's just tough because what do? I hang around with a USP. I'm not really going to find anything. Now pivoting back. Astralis are gambling. This would be one way to finish the map, wouldn't it? With how things have been going for FaZe, I could see this working.
And that AK primed and ready.
If they go up short again.
Oh wait, Carrigan's necessary scouting here.
Hey boys, sector clear, come on back.
Whew. I mean, we do see professional teams that don't do that.
Yes, yeah, there are some who mess that up. Now Elige is the one in the position to get to farm these. He'll get to add to his tally. Path of least resistance has been found. Bomb goes in and 40 seconds on the clock. The biggest is now just holding onto this AK-47 in Yabi's hands. The other's hoping to find some exits. And that's a spray. Elige will find Cadian. 17 bullets to do so. You don't really need to hunt in this situation. Worst case, you give over another gun, but Elige is feeling himself, trying to chase down that 20 kills. And that's another AK. For a team that's only going to get 2,400 loss bonus into the next,
yeah,
you want to be careful with this.
Device not making or taking any risks. Carrigan Mac 10 does arrive, and he is exposed, but will be able to tuck in. You can farm up $1,200, but the rifles are preserved.
Yeah, so that is going to mean a little bit more utility on this defense than otherwise. So it is a 5-round game at the moment. Device and Yabi can hold on to those. Cadian wants to get very aggressive. You can tell with his purchase. See if he thrusts himself down for the full banana control. Towards the front of this banana pack alongside of Yabi. Maybe they'll just try and soften things up. Frozen Brokey heading over there to exchange the initial utility, all posted up on the line. Frozen to break, Carrigan to flash. Late banana control being taken from Astralis now. They didn't go out the gates. They wanted to avoid any shrapnel damage. Break the smoke again. Should be theirs, Astralis, if they'd like it. Double hall setup. This is strong.
Yeah, this could be potent. Oh, double from Rain.
Should be open. They don't know that.
They don't accelerate. They do not accelerate. Rain has no idea that there could be one boiler, could be one library.
It's down that you're looking for. Right? You know that it's Yabi and Cadian over towards B. And that in a game like this, maybe Casper starts to get a little bit more gambly with some of his calls, knowing that they have this type of a lead. Maui was critical in the late game of Astralis. No pushes, no flanks. Well, might not be any of that again. Coming in to Yabi's domain, Stoun's here. Bomb can still pivot, plenty of time.
Yeah, it's not committed. Carrigan's just looking for answers, and they're not giving him anything just yet. Hang on! What? Instant deletion. Okay, now the bomb's coming in.
Okay, well, a redeploy of a smoke towards spawn. Rain also shutting the door on any save potential, so Stoun You got to stay very, very quiet or get very, very lucky. Well, oh, Frozen was considering it. Now we know exactly where you are. Rain starting to come over to collapse on this. Doesn't need to be in too much of a rush. The threat's not really felt. The best way you can walk away is taking this rifle, and Stout knows that he's being tracked. It's about to become a 4-round game. 12-8.
Chad, I'm getting the watering can out of the shed.
No, okay. Oh, you're going to start watering. Okay. The seed was planted.
It was planted.
It was planted.
Okay. Just the psychology of like, oh, it's Inferno. Oh, we're 12 up again. Remember last time we had 12?
Oh, yeah, you reckon they're saying that in TeamSpeak right now?
No, but I think they're saying it in their internal dialogue.
Well, they get a partial. Throw caution to the wind. Get stuck in. Yeah. Take a risk. Flip the coin.
I like that.
2 nades noted B. A third, and that one is significant damage onto 2.
Bang on the money. Double nade does not find its targets.
Risky for Carrigan.
It is, and that's the headshot from Yabi. Continues to be such a thorn in FaZe Clan's side.
Look at the rotation. They get the kill, they smoke half wall, they immediately rotate and pivot.
What's Stown supposed to do in this position?
Well, stay alive.
Yeah. Rotation is coming quickly. Stown just underneath the leash. Playing for that headshot angle. What a banger! Rain gone, Frozen limping. Could fall to Yabi upon the fate of this banana smoke. They're trying to see if there's an avenue into B. If they find Yabi, yes they do, or if at least Ray's down 2.
Look how low 2 of them are.
Okay, yeah, there is grounds for this to be the last round. 100% possibility.
40 seconds. You'd love to have Bogdan's Law come into play. Yeah, it has. So Frozen takes the AWP, Brokey with the rifle. He can still bail them out, the Latvian. You know where Stown roughly was? The position of device with the MP9 inside. That feels like the knockout blow, and Yabi just keeps on pushing, taking this space. They're well informed, 25 seconds.
This is a tough one. All through the apartments. Just a deagle for Stown, though, and then it's going to fall down to device. They're out. Oh, what a shot! It's down to secure it. We will go 3. Comfortable map for Astralis.
No choke this time round. That's what you want to see from the Danes. They pick up their map choice. This one needs to go the distance. The 3rd place decider brings us Ancient.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
So it's turning out to be an epic match in this third place decider. Astralis have leveled it up on Inferno. We will go to Ancient. We're going to try and break it down on the desk. Here's what I'm going to start us off with. We know that Astralis like Inferno. We know they're good on Inferno. That might be their best win on Inferno. It might not necessarily have been the cleanest, but ultimately they got that big lead on the T side, and crucially this time we're able to close out.
Yeah, they had to fight for it though, you know, again, they win a force buy here at the later stages of the game, so you're kind of sensing that Astralis will lose grasp of the game again, but you're right when you're saying that the T-sides they've been able to display so far this tournament, specifically on Inferno, has been some of the best Counter-Strike Astralis can play on any given map out there. I think they're controlling the pace well, I think the spacing is fantastic, the calling from Cadian is good as well, and it does remind me a little of the old Heroic as well. Whenever they were playing Inferno, always in this group pack mentality, always using the utility to their advantage as well, and you could see how FaZe were just feeling uncomfortable pretty much every single round. Whenever FaZe had to win a round, it had to come down to an individual play, it had to come down to them, you know, getting out of a sticky situation almost. So Astralis made it very difficult for FaZe throughout that entire first half, as they have against every single team they played so far in Inferno on that T side.
They make use of the whole map. That's what's so impressive about Astralis. Whereas some other teams take shortcuts on Inferno, they take banana, they just exec B, or they run out of ideas, they just try to go up the short side towards A. Astralis were in their spawn, they're going through halls, they're taking bracket, they're coming back. They'll do everything. They'll flex the entire playbook, and that's why they are comprehensively a great offensive side. This time around, Richard, we don't have to suffer the same fate that we did yesterday, or Astralis don't have to suffer that fate, where FaZe don't pull off the entire comeback. A little bit there for a cosmetic one, but nothing too worrying, and to see them close it out in that fashion. Astralis said they showed poise, and I'm glad to see also Yabby showed some balls. Like, Yabby's pushing out, he's making sure that he's going to make people uncomfortable, and that's exactly what Astralis need. They need a little bit more flair, and Pimp, you were asking for a star player, or who's going to really be that deciding factor. I'd say Yabby actually took up the role very nicely in this one.
Yeah, he definitely did. This is like, this entire tournament, this has been the best version of Yabby. The best version of Yabby we've seen in a long time. Actually, maybe ever. I know Stown's going to be on the screen right now. It's good for him, but I'm going to just talk about Yabby over the top. So you enjoy what you're seeing visually, audially. We're talking about Yabby today.
I think that's fair.
And listen, one of the things that it blew me away, the crowd recognized it too, right? They were chanting his name. I mean, Yabby probably couldn't see. He was that close to the monitor, but the fans were loving it. Yeah, they've changed it.
Hey, we switched it.
They've switched it. That's incredible. I love you, production. Let's talk about Yabby.
Yabby.
He had an amazing game. It's as simple as that. He's having an amazing series. He looks like, actually, more than Stown, he's the star player on this roster now.
He's been activated winning this iteration of Astralis, and look look at the heat map right there, where he's getting all the kills on the T side. It is more or less in one single position. That's what I love about Yabby. He's a specialist at what he does, and it's been like that all the time when Yabby back in Heroic days were doing good. He's a player that can really help your team and transcend them and elevate them to the next level, but he hasn't found any sort of consistency within Astralis up until this tournament. So I'm happy to see that he's playing well, definitely a step in the right direction. He's been showing consistency pretty much from the start of the tournament to now in the arena as well. So for Yabby to have this performance, let's say it's an Astralis breakout performance, that's something they can build off. That's something they can work with. And then we just need a little bit more of Stown and a little bit more consistency coming out of him. And then all of a sudden that $500K or $1 million investment they made back in the days is starting to pay off.
Yeah, and you can see as well that, like we talked about, Stair is kind of like going in there almost like the point man, and then Yabby's the closer. Yabby's coming in, Yabby's cleaning up, getting all of these kills. And you saw there on the heat map what he was doing on that bomb site.
Yeah.
Like, it was just so many kills. It was so hard to stop him, you know, from pit, you know, to stop him from library. Once he was out, he was a menace.
He's such a great pressure lurker. By that I mean he'll use these extremity positions and just put the hurt on people. Sometimes people play it so passively, they just get into apartments and say, okay, job done. I'm just going to wait until the rest of my team goes elsewhere. But Yabby, you never know when he's going to strike. He did this so much on the old Heroic lineup when he would be lurking B on overpass, a notoriously difficult position to just walk out and hit a headshot. But many people propped up Yabby before he was actually even picked up for the Heroic lineup as one of the best mechanics mechanical players in Denmark. I would actually say that holds true to this day. I don't really see too many people who can go toe-to-toe with him in terms of first bullet accuracy, and that's why he's so scary. If he peeks out of apartments and you're out of position, he could instantly take your head off. Stavn needs great setup, and in some ways, Stavn is sometimes more cerebral than Yabi. Yabi sometimes makes a wrong choice. He'll peek at a time that might not be optimal, but he just hits that instant shot that makes you still question, what did you do wrong?
Yeah, and look, just to continue talking about Yabi, he had a tough time. I mean, he was right down there with Stavn at one point, where people were being really, really critical. Obviously, when you talk about the $2 million price tag, it's a lot of money. There's a lot of attention that comes with that, and both of those players were not performing well in an Astralis jersey, full stop, regardless of the iteration. It just wasn't working for them. Now, I don't know whether he's going to be the star player moving forward. You would still hope that maybe Stavn's going to get up there. But ultimately, if they do switch roles and the stabby combo can still work in some capacity, very good news for Astralis moving forward.
Very good news for Astralis. And again, we said that a couple of times, and in danger of sounding like a broken record, that is why KDM was brought into this lineup as well, because those two players, both Stavn and Yabi, are system players. They need comfortability around them in order to perform at a high level. That's why they were good in Heroic. That's why we're starting to see more of Yabi now in Astralis, and that's why I also still have a certain amount of faith in Stavn becoming better. You know, I don't think we're ever going to see the Stavn that we saw in his prime in Heroic. At least there's nothing that suggests that to me right now, but there's still more in the tank for Stavn. And, you know, some players are just like that. Some players need a system around them. Some players need the comfortability around them, knowing exactly what all the teammates are doing at all time to then make the right decision. And some players thrive in the chaos. I think Stavn and Yabi are two of the most systematic players you can find in Counter-Strike.
Think of the two IGLs that they had when they were floundering. Come on, it was BlameF, and then it was Device. These aren't real callers, okay? Compared to Cadian, who's actually going to devise a system, who's actually going to flesh out the playbook, not just have a selfish style that's more about getting his own numbers. In fact, Cadian is incredibly sacrificial on this lineup at this point. MP9 most of the time. Sometimes, yes, he'll equip the double op, and sometimes he makes it work, sometimes he doesn't. That's more of the defensive side. But when it comes to the T side, he's just going to take space at will. He's just going to make sure that he's able to open up a little bit of airway so that people like Stavn, people like Yabi can fill in behind him.
Yeah, and I think there's a round that you wanted to just quickly talk about, right? Was it round 14?
Yeah, there are a couple of rounds. We can pull up the first one right here as well, because we did see Astralis do some good stuff in this one. Again, the aggressive play on towards apartments, proactive Counter-Strike, trying to put it in the face of FaZe, and this is kind of where the game went out of it, right? It's a force buy, FaZe won the pistol, they can convert, a good setup right here, and then a player all by himself in pit combined with the player on side, good crossfire, they sweat it out and they win this round. Had FaZe won this, had they won this force buy or versus the force buy, I think we could be in a scenario where you could see Astralis scramble a little bit again, because the CT side has been, you know, dare say it, piss poor throughout this tournament on the Inferno side, whereas the T side has been world class. So I think they should be very happy they were able to win this force buy, because otherwise we could probably have been done with the game by now.
Well, let's set up the decided map now. Obviously, we know it's going to be Ancient. I just want to talk about a little factor that we may or may not come up on this map, but one thing I have noticed in the series is Brokey. There's been a number of high-profile whiffs, let's say. Some high-profile misses in situations where if he gets one extra kill, they are going to win that round, and yet he's missed the initial shot, maybe got another, but not enough to make up for it after the repositioning. So is that going to be a factor here on Ancient?
Of course it will be. We do need to start a conversation, Richard. Brokey so far at this event has been overshadowed by Liege and Frozen, even Rain bailing him out of these kinds of situations, and I don't really want to, I'm not going to sell all my Brokey stock immediately, but it just seems like, you know, once per couple months he's going to have a tournament that's just not up to the standards where he can either win you a tournament or lose you a tournament. I'm not saying he's the sole reason FaZe are not competing for the championship on this Sunday, but at the same time, he definitely didn't elevate himself to those Chengdu numbers, those playoff numbers where big stages he's usually finding so much success. So all in all, if you want to walk home with at least some sort of hardware in a bronze medal here in Cluj, Brokey's got to do something more.
I'll give you a silver lining, though. His opponent on the other side of Astralis right now, Device, is nowhere to be seen. He had a good start on Mirage, then we had the whole overtime thing happening. We had a bit of an extended break, you know. I don't know what was going on.
Well,
Device leaving the stage.
I've got a little bit of insight there, and you can tell me if this is a factor or not. Apparently, he was feeling ill. He needed to leave the stage temporarily and then came back. We know historically Device is a player that has had some issues with this.
Sure.
Obviously, he plays through the pain. He plays through, you know, having digestive problems, which are very difficult to kind of overcome, particularly exacerbated by stress, travel, eating different foods.
6 OTs.
Water. Yeah,
6 OTs could cause it.
Yeah, that'll do it to anyone. It did it to us. So. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be a factor in this game. I don't know how bad it is, whether it was
Well, I'll tell you what, it already is a factor in this game. Inferno was not a great showing by Device. Luckily for him, he wasn't needed at all. Online, if you watched all the Astralis games, he's been the spearhead. He's been the guy actually playing incredibly well, in particular in some of these online qualifiers that Astralis have been forced to go through. And also on Inferno, for that matter as well. On Inferno, he didn't have to do anything, and he didn't do anything. And in overtime, after that break, I don't know if you noticed it, but he went completely missing. Whiffed a lot of AWP shots and probably got to him. Even buying into the P90. We saw it on Inferno buying a Mac 10 when he had 4K in the bank as well. So I do feel that something is going on with Device right now. Now, if he's sick, that's a totally fair and reasonable excuse to maybe not play to your best. But in isolation to this game, that could be a defining factor.
Yeah.
It's scary for them because, all in all, I would have FaZe as the favorites on Ancient, and if they have a Device, Astralis that is, if they don't have him at the full capability of his powers, then I do think that this one's going to be siding to FaZe. Even though, yeah, we just saw Astralis gain some momentum there on Inferno, FaZe is so deadly on this map. They've actually used it generally as a first pick because they love the Elige Frozen duo. Two guys who have not been quiet today. Two guys who have clearly showed up, even though it is a third place decider, and their mid control is just devastating, both on the defense and on the offense. They're so good at playing off of each other. I love the duo, and I think this is the map where they fail the most at home.
I mean, maybe it's something as simple as you just put the rifle in Device's hand. I mean, I think it's a slept-on component of his game. He can do it if he's struggling with the AWP. Maybe you try and do an adjustment. We know Cadian has picked up the AWP multiple times over Device, which is probably an ego thing if we're being honest about it. But sometimes they have done it in their games. So. Maybe we get something different here.
I think it's something Chad and Alex can definitely look out for during the cast, especially in the first couple of buy rounds, because we saw glimpses of it on Inferno. Inferno is a map where you don't have to force the AWP, so it could be for different reasons. It could be for pacing, it could be for tactical reasons. I will say on Ancient, if Device is not picking up the AWP, that is a clear sign of something not working out. So look out for it. It could be a defining factor.
If he's just going back 10, P90 like he did at the end of Mirage on parts of Inferno, then you know something is unfortunately wrong.
Okay, so the time is coming up on a minute before we get into the action. So I'm just going to ask you guys, with everything you've seen, the totality of all the Counter-Strike that's been played, who do you think is going to take Ancient?
I'll take FaZe. I'll even make it a little bit closer. 13-10. 13-10 FaZe.
Oh, I think that's a fun way to end the game. I'd say FaZe will be winning as well, but I have a fear that it could be in a very one-sided affair for the first time tonight.
Okay. Yeah, well, you might very well be right. The commentators are ready for this one. The map might be Ancient, but the casters, they're fresh. It's Sponge and Machine.
Oh, fresh might be a bit of a stretch.
Not fresh-faced.
Certainly not, but very excited for this one. Both of the analysts heading towards FaZe, expecting it in one way or another, shape or form, being a FaZe third place. Is there grounds for a conversation to the opposite?
Oh, definitely so. I think Maui giving quite a close scoreline there.
Yeah.
I think, obviously, Device, we know that he's sick. We've had those reports coming through. We lost him from the stage throughout map number 1, so clearly not at the top of his game. But Yabi is in great form, and he'll be playing middle. He'll be jumping up heaven, he'll be tussling against Elige and Frozen coming out elbow. He could single-handedly be winning them CT side rounds.
Chad, it's just Device on B.
Nah, that's all right. They're playing for retake. Cadian's got the kit, the smoke, the flash. Device is going to block with some dual Berettas.
Oh, if he could smoke ramp when they give him a signal, if he gets away with that, that would buy so much time.
Here comes that signal.
Has he got it? Or does he dare pull out the smoke? Yeah, just something to play around, something to make it awkward. Throws it out, spams away, dual Berettas unload, and down goes Frozen. Big start from Devet. Available for another one. Oh, quick and snappy. Hello. Device present and correct. Bomb will go down, but it's the retake. As you discussed, they're being played for, and already Carrigan caught on a spam. Device unloads a full mag, 30 bullets through the smoke. Oh, there's 30 more. You really feel some suppressing fire from him. He's only got 7 bullets. Okay, how about 3? Roki, oh gosh, Cadian's going to take them both down there, in fact, with the final frag. 5 alive for the Astralis boys. Well played by Device.
Yeah, he got more than he was worth in that situation. I like the way he used the defensive smoke. He understood what the attack was looking like. Pips one for free.
Astralis fans in the crowd, looking to see this new Astralis.
Third out of top 5 pistols so far, falling in favor of Astralis. We've split them on every map up until this point. See if we continue that on map number 3. Force bite for FaZe off the back of the plant. Looks like they might just go into another B play. K-smoke thrown out. B door smoke has missed.
Oh, the nade doesn't. Chunky.
They could try and pipe their way up the B ramp into the extremity. That would be their best option right now, but it wasn't actually a cave smoke. It was one that's landed in front of the construction. And now they're executing B. They have to push through this.
Yeah, they're going through the smoke, and it's a good call. No one there to receive them. Bit of damage inflicted. Finished off now by Cadian. Needs a multi. Shut down by Elige there. Quick with it. In a quick exchange, it looks comfortable now for Astralis. And the opposite for FaZe. How many of the 4 kills he's got has he actually been able to see?
Yeah, well, look, he'll take as many as he can right now. Just spam it away, as it should be the eco for FaZe. And they looked rubbish yesterday on this map against Falcons. Just rolled over and died in that semi-final. Falcons obviously bringing a quality CS to the table, but Carrigan also in the losers interview addressing the fact that he was disappointed in the level of Counter-Strike that they brought to their map choice. They were undefeated on that in 2025 up until that point.
But it was just yesterday. I mean, how much can change? Sure. Little details. There's a good flash. Yeah, look at that team play. Great flash from Carrigan and Elige. That's an ambitious one. Crouching, tapping to Red Room with the Tech 9. I don't know how often you're going to clear this. Yeah,
never.
Frozen's never going to clear that.
Okay, well, if you have any worries about Device, he's off to an absolute flyer of a start. He is currently 7-0.
Respect.
Had kills in all the rounds, impactful on the pistol, and that set them up for this start.
I don't know about you, Chad, but when I've tried to play when unwell, it has not gone well.
No, well, I guess he's been doing that for the majority of his career, hasn't he? So
yeah.
At this point, maybe more than used to it. We still have MOUZ versus Falcons. Best of 5 grand final coming up next. This third place decider has definitely delivered. Rifle round number 1, double mid mollies.
Oof, dangerous game Elige is playing, but the best do it this way too. Just weathers a bit of early damage down to 60, but has the space.
This push needs to find a kill.
Ooh, masked by the smoke, but spots out Rain.
That's very early for a B push.
Is he ready for cave as well? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Yabi swings in, loses his head.
Can understand why Astralis was so heavy going for that play. It was Cadian the only one starting middle and then over towards the A site. So they needed a kill, they needed some info. The fact that they concede the opening frag, that's a little bit problematic. But right now, Astralis are gambling again. Donut clear. Frozen secures that. But there's plenty of players for Astralis to deal with this.
Yeah, Cadian in a good position for the MP9 to do some work. Times it well. Roki was not ready for him. Stairs the one to finish off the job. A double in combination with Cadian. Swaps out to the D. Comfortable. Carrigan does disrupt with one, but it's just a double swing from 2 different vantage points.
And they know where Rain was. He got the kill.
Yep. Late from mid into the crosshairs of Device. 4-0 start. Guns fall flat.
And another Device multi.
Another one.
Okay, is that every round so far that he's been able to pick one up?
Quick maths, 4 rounds, 9 kills. Yep, I think so.
Okay, well, getting hammered at the moment. And I said yesterday, I don't think dejected was the word. He was checked out. Still pretty damn similar to describe it, but
yeah,
there can be some poisoning of the well that might go over there with this FaZe team. That's a conversation for another day.
There is an opportunity here.
They're not going to rush it. So he's selling the fake. They want to draw a big rotation. They want them to come over, drop some utility, and then they're going to do a double pump. So there's 2 more smokes available for Brokey. They'll redeploy Donut. I think that's going to be the deep Donut smoke. And
but
they're going to try
has
and fight.
lane, bro.
Yeah, exactly. This calling is very one-dimensional, very telegraphed.
And that's still going to work out for Carrigan on the drive-by. So Cadian goes down.
Important to retain control from Device.
This is good. Yabi just pushing. Yeah, wasn't expecting Frozen to already take it. Oh, the reload! Okay, FaZe, this is really looking good for them. It should be the round. It's down and stare, getting out of there.
Doesn't matter how obvious the call is if you hit the shot, so great work. Karrigan will brute force them in. Round number 1 now posted for FaZe, but is that something that you can replicate? That type of call, probably not, but you need to start finding success with the rifles coming out. Still very early stages. More than enough residual cash to justify the buy. Stound's going to add a couple more to the tally. Keep on coming, that bomb radius is big, Brokey, and you're low on HP. Number 2, can he land it? Yes, and well, 2 more available. They're going to farm all of these, or at least they should. Has to reload, they're going to push out, they're going to take the kill. As Stound goes down, Elige and Frozen survive. They get themselves some guns for free, as well as that aforementioned round on the board. All right, well, first round Device didn't get a multi, and I didn't find that conversion. It'd be crazy if that's your win condition. Hey, Device, we need you to get a multi-kill every round. Desperate from Yabi. A deep donut smoke comes in. Can be very stifling, especially if you lose the opening exchange.
Yeah, that kill from Karrigan was instrumental.
At least to be set up in middle. Karrigan holding late flashes. Coming through on the second wave of flashes, and they're in. In the interim, Device, AWP, has found a kill and down as well.
Yeah, okay. That's a really slow start from FaZe. 2 down. Brokey 0-6.
Yeah, this is looking...
Oh, and Yabi's comfortable. Yeah, just piece by piece. 1 by 1. Oh, a chance for a multi. Karrigan chasing Yabi, but the AWP's posted on the line, so should be dead. Device does miss, but gets away.
Nade's not going to do it. Just a chunk of damage, sure. This would be a Karrigan clutch for the history books, wouldn't it? 60 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to work with. AK in hand, 2 players softened up. It's just Stare that he really has to deal with. In the open, taps away. Now he's going to get closed in upon from Cave. Drops a donut smoke. Stare knows that he can't peek out. Where he's the one on HP. Has to let the fight come his way. Would love to just push in. Oh, no, he will.
Ooh, hang
okay.
On. Yabi Cave. Yeah, you're not expecting this.
There's no way in the world.
Okay.
Well, at least you know it's not the B finish, so Device can stay on A.
Oh, Karrigan with a 5D chest. He missed his smoke.
How does he? There's no way he clears this. There's no way.
No way, indeed. I start to believe, but just a little bit.
Well, that was a Device opener and a Yabi triple. So 5-1 getting blown out now. Neo's taking a tactical timeout before this one gets away. Put that one on the fridge.
Oh, there you go. You wanted arts and crafts. How about a trophy? Didn't think about that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's good.
Can't believe someone's brought masking tape.
Staff.
Hats or crowns.
Wall, crown.
Or helmets.
And trophy.
We've won the raid. All right, well, into the buy. FaZe took the moment to have the conversation. Don't give away the opening kill. That'd be number 1 on the top of my list.
Oh, Rain really close to going down after that. Through the flames, double nades, 29. Elige trying to punish down. A nice work. He gains first stage of Cave.
Notice how they aren't challenging close mid on a round like this.
Yeah.
Actually given up. 3 players starting over towards B. Stare can aggress at any moment. Whenever they feel a lot of mid pressure or cave pressure, he can make a move. Well blocked. This channels them now. They have a choice to make.
That aggressive smoke, though, they are scared of red, but Caden's just gone searching for answers and throws out the incendiary.
Stound can walk through that with the timing.
Oh, that's an opportunity, but not overcommitting.
But whittling them down nonetheless.
Certainly. Close AWP as well. This is not going to be an easy fight for anyone that dares enter from this side.
Is anyone even coming his way?
No, not looking like it.
So they've parked one individual, that's Elige, up towards red room. It's forced this to be a lighter B defense. Bomb spotted, surely.
Yeah, great info, great info. Stare, playing for his frag. Aware, Cadian spots out Elige, that's a big kill. Threat neutralized, one back from Frozen. Device, not a comfortable position for the AWP. We'll wait for the squad. Rain will find him before Cadian can get there.
Tough to win this one now.
Most definitely, especially considering that Carrigan's going to have that ramp flank covered.
Cadian would have heard him making noise.
Okay, so he is aware of the possibility. Yabi's got a head-to-head with Brokey simultaneously. Time sensitive, guys.
Still go for this.
On Yabi, it's down now, and the round is FaZe's. Nothing Stown can do about it. FaZe 2, Astralis 5. Okay. Last map of this third place decider.
Okay, okay. It's interesting because after they got the red room kill, they didn't just start rotating towards B. And you thought that the B defense was definitely piping up, saying that they were feeling a bit of pressure. Cadian actually started to push out red to clear middle to deal with lurks. The fact that Stair gets nothing and Device also caught in the back there, that does make the site completely open. So a little bit of a problem. Maybe misreading the situation. His money to cobble together something for Astralis, but it's not pretty. 5-7 for Cadian, Famous for Stair. Another one of those pesky pistols for Device to work with. It's the rifles, one saved from Stown. And Yabi. Both teams playing off of mid in this round. Frozen can activate late, needs to deal with the A main push as well as anything middle centric. Everybody else just parked outside of B. Smoke thrown to clear off red. Device will have the cross on the jiggle. This is a lane retake. They've got this space now and can use this staging area to apply and execute. They're flashing for Frozen to come out middle. But look at the smokes and mollies that are held onto by Astralis. This is good restraint on their nades.
Yeah, but that's incredible shooting from Brokey, catching the jiggle. Cadian scarpers to retrieve the incendiary. Smokes in the air, but a pivot looking to be discussed. Down and Frozen on a collision course. They might miss one another. Oh my goodness, that's a crazy little timing right there. So now with Device under so much, oh wow, time. Okay, Device.
Time.
2 with a 5-7.
This is the bomb.
And that's the bomb, he's right behind it. There's no way you're ready for this. Oh, the bomb's down.
1v3.
What can you do, Stown? Massive round, available for the taking. This is critical, and Frozen denies. He felt it, he knew there was an opportunity in Device again with a multi-kill.
Yeah, Stown was at a pinch there, wasn't he? If he wins that fight, then there's a way out. He can get out of Donut, he can delay. There's not going to be enough time to plant. So you can see his frustration because now they're on eco. That round, they shoved all in. The buy wasn't great, but they still almost got away with it. Device is doing his absolute best to find whatever output he can. He's digging real deep to try and bring his boys the victory. The black and white stakes of this one. Third place is going to read an awful lot better than fourth in the history books, as well as 60k plus worth of prize money. That's the difference between third and fourth. Oh, they're going to farm this one up. No problems against the eco. Frozen and Rain dealing with all of that, and now it's just a one-round game. Do you look at a map like this, though, you need to be quite on point with your utility if you want to be able to take mid control and B lane, and it hasn't felt like a lot of these rounds Astralis have necessarily needed to go for that. It does just bring into question what their buy is going to look like, because as we can see right now, there's more than enough for them all to get out M4s, but you love to have the HEs if you're going to do the lane molly. You want to nade them to slow them in it. You want to have the nades to be able to break open smokes. You need to make sure you have the flashes to initiate some of the pushes. Hopefully this isn't a sign of Yabi cooling. Has had a great series so far. Tough to turn to the guy map after map, but if they want to get this done on the third map decider, he's going to be an integral part. Not enough money to afford a kit. Post plant might just see Astralis going for the save.
4 smokes to start. Run boost across. Yabi, you discussed how influential he's been. He's down as well. He's under a lot of pressure. That flash did catch him. Missed Molotov. Oh, he's wallbang Carrigan there. That's beautiful. He's going to keep it going, keep it rolling. Rain under scrutiny. Stown reveals his forward position with a couple of bullets of his own design, but backs away, maintains this man advantage. It is all on Cadian. They're going for a boost, an opportunity. He nails the first. Quick trade out of Brokey. A site for the taking. Leash floods into the site, but they're not ready for such a quick response. It's Yabi, and Stown to close.
There you go.
There he is. Clean.
Well done from Cadian, and he's fortunate that they had the boost. I think if they just contacted out, he gets caught in transition right there. The fact that they go for the boost, he's able to get one, get all the information.
And we have a winner.
So cheeky from Stown to find that opener, and you're talking about the timing. Yabi just sprints in undetected. 2 players not even looking in his direction. Great work. Money's still there for a FaZe bite. Astralis could walk away with 8.5 if they win this one.
Ooh, Cadian paid a heavy price. In fact, the ultimate price for the 11th round. Burns down to a Liege. Ooh, not far off the mark as well. Does chip away at Stair.
A lot of mid pressure this time round.
Yeah, double donut setup. Smoked off, so redundant.
I think they're just going to try and brawl on middle there, having 2 players coming back to red, and they were going to search through donut to completely clear this out. You don't want anybody to linger, but it's tougher now.
Especially with Stown. Headshot 3A, not far off the mark, but aware there could be one close. The incendiary will deal with that. Elige falls back and blocked through the flames. Tucks across.
Defensive smoke. Donut fight possible. Yabi would need to go monstrous in this moment. They actually dipped away. Astralis trying to be ahead of the play.
They got no block util.
Device's footsteps definitely heard.
It's going to have to just be guns.
Oh my God,
Look at him, shaking through the smoke. Stair, head-on collision here with a Liege. Missed shot from the AWP. Maybe they overlooked this position. Oh, wow, Carrigan. Nice with it. FaZe hitting their shots, showing their individual mechanics. Yabi, though, giving it a look in. Knows Brokey's low, but covered by Carrigan. I'd love to see that shot he hit there onto Stair. He seemed so aware, despite Device firing off that shot, he was looking for him.
Yeah, that one could have been big for Astralis. Could have had quite low money across the board for FaZe going into this final round of the half.
Would have liked it.
And now that conversation goes the other way. So we've been quite back and forth. The opening with the pistol, the conversions. 5 out of the first 6, well, going to close down the half with some style and some momentum. Our FaZe putting up a bit more resistance than they did yesterday against Falcons. Same mid-harass utility. Cadian pops some shrapnel again. Nade deep, Elige ahead.
Golden opportunity as well. Full lane and mid control. Golden start.
Yeah, hard to justify the fight at the moment, so looking to try and block. Cadian will be playing the line. They'll smoke it for him. So now red is a problem. Biggest boon they have is Stown all the way up in A main. Means he can either push, or if they do go donut towards A, he's in a really strong position to help deal with this. 3 through red, Cadian only with the MP9.
Yeah, just used his smoke to try and bait A main for them, for Stown, so it's just an MP9. Cadian hears all of this.
Is it mid to B, or is it mid to A?
Turns the flash, hoping for a golden opportunity on this close cross. It's not going ideal for Cadian, and yeah, some damage inflicted, but no kills. Maybe Device can make good on that. A missed AWP shot from Brokey. How many more chances will he get? Nice one back. Just crouching into the AWP to leave us at a 6-6 half.
They just all fought them, but not even in a bomb site. They're challenging for the CT spawn space. Stown even pushed out from his power position to main. He goes down. Now it's just Yabi, 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb heading over towards B. We'll call this one all tied up. So really wanting to force that fight, Astralis. It will cost them in the end. In the end, indeed. And will we continue to split the pistols? As mentioned, Mirage opened things up with Astralis pistol. Actually, they managed to get both, excuse me, on Mirage. So they have the lion's share of the pistols so far. We split them on Inferno. Right now, the first one did fall in favor of the Danes. Let's see if they can pick up both to try and run this one home.
Cluj, you having a good Sunday? You excited for this grand final a bit later? Should be a good one. MOUZ versus Falcons of all, just like everyone
expected.
Of
course.
Just what we were ready for. $1.25 million prize pool for this one.
Yeah, 400K at first.
400,000.
Not a bad day at the office.
Yeah, some extra cash up for grabs for the winner of this one as well.
All right, well, buys are coming in, fist bumps are there, freeze time ticking down. Looks like it could be a technical pistol out of Astralis. They've got util spread across 4 different players. So it's not just going to be one individual throwing it all out. So let's see how they use this. Over towards A quite quickly. That's the donut smoke for Device. Cadian's already lobbed one out towards CT, so this one's got pace as the flavor.
And a wide open runway for the plant. Smoked off is Frozen. Pre-aim from Frozen, hoping to catch that default plant spot, but Stown gets it done safely. Temple charging, Brokey, Jewel Beretta's up close. Trade potential from Elige.
It's all on Karrigan's flash.
Position. Yeah, there is a flash prepared to be thrown. Not blind on box. And ooh, Karrigan actually takes down Yabi, but that's a nice double out of Stown. Device in A main. Ooh, good shots. Glock connects. Frozen. It's kind of whiffed the smoke. Does kind of obscure, but not good enough. He'll be sticking out, and down he goes. Astralis, both pistols, whilst creeping onto their faces. This highly impactful game in pursuit of those VRS points.
Yeah, look, we've seen from FaZe after they've lost these CT pistols that they haven't gone into the force buys, and I don't think that's going to change. Even on Inferno, they went with the approach of not force buying into the second, then bringing out the MP9s into the third to get the full rifles out into the fourth. So they delayed their gun rounds. Felt like the approach was going to net them something, but all in all, Inferno was a bit of a non-starter, a bit of a fake comeback, a bit of a weak CT side. They stacked the correct bomb site, Alex, and they're coming with pace again.
Okay.
This can go wrong.
There is certainly a world where this goes horribly wrong. But not blind, and Device is back 10, finds Frozen Steg ready for the boost, and it seems they've worked it out. Just as easy as that. Wow, look at that from Elige's POV. The whole team ready for him. So let's see what they do now.
I think they should buy.
Right? Just go in forward.
I think so. It's starting to take shape. So just one Famous for Karrigan. He's got the defused kit, so he'll take the sacrifice. Everybody else into the A4s. The only one A1's the only one Rain on the A4. What type of opening are they going to go for here? Frozen and Elige both will be tasked with taking mid with these rifles. Brokey, when he gets the AWP out, likely dealing with A. They can apply pressure towards the A site again. The bomb is really late on Stown, so this could just be a fake. Try and apply a lot of pressure, force the mid players back, and provide a gap in middle.
They have no answers. They're in the dark about A.
Second wave. So nobody A.
They weren't buying it the first time, but
look at the mollies to set up, right? You drop these mollies, now they're not going to be able to push through the smokes. A lot of teams go for these quick scaling retakes on the A side. They push through CT, push through Donut. But because of these mollies, they had 4 of them. They just dropped them. Now the bomb goes down. They've already been able to take off a good 10 seconds from the clock.
Yeah, and I like their setup as well. They've maintained temple control. This flank from Elige is everything. Clean headshot. Removes down. Cadian, though, puts Rain down. Awkward, 3v3. Device, a lot to do with just the Mac 10. Brokey's already applying pressure. Frozen can't finish it cleanly and loads the mag. Awkward, but not for Stair. Brokey, can you clutch? Device is playing the clock. There's no time left for him here. It doesn't matter about the kill. Cadian even finishes the job. It's a big round from Astralis. Stealing that one away. Comes down to a last couple of 1v1, but still. Round 15 is theirs.
Okay, there was a kid on the side. It very well could have gone the other way, but you're right. They didn't buy it on that first attempt, but the second they definitely did. Elige with an important first, but they took fights at multiple fronts there. Really good work. Device staying poised under pressure, continuing to deliver on this map, even just by staying alive. And it will have to be a partial now, so double digits, a real possibility for Astralis. So it's gotten away from FaZe, took a tactical timeout, had a conversation. They need a fire starter to get back into this. Frozen's on 14. 9 for Carrigan, 8 for Rain, 7 for Brokey, and 6 for Elige.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, really conditioning this side of the map, aren't they? And one of the things that Elige said in an early interview, which I'm sure I'm not the only one who hated it, is, oh yeah, you know, I'm the A player, but A players get to play middle a lot. We're keeping things dynamic, and I really not a big fan of that. But Yabby, he's already infiltrated the back line. So the A fake has caused a massive gap. This is a risk to take against this type of buy. His teammates will be made aware of the possibility, but he's already got the rotation completely cut off.
Yeah, because Brokey just got hurt. He heard a CT smoke and pulled further to A. Now Stare, if he gets one, it'd be even more convincing. Brokey pulled back, and Yabby, oh man, he's in CT. Heading B. Yeah, I mean, they will. It's Device that will likely go down. It's the second that's crazy! How about 3? How about that from Raid? 1, okay, 2, yeah, but 3, it's round defining.
Yabby needs to clutch this up. He's been here once, he needs to be here again.
Oh,
where is he going off to? Rain aware that he could be coming back in from Speedway. Trying to find him is Frozen. Yabby can still win this, 35 on the clock.
He certainly could, Chad, and I think with Frozen confirming it, Rain is aiming in the right direction. Rain, the pre-aim, but Yabby too smart, too quick, 28. Molotov thrown, how about 2 of those? Can he pivot? Has he got time to do this? He's worried about the flank. He's got to commit to B.
He won't know that Frozen's ahead.
This could be a bit of a... Oh, he's just planning in the open. Frozen's going to have him dead to right. Yabby gets off the bomb. He's still alive.
He can reset.
There's a conversation to be had now with information on his opponent. Yabby, an incredible performance throughout this series. This is a huge clutch, though, to keep Astralis on their winning way. Spots out Frozen, 5-7 v AK. He took this space, but he can't take the head. It's Frozen in combination. He can't beat himself up about that. He wasn't there when Rain mows down 3 with a 5-7.
I even thought the spacing was all right. The fact that he gets the kill in spawn, it spurs them forward. Once they identify where Frozen is, they know they just need to get 1 kill. If there is somebody on B, you have the first man in Device. He's low, so you want him to be traded. He's meant to make the space, but it's just rapid out of Rain. Bish Bosh Bash 3 down, and that's the round. Here it is again for all its glory. That's the low HP. This third one is just snappy as all hell. Look how quick this happens. Blink and you miss it, round over. Break the money with this one, FaZe.
Now mid with some confidence. That sucks for Cadian. We'll throw out threatening smoke, though. That's going to have Elige feeling under a lot of pressure. Carrigan, ooh, confirms occupation of first stage of Cave.
You need to decide now, are you going to play retake or are you going to play more forward? This is a classic position. Literally call it Carrigan, play in front of the pillar.
Rain and Carrigan side by side on the site. Stan walks through. Oh dear, a dink, but the Galil does manage to best him. Retake likely now. Bomb escorted onto the site by Device.
Oh, that's a team flash.
A team flash, yeah, that's awkward. Miscommunication. Device though. Oh, nails his headshot. Brokey, surely a dead man, caught with his knife out. And a 10th. And a quick response. I thought maybe timeout, reset. Save your mental, but no. Astralis straight back to their winning ways after fumble against the 5-7s that had so much at stake and comfortable.
Had flavors of this yesterday, didn't we? Where FaZe were able to win some plucky rounds with saved guns and upgraded pistols, but when it came down to the full buys, they were getting outclassed by Falcons. Dexter putting on a massive performance, Nico as well. Nice little relationship the two of them are forming on that team. But Elige not being able to double up, well, that's trouble. And Yabi, he was upset with how the last round finished. He wanted to make sure that one was definitely theirs.
It's a weird CT smoke.
And it's a weird CT buy.
It's very weird.
The thing is, on a map like this, the AWP can have impact, but it's very tough because of how good the T's are with the smokes and the space that they can take because of it. So I don't see how Brokey's meant to find too much impact on this map.
But Rain has a pistol.
Okay, well, it's a different variation.
The hand cannon, as opposed to the P shooter.
Staying confidently aggressive. And trying to form these rotations of Brokey, who has headed over to be boosted up. So an opportunity to find the pick, but it's in such a passive position. There's still 2 smokes to work with for Astralis. They're going to come in through cave.
Ooh, that is the gap.
Now, they can smoke short and long from this position. Long smoke landing now.
Deep short smoke. Carrigan dead. Stare makes it so.
Simple stuff. Now, Brokey needs to run, right? You can't hang around and give away this AWP. You need to get out of there. So he's just going to back off. 2,900 loss bonus into the next. They will be buying. But yeah, just such a risky weapon to pick because let's say that you got wiped. Oh, and you still might. Device is already hunting. Where are you going to go now, Brokey? Keep dropping. Bomb over that halfway mark now. They're going to really try and hunt this one away from Brokey. He did fire a shot of the AWP. He announced his presence. He let them know that he brought this into the round. Looks like he's going to get away with it. 11 now for the Danes.
Have had some troubles once they hit the 12th here in Cluj. Saved AWP though. Damn.
We drove from Bucharest.
Yeah, that didn't take 12
That was
hours.
only 6.5, 7 hours, but it's 12 hours away.
I don't know. It's getting bigger.
Talking about Pasha's biceps?
Yes.
Starting to feel a little bit hollow in the serve up. Cadian's brought in with a Mac 10. It's going to be another one of these pace changes. They're able to pull it, or they tried to pull it off on Inferno. Remember the fast B that they went for that was well defended by Carrigan and Frozen. So what they go for this time round. Cadian with a good B spawn. Might just see him run straight in towards cave or straight up the B round. They could go for an extinguish.
Yeah, we'll go straight through that door smoke.
No head armor on the other side.
Elise jumping up. Caden slips through cave. Quick on this. Elige actually flanking. Cadian not ready.
Oh, I don't think he saw him.
No? Yes, now he does. Nice from Rain and Elige in combination. This aggression from the CTs has paid dividends. Aggressive venture thwarted.
Oh,
nice nade.
Softens Rain up a little bit further. 3v5 early on into the piece. The Cadian or Device being able to break in, and Device is having a great third map. 18 kills in total so far. Tippy top of Ancient. Still could try and execute in. You see Stare there with that smoke. Another block one lands. Now at the moment, they're in a fortunate position because limited information available over towards middle. Frozen's just patrolling that from red with some jump spots. Over towards the A site, it's going to be Carrigan. So the other 3 are on B. They are in the right place, but can't be certain of that. 40 seconds now. Another smoke lands. You wait this out, there'll be 20 seconds and then the go. Taking a look at the money situation, Stare will have enough to buy. Device and Cadian with a loss bonus will be all good. So I'm curious if they give this one a shot. And one more smoke.
Oh, that's a shame for Elige.
I don't think you go for it though. They just re-smoked the ramp. I'm pretty sure they're going to save.
Seems to be the case.
Okay. I'll make sure they don't have to reinvest. They're not going to get any loss bonus at all, though, and it is bottom of the barrel, so probably for the better. 1,400 about to hit Cadian and Device's bank accounts, and they will be able to buy. We see a timeout to discuss your options going into this next round. Cadian's bought in with a Mac 10 again. And Device has only bought in with a Tech 9. He could have gone for an AK. They both could have.
Bon appetit.
This is really interesting, Alex. This might be fast again. Just take a look at what type of buy that both Cadian and Device have gone for.
Yeah,
both being up for full purchases.
So they want to test, oh my God, if they were to test B right now, it's very open.
I think they're just going to try and guarantee themselves a gun run into the next as well. But it's a kooky way of doing it.
Here's the cave. Oh, the flash.
So blind.
Team flash. Lucky to get away with his life. Could have gone worse.
So much pressure.
Oh, blinded off. The AWP getting run at now by Mac 10s. The smokes are up.
Rotation on the way over.
And Brokey, the jumping Mac 10. He's making it so difficult for Brokey to contribute. There's a wall bang! Stound's got that one. Brokey, though, should be able to get himself one, but the trade is imminent. Oh, look at the lightning fast. Immediate trade. Down onto Elige. This round is theirs. Karrigan helpless in this one. The 12th manufactured Stound with that wall bang.
Yeah, play in front of that pillar right there. Not too many places you could be holding on that site really anymore. Smoke started to fade. They clamp on down. Brokey gets one, but you blink and he is dead. 12 confirmed. And the two players with those lighter buys with the two to go down, so Cadian and Device doing good enough to make the space required to be traded upon.
Stound looks like he is on a collision course. Got a couple of seconds to find him.
It's a good gun to take away. 2,400 into the next.
Karrigan's earned an M4 save.
Yeah, and that's important because he's going to be able to drop that. He's going to give that to Elige or to Brokey, one of the two. They should be able to get rifles out around it. So Karrigan can try and facilitate them with a little bit more firepower. This is what we've been talking about. A third place decider, one that we haven't had for quite a while. Back on our screens here in Cluj. Swiss best of threes, 18 playoffs, all the stuff that you'd actually love in a tournament. We've been getting it here. And a lot on the line, confidence building for the rest of the season. Impact on the run to the major. How's regional standing? A big conversation.
Okay, Molotov down. They are breaking in. The flashes were good enough, and Cadian has kicked open the front door. First frag is good. Elige doesn't finish his meal. Tags up one, forced away, licked by the flames. It's Brokey in his named position with a nade damage, but look at Cadian go. He's cooking up trouble. Karrigan does find a response. Still that man advantage. Can he get any more? Yes, he can. No trade, no bullets. Cadian's gone. It's Rain covering his captain. FaZe to extend play. Worried about the defuse, Stare and Device both in the donut. Surely they can't get this one. Brokey punching in, defusing as best he can, and FaZe do take us to another round of play. Double donut for the post plant. That smoke just suffocates them.
Cadian did a lot there on the way in, didn't he? Cheeky grin there from Karrigan. They are holding on again. They're able to come back on Mirage. That was 12-8. They brought it back, and then, well, we all know what happened after that. Cadian breaches in. Karrigan fighting hard, tooth and nail. Out of ammo, but still able to get a third kill. Smoke towards CT. You can see it's just missed right there, but throwing everything he had in that smoke to make sure the defuse comes through and gets away with it.
Interesting. Rugat calls a timeout.
I think it could just be to settle them because you feel like you have it right there and then, especially with how you get into that site. It's that smoke that works against you coming in clutch for FaZe late. And you can see here with the round timeline, they only have 3 rounds on the CT side and nothing consecutive. So every time they've been able to chip in, you've snuffed that flame, you've destroyed that hope, and this would destroy the chances of FaZe trying to bring this back. A long series. Device is extinguishing. They're going out mid. That's the extinguished
That's
mode.
a change up. Who's going to receive them? Just Elige. New in the FaZe jersey. Tested by Astralis, and he's just sitting there with his nades out. Oh, he's in trouble. The supportive flash doesn't matter. Stare blind and still delivers. Carrigan, more impact from him in the later stages. Frozen's hearing all of this. This commitment into A. Smoked off, blocked. The break could be good. The device removes Carrigan empty-handed. Brokey's blind, backs up in the smoke. They're not rushing this. A nice upgrade from Frozen. Brokey can't find finish off onto Stown. Aggression through the smoke from Frozen stays active. Device locks it in. Hard fought match. In and out of the server. Quad OT. A marathon for Astralis, and it was their game. The one that wanted it more. Astralis take the bronze medal.
Third place decided to be remembered. This is Astralis trying to rebuild. Former glory was a long time ago. Cadian back alongside Stown and Yabby. FaZe come into this all sorts yesterday, blown out by Falcons. They were undefeated on Ancient up until that point, and now it's 2 L's for them on the trot. And the fact that Astralis stayed in it mentally after Mirage, after another collapse. Yesterday could have been a 2-0. They could have been in that grand final, but they make the best of a bad situation. They understand it's a long season ahead. And Cadian looking for redemption, back with the Danes. They'll take third.
They certainly managed to take that third place, and they did it in style across a very hard-fought match here. Cadian, you said it's going to come down to who wants it more. You feel like you proved it?
Hopefully, I don't know.
Well, I think you certainly showed it, but I'm going to try and cast your mind back to the multiple maps of Mirage that you had to play. What did it take for you guys to just go through that mentally and then go into the second map and still manage to win it? Because honestly, I was kind of worried you could have been beaten down after that.
Yeah, when we came outside after Mirage, also in the middle of the game, Device got sick, had to puke. So maybe a little bit of kudos for Device, who were feeling bad, but fought through this entire game.
It's not easy at all to do that.
Yeah. The Danish goat. Yeah, so when we got outside, I told the boys, we lost in I don't know how many overtimes. Device is feeling bad. What happens in 9 out of 10 scenarios is that you go into the second map and you lose 13-5 because people kind of have already given up, they're out of energy. And I told them this must not happen, and I'm so proud of the boys of how they handled to come back after such a tough loss.
And it was a tough loss, and you did it in style to come back into it. And that momentum seemed to carry through on Ancient. If we look at the first half, you split it 6-6. Even though you started off pretty well, they get a foothold back into it. But there, afterwards, you seemed like you had full control. Just talk me through it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I was in flow state in many of the T sides. Maybe not individually so much as like killing people, but I had good reads and I made sure to make some good calls. And I think also the boys were playing kind of the micro, the small movements very well around it. So yeah, it was a pleasure to play today, and yeah, we really enjoyed it.
And I think this crowd really enjoyed it as well, right?
We need to do one last clap because you guys have been so amazing. So if you guys want to join me in the arena.
And on that note, a very happy Cadian succeeds in taking the third place.
He does, the master showman, though. He must have been mistaken about what was up with Device. I heard different. Whatever. We just move on. It's a big deal for Astralis, this. I want to really underline that. You know, they've been so poor for so long. They've really struggled. And sometimes when you go so long without trophies, bronze feels like a miracle. And that is really where Astralis have been at for so long. They've been looking to find a combination of players that work in Denmark. This combination, people were saying it isn't going to work. It's not going to work with Cadian. He came in under a cloud. People were talking about him potentially being replaced.
Yeah.
He's now guided them pretty much to fingers crossed, a guaranteed return to the major. And as I said, I think he is a great leader. I think he gets too much hate from the community. I think what he does for his team and how he can elevate them in pressure situations, that can get you to where they're at now, and maybe even a little bit further.
I'll tell you what changed, you know, because I think this is a great result for Astralis. It's a great result for Cadian, and as you said, it's very important in the VIS standings and I guess the aspirations of making it to the major. Now, what has changed narrative-wise is that coming into the tournament, everyone was saying this iteration of Astralis, it doesn't work, right? Cadian playing for his life, maybe they're gonna ring up Hooksy and make a change, who knows? I think what's changed now is that, you know, now we have hope. Now we can believe that maybe it will work. I haven't seen enough of Astralis. I haven't seen them consistently play at a high level enough to say that this is going to work or they're going to come back to the high level. But right now I'm at least filled with a feeling that it could work and it can change. And to me, that's good.
Well, we'll come back to the desk to break the game down. But for now, James Banks is with Elise.
Thank you, Richard. It's a tough loss and a tough moment for FaZe for sure. And Elise, you guys had one hell of a fight on your hands. If we just start on Mirage and how crazy that went, the energy needed, and then going through onto the next couple of maps, I just wanted you to talk me through where you guys felt it started to go wrong. Because obviously, when we saw FaZe do that classic FaZe moment where you can come back into some overtime, the first one for you to go through, we thought, okay, this is yours in the bag. And I'm assuming you thought the same as well.
Yeah, I mean, we played super good on Mirage. There was a lot of really close rounds. Could have ended earlier, but ended up going a really long distance. And I think on Inferno, we just couldn't really get like a lot of, I don't know, key frags, I guess. And we also lost like the second round on T side, which made it really hard to come back. And I felt like we were just kind of on the back foot from then on.
Then going into Ancient, right? Obviously, you fight back really well on the first half, but it's your CT side again, similar to what we saw yesterday, which kind of been the pain point for you guys. What is it that you guys are struggling with there? What's missing?
I mean, it was kind of unfortunate on the first round. We played for mid, and they ended up going towards A, and we didn't have like a lot of nades to help like with the retake, so that made it kind of difficult. And we're also not winning a lot of pistol rounds, so we're kind of like playing the game on super hard mode. And when we're not converting second rounds on like the CT sides, it's making the game a lot harder for us, and we're having to do really big comebacks instead of making it comfortable.
Yeah, that can be really tough to go through. Let's talk about maybe some more positive on this though. You make your first arena with the FaZe Clan on your first time doing it all. How has this journey been for you guys? Obviously, you're still growing through it all, but just how would you sum up the event?
I mean, we started pretty strong at the event, 3-0, pretty good. The first quarter was good, and then like, I don't know, I just felt we had like a lot of tension like in the semifinals and afterwards. I think it was just like really hard for us, and we never really like played our game. So it was just really, I don't know, it was just really difficult, and we just kind of have to talk about it.
Talk about it, grow and learn as it continues to go through. We've got a lot of more events coming through the season. Lastly, anything you want to say to all the fans out there? There's always a lot of FaZe fans supporting.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to all the fans in the arena. You guys have been awesome. You guys are going to have a sick final later. Make sure you keep up the same energy, and it's going to be sick. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. Thank you very much to everyone in the arena. It's been great energy so far. Grand finals coming up soon, but Richard, we're going back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, James, and great to see Elise not too crushed by the defeat. He says we're going to talk about it, get back to the drawing board. I'm just happy to see him in an arena again. You know what I mean? He has been a great servant to the game and great representative for NA. Had to move away from NA currently with all the problems that region's had at finding 5 really world-class players. He's on this FaZe lineup. I know it's going to take time, but you hope they're going to be all right. They'll be there or thereabouts.
Immediately pragmatic is how I would describe that reflection, that interview right there. Looking back and just saying immediately, not really about emotions or anything like that. It's just, hey, we lost some pistol rounds. Hey, we didn't have nades for some protocols. We weren't able to get map control in these certain ways. It's actually what I want to hear from someone like Elise. He's not worried too much about just the communication or anything like that. He's just saying, well, we just need to play better, and these are the ways we're going to play better. That's why he's a great second voice for this team, and I expect FaZe are going to be able to build off of this. The moments that FaZe had in this tournament when they're really clicking show you that they can play world-class Counter-Strike, but unfortunately in this map of Ancient, I'm going to say they played a little bit beneath themselves.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment from Elise as well. I wouldn't worry too much if I'm FaZe Clan. Of course, I think everyone would have hoped for a stronger start with Elise on the lineup, but then again, I think their overall goal and their, I guess, target right now would be the major, you know, in Austin, and there's still a couple of months for them to get into the groove, get into the feeling, and if anything, a game like this is going to give them a lot of learnings, a lot of experience, and help to integrate Elise further into the lineup. So while I do agree, you know, probably a game they should have won, probably a game that they will feel disappointed that they didn't win. Overall, though, I'm not worried on behalf of FaZe for the future. I still think it's a team that is slowly but surely trending upwards.
Yeah, and look, I think they ran into an Astralis that were very extra determined today. I mean, they certainly had a lot more to gain from a win here. They really dug deep. Cadian was on point in the interview. You have a 50-round game, beyond that. And yeah, maybe your energy's all gone, you have the adrenaline dump, and you just lose the next game badly and you flame out. They didn't do that, they dug deep, and ultimately FaZe ran into that brick wall where FaZe are still making those adjustments. The one thing I would say moving forward, before we talk about our MVP, I just hope FaZe are going to work on their map pool. I'm not convinced this is the final kind of iteration of what FaZe is going to bring forward. Train is there, it's there for the taking. A masterful IGL like Karrigan can certainly do something with that. That being said, you heard in that interview from Cadian, I wasn't sure if we were mistaken, but Device battled through to have a great performance on the last map after being underwhelming, and obviously here he is with his MVP performance. Roll back the years, we weren't sure how he was going to do. He just got off to a heater, just multi-kills right out the gate and set the tone for his team.
I mean, Cadian said himself that Device had to throw up at some point. I mean, so for him to play it through, to gain the adoration of the fans with this kind of bounce back performance from an illness, as stated by Cadian, that the way that he was able to play for the first 5-6 rounds or so, I think he had 1 death and maybe 10 kills at one point. Like that was masterful stuff. And so on top of that, he was doing it with the rifle. He was doing it with the pistol. Like he was showing the whole game in terms of how Device can just elevate you in any given moment.
But that's what gives me a bit of hope for this Astralis lineup as well. Obviously winning this game is again, as we said already, a great achievement for them. Good for the VRS standings, good for the prize money. But throughout this game as well, we saw pretty much every single player have impact. Cadian had some fantastic calling, T-side Inferno. You saw Star step up in that overtime game on Mirage, really showcasing character, showcasing that it's a guy you can count on. Stown had a fantastic showing on the former 2 maps as well, where he actually stepped up and had a bit of that playoff resurgence that we talked about. Yabi overall, it's been a great tournament. So I feel like you can add a positive accolade to every single Astralis player throughout this game, right? And that's what gives me belief that it's not like one player dropping off or one guy not being there. All of them had moments in the game. It's just about, getting them together and having more of those moments consistently together.
Yabi was fantastic this whole tournament. I just got to say, like, he's easily going to get an HLTV EVP for this performance. His lurks were just so devastating. Multi-frags on his holds as well. Like, he was the X factor in so many of the T-side rounds for Astralis throughout this, when he's just on some kind of lurk, especially up the long side on Inferno. Like, he is just getting so much done in those spaces when he's pressuring apartments too. He's the reason I feel like him and Stare on Inferno, that's why they made it their home map.
Yeah. So we're going to go to a break, guys. But as I said, it's been wonderful. I'm really looking forward to the final. So make sure you join us. It's going to be a best of 5 between MOUZ and Falcons. It's going to be epic. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The first MOUZ was actually, the old mice with the ball inside.
Oh, the ball, okay.
So you could spin that thing and like you were,
You need to clean it as well, right? Yeah, you take it out and clean it.
Yeah, completely different. But actually, I remember the first money I made on CS.
Yeah.
There was these WCG tournaments. You of course remember those. Before the tournament happened, they had like in my city like event. So I worked there for one day, and I was teaching people play CS like in the like
nice.
shopping mall or something. They had a like cyber truck, you know, with PCs and stuff. So the first money I got, I bought a mouse. That was Microsoft the 3.0.
Oh, of course, the classic. Yeah.
So that's how I started.
First mouse I play with, I mean, of course you had those really old school mouses, which I don't remember which exactly it was.
Some optical thing with a cable on.
Yeah, exactly, like really old school. But I think my first real mouse that I remember having is the Razer the Thudder, the 2013 or 14 Chroma or something like that.
Yeah.
It's forever been my favorite mouse to use, I think that's the first one I was using.
The one I received as a gift in Christmas. It was the Microsoft 3.0.
Yes.
So I just remember that I came home and I called my friends and let's play, because I
want to use this. I'm ready.
Yeah, I want to try. So yeah, as a kid, I think it was one of the best gifts that I had, and I really enjoyed it.
It was always the 1.1 or the 3.0, the Microsoft ones. They were what everyone was using.
Yeah,
they were the good ones
best.
back then.
I think the first mouse professional I was with was the Microsoft Intel 3.0 or something.
Yes, that's the classic. Yeah.
And then I loved the ice mat. And you
the
had
glass.
To, so I had to play tournaments online to win Teflon. You had to change every week because it was getting wrecked. But
it destroys the skates, right?
Yeah. So you just play online tournament for 4 meters of Teflon.
As a professional, my first mouse was the Zoe EC2.
Okay, so you were still of a generation where EC2 was like just coming out the modern bit, but with a cable, right?
With a cable, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm still playing with it today, actually.
Oh, sweet. You just use the wireless version, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. EC2 stayed good. Good shape.
For sure.
Upgraded insides of it.
I still have it to this day. I bought my house 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And, I've saved all of these trophies that I've got. I got my first trophy that I won in 2003.
Yep.
It doesn't look as good as it used to, and it's been on the road and in the basement for many years, but now I have the space, so I built this trophy cabinet. And I kept my first mouse. I'm very happy today that it was always something that, throughout my career that, you save these badges from events to events, and it was just something that was special to me. So I still have my first mouse.
I don't remember. It must be A4 Tech.
Oh God, I don't even know what that is.
And also, I think after that, X7.
Okay. You have to be it's difficult for you, right? There's more now, but I guess at the beginning of your career, there wasn't so many.
In the beginning, I wasn't looking for a right-hand mouse. I mean left-hand mouse. I think I was just playing whatever I have.
Okay.
And also in net cafes, also
you got no choice.
What I can afford. That was the main thing. But I think I played with a lot to X7.
Nice.
It was also. You could do macro. You could send 2-3 bullets in one shot.
Okay. Little macro cheats in there as well.
Yeah. When you're a kid, you're
just having fun with it, man.
Fun. I remember. I never forget. I was I think 14 or 15 years old. I got invitation to the national team.
Yeah.
And we played against again Poland. Virtus.pro roster. that was
not easy first game.
Not easy. And zero experience in the big stages or anywhere. Only Turkish LAN games. I played really bad.
Oh no.
It was 6 to 17 or something like.
You were going up against pretty much VP search and stuff.
And also we lost anyway 16-3.
Oh God.
On Dust 2. I never forget that map, that match.
That was maybe some good training for you. You're pretty good at Dust 2 now. You're a god at Dust 2 now.
Yeah.
You just needed that experience to go through first time.
Yeah, it took too long time. I don't know how many times I was in that map, even maybe 2,000 times, 3,000 times. I don't know.
I think first event there was these LAN parties in Czech Republic. That was called PG Challenge, I think. That was 2003, probably. We took a car drive there with our own PCs. My dad took us there. You know, the first manager in esports.
Your dad's hooking everything up. This is brilliant.
Yeah. So we went there. We actually, I think we lost in the quarters or semis. Actually, Zonic was there. I'm not sure if he won the whole thing. But I was a fan at the time.
I think the first one must have been Copenhagen Games.
Okay, yeah.
Even though like back then you just had to attend and you would be on national TV. Actually.
Nice.
So
That's actually not too bad.
I think actually it was against Epsilon.
Oh yeah.
And they had Res.
Nice.
Dragon. Who else, like Freddie B or something. And I remember I was like 14 and I was watching a demo of them on Dust 2. It was like they were a top team, you know, top team. They were quite good. We got some NT on them. We got some rounds, but not that many. But it was a good game.
So in 2005, I got my first contract with salary. It was for SK Gaming.
When we went there, when they went Danish.
Yes, and they also had a Swedish lineup at the same time because they weren't really satisfied with the Danish roster. But yeah, I remember it was like $500-600 salary. I actually still have the mail from Alex Müller, who was, I think he's still the owner of SK Gaming.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. And we had this Danish team. It was the Titans who got bought up by SK or who got signed by SK. And unfortunately, the players were not that motivated. And I was the one up and coming. You know, I had to leave my team, who was technically better, but I had to leave because I couldn't afford a new PC, and I needed a new PC.
The opportunity,
yes, and with the salary, you know, and I also got a PC from SK.
That's okay. That's a really good deal then in terms of those days.
We played like these CPL Brazil and CPL Barcelona as well.
Yeah.
And then I think that the big was, you know, us going to ESWC, which is kind of equivalent to a major.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost to Complexity in the grand final with Fraud and Warden and those guys.
And that was when they were just on their rise, right?
Yes.
Was no longer Team 3D days. It was going into Complexity, starting to have some success.
Yeah. And also, you know, my hype and you know, trying to be there for the players actually stems a lot from my inspiration for Jason Lake.
Yeah.
You know, I remember the good old days. He kind of brought in, you know, kicking the player's chair when he was cheering, and you know, that was kind of what inspired me as a coach now.
I think it was a cash cup, like a ESC cash cup.
Yeah.
And we played it with a mix. I played it with like my best friend.
It wasn't NXT days, so it was even before this?
Yeah, it was before that. I also played in another organization in a team called KPI, which I'm not sure if that was my first game. I actually don't remember, but it was either with KPI or it was with a mixed team in ESC cash cup that we won. So it was either one of them, but I remember that I think it was the KPI game, and I was really nervous, so I didn't really play good. I think my HLTV career started off very red on the statistics, so yeah, that's what I remember.
It was to play for Portugal. I don't remember my first official, but I remember the first time that
That's important. That's really important to represent your country.
So I get out of school, I go running to my home, and after 1 or 2 hours I'm playing that game, so I was so nervous.
Oh man.
But yeah, it was, I felt very proud on that one.
Of course,
so that's something that I remember.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say what professional match is, but I think first professional tournament in my eyes was probably DreamHack Summer Bayok.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if it was 2006, because I think there was a lot of local lands where it's kind of professional match with the best teams in Denmark. But I think international land was probably the first one in DreamHack Summer Bayok, maybe 2007 or 6.
How old would you have been then?
How old I was?
Yeah, then.
Yeah, 16 or 17 at that point.
Oh, nice.
But yeah.
That was like where you still had all the like elite 1.6 teams entering, right?
Yeah, like I think in that tournament there was Vault Gaming that didn't qualify for the main tournament and played them in the final. It was with Jumpy and all these guys back, I think it was. But it wasn't the main tournament, so I was watching in between.
You go through into the second tournament, right? Yeah.
So that was a fun one.
There's so many of them. From, you know, the most crazy travel we've had was when we had a tournament in Minsk in Belarus.
Yes, yeah.
So that was actually like 2010 something. And they booked us the flights to Minsk pretty late, so we were flying through Moscow.
Okay.
And we were not aware that the Belarus is like in the regional flights over there. So once we landed in Moscow, and we didn't have visas, like transit visas, so we couldn't enter, leave the place. So we were stopped at the airport and had an overnight stay there, and had to fly back home on the next day.
Oh, they didn't let you go through?
No.
No way.
They took our passports. We stayed there the whole night. And next day we fly back to Warsaw. Then we take taxi to the border. And then we had taxi waiting on the other side to take us to Minsk. But apparently we found out you cannot walk through the border. So we had to take stops,
Oh my God.
All of us had different people taking us.
So you had to jump in with a random car and go across.
So that was like the
oh God, that's chaotic.
Yeah, that's probably one of the most crazy stories.
I mean, there's a funny moment with Cadian, actually. I remember, I think it's our first major together in Stockholm, where we beat Vitality and.
When we finally got back to LAN in 2021.
Exactly. We finally got back to LAN, and we were really good online, and we were trying to prove ourselves, and we managed to go to the playoffs by beating Vitality. And I have like this 1-on-2 or 3 against Saivu or something, and I win on overpass, and he kisses my forehead. That's a great picture, and that's a good one.
I think nowadays with Counter-Strike players, we are at 5-star hotels. We play in big arenas. Back in the days, for example, when we went to these tournaments in Germany, back then, I remember coming to Germany and having to drive, 2 hours from the airport. And then we went to this hostel where we had to share. It was like you didn't have your own private room, or you didn't have shared rooms. You had a whole, like a massive room that had room for 30 people.
Oh my God.
And we would have to go to these messes, Sapien mess or whatever it was called, like these big. Razer has a stand and like these
exhibition places.
Yes, exhibition.
Right?
Yes, that was what I was looking for. And we were sharing rooms with some Polish workers who was like carpenters or whatever, and they would wake up at 6 a.m. and we had had to shower next to them, and it was just a big mess. And you had to drive 3 hours to get to the venue, and then we were just sitting there, and you had no noise cancelling headsets, and there was like a Razer booth behind you where someone was going crazy, and it took you like 10 minutes to go from one side of the hall to the other one, and it was just. Back then, I feel like a lot of the players they are a bit spoiled today, because back then it was crazy.
Like you had to go through what you did, so that they can have this now, right? As it's all changed.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of having fun. I think I'm super lucky in my career that obviously MOUZ gave me the opportunity in the first stage, but also just to be able to be here for almost, I think, 4 years now. Yeah. And I think every lineup I played in every roster, NXT and main team, it was a pleasure. I was always surrounded with happy and funny people. Also, even if people maybe like, for example, David, when we joined, like he was the old guy, let's call it, and we were a bunch of kids with him.
And Frozen wasn't even that old when you said
exactly,
old guy,
but he was the old guy because of also his attitude. I think that he was very, like he is always and was very professional, and that's something that we all look up to him until this day probably about. But we also made him have a lot of fun. I feel like he really enjoyed the time with us. So yeah, probably that was one of my best memories from that time.
I don't know, maybe in Portugal we going with my team. We go to Lisbon. It was like a normal ride. It's like 3 hours.
Okay.
But it was raining so much, and we took like 7-8 hours.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was very insane. And the guys that were with me, they were kind of crazy, and it was one of the first times that I was with them.
Yeah.
So, and we needed to sleep basically on the floor to play the tournament. So,
oh man.
Yeah. Right now it's very good to remember that, because
where you began, the humble beginnings.
Yeah, and right now we have everything. We are in the hotel, we have a bed, we have everything with the manager and stuff like that. So
but back in these times as well, you didn't even have practice computers, right? There was no
well, you needed to go there, the PCs to play, and after that you just go
get off and go.
So it's not funny, but it's the history.
Funny now is probably the KNS, where I'm just running down and trying to shoot him in the back with 12 bullets on the cobblestone. It wasn't fun at that moment, but I didn't mean so much in the game. But after, I'm just laughing at it. I even called my USB KNS killer Kappa. But you could do name tag, so yeah.
I think it was Changzhou. I don't remember. Chengdu.
Yeah.
Something like that city. One of my roommate, like actually we have one roommate, but he got sickness, I think, from the food.
Oh, no.
And in the like 5 a.m. like 5-6 a.m. around, I heard someone puking in toilet. And I woke up and I said, like, bro, are you okay? He said, no, bro, I'm dying. I'm even puking like in different colors that I never seen. So I said, okay, let's go to the hospital. But we don't know English.
Good luck. Yeah.
Didn't even have time to write to the people, like, we are going to the hospital.
So you just went on your own?
Yeah, with 2 person going down to the lobby, asking for cab, and going to the nearby hospital. And 6 a.m. even like weather was dark.
Yeah.
Like we opened the hospital place was like, how I can say, it's like a Call of Duty moments. Like when your door is not even door, it's like you have to open like this, you know, like
you're pulling it across.
Yes. Yeah. And we went in. There was no any doctor or something. We were just hearing sounds. Like the window was opened, and some doctor came out, and he just. It was her, I think. She gave us like some couple of pills, and we couldn't come back after that. Like we did everything. We had to look for taxi, but it's impossible to order taxi because they don't know what taxi means there.
So you're just lost.
And after that we walked, we asked the people, we said, what we gonna do? Let's go back to this like a war hospital to check can someone speak English and order a cab for us. And by the way, at the same time, for 2 hours, 3 hours, they are trying to reach us.
Oh yeah, to find out where you are.
Yes.
And you have no data or nothing?
No, nothing. Like we got the cab, we made the hotel, like managed the camp hotel in lobby. When we saw the all tournament organizers there, like all admins there, and also every team had like one or 2 person to take care of them because
for the team directly. Yeah.
They were there, our team there, everyone looking to us. It was so funny in that second, like when they're talking.
They were so scared, I bet.
Yes, because
they think you died, you've got away, like you just disappeared.
And also it was like unforgettable memory for us. Also with my friend, like I've been showing like. He's doing like this to toilet. These things, like it was so hard to explain.
You're just miming it all out.
And next day maybe just we play the Virtus.pro, like I don't know.
Oh my god. It's okay.
Yeah.
This is a good story.
Yes, welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. It is now time for the grand finals. A best of 5. The energy is still high with this fantastic crowd, and we've got a fantastic desk. We've got Maui Snake, we've got Blair, we've got Dus Murray, and we've got lots to talk about. So let's get into it, guys. Falcons, we're going to be talking about them. What do you got?
I mean, Falcons, despite the fact that they've gotten so much hatred with every consecutive win over Eternal Fire, MOUZ, FaZe, Astralis, they have been washing away the hatred that has come into their direction.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, man, 10 years ago, it was in this very city, Richard, where we had Nico denied the opportunity to make it to the playoffs of that major, but now he's fighting for a trophy a decade later, and guess who's going up against the new generation of MOUZ?
Yeah, it's really great to see Falcons finally in form after having such a cold start to the year. They are now picking up where the core of this team left off last year in Shanghai when they had that miracle run that included beating the tournament favorites. Now they're back on track with this new lineup.
Yeah, absolutely are. And look, let's just talk about it. Nico, obviously, on a heater here, really showing people what he's still got in the tank after so many people wondering, you know, is he going to get a major? Well, looks like he's just interested in money if he's joining Falcons. Well, no, he's on the precipice of lifting lifting a trophy, and just look at the absolute state of these numbers.
I mean, Nico is talismanic. You cannot deny that. No matter what team he joins, from back when he had his debut back in the day in the MOUZ, what Nico Sports, as you called it, then you saw him in FaZe, you see him in G2, and even here in Falcons, even a team that's trying to kind of find their legs. If there's one guy who will deliver, no matter what the scenario is, it is him, and he's doing it in style here.
Truly a transcendent rifler, showing that he can get it done at the beginning of a round, middle, end, doesn't matter. The most comprehensive player that we've got left in the tournament, and Falcons, he has been their lifeline. For a team that has struggled so much, they finally have a reliable star. The game in, game out, he's going to put up 20 kills. Everybody else just has to follow suit.
Yeah, and I think that the core of this team is just so happy to have such a suiting replacement for who they lost in Nerds. Nico is everything Nerds is, but better, more consistent, able to do more as far as the range of rifling play that he can do. Yes, he can be an aggressor, he can be a front runner, he can entry for you, but he has those aggressive lurks. He can make star plays on rotations on the CT side, and he can anchor. You really can't ask for more than what Nico can provide.
The complete rifler. I mean, absolutely has also crazy things in his locker. You saw the pistol kills there as well. But some people have been uncharitable when he joined Falcons. They said, this is just Nico Sports Volume 2. These guys can't hang. But what we've seen here in Cluj is that isn't true. These other players are getting activated, and that brings us to Dexter. He's had some of his best games in Falcons. No, the best games he's played for Falcons, on the stage, in the bright lights, under pressure.
Oh, absolutely. You can't deny him. And I was a doubter. I was watching him play in the group stage. I was seeing him single-handedly lose rounds, lose maps for the side of Falcons. But now sitting next to Nico under the bright lights, as you said, Maui, under the lights, he shines the brightest, and he has been impeccable. Look at the numbers. Yeah. The numbers tell its own story.
It was fair to doubt him.
They're meant to be the other way around. That's how a usual player responds to pressure.
That's how it would look if it was Stown in the picture. But instead, no, it's Dexter, okay? We got him
catching
group
strays.
Stage versus playoffs, leveling up. Unbelievable in terms of just how much of a blockbuster opera he becomes when he gets on stage. It's like he is a Broadway performer, not doing it in rehearsal. He makes it count when it actually is live.
Yeah, one of the flashiest operas that we have in the game right now. Sure, people will maybe critique. Sometimes he positions himself maybe not in the most optimal place. Maybe he repeats a little bit too much. But what Falcons have done is they have found a way to hone him, to sharpen him, to put him in prime positions to have impact. And so when you send him out for an opening pick, he's finding them. When you put him on an anchor position inside of a site, he is shutting it down. And his opping is really what has been the secondary star system behind Nico that has drove this team forward in this tournament.
Yeah, he even kills teammates as well and still wins rounds. Absolutely
Get out of his way.
Crazy.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, fair point. I mean, I also do want to point out as well, when he started getting good, that was the exact moment in the group stage when I said it's just Boros with an AWP. Won't ever say that again. Anyway, let's talk about their opponents, MOUZ. We've got a lot of talking points there, Dust, because what they did was they brought in a new IGL. They were ridiculed by the community for doing it. Everybody wants Shuhei. I can't believe he's going to be on the bench. G2 might come a-calling. Liquid might come a-calling. People were even like, well, you know, maybe Falcons could come a-calling. Everybody wants this guy, except the team that cut him. And yet, here they are in the Brolan era, in a grand final. They could start their era with a trophy, and then Shuhei, who?
Yeah, I mean, I think the legitimate criticism was there about this move from the outside looking in, wondering why you would cut a player who had led this team to a consistent top 5 placement for pretty much the entire 2024 year. Multiple titles, multiple big finishes, but what they have been able to do, despite maybe the lack of IGL experience, is surround him with some of the best firepower we've seen in quite some time, and really throughout the course of this tournament, they have all been teeing off.
Oh, absolutely. And yesterday, for me, it was the real test, right? The game against Astralis. We saw the way they're able to come back on map number 1, the way they were able to take down a 10-year team, despite the struggles that Astralis have had. And for me, that was such a litmus test for Brolan, but it really helps out when he's got these 4 around him.
Yeah, I mean, you got 4 of the top-rated players in the tournament. I also want to give one shout-out to Torzy, because this dude's been incredible. He is winning 82% of his opening duels. That's just unbelievable for an opera. It's just total stats porn. Even Jimmy can't resist that.
Just excellent stuff. I feel like even though they don't have Shuhei controlling them, the individual flair from the players has been really shining here, Richard. I feel like when I'm watching this MOUZ team, sure, they don't have that singular hive mind, but you're starting to see people play outside of themselves. We're starting to see more dimensions to some of their games. We're seeing people just push a little bit further than they would otherwise. They aren't just turning on a dime in the mid-round necessarily. They're feeling out the situation, and it's looking like great individual CS that is then being woven together by Brolin, by Exertion, who has stepped up as a voice.
I want to put out two things really quickly that I feel like have to be celebrated about this MOUZ Sports team already. One, Spinks is being put in more active positions on map like Inferno and Ancient, and he's thriving. He's showing that he can be an incredible trade fragger, not just some passive force like he was on Vitality. And the other thing is Jimmy is getting more proactive. He's helping trade. He's helping entry into certain areas of the map. And I think that diversity is really just giving Brolin so many tools to work with.
And it just comes down to the fact that when you have such a new IGL coming in, despite the tenured voice of Spinks as well, when you don't really have a proper IGL, there's more agency on the individuals. And at this point, despite how young they are, they've been playing at the highest levels of Counter-Strike for quite a while. So I love the fact that Exertion, that Jimmy, that Torres, you're like, all right, I've learned enough, now is the time to deliver and to lift a little bit of the pressure off the new IGL.
Well, on that point, we heard in the interview, in multiple interviews, in the build-up to this tournament, in the media, all of the players saying, look, we didn't want Shuhei, right? We forget about him. We don't care. Brolan's our man. And every time they've won, you interview a player and they're saying, you know, he's my GOAT, he's my captain. Like, they're really together as a cohesive unit. It seems everybody has bought into this project.
Exertion even downplayed how much of a secondary voice he was in the comeback versus Astralis. In his interview with HLTV, he's talking about the fact that it is Brolin that's just making the calls, that it's not just a win by committee, that everybody's doing their own thing. It may look like that in the server at times, but in terms of coming up with the game plan, it really is Brolin that's been in the hot seat, and he's been delivering.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And again, I just want to put this particular matchup in historical context and how incredible it would be for Brolin to get this win. MOUZ in CS2 have been in 3 arena grand finals, have never won one. They have been the group stage merchants. They have been the studio final merchants. And if he's able to pull this off here against the Falcons, who are looking so good right now after having taken Astralis yesterday, in his debut tournament as an IGL, that would be nigh unprecedented. Just look at the numbers right here. They've been, I mean, of course, the VRS forecast as well.
Yeah, we've got the VRS forecast just to show you the stakes of the game. Obviously, if MOUZ are able to win, they're going to jump up. And remember, as we've been saying all this tournament, now with a cohesive VRS and prize money being so important, the further you go, the deeper you go, the difference between winning and losing can be monumental, because at 7th, you're probably certain to be going to the major, which is going to be coming up in the summer. Falcons, however, their story is crazy, because I think they came in at 9th or 10th. And as they've gone through this tournament, they are now on the precipice of being up to 5th, and you will see them at the major almost certainly if that happens.
The buffer room between these teams and the cutoff to play the MRQs, if they lose this, they're at 9th, okay? You want to be in the top 10 if you're in Europe. If you're outside of that, you're just going to be thrown to the wolves in online qualifiers to qualify for the major. So getting to 7th for MOUZ, getting to 5th for Falcons potentially, that's just massive.
And also close to $500,000.
Yeah, and look, with a best of 5, this is what I'm really intrigued about, because we haven't really talked about the head-to-head, the system that both of these teams have. A best of 5 is a unique challenge. You have to be good on all of the maps. There's nowhere to hide. You know, you get your permaban and that's about it. Kixan, Brolan, 2 young IGLs kind of going at it, and this is with the tail of the tape. They're going to have to try and work with their coaches and construct something that's going to work for them. And as you can see here, when you look over at Falcons, it's very clear where their strengths lie. You look over at MOUZ, there's some overlap with Falcons. That seems to be the big worry if you're Falcons, who I still think might be the underdog. I don't know.
I think it's going to be interesting stuff. We'll talk about the ban in detail later, but I think what the cool thing will be is that both teams don't want to play Anubis. The difference being MOUZ can't afford to let Train go through. And so that's going to give Falcons a little bit more flexibility. Then it goes to picking your priorities. And if I'm Falcons, I'm going for Dust 2. If I'm MOUZ, I'm going for Inferno. And then we're off to the races for what could be a great best of 5.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. I think that's a conversation to be had right here, right? But obviously, yeah, the fact that Anubis, obviously Falcons have the highest seed, they have the option whether they want to go first or not. I think the last time they played, it was, I believe, the Inferno ban coming in from Falcons, forcing MOUZ to go for the Anubis ban. So I think it's a very interesting best of 5 here, honestly. We know what I feel we know what the maps are going to be, obviously, but it's just the order, and that makes it very exciting.
Well, the order could be very significant. Just while we're on the topic of IGLs and what's going to happen in the Veto, they've got to say something about Kixan, right? I mean, Kixan continues to impress and grow. He's actually looking better in Falcons than I think he was to the tail end of his time in Heroic. I think he's looked good on the stage. I think he's had some big performances in terms of numbers and production, but I also love how hyped he's been on the stage. He looks completely unruffled.
Kixen, for me, has been the best T-side IGL in this tournament. And the way he's grown into it is what's fantastic. Maybe on day 1 or day 2, you could be like, yeah, sure, he's still finding, he's still trying to figure things out. But so far, he was calling circles around MOUZ in that game they had in the group stage. He was a reason why Falcons were able to get the win yesterday as well. 100% sure you had Nico being in Imperious form. Sure, you had Dexter just playing out of his mind. But despite that, you look at the T-side and the way he mid-round calls, phenomenal. And in that aspect, that's where Falcons have the edge over young Brolan.
Kixen has been the voice of Zonic. Zonic finally found his right-hand man in terms of executing a game plan. In terms of the round-to-round calling, Kixen's been phenomenal, from defaults to set pieces to sometimes really convincing fakes, ones that other teams have bought on and just completely sold other bomb sites on. Kixen has people out of their shoes more than any other in-game leader. He's making people look bad, and the best part about it is, in terms of his own individual ability, he's not embarrassing himself either. This guy's good for a multi-frag when he's got a rifle in an anchor position on a bomb site. I've seen his spray transfers look solid too. In terms of playing off of teammates, he knows exactly when he should be swinging, when he should be giving, when he needs to be the first point of contact. It's really actually been quite a growth from him from back in the days when he was playing with Apex, where I was just kind of thinking, is this the JL or not carry or anything like that? Well, he's really proven himself that was no fluke run.
Especially, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, the numbers that we saw on the screen probably didn't pop off the page. It probably didn't impress you very much. We know that in-game leaders are not known to be heavy fraggers, but what I can tell you going into this series right now is that Kixen, sometimes IGLs will serve as the sacrificial kind of entry guy, right? Obviously, Nico's kind of your big opening force. Tessus is going to be that kind of too. You got Zersh on the mouse sport side of things for that kind of role, but Kixen's actually winning over 50% of his opening duels on the T side. That's not a sacrificial IGL. That's a guy creating space for his team. And he's way ahead of Brolan in that regard in this tournament.
And also, you're looking at a game they had yesterday against FaZe where they demolished them on Ancient, right? You had Nico and Dexter playing lights out, and Kixen was a top fragger. You saw the way he was just shutting down FaZe time and time again in what should have been a chink in their armor and the defense towards Ancient. So just the way that he's calling such a great game, working not just alongside Zonic, but working so well in tandem with Nico. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, and so much production. As I said, creating space for a team when you've got the pieces like he has, that's all he has to do. And he's going above and beyond right now.
I just like that he's not buying a Negev anymore. Okay,
yeah,
that was
he's
something.
come a long way.
And that's why he's better. And that's why he's better now, right? He's actually not buying the Negev.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a tall order for him here. I think as well, though. I mean, as you said, the firepower on MOUZ is the scary part. Do you have them ahead of Falcons in that regard?
I mean, if you're talking overall firepower, man for man, then yeah, probably so. But they don't have a guy like Nico on their team. I'm sorry. Like, the Nico's consistency and impact is unfounded anywhere else. And I think even in some of the head-to-head duels between Torzy and Dexter are going to be very interesting. So I think they're both very explosive. Torzy's probably better on average, but Dexter can be more flashy at times.
I just want to highlight this, right? This is just in CS2, right? They've lost some big names, right? I was just going back. When was the last time MOUZ as an organization won an S-tier event? It was back in New York in 2018 with Chris J and one of those guys on the team. So it's been just a drought for titles.
Well, we're about to see if they can do it today. Let's get this final started.
The ultimate prize of champions. It demands nothing less than greatness, challenging some of the finest Counter-Strike teams in the world to push beyond their limits, to rise ever higher, and to carve their place among the greatest. It is the symbol of mastery, requiring precision, sacrifice, strategy, and courage to transform excellence into legend. It promises immortality, a place in the pages of history where time cannot erase the names of those who have triumphed. 16 teams began this journey in Cluj-Napoca. Now, only 2 remain. They stand on this final stage with the trophy, the glory, and their legacy on the line. One misstep could shatter their dreams. One moment of brilliance could etch their name into eternity. But only one will stand victorious. Who will rise?
This is what it all comes down to. This is what these teams have been fighting for. Cluj, are you ready? Now we have two incredible teams ready to take to the stage, but you guys, you have also been an incredible crowd. Romania has blessed us with an amazing crowd, so much hype, so much energy. It's everything I love. So make some noise! Now for our first team, they have not made a grand final since back in Rio. This will be the first one they can do it with Brolan being the IGL. They showed us that they can fight back. They showed us that they cannot break. Even their mental has been strong on this stage, which is why they have been able to get here. Now they have a chance to lift this trophy, but they have to prove to the whole world that they can do this. And it's all of you watching, whether it's online or here in the arena. So give it up for MOUZ! For our next team taking to the stage, this is the first big event grand final for both Dexter and Kixan. And it's the first for the Falcons organization as well. It's their time to show us that this team that was built to win can actually do it, with Nico lending his experience, not just his aim, in order to try and make that happen. Cluj, give it up for Team Falcons! Kixan, Brolan, come down here. The anticipated moment as we stand by the trophy that one of these two will be walking away with at the end of the day. Brolan, for you, how proud do you feel to be in a position where it's your first event leading with the full team as an IGL and now have a chance of winning this trophy?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty roller coaster in the group stage, of course, but I think I'm really proud of the team that we managed to get this far in the tournament. I mean, we obviously want to see how it goes in this tournament, but now it's just aim for one goal and it's a trophy.
And that trophy is looking real good beside you right now, but we've got to get through this game to do it. Now, Spink's coming in, right? His experience and what he brings to the team, how vital has that been for you, and how important is it, especially now in the grand final?
Obviously, he has a lot of experience, and I think yes, he's really showing how capable he is in stress situations. And yeah, especially yesterday, I think it was really insane. And I mean, it's a key factor of the team to perform on the big stages here.
And that's one thing he knows how to do all the time. For you guys, though, you lost to the Falcons in the group stage. We're now going into this best-of-5 grand final. What can you do in order to change that around and to put yourselves in the position where you do lift that trophy?
I mean, we just want to look for revenge, you know, and I mean, obviously we want to play more like a better game than we did in the group stage and see how it goes.
All right, we will see how it goes at the end of all of this. Come on, Cluj! Kiksan, first ever big event grand final for you. You've been on the grind with it all. How does it feel when you sit here now?
Well, it feels amazing, and I don't think it's a coincidence that we're here. We put in a lot of work recently, and we had good results this event. But we have one more step, and we already played them once in the group stage. We know how they play, so yeah, I think it's going to be a fun game.
A fun game, but you sound very confident when talking to me. But you also should be confident after the way you guys have played. Even your own individual level has been very good. So does it feel like this is in your hands, like this is yours to take?
I would say so. I think if we do what we did so far in the previous games, we have very good chance of winning today also. So yeah, we are not trying to think too much in advance because it's going to be best of 5. So we will just take it map by map and see how it goes.
You say about taking it map by map. How confident are you in your map pool when you're going into a best of 5?
I think we're pretty confident. We've had some time to practice on our map pool. We've been a team for almost 2 months now. So yeah, I think it's good.
All right, well, it certainly will look good when we see what it goes down at the end of the day. Guys, fist bump, get yourself into your seats, get yourself ready for this grand final. The stage is set. The teams are ready. Cluj, let me hear you! No, that's not enough. Cluj, everyone, let me hear you! Now I know there's been a lot of cheers for Falcons, for Nico. So I want to find out where this arena sits. Who, at the end of this best of 5, is walking away with that trophy? Is it MOUZ? Is it Falcons? I don't even need to do that again. I think it's very clear. BTarena, one more time. I want all your energy. Let's go!
Yeah, let's go indeed. By the way, they've just predicted it for us. We don't even need to do a death segment. Wow. We can just sit down and watch this fantastic game. Look, a lot of love in the arena for MOUZ, but it's clear who the home team are. And by the way, Kiksan, a picture of stoicism in that interview. He is absolutely confident. They are amped. They are ready to go, overcome adversity, and lift this trophy. Guys, we're about to get into the Veto. Where is it going?
I'll tell you where it's not going, Rich. It's not going to Anubis, and it's not going to Train. Falcons, just go ahead and get rid of Anubis. Don't play any games. If I'm MOUZ Sports, you got to get rid of Train.
They banned okay, wait a second.
I kind of expected this, actually. I expected the same ban to come out from Falcons.
So they're going to let Train through? MOUZ might play that for the first time ever.
I think it's going to be decided. I think Train's going to be the 5th. Has to be the 5th. It's going to be Duster being picked here. It's going to be Mirage getting picked by MOUZ, unless I'm very much mistaken. Yep. And then Ancient Nuke. There we go. Right there. The Mirage pick coming in from MOUZ. Ancient, I believe, should be the pick coming in from, actually, Falcons with the Nuke.
I mean, it was 50-50 on that one, honestly. And then
Train,
Decider, Train, no one really wanted to play this one, so they leave it to dead last. We'll see if we get there.
I would love to see Train, because I think it's going to be absolute pandemonium if it gets
It'd be messy for MOUZ. We haven't seen him play that one.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Inferno ban, in a sense, you can get it because the core of this team used to permaban it when they were on Heroic. It wasn't that they really played a lot, and they kind of started to phase it in with Nico and Dexter, but it hasn't really brought them a lot of value. And so maybe that's where they thought a team like MOUZ Sports, who's been showing us some great results on Inferno, they're 3-1 at this tournament, in fact, that was the better choice.
It's a map that they have been kind of second banning, in the second phases usually.
Sure,
the opportunity, right? And they only played it once, I think, with FlyQuest, which was an easy win for them. So for them, not just testing it, makes sense. But this is a banger, Rich. Great map so far.
Well, look, guys, we're not going to take too much more of the time. We've got a MOUZ, we've got Falcons, and we're going to add a pair of goats to the menagerie. It is Scrawny and Launders.
Oh, thank you so much, Rich. Well, every goat needs its shepherd, so we appreciate you, man. And thank you, Cluj. You guys have been so fun. You guys have been so fun and killing it. We are on the horizon of aura in this match. A win for either of these two teams in this position will elevate them to a level of stardom that they have never seen.
No, and to see Falcons being cheered for, that's the beauty of it all, because a decade has passed since Counter-Strike echoed through the halls of this BT arena. Much has changed in that time. But while players come and go, our passion for Counter-Strike has only grown. And I have to say that in recent years, I've seen you cheer for Ime as he has raised the Romanian flag to the top of Counter-Strike. Tonight, you wave that flag. You represent what Cluj-Napoca has to offer. So we will shake these walls. We will raise this roof. We will roar.
Getting hot in here. And we just got started. Feels like we're getting 2 grand finals back to back. But this one's going to be best of 5. Strap in, folks. We're in for a ride. Already an interesting start with the Veto. But Dust 2 is not a surprise to start the match.
Nico P250 looking around on mid as smoke fades. Who's gonna be the first blood of this best of 5? Big collection up on the catwalk, smoke grenade to go forward with it. That's gonna deny any kind of move up from Xerxen without getting awkward. Ooh, a drop down into it. Tess's actually trying to challenge bottom ramp. He's got 2 duels in front of him. First clean headshot, then a second. You love to see that. Dexter offers up one, and Kicksan secures that flank. And it's looking like MOUZ have simply been sliced through when it comes to that A defense. Smoke grenade denied the vision, the rotation up. Remember, Xerxen's the first guy to try to come up from that smoke, and he's one of the last guys standing because he never had a chance.
Dust 2 is such an interesting map to watch between these two teams. Of course, they have already played it once, 13-8 in favor of MOUZ in their last series. It was the only map they won, though. Falcons have been on a tear. And while these two teams are both in the grand finals, they are not made equal by their recent results. Falcons have had much harder competition. MOUZ, the 2 hardest teams they played were Falcons and FaZe, and they lost to both. So this would be revenge and then some, and then in an arena grand finals. There are a lot of boxes that can be ticked here for MOUZ, but there's also a lot on the line. In that same breath, you could say that if MOUZ don't win here, then what? They can't do it inside of an arena. We look to players like Xerxen, all right? Every single time they've made it to a big arena grand final, and a lot of times in playoffs in 2024, he wasn't there, but he's been here in Cluj. He's been good in playoffs. Under Brolin, it seems to be working. This is the final, but most important test.
Dexter, just like that, man. This guy's X factor on the big stage. I have seen Dexter make mistakes. I have seen Dexter seem lost, but I have also seen Dexter take over servers.
Yes, he is not optimal, but he is explosive. And you can see in the interview how much it meant to him to be playing here. Said he's never been cheered for before. Yeah. You guys are giving him that first time.
And he's also, in that same interview, mentioned the mentorship that Nico has already offered him. Because, yes, he is a diamond in the rough, but by God, he can glow. And so if Nico is able to do to him what Nico was able to do to m0NESY, what is the heights of the op department on Falcons? Smoke down for the cross with man advantage. Xerxen's going to push down into catwalk. Pistol kill on sight. That could be a critical one because suddenly it gets a little awkward. A little continued spray here. We've got Jimmy back in with a double kill on the FAMAS. It's a force buy out of MOUZ in the second round of the game, and it all comes down to the quartered health Dexter. Not ideal, not theirs for the taking. I gotta say, it got jumbled up. When Falcons reach the top of ramp and that pistol catches the first guy off guard, he can't actually disengage. His teammate right there behind him.
Yep, it did get a little messed up. First kill helps out a lot with this scout shot from Dexter, and also, you'll feel good. You know, I remember this interview with Config, and he said that, you know, for me, I'm such a momentum-based player. If I got a kill got 2 kills in the pistol round, I know I was set up for a great day. If I didn't get those kills, I would be super off kilter. I wouldn't be able to get my form back. And for a confidence-based player like Dexter, you know that he's got a similar feeling. This guy goes off of intuitions. And it'll be nice for his team to see a frag like that in the kill feed as well. But MOUZ quickly answer back.
It's not going to leave Falcons with absolutely nothing. AK, Scout, Desert Eagles on the field, and there's a big question to me as to like who's going to bring that pistoling X factor. In terms of X factor across the board, listen, Nico's going to be lights out, highest rated player of the event, looking to prove that his departure from G2 is not going to stop him. That is a flick. Zershin thinks he has a chance to even shoot a bullet. Nico's got other ideas. That's a 2K off of the star of Falcons in the first 45 seconds. Now an open catwalk, a vacant A-bomb site, and we are going to go back and forth, tit for tat, in the first 3 rounds of this game.
Without that superhuman flick, this round is 4v4, and there is just no A-plant right now. Could be a totally different story. Instead, it's an instant save out of MOUZ. Man like Nico. What a kill.
Simply the best rifler in Counter-Strike history.
And we've got Falcons, absolutely. And we've got Falcons who, they buy the heroic core, they bring in Nico and Magisk, which is perfect for the players that they're trying to replace with the core. All that makes sense. Nico has 4 bad maps at the beginning of Falcons. That's it. Kixan gets this team together so quickly.
Yes, sir.
Brings out the best in his teammates, as he did on Apex, as he did with the last heroic core. He has definitely been showing up as an IGL, but I mean, I don't know. There's no IGL that can teach you how to flick like that.
Something powerful about the two of them sitting side by side as well. Cluj has brought the heat. Simple as that. Just a shooting gallery for Nico, but hold up. Boom! Sits him on his ass.
Nico and Hiko, man. 4 letters each.
Flicks out the mid doors. Here we're going to get a little challenge onto long. Smoke for the corner. Still plenty of weapons for MOUZ to retaliate with. Wild blind. Magisk caught a quick glimpse of the second player crossing over, but Zershin's going to get that return frag. We've got a lot of utility here trying to support both ends of this. 2v2 queued up if Kixan can come through doors. But he waits. Nico's going to do it on his own. Dies empty-handed. And all the while, TeSeS versus Jimmy's going to get queued up over on B. Not that there's an immediate follow-through.
Jimmy almost would have liked that attempt. He was waiting really patiently for that frag to come his way. Mid-B smoke comes out. And they can avoid Spinks, but he can still get vision back if he wants to. But he won't. He will deny himself the vision. This is obviously massive. Look at the way the map is laid out right now. It's 3 leaning towards the A site. All about Jimmy.
Well, he's hopping around, having a grand old time. That frag grenade could be big. Yes, sir. Sets him up. TeSeS taken down to 15 health, but that's not going to stop him from finding an entry. It's still man advantage comfortable for MOUZ. They'll be cautious about the rotation through middle by clearing it out with Zershin top mid, but now that's a third person to be added to this doors retake. There is no tunnels in the equation here.
It's 3v2, but it's still actually a big test for MOUZ. Yes, TeSeS is low, but door and window. This is what they're watching.
They just dropped a smoke on tunnels, well, that means they don't have to worry about it. TeSeS, oh, he pops up. What could have been if he just sat down beneath? Dexter with a Galil, not ideal. And a player gets backside. It's a good headshot from him. All things considered, when Jimmy does all that damage and slows them down, not a surprise to me that seeing MOUZ come through with their retake.
It's a risk from TeSeS, but he's looking at that from the perspective of Material. There's only 2 players in the site. If he gets the kill, then suddenly it's a lot scarier, but I think he feels the need to make a risk with his HP. The thing is, with their positions, Dexter could have held the window across. He could have got the second kill, but they didn't synthesize the information well enough. And after all of this, I mean, Magisk just believed in his spray, totally blind. There was great utility here for MOUZ.
This jump up, you question it? Tessa's putting his head up?
Yeah, as I said, this is a moment where he could have, but he was low HP. They still had 2 players. He felt like he needed to take a risk.
But a contrast to the last round where we had those first 2 deaths go down on long, this time completely evacuated by MOUZ. The alternative is a Torji boost to keep eyes down on lower tunnels, but he's not going to find contact there either. How far can Falcons get along this wall before Brolin finds them?
Oh, this is such an impressive smoke that they throw, because it's not full long control, but it does slow you down or creates a boost opportunity. And this isn't a 5-man. There's a loose player, Xertion looking for beautiful crosshair placement.
Yeah. Rewarded for his patience and slow approach to the long wrap. Magisk gonna try to go alleviate the pressure from behind, and the fact that he finds all this space is one thing, but he's got to keep his guard up. For all you know, Xertion's fallen back into his own spawn, but he's actually sitting in yours.
A deagle from Kixan.
Beautiful. Nearly shooting through his teammate to get that one done. Now you can go grab a 3rd weapon here. This is going to be Falcons, man disadvantage, but at least with 3 guns and a few nades to work with.
Kixan got spotted. Spinks goes upper tunnels because of it, and now Falcons, well, still eyes on him from long.
Easy does it. Torji locking in this angle, missed 2nd shot, opens the door for Falcons to push along it, but the closer they get, the sooner they fall.
Okay.
Torji, 4 shots, 3 connect, and that is going to be a brick wall of a defense on that A site. MOUZ the 3-2 early lead.
I think he's taken, guys. For a lot of people, there's no question about Torzi. In important games, in the big match, that's somebody who's just been getting better and better. And it feels like the pressure is never overwhelming him in particular. And even though there were some low-buy wins in this match to start it off, it's the op that makes the difference. Controlling middle is everything on Dust 2.
Frag grenade opens it up a 2nd time. Pistol's going to use that as an invitation. Torji, 3 kills over 4 shots. Obviously the 4th frag in that round as well was his after Xertion got the opening. What would it be like if suddenly he's got pistols up in his grill? It's a possibility, but he floats over towards long, offers up some utility towards the doors, and this spacing for Falcons. We'll see if a bomb plant can come through. I think a bomb plant here is an excellent silver lining.
So here's how it always goes. Torzi's going to have to dodge this run boost, take the right shot. He'll get 2 chances to fight. Maybe he'll get no more, actually, because of low HP.
Very good.
This means the plant comes down, that's it. Utility's not coming in from CT spawn right.
Just a pistol to get Torji off his original angle. Again, there's no reason in this world that you would believe these majority Glocks could pull off what's left of this round. They've already done what they had to. Bomb is down. That's the win.
No Cat player, this Deagle can shine
Come
from
on.
Cat.
No way. 3 players up from spawn. Brolin and Xertion start to clear them off. Okay. You know, with the positioning for Falcons, it looked like maybe. And I think any additional kill like this one from Digster is something that you'll take to the grave. But it is going to be the MOUZ retake for the 4-2 CT lead.
It'll be a quiet close in the end, as that bomb is actually really far ticked. But MOUZ,
you know, until it blows up, Mohan, they don't have a problem.
Yeah, that's true. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if it comes down to the last second. So the MOUZ trap. You could have a Falcon swooping down if someone's got that gif. Round 7 already. Kixan calls fast. He calls interesting rounds. He's the most glaive-like caller of the new callers that I've seen in terms of the style of play that he brings. Late game rushes, I think, is his signature style. And he's got players that like to be aggressive, that's for sure.
Second time we've seen this boost. There was one round with it not featured. That's the round to go where the pistols flood out of it. So Torji trying to change it up enough to maybe get this kill lower, but he'll offer up that warning shot. Kixan doesn't waste a second, slips down along the Xbox. Dagster's gonna try to push his off. into what could be the unsuspecting victim in Spinks. But Spinks doesn't get shot, not off the first time. Jimmy's able to cut off the entry in TeSeS. Dexter goes for the swing. Nico promised the trade, and it comes out a little late at the hands of Kixan instead. He's gonna layer down another smoke. It's a late delay for that bomb to come and join the site itself. Kixan and Magisk gonna have to pull off another man disadvantage. Already a set of prying eyes in through window.
No flash setup just yet. They're gonna take their time.
Last time they didn't have a single player out from tunnels, and it won't look like they'll do it again. You've got an incendiary, you've got a flashbang. That's the tools that MOUZ are working to get through these choke points, but Kixan's gonna interrupt it. Magisk peeks out. That's what they needed. Fast challenge up inside window, and Magisk is able to disengage. Now we get that flashback out. No immediate push. Xerxin holds, and then it's covered. Torji, great shot. Now he attempts in from window. Magisk able to drop him down to 20 health. He runs. Into the smoke he'll go. Time is of the essence. Magisk outplays him. Xerxin tries to get the pressure up, but this one is Falcons.
Look how hyped he gets. Doesn't even have to get the kill in the end. He knows he wins the round off his movement alone. That was the same round as the one previous, but this time they have the extra flashbang. This time they clear the tunnel and guarantee some information. And it's a great shot from Magisk. His form, it's not Astralis 2018 form, it's not Vitality 2023 form. It is lower than that, okay? Magisk is not the star player that he once was. But when we're here on LAN, and with these last games of Falcons, we're getting the best out of Magisk. He is rolling back the years.
I mean, he really said right now, and quote, right now I'm taking every game with a big smile on my face. And I think that's only possible because he's found this new individual form. Because we have seen important critical clutches. And it's nice to see him just skate away from that bomb. Plays it like someone who has a wealth of experience.
He's done that round 1,000,000 times. Once known for being the youngest Danish star, you know, after Kirby to come on and support the super org that were Astralis. And he has made a journey around the world to international teams. And it's been a successful one at that. Timing shot for Torji. Doesn't yield anything except a little information from the peak earlier. He immediately leans towards the A site. Was that gun switch just enough information? Torzi, interesting.
Oh no!
Oy, how many times can you miss that jump? Oh, doesn't matter.
Right, all good. Magisk on the quick trade attempt. It's gonna walk right into that scope. Torji finally misses one. Xerxin's got his cover. And this is that duo. The deadly duo that offers up a lot for MOUZ, but nice recovery!
What?
It's a double kill from TeSeS and an additional one from Dexter. And the beauty of Dexter, after all his time removed from competitive Counter-Strike, this guy knows how to clutch. But can he figure out this one? As it stands, CT opt to go for the split. There's a ton of utility for them to use.
He's here to expand off of his next duel, but he can't find it and thinks it might be Cat.
Oh!
Somehow wins that versus Jimmy with the Galil.
Now he's still got his smoke up. He could use this to reposition if he predicts that Spinks is going to climb, but he decides to handing onto the ramp. Spinks has gotten off onto the top rope. Dexter hugs in close. Dexter!
Oh.
Not able to snap it up. Spinks just lurks his way forward.
That's a great approach, Matt. Look at the utility there for Spinks.
Wonderfully
Doesn't
done.
use any of it, knows that he has the power of being unnoticed, jumps up, and predicts also Dexter's next fallback position. He was looking for his kill to pick his next position. If it was towards Cat, he'd play on that side of the default box. But because it's on long, he jumps to the ramp. Spinks, again, beautiful read.
You know, I love this highlight reel because it just shows Torji jumping up and getting an instant headshot, doubling down for the second kill. What it doesn't show you is him nearly fumbling that climb up.
Yes.
Timing there, he's lucky to maybe have gotten away with it.
It's funny because it maybe made them peak faster.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
They tried to charge right in. Good flash, but not good enough.
Okay, there was definitely a little freaky tactic right there. They were ready for the molly. They wanted to go over top of it. The only thing that went wrong was the flash.
Yeah, it was like a waterfall over top of the box. Brolin, though, ahead of the flashbang, enough so that it really didn't serve up a problem. He'll sit pretty on 50 HP. Grenade for TeSeS. Ooh, still able to get Brolin off blue, but Xerxion's right here. Xerxion so far has been, I think, oh, hold on.
Man, the kills they're getting are crazy. Plus we have the mid control here. Nico, Weapon X.
Dude, every single round seems viable here for Falcons.
They're not afraid to trade, you know, and the shots they're hitting really justify the peaks they're taking. And in this moment, of course, 4v2, why wouldn't you?
We saw what Dexter could do with a Galil 1 round ago. Nico's going to try to tap into it as he is starting as one of the slowest players of this squad, but not going to waste the moment.
Tunnels.
Spinks takes a step down. Nico's back, compromised, reads it! Figures it out with finesse.
With time as well. Bomb can make its way all the way around. Torzy, they know he's A. Nico, he's coming forward now.
He's in between both. And if Nico goes to the other side, you heard that?
Oh!
Torzy goes in, takes the bomb down. Nico's got to somehow pick that up and plant, or keep it simple. Kill. Torzy flees, and, well, Nico runs through fire.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to go. All right. I think he felt like he didn't have any options, obviously.
Sure.
Can't get the bomb to plant, so might as well see if you can survive it. Yeah. That was a moment where there was actually no other option. Incendiary wins the round here. Torzy wins the round here. 12-4, man. Class player here on Dust 2 for MOUZ.
You know, Torzy has been able to bring these sorts of performances to playoffs. It's usually the rest of MOUZ that crumble around him, notably Xerxion. But if those two are going to be playing as well as they are right now, I truly believe that's enough of a win condition for MOUZ to pull off Dust 2.
Yeah.
It's a matter of being able to keep this going, but I will give Xerxion props. He is tethered very well with either Torzy on the cat hold, or if it comes down to the fight over on long with Kixan, the trade frags coming out of Xerxion, solid.
Oh, this game doesn't end on Dust 2, but it might if MOUZ don't win it. This is the only map they won versus Falcons in their last series. That's something they're concerned about. They don't get a map to warm up.
Seen a previous round where a bomb point would have looked good. Took 5 players to get that bomb down. Don't think Xerxion's going to offer up an extra bit of money here for Falcons. I think they've got enough. Magisk going to dome one. Look at that flood, right? MOUZ so ready to just deny anything further. They are going to set themselves ahead. 4-round lead on this CT side. Their cash looks great, and they are solid across this board. Still yet to even tap into Spinks, who we know has been one of their high-performing players on the stage.
Absolutely. MOUZ have not shown their full hand even on this half, but things are going according to plan. The rounds that Falcons have won have been impressive. There are a lot of situations they're fighting back into where they get close. These are great signs, but numerically, we're already on round 11. Best chance, best case, they get 5 rounds, but even that is looking pretty unlikely. I think MOUZ want to keep this momentum as much as possible. And if they can leave Torzy in mid, there's no answer for that. You know how strong the op is here, CT side. It'll be fun to watch Dexter when we switch over, because he's going to be able to have a bit more freedom, a bit more autonomy, and have more opportunities to catch players running into him and do a bit of what Torzy's done. We saw shots that he's hit already, but not if they don't make any kind of half here.
Xerxion going to charge right to top middle, but I like this passive look right now from Nico. He hears all this approach.
Oh, he's not worried about this yet.
Spinks is keeping him locked in. Oh, the timing, he turned. But will he still think about Xerxion?
Yeah.
It looks likely. Little flash goes deep. Oh, he got it!
Xerxion
all he
beat
needed.
it back.
Sliver of vision for Nico. 2 kills to the top of middle. MOUZ wanted to fight fire with fire, but they go up in flames.
You see what this game comes down to. One step back in a moment like that, and you lose your chance. Nico headshotted, but not killed.
Suddenly a golden moment offered over to Falcons to get themselves a 4th round, let alone maybe the 5th that follows suit. Dare I say it, enough of a T side to keep this first map competitive.
You have to aim to convert. I wonder what the read is here for MOUZ in terms of the late round, and it will be reads because they don't have the resources to get map control back. They have to just make a play. It's the lean towards B.
Climb up's uncontested. Torzy, unfortunately for MOUZ, a little late to this one.
This is a double dip, right? It's a save protocol, as well as if they go B, they will win the round, but MOUZ sniff this out. See nothing. and allow Falcons to take over the A site. That's it. Save location here for MOUZ. Great couple of kills. Mid control is the aggressive tactic. It's something that you don't want to throw in too many times in one half, especially how overtly aggressive it was getting to the very top of mid, especially when it gets punished like that. You're going to feel some sense of regret, but the reason that Spinks is out there checking his back, like looking into tunnels, is because they don't have a cat player holding that for him. He's also worried because they don't hear anything. Now they get suspicious that they've been found. And the problem of it, it's like if you push down mid on Inferno, for example, you can get into a cubby, stay there, but eventually you have to worry about the ult timing coming around. So when you pick aggressive spots, you kind of have to get the kills early, because leaving is just not that easy.
I think in that case, it's a good job by NiKo to kind of hear those sounds and give it an extra 2-3 seconds. Let it kind of cook up top mid. And then they felt the urge to go.
Yeah, well, it pays to be paranoid in that sense. NiKo is the only guy there. He's on vision. You know you will miss timings of people pushing into lower. Flashes mean either nothing or everything from the CT side. So it just means you have to be very careful.
You've also got to be cautious when Dexter's scope on that doors. Torsi's going to go for the upper angle and posts early. Minute 40, he can lock right in on this one. Wants even more. Flash. Oh, he eats it.
It's perfect. They are reading this.
And just as this half starts to come to a close, Falcon's going to show us a little bit of a surgence in success.
It's the first time MOUZ tried to do that upper push with an op, and it's also the first time that they get flash and checked.
I would like to give, just a quick prop to Brolin. We have seen ideas from MOUZ as this half has gone on. 2 fresh looks in the final 2 rounds of the half. And while it did cost them the double kill top mid a round ago and Torsi this time, it is also a good mid-round moment for them to reclaim the kill back on Dexter.
So here's the response. Falcons see, well, they did this aggressive mid-control with Cat. Well, long must be open.
Brolin trying to keep an eye on that gap. Nice. Clean. Finishes off the frag to Tesses. He will sit on 40 HP with a teammate right behind him, so he could go one further. They could try to take this into NiKo. But the thing is, NiKo, as he retreats, it's going to keep these CTs yet again busy in mid.
Yeah, but
bomb crossing up into the ramp. I mean, if they can even just get this down, then at what point is NiKo going to come back into this round? I mean, the guy is nearly standing on B. Kill nearly presents itself. Magic going down with nothing doesn't bode well for Kixan. Luckily, he has that smoke.
Oh, he got him.
Obviously, the B-site player is going to run away. Jimmy never anticipated NiKo to come out, but now they know that NiKo has to go on a marathon. And I'm sorry, buddy, you can't run this fast. He better sprout wings and fly, because this is not going to happen. MOUZ will secure an 8th round on this CT side, making sure they go into middle. Yes, NiKo goes back into B, catching a kill, but it's all for naught. Maybe if Magisk is able to help out Kixan a little more, they stand on that post plant, but this is where it drops. 8-4 on the half.
Yeah, that's a moment that we see NiKo, he realizes he's in danger. He knew every single time that they were trying to find him. And that was a spot where, yeah, he needed another 15 seconds maybe to get involved in that site hit as he walked through the tunnels. But his teammates needed to get kills for there to be any chance of winning the round in the first place. So it ends up working out with it. I missed that. Am I on the left?
God, we're multiplying.
You've got lots of lookalikes.
That's true. And QZ. Shout out one time.
Yep.
How was that for a first half of a grand finals? How about 5 more overtimes? Soak it up while you can.
There will be one of those maps. We talked about it before this day started, you know, that this game it's going to be a derby. Both these teams have never won in a best of 5 stadium grand finals. They both have made mistakes. MOUZ are coming in with a new IGL. Falcons are still building up their team. This is not their pinnace yet. This is a grand finals that will have crazy rounds, great clutches, explosive moments, but also mistakes.
Oof. Clean one from NiKo to kick off second pistol. Back at it. Takes a little longer, but he'll get there. 4 for NiKo. 4 denied. Excuse me. Just looks so clean. Kixan keeps his head down. Xertion thinking about it. Oh, but Magisk is able to take a peek out from sight, and then Kixan comes up. So a trio of long kills from Nico cues up a second round pistol for Falcons.
Wow, it's amazing. Just as I say, some people make mistakes. Who's made, like, has Nico ever made a mistake so far in any of these rounds? Everything's been pretty stellar. And they've been doing a good job of killing him, too. It's not like he's at the top of the board 12-4 or anything like that. But he might be climbing up. He's the #1 rated player here in Cluj.
Nico mistakes, Nico mistakes. I can only really remember one Deagle shot. But other than that...
He wouldn't do that in Cluj.
No, of course not. This is new and improved. Chance to catch their breath here as Falcons and also close that score line, trailing MOUZ by 3. Oh, Dexter wanted that, but there's more where the first one came from. Not that he's able to tag anybody else.
A round of just aim practice.
We got anything.
But look at Dexter.
Yeah, 1D.
Look at Dexter playing optimal, going all the way back to the A site after seeing all those pistols. You know he just wanted to swing. Instead, he looks to cut him off at the pass.
You know, the thought of Dexter becoming a more refined Counter-Strike player is something I really look forward to in 2025. And I think that, you know, we've already seen what Kixan can do with promising talent. You know, Zonic's not going to let any bullshit really go.
But you know what I like about Kixan's calling? There's a lot of room for personality for his teammates. Oh.
Well, you don't want to see that.
Oh,
a couple Glock deaths. Magic's going to make sure that Roland's drop. Bomb planter no longer hands busy. TessS just swings with the SMG and jumps with it apparently as well.
There are the Falcons' wings that you were looking for.
And that is your grand finals reminder that the MP9 still needs a nerf.
Yeah, two things I think are really cool about Kixan. One, I've heard him say he's never really had an idol in terms of a caller that he looks up to, which is such a rare thing that, you know, you always look for who your influence is. Kixan's kind of like, you know, I love this game, and playing this game, I've got to a high level myself, and I've sort of figured out my own way of looking at things. And that style comes through, man. And I think that part of that style is he's thorough, but he's not strict. He's one of those IGLs, which is, I think, a really important quality. And you see that when players get signed to the team, they almost always play like they used to in some sense, right? He lets them have freedom. I think he tries to channel it.
Ooh, good challenge out from Xertion. He is tearing it up tonight. 17 frags secured off that one. And he is supported by an entire cohort of teammates right behind him. So solid long control for MOUZ. You can go ahead and dump that Opera and Pit. Torja can sit here for 1.5 minutes if he wants.
Yeah, seriously. And they should add time to the clock every time you get a kill like this. The only thing you want to be is patient.
Defense isn't really hiding, though. We've got Dexter also kind of scouring the field with his AWP, and there's no way for Torji to get him out of this position.
They have so many mollies and so much time. He will have to... Oh, my gosh. Well, that totem pole gets chopped off at the legs.
Tries to snap over, down to 20 health. First Molotov misses.
Yeah, that's not great. Look who comes
Nico's going to try to help out, but Nico goes down to Jimmy at this distance. Molotov again, is it up too short? Oh, does flush him back. Jimmy going to make quick work of the double kill. Magis, got to be careful. Op is at this distant angle.
It's all about Spinks.
Yes.
He's pushed all the way through B, but now they have no idea where he could be.
Totally cuts off rotations.
But it's the point where if you go too far, then you actually put yourself in jeopardy. However, Spinks is always really careful about these moments. Man, they're gonna really squeeze the clock here. 28 seconds, they're going all the way around to B.
You saw Falcons go up towards Catwalk, which looked like it caused the bomb to hesitate to coming back from top middle, but they actually made loud steps as they drew back through elbow.
Oh my goodness.
Spinks would have heard that,
so
and that's
close.
when the T's run away.
This is so close, man.
It's all good.
And Falcons don't think that there's
you only need
any
4
chance that this
launders.
would happen, yeah.
You only need 4. Bomb down, completely out-rotated.
They kind of had the suspicion, no, something else is going on the map, but they were really in no position to deal with it.
I mean, you saw it that 5 seconds when the CTs kind of went cap back to A, weren't sure where to get off to, and T-side out-rotates. So MOUZ 9-6 lead with this, but some critical saves coming out as Magis grabs the op, of course.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to pee in the kitchen sink. That's a moment like that.
What?
You just got to make up the call on the fly. That's what I meant. It's not something I would ever do.
Securing it with majority alive. That's Xerxin with an opening kill on long. Jimmy with the double down.
The position, obviously, if you're going to play car, you can survive all the mollies in the world as long as you have one smoke for it. And instead, they had Nico come in to try to fight it. And getting the first kill, obviously, is really huge. But still, 3 mollies left over. There was no chance in that utility battle.
Gonna go for it along. Again, smoke to the corner of it. 2 defenders to try to hold him back. This time it's Spinks.
Easy.
Nico fully blind, couldn't see Jack. Brolin, good supportive utility over the top of the doorway.
Yeah, he just climbed over those first few bullets.
But I do like the mid play. Where does TeSeS go? Really want to test that back line?
Yeah, the split's a little awkward because Xerxin is very far away. I mean, obviously, if you're a T, you're going to be watching this. And right now, TeSeS is, oh my gosh, the timing here. I mean, Torzy, Dexter is not looking at it all. They're not assuming anyone got into the pit. Dexter, surely he's just going to die, right?
You'd think.
Oh, he's not swung yet.
We'll see who it comes down to. Minute 10. Still time to wait out. Now he is out, or was out, in that open position.
He's trying to punish them for making a misplay. Look who's protecting the back line here. And we're going to have the rotation finally coming in, but surely this isn't being watched. TeSeS coming forward now. Timings are being created.
Teaser watching it, so that's all right. Brolin keeping an eye on flank until Xerxin gets into that
late
locked
smoke.
in. It's all good. Gonna clear that flank, 45 seconds. And T's immediately depart, where Falcons are just kind of still left scratching their heads back on A. Last time they decided to kernel up. This time, it's that cat rotate cut off, but Magus ahead of the mid smoke. What? Can't get the kill. Oh, if that happens, then suddenly it opens a door for Dexter to run that op over to the B site before they're able to exit like this. And there is a world where Falcons were still able to compete for round 16. Instead, MOUZ double digits.
Oh, yeah, and now Dexter could actually die here. He dies in CT spawn. 10 rounds, no saves, 5 alive for MOUZ. Honestly, though, this moment is a little sketchy. The way that you create that play is like last round, where you have Spinks out in CT spawn. The reason that the Falcons could easily rotate down in the CT, get out there to try to frag Brolin, it's just a kill they just were supposed to get, is because Xerxin was lurking tunnels, came all the way back around through spawn. They burned so much time waiting at long. Torzy never took his peek because he was looking for the site the entire time. And yeah, they actually could have lost. But It's funny because when they played against Astralis, it was also Brolin's entries that helped them make up for some calls that maybe were a little too aggressive, maybe came down to 1 kill and a few seconds of timing.
You know, spirit's definitely high, even with that bit of a flub from Brolin. We see him laugh it off in the post round. And Falcons don't have much to be excited about in round 17. 5 USPs across the board. Singular flashbang here for Magisk. But it just feels like, despite the conversation coming into this best of 5 grand finals being about how Kixan is the one true in-game leader in the server at the moment, sure, room for Brolin to offer improvements over time, but as it stands, Kixan's got that edge. That's a couple of mid-round rotations that actually end up coming up MOUZ's favor.
Yeah. Great shots helped, for sure.
Now Spinks to hold back this pack. That flashbang does
all good.
Nothing. And Spinks dies to just USPs. Xerxin peels one off Xbox. A second death here would be odd, so you can just leave. Go ahead, jump out, support Flash, and Brolin plants. Ops gonna miss as well. They're getting so excited about the thought of these easy kills that they're not giving themselves that extra half second to make sure things go smooth. So Kixan robs the AK-47. He's gonna make it seem like he's run away, swings back in, and we'll see if that's going to earn him a rifle in the follow-up. Regardless, 5-round lead for MOUZ, map 1.
Kixan has a lot of maps where he doesn't go positive in his KD, but you can definitely see the aim in some moments. As Maui brought up, sometimes on a site hold, like Kixan will just go so far above and beyond. But obviously, as the selfless IGL of this roster, he's supporting with utility, dropping guns, calling strats, and taking what's left over. Some games can be defined by his aim, for better or worse. They knew this match was going to be tough, especially on Dust 2. Oh, it's the mayor of Cluj. Welcome. I guess that means we're coming back. This is the mayor of Sweden.
I thought Emet was the mayor.
No, he's the king.
Oh,
yes.
Excuse me. Fast round offered up here with rifles in Falcons' hands. Brolin, gonna completely catch TessS off. And I think MOUZ are starting to feel like Dust 2 is theirs for the taking. Nico's gonna try to give him a reminder of who's really the boss in this town. Dexter catching that kill over top smoke. 2 versus 2 is where we're left at a minute 20. And while the door is smoked and the window's supposed to be mollied, they're trying to get that bomb down. It will go uncontested. Dexter's nade goes a bit too deep. Torji locks into a solid position. And the smoke fades, but leaves him in a little cover. Dexter tries to inch back, down he goes. And you're telling me with pace like that, that MOUZ aren't on the brink of winning this first map?
I mean, it's again another key Brolin entry. He's just so good. It's a 1K moment that he gets every single time versus a rifle, but versus some of the best aimers.
He's got a smoke grenade here, Kixan, if he wants to try to create a path. Problem is, bomb's halfway gone, and Torji's not missing. Torji and Zershin, these two in the post plant, but also at the top of that scoreboard. And how many times have we had to enter a playoffs with MOUZ featured, and then we've had to mention the statistical drop-off of Zershin? It was the biggest pain point of this squad. And now tonight, in a best-of-5, uncharted territory for this team, and he is stepping up.
That's why I'm saying that this game right here is the horizon of Aura. For MOUZ specifically, the team that needs to shake off what they haven't been able to accomplish in front of amazing crowds like this in big stadium. Torji goes down.
Just because they trail by 6 won't mean that Falcons don't fight for this. And I think they also have to kind of start signing up for the nitty-gritty, getting aggressive in the opening bouts like this. Double tunnel push. Zershin just gets blown apart by the SMG. Spinks isn't able to recover that, and it's great tethering coming in from that B-hold. But MOUZ also out long already.
This will be heard.
Jimmy's gonna go sprinting. We've got Nico queued up to try to hold this, but for the time being, operates alone.
Oh.
That is not the Nico I know. But it's the one we get in round 19. Molotov to try to deny this bomb plant, and I like this, a reroute from Kixan and his teammate. They are both gonna emphasize long instead. And you can see while Hand's busy on the bomb plant, Jimmy now turns back, and even low health, you won't suspect that second. The fact that they double up, that's the big one. Brolin, 2 kills already into this round, looks to close out Dust 2. Frag grenade into the smoke, and Magus scours that site. What a shot from Brolin! Leading from the top, sharpened spear, MOUZ skewer Falcons to kick off this finals.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
So, first blood to MOUZ in this best-of-5 final. They're able to upset Falcons on Dust 2, a map that's traditionally been very good for them. We're going to break it down on the desk while the players reset, and I'll just toss it out there. I thought it was very flat from Falcons, not a typical performance from them on a map where they usually are so explosive, so adventurous, so bold.
I was getting a sense of deja vu watching that first half, right? Because it was the same scoreline we saw from MOUZ when we played them in the group stage. It was 8-4. And the one thing that Kixen struggled against was that CT side from MOUZ and how dynamic they were. They're not afraid to take risks, calculated risks. We saw Brolan just being a rock with a long area. He was never a problem in the defense, so to speak. Even towards B, Jimmy, always good for a couple of kills. But what I loved the most was even if they lose the opening kill, they were just working together as a group and just catching Falcons with the pants down every single time.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of tag along to what you said, in their previous matchup, it was very much MOUZ Sports finding success by playing a very forward defense and getting in their face and being disruptive.
Yes.
Not letting Kixen get in his comfort zone and be able to call mid-round with some type of piece of map control. They were denying that with Xerxes' mobility as an A rotator and towards you with the AWP constantly in flux as well. And then when we go to the second half on the T side, again, it was a similar thing to what we saw their last matchup. It was about either quick, decisive, off-spawn plays, or if you are going to make a big rotation in the mid-round after you capture some control, they do it immediately. There is no hesitation, and that would bring some success.
And just because MOUZ had such a proactive defense in the faces of Falcons, it forces Falcons to expend so much utility. When they're trying to take space, when they're trying to just take those initial fights, whether that's for long control, whatever they're looking for early, I think MOUZ actually instilled the fear of God in Falcons in some sense because they never had enough flashes to get on those bomb sites. You could see the multi-frags that Torzy was able to pick up. The riflers from MOUZ were unperturbed in their site defenses, and that's just never going to be a recipe for success. Falcons couldn't bait out enough in terms of just getting opening kills, and they couldn't really pull the rotations that they have against other teams.
And you got to also highlight the fact that when it comes to the individuals, right, whatever questions, whatever doubts you might have had of Exertion, maybe crumbling when the pressure's the most, he didn't crumble today. He was phenomenal, but it was Torzy who was the initial, he was a guy initially who was just racking up the frags, multi-kills after multi-kills, just being such a rock. We talk about the CT side with the AWP, he was phenomenal, and then when Exertion came alive,
yeah,
man.
I gotta say it. I mean, the mayor of Cluj might be in the audience right now, but there's one person in charge in this game, and it's Xerxes. And we've been saying this over the entirety of this tournament. Can he do it on the stage? Can he do it in pressure situations? Well, he is. He's doing it like we've never seen him do it before. He has just been so explosive for MOUZ.
Indeed, and if you look at this heat map, you can see, again, that mobility that we were talking about. This guy used to be an A anchor. They used to just sit him on the edge along and just make him a turret. But now, in this new iteration of the team, they have tried to put him in a position where he has a little bit more flexibility to push off of catwalk, to get aggressive in those mid-double doors, to even saw him on these crazy flanks and controlling the action from there as well. It's just letting his aggressive nature shine through a little bit better on the CT side, in my opinion.
To see him have this sort of redemption here on an arena stage where he has looked unbothered by the lights, that is a great development from him, because that was really the biggest talking point for MOUZ, for Exertion in the previous year. The fact that he crumbled in these kinds of moments, and it's good to see this. It's great to see this, because Exertion in studios is exciting. He's one of the most electric players that we have in the space, but we felt robbed when we were watching him in arenas just underperform, just overstep, just seemingly follow a protocol to a T and not even really think about what he needs to do, the kills that he needs to find. So for now, him taking this onus, him taking it upon himself to just look for these kinds of fights, to be active in the way that he wants to, we might be seeing actually the effects of Brolan as the in-game leader instead of Shuhei, because we're now starting to see that these individuals are just calling their own number in a much more comfortable way.
Yeah, let's also talk about Torzy just briefly. We've always highlighted he's the player that always performs when you get to the stadium. He's the player who always plays well in the arena, plays with the crowd, seems to elevate his game. Blair, I'll start with you. I thought this was another really solid entry in his CV.
Oh, 100%. And look, one thing you can never critique about Torzy would be CT side AWPing, right? He's just phenomenal. Even pre-Shuhei, his CT side work was phenomenal. And right now, I gotta say, there are still a couple of questions here in the absence of Shuhei and a proper IGL, where in T side, it doesn't feel like he's getting as much impact as he used to once upon a time. But on the CT side, you give him the AWP, he's gonna hit every shot 24/7.
The one thing that I love about Torzy is he's one of the guys that has actually limit tested himself to find out in CS2 when is a good re-peek. Because so many offers in this game don't seem to understand when you can swing back into an angle. But Torzy on the CT side, he knows when he has to get a kill and peel away, but he also recognizes moments where he has such an advantage in the Op-V rifle duel that it's worth a reswing.
And just coming back to you, Blair, I mean, one of the things that you really thought that MOUZ did well was they were kind of able to be mobile on that CT side. We saw that Torzy obviously do that. You can see from the heat map, we saw Exertion as well do that to a lesser degree. But Dust 2, I don't know if it's just something that Dust 2 lends itself to. It does seem that you can kind of get around and kind of throw the, you know, tees off kilter a little bit with some pushes and space taking, right?
100%. I think round number 12 highlights this perfectly, right?
Okay.
It's going to be an opening kill found towards long. Then we're going to have MOUZ with 3 CT players starting towards long, and it's going to be a great opening frag here by Tessus onto his Torzy. What do the CTs do? They leave long. All 3 players group up towards short. They get a kill on a Dexter. What do they do after this? They don't just go back to the bomb site. They're dropped under the CT. They're going to be coming in from CT, pushing towards CT, getting all the information towards mid, realizing, wait, they're not pressuring B right now. Jimmy's still over there, and Brolan finds another kill over here. And even though it's an empty bomb site that Falcons find themselves in, they're getting swarmed from short, from long by Spinks, and that's what I love about this MOUZ CT side. And that's exactly how they beat Falcons in the group stage on this map, and that's how they did it here in the arena as well.
Just some observations from you about that, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of crazy to think that this has been normally Falcons' home turf, but the one team that has been able to find them out twice now is MOUZ Sports, and so that's going to have to cause Falcons to go back to the drawing board a little bit. And again, I think we've kind of broke down the reasons why. It's a MOUZ team that is very decisive, that is very willing to play in your face. They, particularly on the T side, they'd like to just go for simpler, fast-paced plays off the spawn-based calls, and I think that they make better use of them than what Falcons was able to achieve in their own T side. And then look, I think when they did get bogged down to a mid-round moment where you feel like that might be the weakness of Brolan and his inexperience, they look decisive. Dude, Brolan even just one round said, okay, this is not working. We got long A control, but we can't make any more headway. Fine, I'll do it myself. And he ran out double doors to get to the entry and put the smoke on spawn, says, let's go B, we're done. And that's just incredible stuff to see from him this early.
Maui, not a lot of positives for Falcons. Is there anything you noticed, or is it all doom and gloom for you?
Dexter looked good at the very beginning of this game. I mean, he instantly, first scout shot, was able to nail someone through the door, so to see his mechanics working is fantastic. Did see slip-ups, though. Like you said, I mean, Magisk, losing the duel to Brolan in that instance was a huge error on his part, and I know I caught him in the hallway, I caught him in the elevator at one point, said he was feeling a little bit down. Not the same kind of sickness we saw from Device, as Cadian told us, but at the same time, it was it's not always pleasant to hear that maybe they're a little bit behind in terms of just feeling under the weather.
And I feel that's the worrying thing for this Falcons lineup, because Falcons have a real IGL and they have Nico, right? That's the 2 cards they have to work with. On the side of MOUZ, we've seen so far Exertion, even Brolan chipping in with the kills, Torzy, everyone's delivering at a pretty solid level altogether. And the big question arises, Tessus and Magis, are you going to deliver here today, buddy? Because if they don't, if they just disappear, as we've seen Tessus do a couple of times in the arena thus far, it's going to be problematic for Falcons.
Yeah. Well, look, Dust, we're moving on to Mirage. We've still got some time, as you can see on the clock. Obviously, this is MOUZ's map as well, so they could get themselves into a commanding position here. What's their key to victory on that T side?
I think their key to victory is the same thing that it was kind of on many of their other maps. It's about being just fast and decisive in the early round, which Mirage really allows you to do, whether you want to go for quick set pieces, whether you want to go for heavy mid control and challenge connector. This Nico versus Xerxes battle is by far the most important sequence that you are going to see play out throughout this series, and it's going to come from both sides. They both play mid or they both play A connector defensively, and in the last time they played against each other, defensively, neither one was able to really come out on top. Always the attacking player was at the tip of the spear and making success. So we need to see that happen again.
One thing that I have to worry about for Falcons in this one is that, man, Nico, fantastic, okay? One of the best connector players in the world, but in some ways plays an antiquated style. He's one of the only people still in Tier 1 CS that just parks his butt in that con or in jungle and just stays there for the entire round. There's no secondary re-aggress towards middle. He doesn't push with his A player towards ramp necessarily. And so I think MOUZ have scouted that out. MOUZ are a team that with Cyclone, with Brolan, I'm sure they've game planned for this. I'm sure they're well aware exactly how Nico's going to be moving in the mid-round, and I want to see if Nico is able to bounce back, because that does too from him. It had its moments for overall, but he wasn't the transcendent rifler that we build up in the pregame.
If you remember the game they played in the CT side there for Falcons, right? It was MOUZ running away, I believe it was 6-1 the scoreline right there. And that's when Falcons switched it up. And you know what they did? Put that AWP in the hands of Dexter and said, Dexter, stop playing towards back jungle. Stop playing safe towards A. take the fights at mid. And every rifle round they won after that in the latter stages of that half was Dexter opening it up with an op kill. He was a difference maker, allowing Falcons to get a few rounds there. And then on the T side, man, Kixum is calling circles around MOUZ. MOUZ won 1 CT round. So I'm still not counting out Falcons. I still feel they look pretty solid, and they seem to have a pretty good read as to how MOUZ likes to play this map.
Dust, I still think the key to victory here is they have to, whatever they're talking about in this huddle now, they absolutely have to find a way to shut down Exertion. Is there any way they can do that?
Yeah, I think there's plenty of ways. Again, if you're trying to counter him defensively, just put more bodies in front of him. Let Tessa swing off a catwalk with Nico. Work together, crossfire that guy, dice him up. And then on the flip side, when Exertion's playing you defensively, look, just making sure that you're supporting each other and spacing and trading. I think the one advantage that Falcons has going into this, which is why they beat them the last time they played Mirage, is that they're more diverse. I felt MOUZ was a little one-note on their T side. They really relied on mid-control into connector. They didn't have as many other plays they could go to. Kixon, meanwhile, has a deeper playbook. He's just a more diverse caller. He's able to call the quick B pops that catch you out of guard. He's willing to, change things up, and I think that is going to be maybe their edge in this matchup.
And the one thing that Kixon did very well the last time they played against MOUZ, they were starving MOUZ of any opening kills towards mid. They would show presence towards mid, but MOUZ was looking for fights. They like to take those fights, and you could see Nico just tucked in, waiting patiently, but they were never caught off guard by any aggression from MOUZ. They were conditioning them, and I feel that is going to be the key to success here again.
It's going to be difficult. I mean, I think that Falcons are feeling like Dust 2 probably slipped through their fingers at this point. They definitely felt like that was a map that they should be kicking off the series with a W on, given that you can look back at the footage. And now the question remains, though, MOUZ, having lost it last time, they are the ones that are going to improve this time. Usually in these kinds of head-to-head rematches, I favor the team that lost in the previous because they're going to work a little bit harder at it. But unfortunately, Falcons, they couldn't even catch up to MOUZ on the previous map. So if anybody has been improving day to day, I mean, they're going to see it today on Mirage.
I think MOUZ have a very good chance of 2-0ing if they can, A, continue to play their strengths of the Xerxen playmaking in middle, but also just add a little bit of extra flavor. Throw in a couple of pacing changes. They know that they're capable of it. In fact, that's their strength right now to me, is calling from spawn. So if I can just see them mix in just a few little extra things here and there, I think that will be the difference maker in this game.
Look, it's very simple, man. Falcons, they're going to start on a CT side here, win the pistol, convert the following rounds, and put that AWP in the hands of Dexter from the get-go. Stop playing safe, and that for me is how they win this map and tie it up.
All right, guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We're going to get into Game 2 of the best-of-5 finals with Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Map 2 of what could be a long night. Launders, before we get passed over to me, you just told me, Scrawny, hold your horses. We could still be in for a series despite that map 1 loss. Tell me why.
Yeah, so the story here, Cluj, as we get into Mirage, is that this is everything for Falcons and house money a bit for MOUZ. They did their job by winning their map pick. We kind of thought that's how Dust 2 could go. But Falcons could still 3-1, 3-2 this series. But it all starts with Mirage. Without it, very low chance a reverse sweep happens. Kicksan opening duel, and mid-control looks like it's all theirs.
Oh boy. That is 3 players out middle for Falcons. Each of them collect a headshot. By the time Nico gets top middle trying to get his game going, because needs to be said, back on Dust 2, man, looking mortal. Not looking like the highest rated player at the event coming into this best of 5. Well, tries to get top middle to get the game going, and all of the kills are gone by the time he gets there. So you'd think that MOUZ have been shut out of the first round of Mirage, but we'll see if Torji and Spinks can do anything about this. It's the fact that there's already that T-spawn flank in position. They think they're being coy by just letting the clock burn down a little bit. Reality is Falcons know exactly what's up.
They've got him trapped. I mean, there might be very little suspicion here. Everything's being covered. I think is there an underpass? Yeah, even underpass. So
there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, like they're gonna need an invisibility cloak, I think, to get out of here, or the best aim that you've ever seen.
Well, we'll see if Spinks can offer either of those two things. That's not gonna help. Dexter pops up with the Berettas, and now Torji realized the dire situation at hand. A second kill would have made it a little scary, but all's good for Stan Falcons with a CT pistol.
It's a great start. Like Bled mentioned, good start is everything here. Because there's a world where MOUZ win Mirage. It's just that Falcons have to just make sure that they're not in that version of this universe. They have to take this just for a chance. The only time we've ever seen the reverse sweep best of 5 is in a studio with Donk, the tail end of last year. Last year now. And I don't know. In an arena, I'd be hard-pressed to believe that that's maybe ever going to happen. That would be history. But I guess if there was a game, it would be this one.
Right, because our red flag in this situation is we still anticipate crazy rounds.
That's true.
As much as we can try to paint this picture of expectations, and our analysts do an excellent job of doing exactly that, these are still two teams that are very much in flux. And when you've got those moving pieces, when you've got those learning moments, that is when suddenly everybody in this room's got to pay extra attention, because you never know when the best round of Counter-Strike in a year is going to happen. And it usually happens when mistakes are made. Now, this is that kind of game where those things can happen, but they won't here in round 2, as TeSeS is your round MVP, sweeping away for early momentum. Nico not even furrowing his brow yet, because the game's barely started.
So much of this game really is the maps. I mean, you can put a great team versus an average team on a brand new map, and the great team will still find a way to win. But when you take two teams that are evenly matched, so much of the game plan, so much of the aim, so much of the comfort in the rotations comes with the wins that they put together. And Falcons, I think, will show us what we got glimpses of with Dexter, what we got moments of with Nico, a bit more consistently.
Softening grenade down there for Brolin to have to deal with. Him and Spinks at the bottom of it. Xerxin trying to add a bit of utility pressure up into Khan. And we'll see how much Falcons want to sign up for this fight.
TeSeS is such a great player to have on Cat, because he is so comfortable on all the hard angles. He will peek you on bench. He will push and get into your face. He'll stay here, even if he can get peeked from multiple angles.
I think it's also a great position and a great map for him, where we can start to talk about TeSeS in a Falcons jersey.
And a little info, bomb gets spotted.
Because he's impressed a lot of people as of late, stepping forward at times as their #1 and doing it unsuspectingly. Dexter's got to be careful, but Nico's going to go ahead and help out. TeSeS able to catch one through smoke of Top Con, and this round is falling apart for MOUZ. They had everything in position, so they thought. All they wanted was to get this split going. Xerxin down to 28 health as he kills out Magisk, but he doesn't even have the bomb, so couldn't go and find that bomb plant.
That was the pull back on the punch, but no follow through whatsoever. They were meandering inside a middle, took over connector, didn't know how to transpose into the actual site hit, and were confused why Falcons hadn't given them a fight anywhere. You know, it's always a bad sign when the window player doesn't have a smoke and they can kill you walking into connector. That's the first sign that you've taken too long with your mid control. And for the Falcons, as mentioned, TeSeS was sitting there untouched, unbothered the entire time on Cat. That should be one of the first positions. Mollied back, flashed off, threatening ladder room control so that TeSeS cannot reswing. That's the one position, if he thinks it's been taken, that will deny him the ability to take those deep aggressive fights. And he's the one who gets info off the smoke timing as well. So as much as MOUZ could look like geniuses over on Dust 2, it can all change as soon as we switch maps. Falcons in control here on the first rifle.
We were speaking to Dust earlier today, and he really emphasized that when it comes to the T sides for MOUZ and some of the shortcomings he's been able to figure out, it's, this maybe simplistic approach to the Mirage T side from Brolin. At times, let's say Inferno yesterday, glorious comeback, but he can get a little repetitive when it comes to the mid plays. The setup and the pounce, and the setup and the pounce, and what, one B-pop sprinkled in, I think is the kind of their last outing. So we'll see if that's also a trend versus Falcons. Whether there's any kind of shift.
Oh, that flash definitely saved Nico.
They try to put Xerxin up on that boost. That's why Nico's now walking away wounded. TeSeS has, again, just been a thorn in their side so far throughout this first half.
Has not died yet.
Neither
and again, watch him get chipped down. Watch him take a lot of damage, and watch him still take these fights.
Speaking about a lack of deaths, neither has Nico. So you've really got both sides of this mid hold popping off early. Fall back from Cat. Guys, he's an opper.
Yeah, he would have killed him in one bullet with the op, for sure.
AK, that's TeSeS department. So that is a 7-0 start for the Dane.
He didn't have armor, did he?
Yeah.
But his teammates do. That was a little bit weird.
It's because of that first map he had, Faith at an all-time high.
I am the glass cannon. He tried to channel it.
Digs are going to keep eyes on connector. Got to be cautious about Palace, of course, with Magisk by playing down underneath it.
Another reactive moment here for MOUZ, but they obviously just have pistols. Well, obviously the AK on Spinks is something, but...
Jungle push, that's going to be held by Market. Very difficult for Jimmy to kind of get out of here. And Dexter going to do a great job of stopping the first. Doesn't pull the trigger on the second. All should be good. Oh! Should be!
For who?
Spinks is able to scoop up that bomb. Then we get another player trying to hold them back. And of course, Nico will make that difference. Nico feasts a couple kills at the end of that round just when things get sketchy.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see something like that because it means MOUZ have a bit of extra oomph in their back pocket.
And that has been Spinks. He's not the #1 player so far here for MOUZ, but he has been really impressive for a different reason. Like, of all the players they changed, like we keep talking about Brolin because he's replacing an IGL. It's a player from the same team, but just a whole lot more responsibility. But Spinks, he has to find a way to slot in and get comfortable, and he has looked great. He saved a lot of moments. I think that's been the most impressive part about this change so far for MOUZ. And we don't get like the middle of the pack performances. We get a lot of like top end performances out of Spinks. And he said he's coming in to show some of these guys who don't have as much arena experience as him, which is wild because they were basically on the same path, you know, breaking him from tier 2 to tier 1, him with Ents back in the day. Well, I say back in the day, like 2 years ago. You know, Spinks is kind of new too, but he got so much experience from Vitality.
Yes, sir. If anything, his experience is more so winning in playoffs. That's the extra emphasis. Dexter loses his angle, misses his shot as he tries to push out. Nico luckily gets saved here by Tesses.
Let's keep talking about Tesses.
You know, that is the three-headed hydra of this defense from Falcons. Between Tesses, Dexter, and Nico, you are not going to be able to take over mid with ease. And the fact that they have reclaimed this from a 4 versus 5 when Nico looked like he was dead in the water.
That's amazing. They saved him once again. I say they, it's Tesses again.
That's both Nico and Tesses 8-0.
It's almost become an antiquated position in some sense because people are just, there became so much utility that got focused towards Cat that the power of the Cat player kind of went away. And then it's gone back to double connector setup. Tesses, he's still holding it down for all the Cat players out there. Willing to always peek, be aggressive, look for info, and take duels without any support.
I think it's really a testament to the old heroic days when it comes to him. Sharpened in that environment. And a willingness to swing. We actually got that out of Magis this round. It's got to be said, you know, he's going to have a more boring position throughout this first half of play.
He's made it a little fun. He was there on the site, but now he's got the push in.
And he collected a kill, but Nico, because he's low health, is kind of given a little space over. And Brolin making sound, so they're going to know damn well that these Ts are on site. Opper, hands busy for a second. Nico, instant headshot. Not able to get a second this time, but Tesses there to trade him. The Tesses-Nico trade train is simply too sharp in this moment.
That connection is stronger than carbon fiber. It's beautiful here. And yeah, you see where the kills go to the players who are fighting middle because that's what MOUZ want. But at the moment, they don't have the looks to grab it. And this is actually a 4v5 because of Tesses. Or excuse me, it's a 4v4 because of Tesses. Dexter can take that duel if he wants to. You can put the op in underpass and set him up for a hard shot. In fact, that's something you should use Dexter for.
Got a shot off.
You put all the great utility in place, you think the opera's going to fall back, not Dexter, because he's willing to be that uncomfortable, but it doesn't work. Oh man, Jimmy wanted to run through that molly.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted something fast that isn't necessarily middle. Because again, we've got this constant 3-player pack of Falcons starting off the rounds here. And we've got plenty of examples already in the first 5 where they're not able to puncture through. Jimpat will indeed get out from that ramp for a moment. We're going to get the smoke open top middle. There's a fight for Tesses. Because like you've alluded to, dude, he just keeps signing up for these.
He knows when it's his job.
Brolin's going to try to get into con. Nico catches his head. You cannot get past these 2 players in mid.
Back through the smoke. And back of the ramp goes Jimpat.
It is an utter meat grinder right now for MOUZ out mid. Tesses goes deep, won't be able to find an additional kill. That's the bomb confirmed at least.
It's the bomb confirmed, but still a full minute here. They can work.
Well, Jimmy wasn't able to get success going out from ramp, currently sitting 0-5. Spinks tries to take up that position. Magis leans into it on his 50 HP.
Crazy. We still have Kixan alone over on the B site, and the T's are still crawling into this 3-man trap.
Setup looks good. Oh, Dexter goes back. That's fine. Recovers what could have been a moment for Torji. to kind of crack his whip towards top ticket, get the bomb site open. Not the case. Nico waiting it out. Jimmy on the approach. Oh, double entry. Spinks catches Dexter. Magisk, you've only got 50 health to work with. Do they drop their guard? Spinks coming at it. They've gone ahead and done this. 3 kills inside of this A site. This is a 2 versus 4 queued up. And we've been singing the praise of Kixan in his impact, but they've already spotted him, and they are going to trade that back. 2v4 for MOUZ to get their first round on the board.
All right, and that's the individual player quality coming through. Once again, Spinks with a critical frag, and it's a symphony of them, honestly, all at the same time as they come into the A site. But you couldn't ask for more support in good positions as you had. Any one kill totally ruins the round there for MOUZ. But they come up spades every single attempt.
What we don't get to see is how Dexter dies to how Dexter dies from the ramp push of Spinks, while Magisk is still out there on the site itself. You know, we see him locked into sandwich after.
Yeah, true. But what angle could he have had to block himself off? All right, double nade into connector. This one's looking like a faster call once again.
All right, this is what Jimmy wanted on ramp. Bombs, yeah, trying to get up that cat. Nico's going to go ahead and kill the con player. Dexter, deep angle, easy pickup from him. We get that pressure applied through smoke of connector from Magisk, and that has made an abrupt halt for MOUZ to have to deal with.
I mean, I like the setup, but without that Brolin opening kill, they can't actually arouse that suspicion on the other side.
I like that Torji just takes a look back, right? Trying to catch somebody overstepping.
And we're looking at, this time, TeSeS is not playing off of Cat. They were actually probably hoping to turn the corner with him blind, take that duel right away, but instead, Falcons show us a change up.
It's costly in 2 deaths and a lot of health for Jimmy. But it is still a pause in the action for MOUZ, and that is going to allow for them to reconvene with all 3 eventually. Torji very adamant about waiting out this angle, but he's not going to be given anything to shoot at. You wouldn't think, right? It would be a bit foolish for Magisk to try to give up that option.
This looks like the hard read of a round, but it can also be a play on the economy. If they think that it's going to be a buy, it could be a fast B hit. Maybe they thought mostly upper B, but they had that smoke, they had the op back.
It's just so comfortable. And they go ahead and throw a player off of the bricks, right? Trying to offset somebody's crosshair. Doesn't end up happening. And it goes about exactly how you'd expect. They get thrust forward into a fully fledged defense. Falcons 6-1, and without losing a single player, this could end up being a dire half for MOUZ now.
It's amazing. The setup is incredible. It is a dire half no matter what, because even the one round they win is a 2v4. It's not a round where they do a good job of causing people to get shot in the back by turning around. Instead, they have to take raw duels with everyone waiting for them to get the singular round that they've got. It's full control here for Falcons as we move into round 8.
Oh, don't die after time, Spinks. They let him have it. Single rifle move forward, clean start to this one. He's got a bigger sign, so he wins.
Now this T side, obviously, it's one of these, I think we talked about this with Dust before we started, and just, you know, I was airing my grievances about MOUZ because you see halves from Brolin that are great. We saw the comeback from Astralis. That's awesome. Going to be something he remembers that'll bring MOUZ confidence in future situations. He did that on stage. T-side Inferno. But then you also have halves like this, which shows the growing pains. And I don't know if you're really ever going to get that out of Kixan. Like, you might still be able to beat him, and you can take advantage of the fact that he's building this brand new team. But I haven't seen those IGL situations from him. A half without activity, a half without ideas, a half without follow through. The worst situation I've seen from Falcons is Dexter gets too aggressive, you know, over swings, you know, forgets that he can win off of time, things like that. They go out with a bang no matter what, but they never go out without ideas.
It's a pause at the start of this. Brolin's got the window smoke. Jimmy's got a second smoke. They could try to move this forward once they think that 3-player setup has kind of disassembled itself, because it's so consistently Dexter, Nico, TeSeS. And all 3 of them usually ready to go for some kind of a swing, an aggressive response to any kind of presence. But we see that movement from the window into connector. Both angles end up getting smoked off. And again, TeSeS is happy to go peeking, but no, you gotta be careful. There are plenty of players out top middle. The fact he gets away with all his health is great.
How did he even do damage right there? 5 targets.
And he drops a smoke down for Nico to play just behind. So it ultimately concedes a bit of map control for MOUZ. But again, this is what they do. They just kind of position themselves in middle, and then what?
Yeah.
It's this next step that usually doesn't go well. Sure, you can pull off the 2 versus 4 for your 1 round, but that's the X factor. You can't reliably bank on that. And down to 30 seconds, we'll see if they can somehow pull this out of the hat with only the 2 AKs. One of them right here in the window. Nico and Dexter combining for this control. Spinx is looking to get into the action off the stairs, but all the pistol players die first. Now it is only Spinx, and he also falters. So MOUZ, you can take it every day of the week. It's right there, primed. But it's the next step that they struggle at again.
Yes. The angle awareness there from Nico is amazing. You see the guy jiggle peeking on the stairs. He knows exactly where he'll stop before he has to look at a new position. That is the power of Nico. Oh my gosh. That's the power of Nico. Falcons don't want this game to be a show just yet. They just want to close this one up, just like MOUZ did to them over on Dust 2.
That's the beauty of the best of 5. We got plenty of Counter-Strike still to go. Sooner Falcons cut down MOUZ on Mirage, sooner they can try to take a lead in the maps in the series.
Yeah, we've got no Palace Lurker, no A Lurker at all on this round. So many of these rounds have ended A, especially the slow ones. This one, of course, they're setting up for a B play, but they're still keeping options slightly open. One thing that's definitely been lacking is that Lurker, because when they get exposed in mid, that's when they lose time and they don't build into something new. TeSeS, again, peeking freely off of Cat, looking for another duel, and he'll find it. 2 in the back, knocking him down like bowling pins. TeSeS, stop powering him up.
Little walkout from B-Apps. TeSeS on for the full-blown ace, but he's got the bomb at his feet, so he'll make sure that middle is clear first and foremost. And drop a little utility behind him. MOUZ are somehow going to have to get creative to reclaim this one.
Oh, you thought Nico was nice at 14-3? I present you TeSeS, 14-1.
How cool it's been seeing him thrive in this New Jersey.
Yeah, because he's revitalized his story completely. He was just the fifth wheel of heroic, did all the jobs that nobody else wanted to do. Was really good at the hard fights, but also he's somebody who got nervous in some big. He's totally different players. It's totally. And the other thing is that he's coming into a team that has like so much brand value, so much attention, a brand new system. Could have very easily just fallen in, faded away into the pack. We've seen that story happen a million times, but he said, no, I'm going to write the story myself. Now, it's like what you said about MOUZ, standing out in a sky full of stars. You've got TeSeS, who could look at himself as a support player and say, I've got Nico to fall back on. But what have we seen? There is no way Falcons would even have these wins without his performances.
Ooh, that's a ripple.
I need to see the mayor getting involved in this wave.
There it is. Machine earlier today told a story about that sign. That sign is from the original Cluj-Napoca Major. So old that Mantrus, a.k.a. Paula, signed it with his alias.
No, that's amazing. I saw it outside. The first name I looked at was Scream.
And you're like, who? That third frag here on the spray down, just kind of stepping into it. He actually sees Brolin in the background. Gets an additional freebie just kind of thrown in. TeSeS's spray lately has been getting extra attention from pundits. Because you do indeed remember the TeSeS spray downs.
I feel like I've got Dolby Atmos on right now.
MOUZ have 1 round at most. At least that's how it's starting to feel. We've got 3 rounds left in this first half. And MOUZ have, what, leaked out middle a few times, paused on catwalk for about 40 seconds once. It doesn't feel like Falcons have really needed to adapt the way that they've come out and swung.
And the reason that MOUZ don't have more of a half is because their set plays get shut down. Their defaults aren't netting them the opportunities. But when they made that comeback happen versus Astralis, Brolin made aggressive calls, but complemented them with his own entries.
Dexter didn't see him get into that corner. Brolin, he's going to catch him with a Tech 9 dink. Oh, and then the Palace play is just delayed enough. Magisk is going to be given a chance to shine here, but he gets Tech 9 up close. They've gone ahead and opened up a site. They've gotten a man advantage to go with it. They've gotten a deep ticket swing over, and MOUZ, you know, kind of playing with a bit of timing, and it did feel like eventually they could break through. Now, the matter of the fact is they still have to hang on. It'll be tough for Torji to offer up much. Pistol and 2 nades.
Yeah, but look who's
he
approaching.
dodges the second one. Fire spreads in the end and ends up burning him out of this. So we're going to go 2 versus 2. You've got Tessa sitting pretty. 15 kills, 1 death. Jimmy steps up. He's going to drop him. Kicksand jumping over. No way. How does he survive that cross? And how can he pull off this clutch? With a smoke on top of bomb, that's how.
Oh, that's going to make it weird.
Brolin's going to get drawn back. Kicksand's going to try to stick this.
It's the wrong angle. He's hoping he's up, and he gets them.
He finds it in the end. MOUZ will catch a second round, but only by the skin of their teeth.
Wow.
Oh, wow, I just looked around.
The stars are out.
This arena is on a very short list of special locations that have housed Counter-Strike majors. 10 years is a long time, like I said. We didn't know what we were coming back to. You've caught the world's attention, Cluj.
You make the win that much more special.
Tessas swinging top mid. We've still got fireworks. And Kicksand tucked down beneath, trying to play what Magisk does, and he will be rewarded. No. Spam up to the Palace.
He's clairvoyant.
Solid Falcons.
Bro, I mean, we got a 2v4. We have 1 eco rush that works out because Dexter misses somebody going out to Apex. That's Brolin. Another set play gets shut down instantly. And this time it's even earlier. I mean, there's been so many situations where Falcons have 1 mid just playing in standard, or having Tessa alone as the loose aggressive peak, or jumping in an underpass, not seeing anything, and then taking the fights afterwards. This one, they come to their front door. Molly's missed, so they'll have to waste another one. And the reason is because their vision is totally blocked off here. They just need to see if someone smokes this, because it opens up options later on in the rounds.
You know, beyond the redundancy and some of the opening moves here from MOUZ on this T side, I also have to say with, you know, no insult intended, this is the MOUZ I know on stage. Look at the scoreboard. We're talking about 7 kills for Spinks and not even 5 for anybody else. Like, how is that the same individuals that were back on Dust 2 rocking Falcons world?
That's what I'm saying. Maps change everything. And Falcons handled them last time here on Mirage.
They're doing it a second time. Final round of the half, 3 rounds T-side, best case scenario.
But you're right, like this is Exertion's most iconic map, I'd say, in terms of him going for connector control on T-sides. They don't have it figured out yet. Let's see if they can frag their way into at least a third, because CT certainly will look better.
Whoa, okay. Wow. Oh, it's looking nasty in all the right ways. Spinks with a recovery kill towards the A site, but it's that triple spray down from Nico that also just dropped the bomb. And Nico's not able to bag a 4th. Jimmy's going to respond back with a D-goal. They've only got 15 seconds. They really don't have time. Falcons, don't do this, okay? Just sit back, relax, you're all good. That bomb is supposed to be in Kicksand's vision. You literally can't lose unless you die. Okay. Kicksand's gonna make sure this one goes down smooth. That is double digits Falcons. Stellar CT side in map 2 of this best of 5 grand finals.
Some people are only tuning in now for this event, seeing Falcons play. It's the grand finals. A lot of people are going to be just watching this match, and you are seeing a Falcons that have cultivated this ability. You know, we can actually believe they could be the favorites in a matchup like this just because of the wins they have here. FaZe, Eternal Fire, MOUZ already, they've knocked them all down. This has been an amazing tournament for them. The reason that we've got Nico chance, Dexter chance, he's earned those fans by winning games versus the better teams here.
MOUZ going to try to erect a boost from underpass. This is a fun little off angle. Can catch people off guard in a round like this. You know, really only gets undone by an underpass play.
Yeah, this is the old Fallen setup. It was so good.
And let's see if it nets them anything. Torzi actually just disassembles fast. Molotov to their right side. Falcons want nothing to do with that mid setup.
Yeah, they definitely got the ick when they saw how many people were waiting for them there.
You know, a reminder to what happened back in the first pistol. Falcons played 3 players mid. Everybody got an instant headshot.
Oh, they looked like they were going to walk up cat, changed route as soon as Exertion saw them.
We'll see if TeSS, who remains over towards the B site, can sell any kind of an additional fake.
Trying to keep this clever.
You know, he's got a flashbang, a frag thrown past him.
Oh, man, I think that because it hit him, it did way more damage.
Yeah, it's TeSS sitting on 50. Magis down to a 5th of his starting health. Dexter to climb up window eventually. Defense is still 3 players strong on B, and TeSS going to show a little more skin, but he's delaying it. Brolin, nice clean tap out from that A site, looks to get back onto Ticket, and he's got a teammate with him, but it's a deep push up into the Palace. Look what Dexter's been able to do. He's locked into this doorway on Market. Xertion is his victim. No denying. Whoa, never mind.
Yeah, but the bomb's going to get spotted towards the A site. The rotation will come. They just need to get some kills.
There we go. Dexter scoops up the 1. Brolin's still doing a great job of keeping attention towards Ticket. That could ultimately prime the Palace player to come back. Jimmy's now into the kill feed. Nico, he's got to now do this on his own. 1 versus 4, swarmed.
Okay.
And that is Brolin, keeping eyes on the connector climb up. MOUZ letting Falcons come to them.
Absolutely. It was all about Brolin. He went for the jump spot, and he knows that he's just trying to multiply his presence because there's a 3B setup here for MOUZ. They even lose the window timing. Falcons tried to make the most of the fact that Exertion got a spot on them at top of mid. Brolin's jumping spotting them from the A site, and him playing this aggressively, even though it looked like he's setting up chances for him to die, burns Tom out the clock. Puts him in a position like this. 15 seconds, and they need to still get this plant down. MOUZ do an excellent job that round, thanks to Brolin.
Nico's going to back up a second. Almost got hit by a bus. Jimmy just always playing with his nades.
One ball, Jimmy.
He's going to try to chuck it out. Nico now on the angle. Ooh, that looks immense. TeSS and Magis nearly half their health gone. Jimmy leans back, and he's got Spinks to tether off up from the cat hold, so I don't think you're getting out. That is an easy cleanup for Jimmy.
Yes. 4 frags, lots of money made off the MP9. Great start to the comeback.
The what now?
The comeback, entirely possible on CT side. Listen, I have all my criticisms there for T side. There's stuff to work on. It didn't work out, but you switch over to CT, and these guys can look like all-stars all of a sudden. I think there will be some pressure here on Falcons, depending on if this conversion happens on the first rifle round.
Nico currently topping the charts for Falcons, 18 kills. Him and TeSS, man, really rock solid in that mid hold. We'll see how they get back into the game now that they're the ones who've got to swing.
I think if I have to say, if I want to define the signature calling style of Kixan, even though it's still emergent, still latent, okay, I would say it's the rush call late in the game, and then it's the second rush call right after. He's comfortable trying that, even if it fails.
Ouch. Nico pelted by frag grenades underpass, but there's not really any vision to go behind that for MOUZ in mid.
Jimmy's just trying to terrorize them here in B, but he's got the suspicion that they're here. He's correct. Another jump spot. Be careful. Ooh.
Sees the bodies on the approach. And this time Spinks is a little bit busier with the mid play, so he's not here to help immediately. Oh, they've gotten out. At the very least, Magisk has gotten himself a double entry with Kixan offering up 1 before he went down. All it took was Nico bottom middle, serving up a distraction. That got Spinks off holding window, and look what comes with it.
They completely killed the communication right there. There was no way. Both players were so busy with their own situations, and Jimmy just got that jump spot as Nico made presence inside of mid. It's perfect tethering here for Falcons, and just like that, a save in for MOUZ, and Falcons will hit 11.
Just a little presence, enough to shake it up.
There's nothing too special about this round, but I think the key point is that let's say when we watched Dexter start with the op on the back of the site bench, and they had another player watching halls, that's the optimal setup versus a full B attack. When you have someone who is pushed up cat, like we saw TSS do so many times, there are times where that player can get smoked out or is just too late to get into the fight to really help out. This is one of those moments. It's hard to say if like Falcons created this moment, but they definitely, by drawing attention into middle, made that split happen perfectly. I just can't, I don't know if Nico would have been like, go now, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But they might have been paying attention to, oh, he's busy at this second.
You know, we get one early round from Falcons here, and it's just a prime example of how to capitalize when the cap player is so important. Makes you wonder why MOUZ kind of didn't dedicate more attention to B throughout their T side. TSS has hands busy middle. Maybe that site falters, but that's a bygone half. Xerxes praying to God that somebody's going to save him here. He'll drop down into the underpass, is not able to best TSS.
Wow, dismantled.
Nobody answered his call. Smoke grenade into the window. TSS gets up close, but he's down to 30 health, so you'd think that maybe someone from MOUZ could dunk a nade on him, but...
I feel like they're missing some protocols right there. Like that was the plan, Xerxes dropping an underpass. They weren't even totally fighting top mid. Window was smoked. How are they going to get a MOUZ?
Looked like a mission with no return.
They pulled a goalie on the B side. Jimmy's moved his way up cat.
Is this too slow? MOUZ just kind of sitting around?
This can be okay because with mid control is also fast rotations to both sites. But with 5 alive, we've got Falcons flexing that. Kicksand here, spotting. Brolin takes him out. That's a nice find. We'll see if they speed up now.
It's also a good dink, though, back onto Brolin, so we'll heal what he can do with only 10 points of health.
Right side smoke comes out. I think they know there's no one in CT.
Yeah, he's going to try to rotate over to Ticket quickly, but by the time he gets there, won't really have an angle. There's a connector player, but that's Brolin on that low health. That's the easy pickup. TSS plays it perfectly, just waits his time. The fact that Torzy's able to peel one player back could open the door.
They swung for that.
Torzy's looking to go a little deeper, and at the moment, they are not aware.
Oh, he's coming forward.
He's looking for more here. 2 kills deep already for Torzy, but then nobody really presents. The third one found. He's going to have to do it all. Torzy denied. It is TSS both sides. Woo. AK rips their heads off.
That would have been frustration for Falcons if they didn't pull off that clutch. Torzy found a gap, but you know what? Shout out to Dexter for being very careful about the way that he planted that bomb. They threw a CT smoke, but they didn't just fully trust it blind. TSS with another fantastic round. 2 here to start, and the 1v2 in the end.
Yeah, it's Nico's 3rd kill in the round. That's the sprinkle. But TSS, that right there, dude. Torzy scoped up on him, ready for him to make that move.
I mean, that's the cherry on top for this game for TSS. 20 and 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful round from both of the players left in a 1v1. They're sitting on 3 kills each as they clash. TSS, though, makes the difference, and he has been doing that all map long.
I don't think I've seen a single eco frag, Connor.
What? How's that possible?
Quality kills only.
We said this game was going to be sloppy. That mistake. Oh. You can't make this shit up.
Hey, the mayor's here.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Utility dropped out by Torzy's MP9, still standing on the ladder.
Oh, that's what you get.
I think we're going to map 3 here, folks. Doesn't seem to me like MOUZ are going to be able to offer much on Mirage. Again, we've had a recent head-to-head between the teams. It's nice to see that MOUZ could do what they did last time by picking up Dust 2, and I think it's a real testament that they won it so convincingly. But there was no world where Falcons were going to tiptoe into this best of 5 and drop the ball. Spinks has brought a wealth of experience, and he's trying to teach them how to win, but it will not happen on Mirage. Buckle up. We got Counter-Strike on the menu tonight.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
And they call that tit for tat. We've tied up the series in fine fashion. An unbelievable performance on Mirage by Falcons. And we're going to break it down on the desk now. So, I mean, look, we set it up quite nicely. Maybe by accident, maybe by design. You decide. We talked about you have to shut down Exertion in that mid area. You've got to stop him from taking over the game. And instead, that was the battleground where Falcons just absolutely dominated their opponents.
MOUZ Sports looked more like roadkill flat on the side of the road, getting picked apart by the bird of prey that was the Falcons. And it goes back to exactly what we were talking about before the game started. We knew that MOUZ had a tendency on Mirage to sometimes be a little bit too one-note, to rely a little bit too much on their mid-aggression and getting control of connector and setting up A-splits off the back of that. And what you saw there is that didn't work, clearly. Nico and Tessus ran them through the damn blender pretty much every single round, and they had no adjustment. Like, what is happening here? Like, this is where Synchrony needs to come in with a key timeout, call a key play. This is where Braun has to show his grit as an IGL. He didn't.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you need to warm up before a game, and thankfully for Nico and Tessus, Duster was a great warm-up, right? Because they were just absolute turrets, Rich, and I just want to highlight, you know, I 100% agree with Duster over here. For MOUZ, it just felt a little one-dimensional. They're like, oh, we're going to play for mid. You know what Falcons did? Apart from the first few rounds where they fought mid a little bit, they're like, take mid, have mid, come into short, come into connector, and Maui, you pointed out, Nico plays very antiquated position towards connector. But man, if we're just going to be killing everyone coming in, then screw it, just beat a turret.
Yeah, that's the problem, Maui. It's like, I agree with your assessment, but the problem is if you cannot win the duel anyway, it's largely irrelevant what style of play you play.
Falcons had MOUZ exactly where they wanted him. Every single time, just letting them take some of that space, but then funneling them into new choke points. Yes, the kill feed is going to look ridiculous here, or the scoreboard that is. You had two guys in Nico and Tessus that combined to 280 ADR on the CT side.
I made an executive decision. I told production they're just both the MVP. We're not even going to try.
Let's give it out to both of them.
Yeah.
Because they worked in tandem so well together as well. If I had to pick one, it'd be this guy, Tezes, the Spray Lord. That's what the kids are calling him. He's just so good. He's got some of the best recoil control in the game. He is very good at multi-fragging, but
Look
also,
at that.
yeah, he just I mean, look, yeah, exactly what we're talking
Rich,
about.
you asked me the very question. What can you do to shut down Xerxes? Can you do it? This is it. This is what we said. Like, Nico plays Akon well, and Tessus swings off Cat and says, look, I'm going to make mid my area, my turf. And he did. I mean, the heat map shows it very clearly.
Yeah, and then, look, here's your other MVP. Like, it's this guy, because of course it is, because it's Nico. The crowd were going absolutely bonkers for him because, of course. But, I mean, he doesn't just get the good numbers. He actually had some insane flashy moments here as well.
What I loved about this performance, Richard, is that we got Tessus in an arena doing what he does in studios, okay?
Yes.
That's a big jump up for him, because at times throughout these playoffs, he's been a bit quiet. We got Nico highlights as well, and he's a guy that we know is going to deliver in the big moments, the small moments. moments.
in here too. Remember, they're both the MVP.
Exactly. They shared duties in just taking everybody down. And also, the help defense. If their A player, if their B player was getting swarmed, they were so quick to pivot to help out and establish immediate crossfires that made it just impenetrable across all bomb sites on Mirage.
And you can see in the highlights as well, right? Initially, the first 3 rounds, they're being aggressive in your face for the side of MOUZ. And then they're like, all right, as we said, we're just going to be playing a crossfire right there. And listen, when you have someone like Nico and Tess playing their A, their S+ game, even if you're MOUZ, even if you might have the right protocols, you're just going to get completely swarmed. This particular highlight from Nico, just like tapping away, just pure raw skill and display, and MOUZ had no answer.
Everybody gets better next to Nico. Everybody that plays in any proximity, it's like the ludicrous little circle of happiness. The closer you are to him, the happier you are. Because we're seeing the effects of G2 without this guy, but now we're seeing the effects of Tess's in arena next to this guy. The way he's able to tether off of his other mid defender is just brilliant stuff, and you know that he's controlling it. We know that he's the secondary voice, and he's probably the primary when it comes to the defense on this one.
And I think it harkens back to kind of a point that was made in a recent interview where the team talked about how, yes, Nico is our star player, yes, Dexter's a flashy opera, but we want to give Tessis more agency, and they were very specific about where they wanted it. It was on the CT side. They wanted to put him in areas where he can be impactful, where he can go for plays, where he can use his aggressive nature to his advantage to help his squad. And that's exactly what he did that entire first half of Mirage.
Yep, and we've got some rounds as well, just while we're on the point. We're going to combine 7 of 9. It's like the Borg. What have you got for us, Blair?
Well, it's basically just the game plan from Falcons, right? Nothing too crazy. But what was surprising for me is the fact that MOUZ didn't adapt, they didn't change. Take a look at round number 7 here. It's going to be a fast play coming out from the side of MOUZ. Brolin gets taken down. They put Dexter towards B. They're not finding any opposition towards mid. They're coming to the bomb site, so they're just coming in one after the other. They're like, we got to find a kill. They're not really executing it. They're not using utility, just walking in one by one. Jump a couple of rounds later, because round number 8 was an eco. And this is going to be, again, nothing at mid. Just a default utility. They find no one, and then they creep once again up towards short and see what Tessis does.
Sometimes when you're an in-game leader in these kinds of positions where you take all this space and generally unperturbed, this time around Tessis mows him down on Cat, sure, but you get Cat, you get Con, you think to yourself, okay, we're in such a prime position to split the bomb site, but sometimes you trip at the last hurdle. You're not unable to actually convert on the actual split, and if you're used to being a team that is getting those kills in the mid-fight, sometimes it just feels like you were gifted so much space you don't even know what to do with it.
Exactly.
And those are the growing pains of a new team like MOUZ, who have to really work on now the finishers, getting the last 20 seconds of the strat to really work out in their favor.
And we go from 7 and 9 to round 11.
And this is when I want to give credit to Kixen, right? They've been playing so passive thus far. And round number 11, late in the half, what do they do? 4 players just pushing up mid. MOUZ haven't had to face any fights at mid, and it just completely mowed them down. And MOUZ like, all right, A should be empty. Kixen's supposed to be playing B. He's at A, he's at a shadow. He gets everyone, shuts
What's
them
he
down.
doing there?
I don't know.
What's he doing there?
That's exactly what
Whatever he wants. Whatever he wants.
Exactly.
That's what he's doing.
He's in Brolin's head, man.
That was a cerebral and just a physical beatdown from the side of Falcons.
So I'm going to toss this one up to you, Dust. I will say this. I think you correctly identified one note is the right word. And even there in the highlights, while we're waxing lyrical about how good Falcons were, the problem you've got is in a well-drilled team. We've talked about the importance of trading when we were watching FaZe, for instance. There wasn't even an opportunity for a trade in a lot of those cases. The players just weren't spaced right, positioned right. They couldn't capitalize. So, you know, if you lose a duel and some guy picks immediately and you trade out, that's okay. That just wasn't happening. So what went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, the basics of trading efficiency is spacing. And you're clearly correct, that wasn't there. But also, it's just a lack of utility usage. You know, it's a lack of creativity. And at some point in time, when you're going mid over and over and over again, and you're not finding any success, like, yeah, you might find that first layer of map control. That don't mean jack shit if you can't get in the site and get the bomb down or get some frags on the board. And they weren't getting any of that. They're getting out-fragged, clearly.
He prefers to be called John Shit, by the way. I've had that.
Well, you know, we'll go ahead and pivot that if we need be. But I think we just need to see them actually call some real tactics. Like, be a real IGL, call some real strats, and stop just throwing your head up against a brick wall, being stubborn.
And again, that's because of the learning prompts for Brolan, right? He's wondering, okay, how do I crack the puzzle? He's relying on the individual to pull off something, which is what they did on Dust 2. However, Falcons had a great game plan, and unfortunately, Brolan didn't have an answer.
I mean, I do think just to stay on the Brolin topic before we set up the next map. I do think that's the worst T-side he's called at this tournament. Is that fair, or is
Probably.
it up there?
One of the worst.
Early on in the tournament,
Yeah?
he had some stinkers. Like, I think 2 round halves on the T side also, so maybe it was 3. But in terms of how we have seen this team progress, in terms of now what we expect of them, given they made it to the grand finals, I think you could say with context it's the worst.
Okay, so the bad news, if you're a MOUZ fan, is that they probably should be 2-0. It was their map pick. You might be a glasses half full kind of person at home, right? You're probably thinking, nah, it's all right. You traded it out. It's now just the best of 3. Here's the problem. The next map is Nuke. This is just Nico's playground. Like, I'd be terrified if I was MOUZ now. I think I'm going behind in the series. I should be comfortably ahead in because Nico does what he wants on this map. Once again, Dust, I'm going to come to you to set this up. What is it that Falcons do so well here?
What Falcons do really well is in a quick amount of time with this unit, they have shown a great diverse T-side that is indeed led by Nico. He's their yard player on both sides of the map, but he's so much more than that. He's incredibly dynamic and mobile. You're never really going to see him play things the same way. They like to just kind of break loose and really just control that outer yard, threaten upper from all areas. They can obviously go for the typical back halls pushes as well. And the other big thing is MOUZ. I want to highlight him very quickly. Most lobby players you think of as just a guy holding pushes. MOUZ is not that guy. He's going to peek hut. He's going to look for entries. He's going to try to pick down ramp. He's going to try to fight Jimmy. Like, he is a guy on this map in particular who can be a bit more of a playmaker for me.
And also got to remember the last time Falcons played the Eternal Fire on this very map, in this very arena, Xantares, one of the best riflers we have in the world, was bullied into oblivion by the side of Falcons. So Exertion, we talked about the Exertion-Nico matchup, and we saw how Exertion kind of failed on Mirage here. He has a lot of work to do here.
The one thing that, when you bring up the Xantares point blast, that concerns me is that he wasn't necessarily blindsided in those. He was actually taking 50-50 duels with people like Tessus, people like Nico, and just losing. Like, his mechanics were not up to snuff on that map 3 that actually eliminated them. And I think Exertion's shown up today. I think he is here. So I don't know if the early stage opening pick is going to go the way of Falcons as easily as it did versus EF.
And if anyone's curious, I do believe that is a salted caramel Twix. That is the secret of all of Nico's powers. The secret is out now.
Oh, now we
you too
know.
can be like him at home. Sign me
This
up,
segment
Twix.
sponsored by.
I was going to say, sign me up. I need sponsors. No, but like seriously, I would be really afraid if I was MOUZ. I think Falcons on this map, it's not that it's clinical. It's not that it's high-level tactics. It's just that you've got this wild card player that's just moving around the map, like just some monster in a nightmare you can't get away from. That's how Nico plays.
And the thing is, for the side of MOUZ right now, this is a must-win. I have Falcons winning Ancient when it comes to it. Right now, the problem is, again, the T side has been a problem for MOUZ. Like, not all the time, but we've seen it being a problem. We saw it in Mirage as well. On the CT side, Kixon, Maui, you brought this up. Kixon, just as an anchor, he can multi-frag. We saw it in Ancient. And then upper bomb side, actually, he's one of the higher, he's higher rated than Magisk on his CT side of Nuke. And also Dexter. We saw him just be a turret, combat opping with the AWP as well against Eternal Fire. That is a problem they need to navigate.
Kixan has been saving Magisk's behind on that bomb site. In fact, when this map's about to start on the defense, I think Magisk is going to probably do his best 1xbet impression, but I love you.
But seriously, just try a couple more ads.
I haven't heard that enough. You're putting me
But
off
do
my
you love
game.
me?
But is there anything MOUZ can do, Dust? Just quickly before we get into the action, we got about a
I
minute.
just need to see a more diverse play style on their T side whenever they do get there. It can't just be all outer wall pushes. It can't just be one note. Like, you need to be able to play a little bit more decisively and stop being so timid. You're going to have to start going for plays, because here's my problem with this. Like, forget Nuke. You let Train through on this Veto, and you've never played it. So now you have to win out if you want to win this series, in my opinion. And it has to start on Nuke. And historically, these group of players are very comfortable playing Nuke. Jimmy loves playing lobby. He loves anchoring that ramp. You know, they're opera. Torzy, very comfortable, very good at being mobile defensively with AWP, as well as being a shotgun upper on the attack side. I need all of that all at the same time.
For me, it's very simple. MOUZ, T side, your game plan has to be you got to condition. You cannot allow Nico and Dexter to be just stacked up on the upper or the lower bomb side. You got to, throw some fakes, make them uncomfortable, force them to go for plays. That has to be the playbook, or else you're going to be walking into a stack, and that's what Eternal Fire had to deal with.
I'll just say to Falcons right now, things are not going to go as well as they did when you played Eternal Fire. You will not be getting an opening pick every single time you're fighting for outside yard control. I want to see what the second stages are looking like, because they are still a fresh roster in their own capacity, and so it'll come down to the mid-rounds from Kixan, the voice from Nico, and for everybody to put the picture together.
We've just bought 2 minutes. I think there's a PC swap going on, so I can talk about Spinks. I feel like he's been a little bit subdued, a little bit quiet in this final so far. I'm hoping he's going to be able to pop off a bit more for them because his firepower, his experience is vital.
Indeed it is. And again, I think this team is trying to use him in a more active way than what he had been used in the past. You know, they're trying to, sometimes on Vitality, he would just be kind of a lobby hold player, but now he's not that guy. He's going to be out in outer yard, trying to assist the rest of his team and getting some control. And Xerxes going to need him as backup, either to help him entry or to at least trade off of him to get some space. And so I think Spinks is pivotal, not only for just the way that they're trying to implement him tactically, but he's the veteran on the team next to Brolin. He is the guy that has the pedigree of being on stages like this very well with Vitality and hoisting trophies and doing big things.
And think about Vitality on Nuke as well, right?
Exactly.
Historically. So, I mean, here we go.
Yeah,
the crowd is staying with us. You're going strong right now. Wouldn't swap this crowd for anything.
100%.
Yeah.
One player I want to touch upon, T-side for the side of MOUZ, Torji. We've said this again, without Shoei at the helm telling him what to do. That's when he was his best on the T-side. He's going to get his op in his hands at some point or the other. How much more impact can he find? Because if he doesn't, it might be a dunzo here on this map.
It's going to be tough for them, I will say. I mean, I think that really the bulk of the work for MOUZ has to be done on their CT side. If they're able to snuff out some of those opening attempts from the Falcon side, then things might actually go their way. But all in all, I don't know. I'm in some way, I'm getting a little bit worried for MOUZ. I feel like they put their best foot forward there on Dust 2. Falcons have now heated up into the series in the way that we expected them to. They're not just losing dumb fights. They look like they've clearly connected there. Like Bless said, I mean, Dust 2 was a warm-up, and now it really feels like you're getting the full force Falcons.
And I think the key component is, we haven't really seen Falcons grow into an arena run. They haven't had one. They look unflappable. Zonic looks more like his old self. All the criticism he's come in for. I'll tell you one thing, when he takes a time out, it seems to do something for the team. When he's like marshalling the troops in the huddle, they haven't lost belief in him, even if the community have. And like they seem to just be unflappable right now. A new level of confidence out of Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where the heroic core that make up Falcons weren't really known for their Nuke, if we're being perfectly honest. But I think Nico almost single-handedly changed their ability to play this map just on how dynamic he is as a player. And it's on both sides of the map. Yeah, he can lead attacks, but it's also about how good he is at reading where he needs to be, reading when he can go for retakes and how to play them. I think his diversity as a player really is what strengthened up their Nuke and also being that key second voice that they needed.
Also, looking at this guy you see on the camera right here, right? Tessus. He can be hit and miss. We've seen this. We've seen this in the tournament. We've seen it in the group stage. We saw it in the arena on day one as well. But if he's playing the way he is right now on Mirage, the way he was unbeatable. Like, you were not winning any duel against him. Now he's playing towards Rampman. It's going to be a problem. If he's going to be playing the way he did over there, I don't really necessarily see any opening, any weak part of the defense. You have Kixen and Magix towards outside, right? You have Nico towards upper. You have Nico towards outside. You have Dex that's going to be everywhere, combat opping. Where are you going to target?
Well, when they do target somewhere, Blair, they're going to have to do it like how they've won the games on T-sides in the past, and that is the group up, run and gun. We've got the firepower. We can trade efficiently. They didn't do it on Mirage. It's very uncharacteristic. They've got to obviously rally and fix that. But I think they can isolate some players on Falcons here and get things going.
And I want to see that once they do that, how is Zonic going to react? Because he was such a big question mark in the previous season, the previous year, missing 2 majors in a row with this Falcons core. In some ways, one that was very tried and tested, working with the initial end score with Snappy, Modern, Sunpius. And now he's starting to prove himself. He's starting to prove that he can work with an in-game leader, prove that he's working with Nico. Are the players doing too much, though? So I want people to pay attention after the timeout. What are the shifts?
What are the adjustments?
Yes. Are they going to actually go for some different kinds of plays? Is he going to simplify things, throw in a curveball in terms of just a set strategy? Because Zonic has really been the ire of so many people that have just been hate watching Falcons. They've targeted a lot of that towards him.
Not appropriate before we get into a match, but we still don't have an ETA when we're going live. He didn't help himself with the media work.
No, not one bit. Saying that people are going to get their fair chances, but then they obviously were already out the door, it felt like.
Saying I never wanted that team that I said that I wanted and loved and adored. It's like, he created a fair criticism.
Unfortunately, he created a villain out of himself, even though he was such a beloved and respected figure. I mean, you cannot forget that he has 5 majors, that he's done it with different cores, done it with different lineups. So for him now to finally put the pieces together, I want to see the live environment, the adjustments. Like
what if I told you Paris didn't count?
Hey, Game Religion put a great fight on.
I didn't say it, but listen, I will say this for Zonic, right? The last 3 games they played, I'm talking about FaZe, Eternal Fire, and MOUZ. The one thing that's impressed me a lot has been the prep work, right? The reason they've improved is they fixed their mistakes, and they've actually been doing a lot of prep in their opposition, how they're going to deal with it. We saw the FaZe game when Ancient, the way they handled it, they're like, okay, our B's weak, what are we going to do? We're going to go for the mid control, lane control. So they seem to be, just getting better and prepping every single day. And let's be honest, this is one of the more easier Vetos to predict, in all honesty. They knew Nuke was going to be coming out, so I'm very sure, or at least I'm hopeful, that Zonic's done his homework.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where, for Falcons, for me, it was just a matter of time. Like, we knew at the core this team was very capable of being a high-level team. They showed us that throughout the course of the end of last year, the Shanghai Major being kind of a high mark of just showing their potential as a unit. And now they brought in Nico, just a superstar-level player with loads of experience. And look, I think people slept on MAGE just a little bit. Yeah, Falcons struggled. Yeah, MAGE just wasn't the same star that he was back on his Astralis days, but he is still such a functional role player in almost every capacity. We've seen him already have big moments this series. I think he'll have big moments again today, helping anchor the upper site defensively, helping attack from lobby, whether it be ramp, whether that be hut. He's a guy who can be a little bit of a playmaker in some of those solo positions and have the intuition on when to make a play and when to hold back. And that's what makes his team so balanced.
We're talking about Zonic all this while, right? I have to now ask, or rather, talk a bit about Cyclone as well.
Yeah, we've
been talking about Roland so much so far, talking about Spinks coming in with his experience and whatnot. So for the side of Cyclone, right, what is his answer going to be after getting absolutely ruined on their map pick?
All right, we're about to get into the game. It is time to quit your jibber jabber, as Mr. T would say, and let's go back to Scrawny and Lourdes.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. So good at talking, those guys, huh? They just never stop.
They asked for a little extra time.
Yeah, we let them have it. Cluj, one quick question. You're still with us, right?
Cluj. Very clutch, guys. Connor was a little too shy to try that one.
I've been there, not doing that again. Nico to the P250 entry outer. That's what we've got in store for you. There's a world where you're all going to have to call off work tomorrow because this game's only 3 maps deep.
The mayor can call it in.
That's true.
Day off.
Shut down the city. We're playing Counter-Strike. Nico long range, not immediately able to connect. We're going to get the ramp test.
What? Oh my God.
Wait,
what?
How?
He's behind enemy lines. Tesses. He's just teleported into the A site. They had no idea. They were dropping vent right underneath his nose.
Brolin could have tried to do the same thing. That is a nice second tap. That suddenly turns this one back on its head. Falcons look like they had that A site completely under wraps. And how, with 4 players in that, do you offer up a reopening for a retake? Now, 4 versus 3, we're going to come in from both angles. Testes down beneath from heaven, and down goes Brolin. Xerxian going to make quick work of the climb over the box. Testes back sight. It's a little bit labored, and the CTs can't quite connect till Torji steps up. First one, easy. Bomb too far gone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Falcons T-side pistol.
What was this called, Tesses? How the heck did he pull that off? Scaling to the back of the site as Torzi is dropping down the vent. Player on the back had no idea. They thought this was just a setup phase of the round.
I mean,
this is going to be a full default. Everyone walking around holding angles. All right.
I thought teleporting was like a Valorant thing.
Yeah, he definitely used some special ability.
We don't even know how he got here.
Yeah, seriously.
Excuse me, we were watching Nico's duel. I wonder if it's a walk-through main while Nico's fighting outer.
It had to be because, surely Torzi's door's closed, he's in front of the vents.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Just so focused on watching Nico duel because that's all I want to do is watch Nico kill.
Yeah.
We'll get the force buy back for MOUZ, of course. See what they can offer up. You know, as the desk so eloquently put it, this could very well be the beginning of the end. We've got Train as a 5th map never seen by MOUZ. We've got Nuke where Falcons thrive. 5-7 up close though. Little bit of struggle sprinkled in. Brolin able to lock down Squeaky Door. It's a good fight back from the force buy. Nico in the site, 1v4 queued up. Now one player still smoked off. He goes towards the door. They fumbled this one. And MOUZ make that force buy work.
Crushed at every single peak. They tried the upper hit and, let that 5-7 ring off like Reigns in the last match. My goodness, shut down on the A site.
That just got really quiet in here.
Yeah.
Trolling, exposing the squeaky player. Works out for him. Jimmy then just layers up, kills Nico as the last guy forward. And all right, we've got a force war back and forth.
That takes a little wind out of the sails for sure. Now, Dexter talked about how in Dust 2 we saw glimpses of a good day of CS out of him, like great, insane shots. But on Mirage, he just wasn't needed. Now on Nuke, this is the litmus test of all great oppers. And a map that, as aptly brought up on the desk, has improved with Nico. As Dust said, Heroic weren't exactly known for Nuke, but Nico obviously is. And I've always said having Nico on Nuke is like having 6 players on a team. He can instantly make this map so much easier just by playing outside by himself on both sides.
Yeah, not just by playing by himself, but like Maui Snake put it, everybody who plays next to him simply gets better.
Not a good smoke. They will pop this. Jimpat has to be careful.
We'll see if he can fuel a charge into the ramp. Kicksan, Tech9 start. Torji, scout damage, great. Deagle's gonna try to chase him. That's another tag, so now all of the bars for Falcons look low, except for Dexter, and you have just suddenly given Dexter a scout, plus the Magis Galil now.
The HP almost doesn't matter in this position. They do have 3 players that are extremely low, but this is just a matter of one more player getting caught off guard. That's what they have to be worried about. Spinx is making a good move, coming back through the other side of ramp to make sure they aren't going heaven. Exertion playing sneaky, he can't see everything.
I don't know, surely this low HP costs them. Surely Xerxin just able to clean up. They figured out where he is. Nico gets killed trying to join them on lower. Magis unable to get that bomb down. Dexter also done for. Xerxin, solid 3K recovery. Majority alive there for MOUZ as things look sketchy for a second.
It was, yeah, again, one bad smoke. You let someone get that close to a choke point over on ramp, and they do a good job of making that a bait, displacing the aim as they ran through on the other side. Torsi dying, it gets scary, but in the end, no bomb plan even. What MOUZ are trying to do right now is break their awkward performances recently. At Shanghai, they had 5 straight wins on Nuke, and 4 of them were single digits for the other teams. But in their last 4 games, they've only won once, and it's single-digit losses in their 3 losses. So not on form at the moment.
I wonder if we call that the Shuhei difference. Because if I were to ask you who 2 of the biggest breakout IGLs were in the last couple of years, who are the 2 people you really think of, Launders?
The man you mentioned, Shuhei, and Kicksan, who called for Apex
and
in
so
that same
MOUZ,
major.
They're here right now trying to prove that they can do it without Shuhei. And that is a possibility. We've seen what they're able to offer so far in playoffs, but I present a problem for them. Not only do you have to do it without Shuhei, now you have to do it against Kicksan. These are the 2 big IGLs that have kind of put themselves forward in recent years. And a lot of the difference could very well boil down to that calling. You know, props to the players on MOUZ being able to keep this system in place. They kind of switch out the head of the Gundam. And they have definitely figured out how to punch and kick. The Counter-Strike's the thinking man's game. Mowdown for Spinx. Xerxin gets 1 of the 5, but as you'd anticipate, Glocks don't do much.
This is nice from the perspective of rotations, covering each other, rifle work, everything, and keeping everyone alive. It's a good way to start building a lot of bank. It's the only way to fortify a CT side. CT sides are about streaking. If you can't build up economy for lost rounds, you've got incendiaries that are more expensive, M4s that are more expensive.
Damn, you got the Cadian jersey. That's got to be off his back.
Oh yeah, true, it's a new one.
Yeah. Xerxin down to the bottom of the silo. Here we go. First guns for Falcons. It's a delayed attempt of a T-side. All because you couldn't convert versus lesser weapons, but Desk spent ample amounts of time highlighting Nico outdoors. I mean, Richard was shaking in his little boots, talking about how scary this was supposed to be. Xerxin, not too concerned about it.
Oh, we didn't clear it properly. Took a glance, but no commitment. Torzi's little bait works out, and he rotates in.
Spinx keeps his head down while boosted. Easy pickups.
Oh my God, he got
way too easy.
I just picked them apart. That was amazing out of Spinx. Another fluid moment of rifling.
It's absolutely stepped up to the challenge of changing jerseys and putting together a wonderful honeymoon.
A little whack-a-mole moment. Spinks multi-spray down. I mean, this is an individual level that looks strong from both.
Man,
and trying to tap back into what we saw on the start of this series.
The step up on that tall box right at the end too, just insane moment of mechanics out of Spinks.
Xertion versus Nico outside, currently 1-0 for the CT. But now Nico's got that Desert Eagle, and Nico with little to lose. Set up by Tesses, right? These two tethered so well back on the mid setups of Mirage. They'll try to get that going again. Quick run into the secret, and Xertion's position's gonna very quickly catch Tesses off guard.
Oh, there's a message. Nice one, Xertion.
Oh, wow. Jimpat over towards ramp. Last couple bullets connected to Kixan, and Falcons hoping they can get some guns going because these pistols aren't finding any kind of openings. Just as fast as Mirage started, we are already 5-1 up for MOUZ.
We're starting about, 9 players alive in the last 2 rounds. This eco brings Falcons nothing, and yeah, it's only an eco, but it actually matters a ton. We're already breaching 10K on 3 players, basically 4 here if you count Jivpat's, $9,700.
I thought there was a very fair criticism by the analysts back before this third map started, in that we never really saw a kind of, well-timed tactical timeout from Cyclone and Brolin trying to adapt and make a new call. Where was that? Dust seemed pissed, and I think rightfully so.
That's something that we didn't bring up that we definitely should have. We saw moments where Cyclone had taken tac timeouts in some of the previous matches. They came out of it, tried to fix a couple things, but still, even for a coach, at the end of the day, it's the guy who gets to talk when the round is live is Brolin. And even off of those tac timeouts, you get some inconsistency. And the weird thing is that you can see the capability of Brolin in some rounds, absolutely, as an IGL. But then in some others, it's just, I don't know, either a choice, or he's just a little bit cloudy with it, or he's just, obviously getting used to it.
And I think that's something that
everyone can support IGL. Calling every round, though, is a totally different job. Something I've brought up before about the great IGLs of our time, Glaives, Kerrigans, and so on, is that they're systems thinkers. And as the game goes on and they collect a little bit more information, their comms, their communication gets a little bit more complex, and they can organize 5 players within 15 seconds of a timeout and create a round that has the most subtle fake involved and just makes one guy turn the wrong direction on a part of a map that they thought was slightly vulnerable, only to subvert their expectations on another. And in those moments when we saw on Mirage, where the MOUZ would take mid-control and stop and wait outside of connector and not do anything else, those rounds where they're not working, Kerrigan would be working.
Sure.
Kerrigan would be influencing a lurk. He would have foresawn that in mid-control, that wasn't going to win them the round alone. There would be ideas on ideas, and each one player on his team wouldn't even be able to understand the full scope of the call. That's only in his mind. He just tells you what you have to do, and then he makes it look like this masterpiece of a round in the end. And I think that's, the influence of playing under someone like that could lead you to believe that maybe you could do it too.
Sure.
But there's only one Kerrigan.
Of course.
And it's very hard to reach that standard. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, we've seen delusional players play under great in-game leaders and think they could do it themselves.
Yes,
I think Electronic is an example of that.
Electronic, it happened to Yukinder. Twist also calls for Liquid after playing for Kerrigan.
There was a content piece at this event where James Banks sat down with Electronic and asked, what is the system? What is the plan? And Electronic rattled off 3-4 of the great CIS leaders that he has played underneath. And he's like, with all this influence and having watched them, I think I could do that too. And then when asked about details of that system, he repeated something he said sometimes now, and that is just, well, we'll see. Too late, man. Sometimes you got to hit the ground running. And I think it's cool that Brolin has shown us, more than other in-game leaders that try to take up that responsibility, he can at least start faster.
Yes, for sure. And I came into this tournament expecting to see nothing. I couldn't picture Brolin as an IGL, expecting to see nothing, and we have seen great halves out of him. So it's not like that's the end-all be-all. Here we are casting him in the grand finals. There's something to say about that, for sure. But there are some players that were made to call. Kixan starting out in this role, looking like, and he does it by proving it with a team you hadn't really heard of before he makes it to Paris semifinals. And a lot of careers are built off of runs like that. I mean, a lot of those rosters that no one could anticipate making it that deep. You have Gamer Legion when Shuhei called for them. You have a situation where players with JL and Ima come out of that and get contracts for Na'Vi and then turn around to win a major themselves. Teams you would not see without the IGLs that called for them. And now you're here, you have Kixan with his newest team and the most talent in the grand finals. With the stack of beer getting longer than ever.
I mean, I think that thing might reach us. You know, I've actually heard the rumor is we're going to get a return for all those cans, and that makes up the prize pool. So don't drop it. There's a chance we make a can train from here all the way back to Bucharest.
You're saying that thing is 6 hours long?
I'm curious, for how many of you out there is this your first Counter-Strike event?
Whoa.
And I think that's a testament to as to why we have to visit new cities, because Counter-Strike 10 years ago came to Cluj-Napoca, and in that time we all know what this thing grew into. And I think that's the beauty of what PGL have done here, bringing it back, taking a chance, and for you guys to show up. I just want to say on behalf of everybody involved, players, talent, production, thank you guys for showing up and being so goddamn awesome. You can see Torji on stage soaking it in. I hope each of you have made a friend so far this weekend. Sitting shoulder to shoulder alongside people who love this game as much as you is something special. That's Counter-Strike.
That's right. It's a vehicle for friendship. Some people who meet here today will be friends for the rest of their lives. And you just get to watch some great games in the process.
Quick little tactical timeout after a delayed tech. We've got PCs switched out. Shout out to the admins. All the players behind the scenes that make this possible. 15 seconds or so, and we jump right back into this nuke. Can Falcons respond? That's the big question. You'd think, surely. Again, beautiful picture painted by the analysts, but a lot of that hinged on the individual level of guys like Nico and Launders. 6 rounds in, where is it?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had many rifle opportunities. We have a situation where Nico goes outside once, gets countered by Exertion because he half clears something. There's still more to give here, and it'll be another rifle to try it. This half is not beyond saving, but it is the start that makes you think it could end up like Mirage if they're not careful.
Ooh, see ya.
What? Spinks got spotted fully.
Kind of turned his back to this. No way you didn't notice that. Tess just jumped over top of your head.
No, they hear.
His knees crunched.
What? They heard him hit the ground.
Jimpat gets blasted down at a secret. I mean, that
Tess
audio cue somehow goes unnoticed.
Oh.
And now we're starting to watch the Falcons get the kills that a lot of people hope they would. So,
Nah, he had like a spider cam view of Spinks inside Mini as he ran off of the metal, jumped onto the floor by Unbreakable, which is a very standard thing to do, and Spinks heard it all. But somehow that wasn't calmed, wasn't noticed. I have no idea. Either way, you can see what one small moment can do to a round. 5v2 now with Tesses up in heaven.
No, that's coming from a guy who's 11-2 at the moment, playing lights out at the start of map 3.
Oh, he was so confused when he heard Torzi running around, because that was supposed to be the guy dueling him to cut him off from getting up there. But now things are going perfectly here for the Falcons. They can sow in all their seeds of paranoia on both the upper and lower side as the CTs have to pick very reserved positions.
Just don't mess up this bomb plan.
Yeah, well, with the amount of utility, you would think there's no way.
Spinks waits, Brolin catching a kill. This would have to be a 2 versus 5.
Well, it's begun. Nico's low. Brolin, our Kicksan is too. But yeah, Brolin and Spinks. Also, I don't even know if they want to think about this. With their HP, that's their own problem. They have lots of money, which is something. But you can burn through this amount of money and have to save again and a half. It must be said. It would only take 3 rounds to do it. But it is absolutely worth trying to kill as many exits as possible to make this the worst win that it can be.
You know, they don't die though. You think the beauty of it is, yeah, okay, you can still recover, but bomb's gonna pop and okay, all's good.
Yeah, that's actually solid. Nico dies at the same time, and there's only 1 save now for the Falcons. So that's about as good as it gets here for MOUZ after the start that took place. Yeah, let's run it back.
Yeah, how does 4 best of 3 sound?
Let's go.
5 rounds is where MOUZ will stall for a second. Like we alluded to, so much cash. I mean, look at this rebuy. Look at the money that's still left over. We'll be talking about guns in MOUZ's hands for quite some time. That's what they've earned with the strong start.
Yeah, and even with 2 saves, right? They have... Spinks has 12,800 bucks.
Also has to be said, obviously last round boils down to like a weird moment. So if Spinks wants to make up for that right now by, you know, maybe charging onto the rooftop, well, maybe this goes right back into MOUZ's hands. Looking to make up for an awkward moment, let's call it, in round 7.
Oh, he's here to take control. This is beautiful. What are you supposed to do about a guy on T roof? There are no protocols to make this approach happen so early. Dexter's coming up with a bomb. And he has no idea where Spinks has gotten off to, but now it's turned into an aim map.
Ooh.
Oh, not bad. That actually saves things. Nico, he gets another lead, but there's someone on the steps waiting.
Yeah,
Jimpat.
Nice to have 2 players downstairs. So the 1 kill on tubes is all that the T's have to work with. Torji gonna let his position be known, but there's a really nice tethering going on between players. We saw it with Jimpat lower. Oh, and almost Dexter, but he makes sound. That puts Brolin on high alert. And this is a moment for Spinks, who is playing lights out right now. 14 kills, 3 deaths.
Okay.
Big man chilling.
They are hanging on by a thread. Wow, that's not a great rounds.
Well, it depends who you are.
Yeah, it is for MOUZ, but not after what we just saw. The instant 5v2 into what looked like, oh, maybe Falcons could somewhat recover the half, but then MOUZ are still rich. They saved 2 players last time, and now they get away with these aggressive pushes. Well, if anything, this is exactly what you want to see from MOUZ.
Yep.
They aren't even letting the kills come to them.
This is exactly what Spinks was supposed to bring to the table in order to springboard MOUZ not only back into playoffs, but to trophy lifts. And if he can't do it by instilling confidence into his teammates so that their performances individually look as good as they can, by God, he'll do it on his own. At the moment, he is. Very little buy-up for Falcons. And we talk about that wealth of economy over on the MOUZ camp. Unfortunately for Falcons, it only really goes one way. And Nico has looked like a shell of himself. We are 9 rounds into play. He is 2-8.
Yeah, and if Nico's going to be the reason that the old heroic core can achieve new heights on Nuke, well, can't get away with dying in situations like this. And I think they even had to leave that gun behind. So what have they got here? A clean cross with the 4 players left alive. The CTs have not moved a muscle upstairs. Doubled up on ramp as well, actually. This is quite a gap. It's very possible that Falcons get a little confused, though, not seeing a single person, and start throwing utility to get into protocols.
There's no smoke, though, for the covering of the bomb plant, so you think the ramp players could come down fast.
I can't believe MOUZ haven't moved at all.
Right?
Like,
well, at the same time, can you? Because this is one of the criticisms we have for them sometimes.
Yes, this is, yeah, that's kind of wild. This is a moment where it's opened up on the cross.
So Falcons
even
suddenly,
if they didn't see anything, they know that it could have happened.
Trying to lean into these positions, going to force MOUZ's hand at a retake.
And there's still a lurk here, actually.
Good test for MOUZ, and door swung. That's going to get stopped instantly. 5 versus 3 looks comfortable until a double kill comes back.
Oh.
Falcons have tiptoed their way onto a completely empty site, and we're left scratching our heads asking, where the hell was MOUZ?
Okay, let's look back on this for a second. I mean, full credit to Falcons for not overthinking this. They didn't see anybody. No one put pressure on them for patrol steps. No one was there in decon. They walked up, took all the map control, no response. But what is this from MOUZ? There are 2 cross smokes outside. Zershin, you just killed someone on silo. People walked across sometimes. You have no one starting secret. You don't see anybody anywhere. They double up ramp, they give up outside, and they play as if they're the ones who are down 4v5. No movement whatsoever. Where is the prophylaxis in a situation like that? If there's a gap, it doesn't matter if you have confirmation, you still have to fill the gap, especially when you're up numbers. You can always afford to have someone downstairs, even on a 5v5 setup.
Mistake made. I do like that MOUZ instantly call that pause. We'll see what Cyclone can try to adjust. But there's no denying that when you had almost all of the economy from Falcons bottomed out, they would have been walking into this round with a save. All you had to do was stop them on that B site with a man advantage, and you would be looking at Falcons with nothing. Now, it's a 3-round lead, 6-3, but it's Falcons with cash back. I guess the silver lining is MOUZ still have a ton of the money that they were able to grow early on.
I think they're just scratching their heads just a bit. Yeah.
Gold, gold, gold.
Why did you say it just like that?
FaZe. I believe that's a "We Want Ancient" chant.
So we had one gift of a round, sort of, with that missing the TSS jump.
Yeah.
They crushed on that one. Then we have this follow-up, clear mistake in for MOUZ, into the tack timeout, very important. Another opening duel here, 1. That's Zershin outside. He's been giving us those.
Yeah, he's gonna have to also best Nico, who is opping. When the rifle doesn't work,
listen,
neither does the op, usually.
Yeah.
But we'll see what he can do. We'll give Nico the benefit of the doubt. He can do everything else.
Yes.
But right now, Spinks is wasting not a moment. I love the aggression that Spinks has been able to offer, not just once inside of lobby. See ya. Zershin's gonna get another one over top of Nico, and there is finally some kind of a response back. That actually does open up the possibility of a lower drop. Flashbang at the feet of the Opera on rotation. Do Falcons test the waters? Into hell they'll go.
Beautiful moves out of TSS. 2v3. Over rotation downstairs here.
Now this time they're here.
Yes.
And they get here ahead of time. We get that smoke to trickle down onto the site. 50 to the clock. TSS scouring backside, looking for some kind of a kill. They're gonna go Danish. Oh, TSS has done it again, but he's lost his teammate. That's the thing. Reload. Oh. Zershin able to jump on him before the gun was ready to go. And the 2 surviving players here for MOUZ. We have got to talk about these performances because Spinks was lights out to start this.
Yeah.
15 kills deep already. Now we're talking about Zershin up to 12-3.
No, it's been amazing from him. And it was him at the beginning of the last round as well to get that kill outside. He's killed Nico twice. He killed him up on silo. He takes out Dexter this time and turns Nico into the Opera. This is, I mean, you can't ask for much more from that perspective. It's still 7-3.
He's also 4-0 in opening duels right now, Zershin, and I think that comes at a cost directly of Nico. Fast one. They're going to try to charge out hot. Spinks isn't ready, but luckily for him, teammates to cover all around the bomb site, and all it ends up being is a ton of damage, and not a single foot stepped forth into that A bomb site. MOUZ are making mincemeat of Falcons on this defense.
Yeah, making them look like they were lucky to get those 3 off the back of the pause. It's looking good now. Another 2-on-5 situation. Last one was made close by TSS, who almost put together the round of his career. But here, with eyes from Torzy and the jiggle spot, he goes down.
Total collapse.
So clean. All right. Couple weird moments, but the player quality is bubbling to the surface.
Launders, are we going to see Train?
Train is the prophecy.
Does Cluj like Train?
Best of 5 grand final finish on Train. I like the way that sounds.
I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Well, choo-choo, son.
Yeah, it's a wild expectation considering MOUZ have, well, not played it. Fast move. Out onto the A floor, maybe. They kind of stutter for a second, waiting out that utility. But they do end up diving a bunch of bodies downstairs. Can Torji lock this in? Missed shot between the 2.
Oh, the bomb gets by.
Magis able to plant. Tech9's gonna go to pressure the double doors. Now, soon enough, TeSeS can try to deal with the upper, but Torzi able to push forward before anybody can attack him from the back. Jimpat up in the rafters. Torzi right here with him. Nico's given a chance, and now Nico and TeSeS
surprise,
have been able to push this 3v3. We still have that one player for Falcons upstairs. Dexter can take his sweet time.
He doesn't want to, though, does he? Comes in for the peek. That makes it a 3-on-2.
Spinks drops.
Spinks keeps going.
So will Nico. TeSeS has been great, but this is a massive ask. Brolin on top of the bomb, and Spinks offers up the distraction. Excellently done to deal with that one-player upper. 9-3, CT side, and a bleak picture for Nico on this map.
It was a game of patience, and no one plays that game better than Spinks. Amazing half out of him. Again, new addition here to MOUZ. 9-3 on the CT side, yes, some weird moments, but overall the output was extraordinary. The pick plays, again, at the beginning of the round, just kept working. Exertion at the helm of that, and he is the guy who's always in the untradeable spots for MOUZ. If he plays well, you win by a wide margin, and that's what we're getting out of Exertion. Cyclone Tack seemed to solve it.
Oh, good shout out.
Yeah.
It's something that the desk wanted to see more of, so sure enough, a little fine tuning comes out of the MOUZ camp.
And now we've got the situation where a pistol and a CT side for Falcons could make them look like geniuses as well. That was not a great look of a half from them. They did just get fully crushed on every stop.
(13-6) Dust 2, 13-4 Mirage.
Yeah, when's the close map? It's kind of a good way to start a best of 5, though. There's something brewing.
Getting back on schedule after that Astralis matchup. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Here we go. Second pistol at hand. Anybody could take this from Falcons. And a pistol could kickstart the comeback. Like you said, making them look like geniuses. To show some resilience in the face of an unexpected challenge. Obviously, MOUZ don't want anything to do with that. Spinks brimming with confidence after his first half. There he is. Finally, a glimmer of what Nico can offer, but he can't do it all. Magisk is already down to 8 health, or can he? Nico! 4 kills already! And you saw what he wanted. A little energy from the team. 5th one queued up. It is Bosnian brilliance! You want it? You got it!
N-I-K-O.
He looked down the line after that frustrating first half, raised his hands in question. Where's the energy? Where's the fight? Where's the fire? MOUZ just got dropped into it. 3-11 before that ace.
You could see him on the camera talking to his teammates, kind of gesturing like talk more.
Yes.
That's what it sort of felt like. But they definitely needed more in the fragging department, so that's what we just got, right? An ace, and he's 8-11 now. But CT side is a chance.
What if Spinks just...
Hey, if there's one guy who could do it to him right now.
Doesn't this just have a makings of, oh, nice ace, bro, get deeged? But that would also bank on Nico putting his head up over that staircase, and also for Spinks to hit the dirtiest deagle shot of the series so far. And it looks like that waiting game starts to favor Falcons.
It's a game of patience versus Nico, not Dexter, so that
True.
swing may never come. There it is. Look at the timing on this guy. 45 seconds. They haven't cleared outside. He knows he has the right to come here.
Speaking of Dexter, where's he at?
When it's been quiet approaches from MOUZ, that's when Falcons look their best. And TeSeS here on ramp. Blam mentioned him.
Playing on top of this box and ready for the push through. Looks to maybe try to get a little more. He's got Dexter to work with him. And you'd anticipate nothing really here out of MOUZ, but they will still find one Glock kill. Frag grenade hits all 3, almost kills them. And look how fast this guy's into the action.
Oh, they're taking more damage.
A piece of ramp. Dexter and Nico will kill 2, but a bomb plant is a great silver lining. Magisk isn't here fast enough to stop it. We'll jump through for the frag, so that's Falcons to get a 5th. Converting pistol, unlike back in the first half, which certainly would have helped once we see how things go down.
Yes.
But
yes.
better late than never.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, money matters here. Bomb plant's a small win. After that ace, man. After that ace on the CT side, it's not just a 4th round. It feels a little bit different.
What he said.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Is this going to be the first comeback of the grand finals? I know you guys are some Falcon fans in here.
First time we've had to say that.
Dexter's first time getting cheered for.
Yeah,
There's just
tears in
something
his
so
eyes yesterday.
Charming about hearing that.
Especially after his time away from competitive play. Very well could have been one of the guys lost to the history books of Counter-Strike. Wouldn't be the first, won't be the last. Nico kind of invites this swing out from Xerxin. Oh, but Spinks hot on his trail, double kill into the A site. Got a teammate still to work with.
It's been a thriller from Spinks. 2 kills here on this round.
We've got another double up inside sight. Offers that frag grenade to main, which nearly kills the top performing MOUZ member. Magisk still looking for contact, has almost killed Spinks.
Little bait going on back here. Magisk looking to peek. He has to play a little wide at all times. They're coming in slow.
Tessus trying to get into this play as well.
They might forget about him now.
That M4 is going to now be found out. Tessus only got 1. Dexter's chance to clutch. 5 health versus 9. And they can walk away.
No impact grenade here. Spinks switches to the M4.
Sliding forward. When's it come? Nobody knows until Dexter strikes him down. Ice cold from the back of that bomb site, and it has to be said, that was a lot of bodies inside of A, and it looked like MOUZ wrote off the possibility of 4 standing strong within it.
Best part of this round is Spinks, of course, because not just 1 kill, but the perfect pre-aim here, top hut. Taking out Kicksand makes this very scary. All their front sight control goes down, but equally so. It's the bait on the back of the site with 2 players. Dexter dropped into full commit. And he's a man who has no commitment issues. When he feels like he needs to make a play, he goes for it.
Well, it might be one of those go for it moments here in the 16th.
Yeah, another
Looks like MOUZ are eyeing up this ramp.
It's another 5-man here towards the
frag
ramp.
in the middle of the pack. Dexter's already clipped the front runner. Easy repeat for the second. Tessus now doesn't have to stick around. Could choose to. May very well catch them off guard or
give up a M4 chance to plant.
Is dire because now you lean on Kicksand, who only has 3 kills in this map. He'll find a 4th one, but that Tech-9 continues to tap it back into the realm of possibility. Nico on the single door swing, but he doesn't offer up the death just yet. Doesn't want to fall like the others already have.
It's a golden opportunity for MOUZ, but it won't be easy. Brolin is so low.
They're going for the fight, dude. They want to sign up for this. That is a huge dink. Now suddenly they're going to go trying to swarm into Nico. Low health. Torsey, his hands on that M4, and he gets it in the last few bullets of the mag. Now up against Dexter, up in hand, nade, dodged, flash to get him out. He tries to interrupt, peek around the smoke, and he's got it. Back on top of bomb. Falcons take a 7.
That was no problem for Batman. Swooping in, full kit of utility, threw the nade in, had the smoke to his name.
But those are the rounds that are going to get this game into that realm of electricity. Do you truly think that MOUZ are going to lose this lead and lose the chance of pushing it into Ancient with an edge without going for wild rounds like this? No shot. That flashbang just ruins him.
Y'all got any more Facebook memes? Or wow, 2-round game now, Connor. And I just want to draw attention here to another 5-man setup, okay? T-sides with too many 5-man setups. And you start to think they're losing a little confidence in the default, going a little bit too much for rushes. CT side for them looked phenomenal because you have to split up and they could just go for one tactic. That pretty much worked the entire time to get Exertion his frags. But if you want to take down Kixan, who's not an elite IGL yet, but has the makings of one, you're going to have to try a little harder. Also, Nico, support IGL on this team, can win a game of Nuke all by himself, as we saw on the pistol. MOUZ have to come at this game full strength. They want to close here on T side.
Nico started this second half with only 3 kills to his name. He's trying to recover. But as long as he tries to play catch up, with things like that.
That's the pressure on the cross you want to see. And listen, here's a moment for Falcons that MOUZ, you know, we had the same situation. They left lower completely open. Here's a timing that will be called by Nico, even though he doesn't get a kill.
Molly in front of Tesses.
They have Tesses here to hold control side, which is so paramount to making sure the B site is under wraps. If
Close
they want
ramp
to take
rotate.
it back upstairs, though, that could be an idea. No.
Feels like they're going to size up this site a little first. Tesses turns. Oh, that's so good.
Incredible flash dodge right there.
Now they're going to try to get the pressure going. That is nice. Opening the door and getting Torzy onto the angle to better the Opper, but Tesses very quickly sweeps away a second frag. Bomb plant denied. No cover.
Oh, it's because it wasn't control. They didn't have control side.
Torzy was still back within that single door, so we've already seen a near recovery in a similar round. The problem being 15 seconds on this clock.
I mean, good luck with this. Don't you want to save?
There was some really clean, minute moments in this round for both teams.
Yes.
A, Tesses dodging that flashbang. B, door swing into Dexter, holding the angle, and still MOUZ come out with it. Falcons has turned this game upside down.
Completely.
1 round apart.
5-man again on the cross outside.
Is it redundant?
It's too one-dimensional, too one-note. In isolation, it's not bad to have rounds like that, but it cannot be the entire map of your half. Not when Nico sees cross smokes and actually gets suspicious like MOUZ did it. Puts pressure down on the cross, calls for the early rotation, keeps vision outside so he knows they aren't trying to wrap or lurk through those smokes in the first place. That's why you need to punish moves like that. That's why you need to pressure top mini while you're taking that control to push Nico back. You can't let this guy see anything.
This is a little bit different. Dexter over towards main this time around. They're not all in behind this cross just yet. Deeper wall of smokes. Torzy on the hunt. Now he knows that he's got Nico pinned in behind Unbreakable. Dexter's going to go hunting, looking for something elsewhere. And that's going to cost him. Jimmy comes out from the corners of Squeaky.
Okay.
And one of the best situations we've seen from this T side so far, but Brolin almost, only almost, caught off. He still delivers that bomb into the A site. Magus now, from behind that Tetris box, holds the line.
And Jimmy won't come out.
He's got support. It's a slow play from Jimmy, which opens the door for Tesses' flank. But this flank has to be timed to a T. First one's easy. Now we've got that up on the runaway, and Tesses will give Torzy time to run.
Whoa, Tesses is not scared. Torzy is trying to do something different. Turning, watching his back, but he gets away to lower. Tesses still has vent control to his name. Torzy can turn this back up into heaven if he wants to. Tesses can split the difference and play by Squeaky. Let Torzy go for the plant if he wants to. But Torzy, he's got to take a gamble, and if he gambles upstairs, he will probably pay greatly. Torzy, what's the decision? Executive choice.
Down to 20. Knows he can't take a single bullet from this AK-47. And when I look at the tools that Tesses has for this job, that's a smoke flash kit all ready to go.
Torzy going to go for the last second plant lower. Tesses was hoping that this was going to be an upper hit. He's still going to be a fast rotation downstairs once this plant takes place.
It's a huge health advantage for Tesses, but what it boils down to is that op.
You want, Torzy.
Tesses slow on the approach. I want this crowd silent. Now the position known. It's all about the op shot. One op shot needed. And that's the one you get. Torzy, that entire time, thinks he's standing on death's doorstep. Knows one bullet makes a world of difference.
That's fantastic stuff. Man, Brolin gets these key kills sometimes. He gets caught off guard by Nico, crossing into Mini with the bomb, and no one there to trade him. He instantly snaps back and gets that frag. They frag their way out of it.
Torchy trying to be that saving grace, because the big question was, can Spinks in his individual performances be enough to thrust this roster into trophy lifts? And it wasn't looking like it was enough to crack through this CT side, but a little runway offered to Torchy. And of the rest of the pack, he is the guy that struggled the least on stage, right? He has been trying to be the engine of getting MOUZ to break through. Well, there's a clutch, maybe inspired by Spinks' 23-10, that could, and I only say could, get them back in this, because it is both teams, all the money on the line.
Man, they're so broke. Look at them. We got a MAC 10 on the T side for the team who just won an MP9 from Falcons, who are trying to buy up again. Everything could come down to this round. Both teams will be crystal clear on this. Face pressed up against the A hit.
Just MP9, he's gonna have 2 to go. He's always pressing in. He's not able to finish Spinks. He tries to jump them, and they will jump right back into an A site that's lost its defenders. And a Heaven player doesn't want to make this move.
There's too much value. They've got to get out of here. This is MOUZ instantly winning the round.
They just take that timing, little bit of timing, and you know what it's offered by? Magisk on a push. A push with 5 kills to his name, drops the ball for the first kill, and they flood into that A site.
I'm glad we got this moment at Torchy, because on that last lower hit where they 5-man crossed outside, Torchy was the only one who got the kill that could have brought that round back to fruition. It was an amazing pre-aim into control with Dexter watching, and he hit that shot, and he hits another key one in the one-on-one versus TeSeS. Totally changes the makeup of this half. The reality of the future muddies the waters entirely for Falcons, even though they've made this partial comeback here on CT side. It's actually still very fortunate for Falcons. This isn't a round where they overcommit, lose all 5 players.
Still, it's nothing but silver linings and a gut-wrenching feeling as MOUZ look to break through.
But MOUZ have to be extremely careful again. But no surprise, you have Spinks having the game he's having, and he wins his duel versus Magisk, even though Magisk is hoping someone comes into Hut. That one kill could have stopped things, but he's the one who's 5-15. Spinks is at the top, 24-10.
What to play, what to play. How can Nico get freed up? Well, you put a scout on a full dedicated outer. This could end up letting Nico hold A, right? Clearly in the last round, that is problematic. Is Nico enough of a recovery? No, so TeSeS gets active on his own.
That's
and that is man advantage here for Falcons.
And this was the only thing they added to this round. Is now a 4-man cross. The one guy who's waiting in trophy goes down. And there's still pressure here.
Oh, he's got him.
It's gonna hurt.
Easy spam for Nico. He's been just thriving with that damage time and time again. Kixan can lean down, be the early warning sign, but what if? Brolin has a way to route down through Vent instead. That A site looked prime for the taking. What if he goes back? Because right now, Xerxion's testing lower at the same time. Brolin, he's got a blind P250 in front of him. Kixan down to 3 bullets. He's not able to stop this. Now we're looking at a recovery. Nico sees them up along the wall. Dexter gets his. Off shot connects. They line up right in front of the crosshair. Made easy for Nico.
Shooting bullets at gold, man. Not wasting any ammo. Tapping for the collat on the cross. That's ridiculous. Any more HP and he gets away with that. It's a round that starts 4v5 here when Jimmy gets spotted by TeSeS. Another key moment for TeSeS in this series. Timeout here for Falcons. And this close game gets closer. That round was just to keep it alive though for Falcons. They were taking on water. They had very low money, even lower than MOUZ did. MOUZ at least win clean on their upper hit with this lead.
This TeSeS aggression up into the trophy room just finds Jimmy along the wall. Look how easy it looks for Nico. And this lineup, I mean, when I saw this peek up in front of him, dude, if Xerxion has a bit more health, maybe that isn't as easy for Nico. Maybe we're talking about MOUZ sitting on 12.
But yeah, that's right. You don't just let people cross. You don't even let them think about it.
Dexter, Nico, TeSeS, these 3 players making up for a struggling bottom of the pack. Kixan and Magisk have left a lot to be desired. But core for core, Falcons keeping up. 4 rounds left in regulation. Nico finally gonna try to change things up a little bit. We'll see if that Dexter shot from a long range distance goes ahead to set up this. Oh, denied! Brolin just takes his head off. And all that pressure that's been successfully added through the smokes, that's not part of the equation here in round 21. Somebody will have to make up for the loss of Nico. Can it really be Kixan? Looks good to start.
Xerxin, look at that expand, goes all the way to the right.
Out through Hut, down they go again. The same 2 players who have struggled on A drop the ball again.
Okay, that's amazing. MOUZ will take 12 off this round. There's no chance of Falcons getting back into this site. Brolin's key frag on Nico. And in these one-on-one situations, yes, Nico got his ace on the pistol. Yes, Nico had that great last round. But when he's been solo, both sides, MOUZ have got the better of him, whether that was with Exertion or with Brolin on this round. And these are key rifle moments. They are not letting Nico build any momentum. He sits here still, 14 and 15.
1 round to go. We saw.
Whoa, wait, they come in super late. Oh, they were trying to drop someone in the back of the site. But yeah, that's kind of wild considering their money, but okay.
Yeah, costly, right? For what remains the question, but 1 round to go, we see Nico added into main instead, right? Freed up by Dexter and Garage to try to maybe prop up this A-site defense. No Nico as he goes back to Red Room. A falls just as quick again.
And to be fair, I think that was just a really nice adjustment for Brolin. I'm pretty sure he was watching the side of Mini. They're doing their cross smokes. Nico did have a good timing to peek, but hey, he does that to people all the time.
It's an unexpected turn of events in the first half, and it's an eventual close by the looks of it here in the second. MOUZ could damn well be walking into Ancient with 2 maps in their back pocket, because we know that if this goes to Train, the odds shift away from them. We don't know what Train looks like for this team, but we know their Ancient can be competitive. We thought it all hinged on Dust 2. Lo and behold, Nuke could be the key to this series.
Nightmare map here for Magus. They need him to be the upper anchor. It's simple as that. And this is the spot that he was best in. I mean, when he switched over to play ramp earlier in his career, like last year when he was playing with the other iterations of Falcons, it wasn't that comfortable. He was too active, didn't know when to fall down. You know, always wanted to see him back in the upper anchor position. That makes sense for him. But here, low ADR, low kills, 0-4 on opening duels, and these upper hits are what are winning MOUZ important rounds.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get another. The pace from MOUZ has looked lethal. A chance to jump on it. And it's going to be Xerxin to the tip of the spear, trying to go headhunting, but he will be clipped out by Dexter. It's a change up in the position. Brolin takes over Garage. There's more bodies where the first one came from. Dexter, be careful. Chucking grenades out. But already now MOUZ, they've got this information.
He has to be aware, though, like Dexter, of the fact that Nico is out here, but he can't actually cover that spot. The thing is, MOUZ have information, but they don't know he went back here.
And while it may be 5v4, it's also Magisk, who's been near non-existent throughout this third map, sitting on just the 5-7. So MOUZ will use that clock as a resource.
This is an interesting setup. It's a big commitment by Nico, because he won't be able to help out upper really quickly. But if they do go outside, he's a genius. And if they're going for the wrap right now,
Nico leaning so far back.
He could literally win this round, depending on his kill. But here comes Spinks, heavy hitter.
The heaviest so far on Nuke. That's a little weird angle. Can't quite get him. There it is. E taps away. It's a good bit of damage.
That nade, it's got to go sailing.
Yeah, not quite that strong, brother. Dexter attacks with the sidearm, and that's going to take a second player off. They tried to tiptoe their way out into the yard.
Dude.
For a moment there, MOUZ looked lost.
Man.
For a moment.
I want to be critical of Nico, but every single round he's put himself in the spot where the T's are coming. And this round, he avoids danger in such a way they look more lost than ever. They walk right by his angle. He takes a risk in getting out here. Him and Dexter pair incredibly nicely. That's a pretty fortunate P250 shot, I'll say that. But the hot swap to the op was a nice look from Dexter.
And the unfortunate trade-off for MOUZ is Main and Hut, which have worked so well. They could. This looks fast. My God, this looks fast.
Yeah, man. Magisk is up there. He's struggling, but they're actually taking it to ramp.
And they're going to try to test Nico and Tesses. Those aren't the guys you want to fight with usually. Brolin on the brink of victory here on Nuke. Keep it simple. But Nico awaits. Bomb now dropped. Fast move out of Kixan. And it's Falcons to hold the line.
24 rounds promised.
Scary on ramp, but that only sped up MOUZ into the death trap.
To 9-3 first half. It's an ace by Nico in the second pistol. That is what makes this possible.
And once again, he's right about where they want to go.
Your first 24-round game of Counter-Strike in this grand finals. Come on, Cluj! Could be another fast move. Nico gonna get into secret uncontested.
Yes, I don't know if they spot. Man, Nico's got no smoke in this spot.
That's not it, dude. He doesn't have the tools to work with. Could his teammates bail him out?
Yes, they can. They can flash over top of secret. They can also, if he doesn't think he's spotted, I mean, he can sit there as long as he wants. Here's the flash.
Flash over for it, doesn't swing immediately, waits an extra second. Now they're gonna come to him, but
Volley goes to the stairs.
They're not thinking about the right spot. Nico, he is going to remain patient. We have already seen him patient in these kinds of plays. And
he gets crushed again.
Just snaps it on him. Your king's gone down. And if Falcons are gonna truly run this all the way back, it's gotta come from the others. Magisk is able to shave one player off this, then disengage into the A site. What are you doing? What is Jimmy up to? Back's turned! And he gets it out from Squeaky. That's Jimmy in the middle. And with Dexter now sliding back into this site, he's scouring, looking for a lifeline. Denied by the Finn. Triple out of Jimmy. And MOUZ will not waste this chance. Tesses tasked with a near insurmountable clutch. There's already a player up above, and down they go, sent packing. 24 rounds of action on Nuke, and a real chance to hoist that trophy with or without Shuhei.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert. On to the next one.
The first MOUZ was actually, you know, the old mice with a ball inside.
Oh, the ball,
right?
okay.
Yeah. So you could spin that thing, and like you were. You know,
you need to clean it as well, right? Yeah, you take it out and clean it.
Yeah, completely different. But actually, I remember the first money I made on CS.
Yeah.
There was these WCG tournaments. You of course remember those. Before the tournament happened, they had like in my city like a event. So I worked there for one day, and I was teaching people play CS, like in the like
nice.
Shopping mall or something. They had a like cyber truck, you know, with PCs and stuff. So the first money I got, I bought a mouse. That was Microsoft the 3.0.
Oh, of course, the classic. Yeah.
So that's how I started.
First mouse I play with, I mean, of course you had those really old school mouses, which I don't remember which exactly it was.
Like some optical thing with a cable on.
Yeah, exactly, like really old school. But I think my first real mouse that I remember having is the Razer the Thudder, the 2013 or 14 Chroma or something like that. It's forever been my favorite mouse to use, I think that's the first one I was using.
The one I received as a gift in Christmas, it was the Microsoft 3.0.
Yes.
So I just remember that I came home and I called my friends and let's play because
I want to use this. I'm ready.
Yeah, I want to try. So yeah, as a kid, I think it was one of the best gifts that I had, and I really enjoyed it.
It was always the 1.1 or the 3.0, the Microsoft ones. They were what everyone was using. They were the good ones back then.
I think the first MOUZ professional I was with was the Microsoft Intel 3.0 or something.
Yes, that's the classic. Yeah.
And then I loved the ice mat. And you
the
had
glass.
To, so I had to play tournaments online to win Teflon. You had to change it every week because it was getting wrecked. But
it destroys the skates, right?
Yeah. So you just play online tournament for 4 meters of Teflon.
As a professional, my first mouse was the Zoe EC2.
Okay, so you were still of a generation where EC2 was like just coming out the modern bit, but with a cable, right?
With a cable, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm still playing with it today. Actually.
Oh, sweet! You just use the wireless version, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. EC2 stayed good. Good shape.
For sure.
Upgraded insides of it.
I still have it to this day. I bought my house 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And, I've saved all of these trophies that I've got. I got my first trophy that I won in 2003.
Yep.
It doesn't look as good as it used to, and it's been on the road and in the basement for many years, but now I have the space, so I built this trophy cabinet. And I kept my first mouse. I'm very happy today that it was always something that, throughout my career that, you save these badges from events to events, and it was just something that was special to me. So I still have my first mouse.
I don't remember. It must be A4 Tech.
Oh God, I don't even know what that is.
And also, I think after that, X7.
Okay. You have to be it's difficult for you, right? There's more now, but I guess at the beginning of your career, there wasn't so many.
In the beginning, I wasn't looking for a right-hand mouse. I mean left-hand mouse. I think I was just playing whatever I have.
Okay.
And also in net cafes, you
got no choice.
What I can afford. That was the main thing. But I think I played with a lot to X7.
Nice.
It was also. You could do macro. You could send 2-3 bullets in one shot.
Okay. Little macro cheats in there as well.
Yeah. When you're a kid,
you're just having fun with it, man.
Fun.
An extended break there. I think we all needed a break after that one. That was the Counter-Strike equivalent to prime heavyweight boxing. I'm going to hit you, you hit me, I hit you. One of us is going to fall down. In the end, it happened to be Falcons, but man, it was close.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. And I got to give credit where it's due to Nico. He woke up, that pistol ace that felt like it was going to happen again. But MOUZ, man, at the very end, it was Jimmy, once again, a crowd favorite with the Heimlich maneuver, because it looked like OT was on the cards.
Made an amazing play right at the end, which no doubt will break down. But overall, Dust, what did you make of the performance on Nuke? We said it was a must-win map for MOUZ. We kind of felt that. Were you impressed with the nature of the victory, or still a few question marks?
I mean, certainly got to be impressed with the first half, right? I mean, that's exactly what you dream of a CT side Nuke, is one where you don't really have too many hassles. You're able to dominate pretty early from the front runner position and not really give up any slack, and they really didn't. I mean, they weren't really giving up a whole heck of a lot, and there was a couple maybe clutches they might have lost here and there. I think of the one that Dexter beat Torzi on, for example, is kind of one of the few things that kind of went against them. But we also got to give credit where credit's due, and Spinks was an absolute terror throughout the course of this game, and it was from start to finish. On the CT side, you're going to see many highlights from this guy, just absolutely taking care of business. Urshan also doing his job in the yard on a couple of those big rounds that we knew was going to be very key. And, ultimately, in a game that T-sides were hard to get, MOUZ just happened to scrap together a couple to get it done.
We've seen a lot of messy second rounds at this tournament. Teams like FaZe have to clean up their anti-ecos. Falcons have to clean up their anti-ecos. You could see that in some ways these kind of half-baked ideas where you just send it towards A is probably a symptom of the fact that you're trying to build out your gun rounds, Rich. You're trying to focus on what you think the meat and potatoes are of an entire match, but you got to remember the trimmings. You got to remember everything else. If you kind of skip steps, all the fixins, get your sides ready too, because honestly, you can't be taking those rounds too lackadaisically, and we see Falcons punished for it. I mean, like Dust said, T-side rounds were hard to get by, and you win the pistol, but you lose the second, then you lose 5 rounds straight on top of that. That's going to be a huge missed opportunity, and Falcons know it was really because of practically one round.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, there were some nice moments. You could see the comeback. Dexter had his pop-offs, and it really did go down to the wire. This play here you're seeing on your screen just basically broke the game. Otherwise, OT was guaranteed.
100%, but you got to point a few fingers as to why that that CD side for the side of Falcons was so rough in that comeback, right? It was basically the Nico and Dexter show, in all honesty. Sure, we saw Tessus chipping in a little bit, but now we were talking about earlier how we talking about Kixon and Magic and how Kixon has just been carrying Magic's ass on that upper bomb side. When Kixon was struggling a little bit over here because he wanted to do so much, help Nico out towards outside, play towards main. That's when he needed someone like Magic, one of the best anchors we've had on the upper bomb side, to step up. 4 kills on the CD side, not good enough.
We'll come back to Magic in a moment. Obviously, we'll talk about the player that we did highlight. We said he's had a quiet final so far. The new guy from MOUZ, Spinks. Anything but here on Nuke, really took over the game. I think he got 19 kills in the first half. An absolute
It broke the timeline.
Yeah, it just broke the graphics.
Yeah, exactly. That's how many kills he got. Like, there's no need to show you them. It was just an imperious performance from the new guy.
Overall, just great reads of the situations. You can see the amount he's rotating. This is sometimes how a Nico heat map can look if he's not getting the fights outside that he wants. He's going to take some more towards inner, around in the lower B area as well. But Spinks, overall, I feel like one thing that's been so impressive about him for MOUZ Sports is that he's had these games where he has a lot of kills, but sometimes it doesn't feel like they're actually leading to winning rounds. Like, I'm thinking of the Astralis game, for example, where he ended up with so many frags, but it didn't seem to actually net victories. This time around, he just put himself in pivotal positions. He's in spots where he can win the round. If he's getting a multi-frag in this spot, he's not just getting one guy who's trying to run into a bomb site. He's stopping the entire hit in its tracks.
Yeah, and I kind of figured that we would get a good performance out of Spinks defensively, just kind of understanding his history on this map and how he can play it and his intuition and his ability to just kind of have grit on stage in these tense moments. But what I was most impressed by was in the second half when you flip sides. Dude, think about some of the entries that Spinks was picking up. Like, he had that one mini that I really regard where he just goes up mini, hits a double, and they take the site because of it. Then also you have him abusing someone, getting aggressive inside a hut. Okay, sure, takes it, doesn't hesitate, immediately follows up with the second. And I think between him and Jimmy, those two getting entries from on the upper bomb side is what got them the game.
And absolutely, and you're just looking at a highlight package from Spinks right there. Look at where he's getting all the kills, right? Not just playing towards the upper bomb side, just playing a static turret. He's pushing in. He's boosted up towards ramp, for example. It's everywhere, and that's something you expect. Your star player does, or Exertion who plays towards outside to kind of be the guy everywhere, right? But the fact that Exertion just shutting down outside and being like, Spinks, you take your business all across the map, just frees up so much of resources for MOUZ.
From the look of those highlights, I mean, I think he's calling his own number. I think it's fair to say that. If he realizes that there's something that's happening or he's predicting the action, he's just going to say, put me here, put me in the boost. Like, you don't just get boosted up at ramp on a whim, really. He's the one that's kind of calling those sort of plays. And in a fledgling state MOUZ roster, it's good for there to be a couple more voices, a few people that say, I know where the action's going to be, just let me at it.
Well, look, we can get back to talking about Magisk now. That's one to forget. Obviously, he said in previous interviews he felt that they needed to keep going far and really redeem themselves because he was the holdover from the terrible 2024 that Falcons had. And look, I still think he's one of the best players in the history of the game. Obviously, achieved so much with Astralis. I think the Falcons project in 2024 was a bit of a write-off. It's just sad to see. But unfortunately, even the best can have off days, and that was very much one.
And that's been the worry for me for this Falcons team, right? When we're talking about MOUZ, we have everyone chipping in throughout this entire series, throughout the entirety of the arena games. For the side of MOUZ, we've had everyone deliver some point or the other. We saw Dexter yesterday, we saw Dexter today, we saw Tessus imperious form today. Nico is Nico. And then you're looking at Kixon as well as an IGL fracking out FaZe. I haven't seen a Magisk game yet. I haven't seen really pop off. And in this particular game, forget popping off, he was nowhere to be seen.
No, and the redemption that he's talking about, though, in some ways, Falcons have already achieved that. I'm not trying to say that they're going to lose this series or anything like that, but the amount of prize money they're winning here is more than they've ever won as an organization. They're already in a great standing.
Money being the problem with Falcons, famously.
Yeah, obviously they need a little bit more.
At least they're getting something back,
Yeah, but no, in terms of the BRS, I get it. Obviously, this pretty much secures a position at the major, and that's foundational. It's foundational for any team, especially if, as we think, no matter how well this lineup does, best will in the world, they're probably going to add at least one star player when we get to the next break after the major, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where, sure, VRS is important, but I think both of these teams are in a very good position just by being in the grand finals. This is about pride and putting a trophy in the cabinet. Look, this heroic core that makes up Falcons never quite got that far. You know, they had that top 4 finish at Rio. They had a fun run at the Shanghai Major where they knocked Na'Vi out, the tournament favorites, and they literally created this spark kind of on the back half of 2024 that made you feel like heroic was going to be a top team, but they never really did quite put titles on the line. Then you look over at the MOUZ Sports core, and sure, they won a in-studio tournament at EPL Season 19. They won another smaller LAN as well, and they put themselves in a lot of deep positions, you know, top 4s, you name it. They were considered top 5 4s, but again, not a big trophy in the cabinet. That's what matters most. That trophy right there on that stage is a symbol of the trajectory of these two teams and which one can actually finally call themselves a true champion.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think overall, though, you know, this looks like it's going to go the distance. I think there was enough there in Falcons. This game really was on a knife's edge. Let's talk a little bit about Nico and, you know, how we thought he did. Overall, we talked about him potentially taking over this game, and he had flashes, right?
I mean, the T-side was something he probably wants to forget about, right? But he was getting shut down, and I want to give credit where it's due. I think exertions on his CD side outside yard, he played a phenomenal game. But on CD side, once he got the pistol ace, you could start to see him starting to get fired up. He was looking great. And by the way, I think he had like 3 or 4 kills in that first half. And the fact that he was able to end it with 16 kills, I think is very commendable. Once again, man, working so well in tandem with Dexter. It was Dexter and Nico, you know, the AWP and the rifle combo that even made this game this close.
I will say that Nico, final round, I think this is going to be burned into his memory. He's not mollied out at secret. He has a chance to take down torzsi, who was, by the way, a hero of this game. We have one round, round 18, where we actually saw torzsi doing what he does best, lifting up the spirits of MOUZ in what was looking like a dire T-side. He's able to find a 1v1 that was pivotal because MOUZ were getting stumped. They were getting completely figured out, found out, and torzsi's able to come up with a key multi-frag in this situation. Yimpat taken down by the door player here, and what does torzsi do with 6 HP? Doesn't really just invite the duel necessarily, he just tucks tail, he runs towards lower, plays the timing rather well, and he has to hit this shot. It's so imperative that he was able to hit this because it birthed MOUZ into a string of rounds moving forward, and so for torzsi to have that moment, that's something he's going to always hold on to as an individual, and in some ways, even though it's a 1v1, it feels like the gravitas of that kill, that's a highlight for him.
Oh, absolutely. And also the way he played the 1v1, the little micros, knowing that if he just holds the angle, just one bullet, even through the edge of the box, is going to be taken down, plays aggressively, peeks into it, gets a kill. And again, considering it was a 13-11 game right there, I think it was a great play from torzsi. I do want to touch upon an earlier round in the first half, actually. This is what I love. Falcons, they call a timeout, right? And then they win a great round right there. And what's the answer coming? I think it's round number 8, I believe. And it's going to be Kixon, or it could have been Spinks himself saying, screw it, we're just going to go for this push. And we should probably have this round right here. And you can see Spinks just going to be alone, again, by the way, pushing in, catches, I believe it is Magisk, again, having a rough time here. Just so brazen, minute and 40 on the clock, catches Magisk. And then what does he do? He doesn't stop, it's a 5v4, pushes up, and Kixon saying, what the hell are you doing up there, right? And now we can see the rest of the players fall apart. Nico trying to find some space for his team, gets caught off guard, and just like that, a round crumbles. And that's what I love from the CT side, from MOUZ. The fact that they did not at any point allow Falcons to get a foothold on the T side.
Well, it actually comes back to what we've talked about. The good part of MOUZ has been on the CT side. They do seem to have this nice fluidity to the way they play Dust, the way that they're very mobile, the way they don't mind having pushes, the way that you can rely on Jimmy to, you know, just lock down a bomb site. He's good for a kill, maybe 2. And so it's kind of interesting. They're kind of reminiscent of, you know, some of the great teams of days gone by, where it's like, look, we might not be the best going forward, but we can build a wall and we're going to make you run into it.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's one of the things that MOUZ can flex is the total amount of skill they have spread across the server right now. I mean, you know, you have Brolin trying to be like a solid fragging in-game leader, and then you have 4 players who are very capable in those roles. Jimmy being an anchor, Spinks being kind of a flex rifler, you know, torzsi being that AWP that is fearless, that can go and make you plays, clutch, find openings, you name it. And I think the fact that they were able to contain the T side of Falcons so well in the first half was pivotal. The fact that they quieted Nico, they didn't allow him to just be able to be the normal player that he is, where he just takes control of yard and can single-handedly blow up around. They didn't allow that to happen. Spinks in a round like that one, being proactive. Look, here's the big key. When MOUZ Sports have been successful defensively, it's because they're proactive and they're in your face. They're not just sitting on the sites. They're not just, you know, playing timid. That's what gets them into trouble. And what you saw here is that they were able to win the key rounds they needed playing aggressively, and then they got some big individual plays in the second half to close the game.
I mean, just throw your mind back a couple of hours ago, right? Dust 2, what we're talking about, MOUZ's CT side, how mobile they are, just work as a pack. They are very good. And also, just faith in the retakes. They're like, even if we lose a bomb site, it's okay. We're just going to go for the retakes. And that's pretty much what we saw here on this Nuke as well. Not being afraid, catching, just basically playing disruptive CD side. And on Mirage, we didn't get to see much because the T side was kind of flat. So I got to give credit where it's due. I think Cyclone and Brolan, and maybe Spinks as well, this CD sides have been the strength so far.
I had my reservations about how MOUZ would look tactically, especially on the offense, without Shuhei, but they have made up for it in spades with how good these defenses are, how adaptive they are, how they're so willing to swap positions. I was looking at just how Spinks was able to dismantle Astralis yesterday on Inferno, and I forgot what position he played. I honestly wasn't really sure, because he just kept switching up, whether he was towards Arch side, whether he was towards B, sometimes he was on the port side. Like, they're all so mobile right now. And I think that's because that's probably actually a symptom of them not having a perfect structure right now, one that they may settle into more as they get more embedded with this roster. But as it stands right now, it's actually difficult to game plan against. I think Falcons right there had a very tough time understanding who are we going to be fighting outside, where are we going to be fighting them, and what kind of problems are we going to receive, because I feel like MOUZ are just doing so much stuff on the fly.
And it's also just the agency of the players, the individuals they have, right? All right, what do we have to work with? We don't have a really experienced IGL right now, but we have players who play together for a while, and we have Spinks coming in from Vitality, a major winner and experience that he brings to the table. So let's give a little bit of freedom, and that faith that Brolan and Cyclone has given to these players, it's paying dividends right now.
I do wonder if Maui's hit the nail on the head. Obviously, we know how good Vitality were on Nuke historically. I do wonder if Spinks does have a level of freedom on that particular map he might not have on some of the others. No doubt the players will tell us later once the tournament's over, because you got to keep your cards close to your chest while you're in the soup. Overall, just a final thought about Nuke, Dust, and then we'll move on to the next map. I mean, look, I think that Falcons, they seem to be a little bit over-reliant when they're on that T side of, like, we're just going to do something crazy, we're going to do something spectacular. That's fine, you've got the players to do that. It's just kind of when it doesn't happen or you get out-spectaculared by a player like Spinks, then where do you go? What's the mid-round call look like? Kixon's mid-round calls have generally been incredible this tournament, but they just couldn't really activate there, it felt like, on that
again,
map.
on a final note, on a map where T rounds were rare, it was MOUZ being able to decipher them. I mean, you look at Falcons, they weren't able to create the openings they normally can get out of Nico outside, or even MOUZ. MOUZ, you know, we talk about hit a quiet game. They usually can rely upon him as a lobby player to be active, to be able to get inside hut, get you a pick on the upper bomb site, help you take ramp room, help you do something, open up further options. They didn't really get that from him, and really no one was finding openings. Meanwhile, you look at MOUZ Sports, they did get some big clutch rounds. You know, we showed a couple of them, but I think then obviously there's also the Jimmy round that closes the whole thing down. I mean, that's a lobby player, you know, coming up through Squeaky and making a big play when they need it most. And
total RNG, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you walk through that.
Just BS.
Yeah, it was. They literally won the game based on total BS.
But
like,
hey,
he walks through a smoke and he
but
just
hey,
got
guess
the
what? That's fearlessness that you need sometimes on stage in critical moments like this. And sometimes MOUZ would lose their nerve in moments like that, and today they didn't.
Yeah. I mean, if FaZe does it, you know, it's like, oh my God, what a cutie. And if Jimmy does it, I'll call HR, I guess.
Yeah. Well, look, as well, just so people know, yes, this is a longer death segment. We have an extended break in best of 5 so players can get hydrated and do what they need to do. So that's what we're doing here. It's not a casters start game moment, just in case you're wondering. But with that being said, we can now start talking about Ancient. I'll let you set this one up, Maui, and then I'll come over to you, Dusk, because I know you've got something to say. But Ancient, you kind of felt this guarantees that we go to train. Yeah? No?
I'm not necessarily going to say that. I've seen two faces of Falcons, okay? I've seen two faces of Falcons on this map.
They say Falcons have many faces.
Exactly. They do. Many such cases. Nico has been hot and cold for me at middle, okay? Versus Astralis, I really was not liking the way that he was taking the fights. He was just eating all of the utility every single time, just charging headfirst into them, getting sideswiped by people. Like, even Cadian was getting the better of him at times. So he's going to be somebody that I really need to see watch out for. And is he going to actually give up that middle space, or is he going to actually peel on back and try to see if the fight is better taken in somewhere like Donut or on the A side?
Yeah, if we're just talking about just this first half, we have MOUZ Sports on the attacking side. The two things that really led them to success in the past on this has been A, Xerxin just being such a damn good mid-control player. He has so much intuition on how to push, when to push, how deep can he actually take it into Red Room or Donut before he gets into trouble. But then his ability to quickly pivot when he needs to meet up with Spinks and Brolan to attack the B bomb side, he's more than willing to do it. And the other factor about how good their mid control is the fact that Jimmy is a more active agent on this team. Kind of reminds me a little bit of what Elige is doing for FaZe now, where he's not just some A lurker sitting over there holding for an A push. No, he's behind Xerxen for a trade. He's there to help him find openings. And I think that's when they're at their best, is whenever they're able to get that mid control established with those two players. And their second big thing is that they've been more prone to call quick plays from spawn with this new lineup. And they have some very good high utility explosive executes that they can throw at both sides for a pacing change. And if we can see them mix that in properly, drop them in just throughout the course of the half at the right times, that can give them a good enough offense to win this map.
I think for the side of Falcons, as Maui alluded to, right, we've seen good and bad. And I think what we saw bad initially was that B-side hold from Kixen and Tessus. I think that was a bit of a question mark. They seemed a little uncomfortable the way they were playing it, meaning that they needed to cheat a few of the players. I'm primarily talking about Dexter over towards the B bomb side, meaning mid was a bit of a problem. But what we saw against the side of FaZe yesterday is what I really like to see. What was the answer? Go for the lane control. Go for the messy, but aggressive mid control. And where FaZe failed was they failed to adapt to it, right? But that for me was a great adaptation coming out from them. Can they do it against MOUZ here today, though? I'm not too sure yet.
Here's the two things that I want to talk about from this side of the map. And when they played each other last on this map, it was Falcons being victorious. And the reason for that was because they were the more dominant mid team on both sides of the map. MOUZ Sports really struggled in that area. And so that's something they're going to have to deal with here. Again, Falcons have a fantastic offense on all fronts. And here's the other thing I want to talk about. It's Spinks at B. Spinks never played Ancient when he was on Vitality. It was that team's perma-banned. So he's been thrown into a very tough role where he's self-admitted as a B anchor. Sometimes he worries a little bit about the timings and things of that nature. But what they've been able to do lately is try to cover it by making him more aggressive with Brolin and Cave or with their mid pushes.
And when they played last time around, I mean, yes, they opened up middle with getting Nico, Kixan, everybody activated there. But then they actually just started targeting the extremities. They started going for fast plays towards B. I think they did 2 A executes actually in that game that they played versus MOUZ there. And then because they put so much more emphasis on middle, MOUZ that is, because Jimpat wanted to go over there and help, it was just a free bomb site for the taking. And then they were playing from behind. It was a masterclass in terms of Kixan recognizing how are they going to adapt from our map control, and then what are they going to do. And he was just thinking 2 steps ahead the whole time.
I mean, MOUZ's first buy round on the CT side, what did it do? Just a fast B rush, right? And it felt like for the side of MOUZ, they didn't know, okay, are we going to just fight for Cave and side control, or are we going to have to play for retake? And it felt like they were in 2 minds about it. And once they finally figured out, all right, guys, we're going to go for this B control, sending in 3 players. What does Kixen do? Perfect timing, straight A execute.
Yes.
Again, like you said, 2 or 3 steps ahead of him, and that's what won Falcons that game.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be tough. That just made a great point about Spinks and how it's like the unknown factor. What I will say is, after the map that he's just had, he's definitely dialed in. You know, it's like he's had that map. He's arrived in the final. My worry here is that I just think Kixen's calling on Ancient is so good.
It is.
I think it's like this might be, for me, the most fun map to watch him call on.
Yeah, I mean, he's very diverse. Again, we kind of talked about some of what Maui was saying with their ability to call these quick extremity plays, but he can do that while mixing in more standard mid control. He's just very good at changing the pace. He has lots of options, and he's better in the mid round. Like here, there's going to be a lot of moments on Ancient where, yeah, you got some mid control. Yeah, you kind of crack through that first layer of B. Maybe you've put a little bit of pressure on A and you force some players to rotate, but then you have to make the call, the final call, the one to go for that final initiation to see if you can close down the round or not. I think Kixen's just better in those moments. I think Brolin's a little bit more reliant upon Xerxen being able to do great things at middle on his own or with help with Jimmy, or just by calling quick strats how to spawn.
Does Brolin even have, how many maps does he even have under his belt? It's like this tournament, right?
Pretty much.
It's
with the full lineup,
This tournament's been like 18 maps for some of these guys, which is more than like 2 or 3
And it is impressive how far he's taken them so far. And I will say this about MOUZ Sports. They've gotten better as they played the tournament. Even when we talked about Spinks and his issues being a B anchor on Ancient because it's new for him, when we saw their later games on Ancient most recently, they fixed that.
Versus Astralis, he was sick.
Yeah.
It was actually he was getting these crazy multi-frags.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
They've adapted pretty quick is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and one thing I just need to touch upon for Kixen is like just a mid-rounding, right? Just a mid-rounding where, man, he was calling circles. Like, he was just calling circles around Karrigan's face yesterday. And sure, you could be like, Elige is a new addition, but it's the best map.
Still a good core,
It's still a very good core. It's still the best map. And we're just calling absolute circles. But I am very curious, though, because I was critical of how they were holding B when they played against MOUZ in the group stage. Against FaZe yesterday, Kixen was the highest-rated player for their side. He was just a rock towards Cave, and you could see how they decided, we're going to give up the bomb bomb site, but we're going to have cave control and the backside control, and that worked out for them.
Maui, actually, you have something interesting to talk about, I feel like, on this B-bomb site with Kixen and Tessis, where they were having a little bit of struggles. Could you bring that? I think this is important to this game.
I mean, their bomb site holds before yesterday were abysmal. It was 25% for the whole tournament. They only had one successful retake before yesterday, but that changed. Yesterday, on the very first pistol round, they played a B retake, and they were able to retake it. Of course, it was the pistol, but they looked a lot more composed. They looked a lot more decisive in how they wanted to play off of each other. They understood that this is our weakness on the bomb site. And so that's why sometimes bringing stats to the table, you paint this picture, it looks like they're going to be awful at it. Everybody's like, hammer B, hammer B, hammer B. But it's like the only thing they were in the lab doing is working on fixing their B. So obviously Falcons, game to game, we're seeing improvement. We're seeing them realize their weaknesses, focus on those. And that's why in a weird way, Richard, I might have to give some credit to Zonic finally. What he's doing here, day to day. I mean, on this Falcons roster, of course. Obviously, we know of all of his other achievements on the Charles of Vitality. But on Falcons, we didn't really see the progress. But with this five-man lineup, with Zonic behind him, we are seeing it day to day.
It's interesting, too, because Nico plays a whole new role on this team than he's ever played. Every other time he's played this map, he's a B guy. Now he's a mid guy. It's a whole different role, but he's the type of guy that's versatile enough that we trust him to learn how to do it, and he has been getting better. But now, it's elimination on the line. And you got Cher on the other end of that if you can get there where you have the clear edge, but you got to get past the spam first.
And also, I'm just very curious. I'm very curious when MOUZ have an answer for that lane and mid control coming out from Kixen and his men yesterday, because what they did against FaZe was just so asphyxiating. They had no space to work with. You have the double door smoke coming in, multiple mollies, two players pushing cave, one towards ramp, Nico pushing towards mid. It was so suffocating for FaZe, and FaZe didn't have the answer. Will MOUZ?
I'm just going to say, if in Brolin's first tournament as an in-game leader for MOUZ, he makes us all eat our words regarding his capability in that role. As they have told us, it's not about the secondary callers. He is the man in charge. He is the one that's leading the way with his ideas. Then we are all going to have to usher in what is Richard telling us, the Brolin era.
It could be the Brolin era. MOUZ have one hand on the trophy. A Falcon's about to peck it away. To tell the story, it's Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, it seems like what Richard wants, Richard gets. The
Fuck it, I'm taking the beer. Shout out Chad and Alex, one time.
It's been phenomenal sharing this stadium with everybody. We're gonna do it here on Ancient. There's a world where this one ends. There's a world where we go train. All I know is this crowd's still hungry, and tomorrow you wake up with no Counter-Strike, so make a little noise!
Yes, sir! Let's go, man. And as amazing as Falcons were on Ancient, MOUZ have 2 good wins behind them here at Cluj. They could very well carry that momentum forward from their last win that was on razor-thin margins and make something of this. But Falcons should be teaming with confidence.
We saw that ace from Nico with a USP 1 map ago. Right now he's got TessS ahead of him. TessS looking to take a page out of Nico's book. Glock dead. Falcons looking to establish early in the pistol. Fast swarm from Falcons looking reinvigorated after the loss back on Nuke.
Yeah, and they're probably a little bit frustrated as well, knowing that they could have won that. That was a map that ended 13-11, where Nico, every single round, read the setups, put himself in a position of frag, and got 1 bulleted by Exertion in the first half, by Brolin in the second. Brolin had 11 frags at the end of the game. I think they were all Nico, I swear.
That poor guy. You know what? I think it's sweet revenge for getting, you know, an ace in the pistol. Huh? You think you're going to set yourself up to make that comeback happen, and then he's the guy that gets flicked on round after round.
So immediately Falcons turning up the temperature, full map control. Over down B as well. MOUZ sitting back.
I think it's a tech pause. I saw Zershin tapping his headphones.
Okay.
Not to spoil this one, but I guess we're all going to have to wait.
Good thing we have beer.
Yeah, true. And Counter-Strike. But looks like we'll play it out.
Yeah, he's moving. No damage has been taken. They're just going for it. It isn't, I'm sure he wasn't like, yeah, we could have won this round.
I need my audio. I've got a Glock, guys.
That would be pure confidence, though, if he's like, yeah, I need the reset.
Yeah, what confidence was that setup we saw in the pistol flying down out of mid.
That's right.
Nico and Tesses, dude. I mean, we saw what they were able to do back on Mirage, tethering with one another.
Yeah.
What do they have in store for us on Ancient?
Ooh, baby! Well, Nico's got ace number 2. Nico Chance in the building. Everywhere we go, there's a damn Nico Chant.
Well, that's because everywhere he goes, he does this.
He does this.
Pretty impressive.
Guys, where's the scrawny chant?
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, now I have to do a good job.
Oh, talk about a good job, Tesses. What kind of timing is that? Roland didn't make a peep.
It's the first gun out of MOUZ, and he gets shut down early, 5v4. I've got this weird heebie-jeebie kind of feeling that Tesses may just tear up this 4th map of the series. You know, critical positioning when it's going to come to Cave. Able to get opening kills, frees up Dexter to do what he does inside this B bomb site. I mean, the AWP should be a pillar, I think, of the defense for Falcons throughout this map. You know, as long as he doesn't forget that the clock exists, there's a world where he racks up a bunch of round wins for Falcons. Tesses could do the same thing if he still had a head.
Yes.
Xertion, clean entry frag, pressure here for Magis, kill drop utility. They're going to try to charge. Why? Down to a 2 versus 4. You gotta swing. And in doing so, the recovery has begun.
Magis had a nightmare map over on Nuke. He could not buy a site hold. We'll have a second lease here because, of course, we're in the best of 5, another chance. But MOUZ are trying to make this more interesting, and Magis misses his opportunity for the moment.
Nico's gonna find his back turns.
Xertion got another.
Hang on now, dude. 2v5, they've got low health. We're getting nervous.
Oh, there's only one left.
Kixen, MP9. Pressed up against sight. Someone's got to plant. 7 seconds on the clock. No way they steal this.
Oh!
Unbelievable.
No. Daylight robbery from MOUZ Sports. Isolated every duel.
Oh, that's
showing
not good.
off their firepower again. What they were missing, what they were missing in some of the strategies that we've seen over the tournament, talking about the latent IGL that is Brolin, watching him develop, they make up for in the firepower department. They outgunned everyone. That is an absolute disaster.
They're going to start to crank this dial. You've got a wounded CT side now. MOUZ have thrust themselves into the driver's seat of this early T side. I don't need to remind you, but they are already sitting map up in this series after that Nuke close that goes the distance, but over the line nonetheless.
Maybe the only curse is the Nico ace. Eco'd, well, forced up back to back, but Tesses takes matters into it. He's the guy you trust right now in these moments to make the hard fight happen. Unfortunately for him, last round, he stayed open because there were so many teammates alive, but clearly he couldn't trust them. Torzy gets a little information, makes it scared for them to try to cross, but look, the open site is here. Spinks has this waiting for him. Kixan's only got the MP9.
Yikes.
Yeah, he'll be singed, and he has to leave. That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. And they won mid, and that's something that they're going to be one of the teams that are going to be very good at doing this. We have seen how scrappy it gets. No one knows better than Imma, you know, what it takes to win mid control on this map and how many flashes you have to dodge, how many pieces of utility. All that to say, Falcons are also going to be great at taking this with Nico inside of middle, but with the kills that they got versus Nico on Nuke, I'm starting to wonder if they can actually take over elbow control on this T side and truly cause a tragedy here for the Falcons.
This is Xerxin already with 6 kills to his name. The rest of the team, 2 combined. Xerxin is stepping up. And when we go back to 2024, Xerxin was the biggest statistical drop-off from group stage to playoff play that the entire Counter-Strike world had to look, point at, and laugh. And figuring that out, that shouldn't have fallen on Shuhei. That was a him problem.
Yeah.
And so for him to suddenly step it up, because when we go back to Mirage, I said it. Here's the Xerxin I know inside the playoffs.
Yeah,
he has since changed that.
I can remember the moments where he went aggressive and then peeled back. Here's a push.
Speaking of it.
All right, Falcons. I mean, keeping up the same energy. It's working out for them, taking deep B control. There were the smokes there to allow it.
It's electricity at their fingertips, a 5-7 in hand. Magisk, just the sidearm. Won't be able to get a second. Xerxin's already made it up through the red room. Down goes Nico, pistol only.
And this rush, I mean, the full commitment here from Xerxin. Again, what we're seeing is exactly what we need to see.
It's in the face of course, lesser weapons. The reason they go down that ramp is because they only had a few guns to work with. Dexter's got a smoke, no kit.
Whoa, they don't know about Temple just yet, but they know that there's still 3 players alive. Xerxin was spotted.
Swings
Amazing.
wide, trade instant, but everybody there to swarm. MOUZ making the most of a fast reaction. So be it. You have a 4v5. They've already won the 2v5. That's what kicked off this T side, and they're not going to stop. That's 3 rounds straight now for MOUZ.
I can remember the playoff rounds, the moments where Xerxin pushed aggressively to do something, then took 1 step back, then swung back into the angle and died. Not the guy from the group stages, from the smaller crowds. In this final, though, he's trying to wash all those sins away. He's trying to show that he's not scared anymore, and he's proving it with the numbers.
Utility traded over towards the B site. We've got guns back in hand for everybody. Early days in this 4th map. But you can feel the water in MOUZ's pot starting to boil.
Another good moment of timing at a
full-blown execute. They're gonna, nope, not hit it, never mind.
Just the first layer, try to elicit some spam.
Little jump up from Spinks.
Get some utility back.
Kicks and waits. Brolin will remain the bomb carrier, sends a couple troops forward. They're gonna try to carve a path to get closer to the site. The Falcons are trying to do the same thing on the other entry point. Brolin versus an MP9, that's what's at hand. Minute to the clock. If TeSeS gets this kill, that bomb goes down, things get weird. CTs drop a smoke inside of Cave, and yet TeSeS still has yet to strike. Now there is a lean back happening at the moment from Falcons, so it feels to me like if TeSeS can't manage, it's going to have to come from the mid push.
He doesn't have to move. They've got the mid push coming in. He's in the right spot, and
boils down to timing. They're going to boost. He sees it. That's an Opera dead. Magisk makes sound. Recovery begins.
Bomb goes back, has to cross again.
Stuck outside that door for the time being. We hit 35 seconds on the clock. Everybody starts to come and clear this Xbox climb up.
They know they're going to the wrong site, but they still might have to go back to it.
Jimpat still scouring, trying to find a way to get them back over to that A site. Magisk has disappeared, and he struggled 1 map ago.
This is your moment.
Can he stop it?
Oh.
No, nothing. Top red peak. Nico's done with 1, and it's going to have to be Kixan, but they could still... Nope, they're not going to double back, sprint into the A site, both out of donut, Kixan quick to the play.
He knows.
Element of surprise, both have health, down goes Spinks, bomb plant busy, and he gets him off it. Can he live?
Yes, he can.
Kixan locks it in.
It's a perfect read. And they took so much time. That's a moment where MOUZ get uncomfortable, clock becomes an issue. It looks like another disaster out of Magisk where he just needs to get his 1 kill. If MOUZ keep playing like this, I'm not sure. We'll see. It's scary from both sides, though. And, I mean, you cannot fault anybody for feeling the pressure in this moment in a game like this. You're not going to play your best CS map 4 of a best-of-5 grand final. But what you will get is 2v5s. You will get clutches. You will get big moments. Born of mistakes.
I mean, we tried to raise the alarm early. There are rounds in this series that are going to get wild. But it's within that the win can be grabbed by either. Did Kixan, yeah, Kixan kills him after time, so that's money bottomed out as well. So big limitation here for Brolin.
Dexter, take notes.
I suppose at least everybody has Kevlar, so we've definitely seen worse.
No, you're going to have to call in sick.
Yeah. Your job's watching this best of 5.
Yeah, that's right. Get your priorities straight. Ancient delivering so far. 3-3. Xertion top of the board, that's what you want to see. On the other side, TeSS looking like TeSS of Mirage.
Down to half health, though. Takes a bit of a gamble stepping up into that fire. Especially with Brolin right on the other end of it. We talk about Brolin's limitation with an SMG, but oh, TeSS ends up dying. And then Torzi, simultaneous second kill. This is going to force Magus to try to recover, but he doesn't actually come around that corner. Dude, Jimmy is such a nuisance when it comes to playing inside A main. And right now, MOUZ have opened up the correct rotation. With what Magus offered us back last map, I don't know if he can hold an entire camp of MOUZ players out of this site. He'll try his damnedest with the SMG, but they'll find it clear after the fact, and I think that cues up the double M4 save.
Yeah, he should have tried to take over main. Didn't want to go for the full swing. I think was nervous someone was there waiting for him, but went for the reverse signpost fight. The plant will come in. Quiet death here for Falcons as they'll save with 2 after those 2 opening kills come so quickly in the beginning. As T-Half gets started off the 2v5, but now it's not stopping.
I think it bodes really well for Brolin that the best moment of leadership we've seen so far at this event was that huge comeback on a T side versus Astralis, right? His teammates in the post-game, Spinks immediately said, Brolin didn't make one mistake in calling that. And I think as time goes on, maybe that's when we see these mid-rounds power up. And we know Ancient, when you create openings off guys like Xertion, dude, the mid-rounds could be key.
And the calls are great, but I think it's also a boon to Brolin to say that he was calling, but he was also entering. And he was entering on Nuke, and he made those first kills happen. And being crystal clear with your aim, being able to like clear everything perfectly, when you also have to organize the round is its own challenge. So the fact that that doesn't drop off as he's taken on this new responsibility deserves an accolade of its own. Falcons come into this with the 2 guns saved. Not much more behind it.
Degster and Kixan, the only 2 equipped here in round 8 of play. Xertion back at it, off to the races. There was a chance there for Kixan while the smoke got popped, but no contact made.
I love Xertion being frisky inside of middle. Just keep testing them here. That's how you're going to make your money if you're MOUZ Sports. Full A attack is taking shape. Everybody on B will have no targets. This round looks like it's done before it begins. Nico running over.
Doesn't die. When I look at this radar and I see all of MOUZ ready to pounce into an A site and Nico just desperately trying to get an angle out from Temple, I don't really believe. Prove me wrong. Couple shots missed, that opens the door, and they will flood in with the bomb plant uncontested. Unfortunately here for Falcons, rifles don't get where they need to. Xertion's patience out in middle ends up costing him. Now obviously there is no kit on this play, they just have what they saved in the last one, but if they make this fast enough, there's a world where they could cut through. The smoke going down in Donut really starts to turn this the other direction.
So deep.
And you can't help but save at this point. Pistol player up close is out of it. Kixan can wait around, but this is going to be MOUZ to establish the 5-3 early T-side lead.
Yeah, it's already successful in this half. They've so much to play with here, and Falcons saving guns is good. But as soon as they begin their first strike here on the buys, they need to make sure it's a streak of rounds. This has already gotten ugly fast. The expectations of Falcons on Ancient, a lot of it has to do with CT side, right, as well as T side. They put themselves in great positions to win. It's a 5v2.
Haven't heard a Jimmy chant for a little while.
Yeah, where are my Gooners at?
Sitting at the bottom of the board, it's Xertion tip top 10-6, keeping that momentum going. Signing up for the mid-fight, Nico down.
So blind.
Jimmy got him, he heard it. And now Xertion right there to trade him. So again, it's a fast clash out through middle. Falcons continuously signing up for these, and MOUZ continuously coming out on top. God, how that 2 versus 5 has painted a tough picture for Falcons.
I mean, the plan of attack I love. Again, keep doing, oh my goodness, what a find. And we've seen Spinks do these lurks on T side here on Ancient.
Kicksands coming back. Cave player dead though, blindsided entirely. And Brolin gonna offer up just as clean as an opening. MOUZ are simply spiraling through this T side.
And it's a moment of insecurity because mid controls. One Kicksand goes to check to see if anybody has lurked through.
Dexter not even able to hold that rifle. MOUZ are making a statement, folks.
We're going SSJ4. Okay.
Smashing MOUZ. That's what's supposed to be happening. But again, Nico, hate to say it, has been out towards middle, flashed. It looks like effectively the utilities made his job so much harder.
I mean, it's amazing that, like, with MOUZ, you can have the player quality argument in their favor, right? These guys have mostly only played with each other in their careers. Brolin playing for this team has revitalized his career as well. And the fact that their player quality is so high that someone like Spinks could think about wanting to join MOUZ Sports, that speaks to the team that they've made.
It's wild because as MOUZ struggled throughout the year, making playoffs but never winning when it truly mattered most, you know, the conversation around them was never really an in-game leadership change. It just felt like more time is what they wanted and what they were going to get. The late roster swap of MOUZ shook the world at the start of 25.
And they're too late to stop the A play.
Dude,
Nico
they are just tearing
well.
through this. Spinks, look at him go. Maybe a little too overzealous, but it really speaks to the confidence here of MOUZ. They truly think that they can just topple this defense. What can Falcons do to change their minds?
Everything's working here for MOUZ. Open A site, flashes are brilliant. Nico dies in the smoke. Dexter low on HP, he gets crushed. Everyone's off the board.
MOUZ are not wasting a moment. Enough's enough in their minds. Tapping into the promise that they pull on full display.
And they aren't even having to show their full hand anymore. The lurks up towards B. The crazy part about that call is the amount of times Falcons actually started out with full B control. Tessus with that push on ramp, Magisk walking down, and yet Spinks found the one round where there was no one there. Got the info to make the move. It's been nice and varied here on the attacks with a really good amount of this mid control, and Nico dies again.
Not gonna happen. Kicksand will pick up one. Tessus gets there. It's a bit of a prolonged spray, but again, look at the rapid moves of MOUZ. Again, they instantly transition. Magisk with the high alert warning of the shadow. Now that's a good amount of damage, right? Considering he's working with little, that is what he's gonna have to do to try to stop this. We're getting into the very tail end of this first half. Falcons just trying to keep up. And how many times have we seen sights falter with nothing to be proud of? This time something different, but watch MOUZ slow it down again.
Yeah, but how do you find Dexter? You literally cannot. If you clear this out, you need to take a shower. This is the sweatiest angle that you could possibly be in, and he can hear everything.
CT's given plenty of room to work with. And Dexter's going to try to go sniff this out.
Oh, Dexter just wants his AWP.
Oh, he'll take a couple kills instead, I think, but...
Oh, will he? Because he has no idea where they've gone.
Oh, he's going to start climbing up. He's going the wrong direction. What else happens here? Because Torshi's got a full bar of health. Nice headshot. Okay. Dexter, no instant trade back. Torshi, you got 20 seconds to cook. Bomb on your back, but fully surrounded. I think I want to call this. But he'll put the fire on Kicksand's feet. A little bit of pressure here for Falcons as this CT side goes on. It's a good recovery. It's finally a moment, albeit versus some of an easier buy where Magisk can kind of take a breath, right? He contributed in this one.
He did, yes. And winning mid, even though they lose Nico at first, however they can do it, that's just what that needs to happen. Makes sense. Now we have MOUZ try it again. Even though it's versus a low buy. Their flashes have been better. Their aimers have been better. This is still pretty desperate here from the Falcons. MOUZ will take their first time out. No better time to do it.
That's how he gets the AK. Fast push into the cave entrance. So really, again, just trying to fight it with tempo, right? Falcons, you can definitely say that even though they're trailing in the round count, they're not going down without a fight. Keeping the pace up, trying to fight middle. Even when Nico presses into elbow, doesn't get his kill, at least cave goes well.
Yeah, it's worth a try, but at this point, results are the only thing that matters. There's no more rope left. Copy and paste on the A play. Shot miss from Dexter, but Magis has his back.
Right, there's been good layering from Falcons players in these last couple of rounds. Nobody's really had to operate on their own. So fighting for it, man advantage. But Xerxin, who's been shining brighter than any other member of MOUZ, is still up. And as long as he stands, entry's possible for the T's. We're gonna get a smoke over the top, blocking off CT spawn. An additional smoke then comes down into Donut, but Dexter not going to be bothered by it. It actually looks like a missed smoke. That one falls back into middle. Yeah, not ideal. Torji with that. He tries to cross paths to climb up and join his two teammates. That's the bomb confirmed to be at the bottom of mid. What would it be doing there? Odds are trying to climb up to the B site. Makes total sense that Falcons rotate over and go heavy on this. Hell, they could even swing in.
This is smart from Tessus, though. He's getting comfy in the site, opens up spots for Nico.
We saw a 2v5 come through from a similar position. Surely Falcons don't let that happen again.
A million
Final
eyes on
round
this.
of the defense. Jimmy done with one. Spinks can't trade. And Torzi's looking to get that op out. Takes a bullet to the face. Falcons swoop forward. And now they've got this crunch on the exit. It's indeed a fit for the defense, a slight recovery at the tail end of this first half.
Falcons want train. So they make the most of it.
Sylvia.
There we go, that's the best one so far. That's elite ball knowledge right there. Well, they're gonna have to do this the hard way. They made Nuke interesting off the back of the pistol ace out of Nico. And they definitely could have won that game on a different day. But these fine margins, there is something about the fact that MOUZ are coming out ahead almost every single time. It's a critical juncture, it's a critical 2K, it's a critical clutch. We're talking about MOUZ. They have the spotlight right now. They're playing from a position of power.
Chance to collect themselves. Win another pistol. Pistols have looked strong, has to be noted. Again, back on Nuke, they lost a conversion in the pistol. That's what really cost them in the end. Definitely add it to the pile anyways. They start this map with one. Can they do it again?
Love the way that Tess has played this.
Yeah, really
the way he
drew them
fits
out.
in. It's like, how do you even know that he's going to layer the setup like this? It's beautiful. It's a way to be aggressive towards Cave, but with support at the same time.
Here we go.
All right, man. This could be the last pistol that we see here in this grand finals if Falcons aren't careful. T-Attack's coming towards the A site. Jimpat waiting here with a smoke in hand.
No,
or Molly.
incendiary. Yeah, even better, right? It's a big pack of players that are going to try to burst past him. His closest rotate will be Torji over towards Donut. And so what serves as the trigger to chuck it down? He sees some shadows, drops it. They can't really go through it. Scrambled rotation coming out from MOUZ.
It's awkward. Limited utility here. They can wait the 7 seconds out, then go.
They will be smoked, but they'll drop utility of their own. So CT's coming through with no vision. That flash, Brolin blinds the whole entire pack. And then a push out from him, and he doesn't collect the kill with it. So we've got Falcons in a prime spot 4v2.
Oh, trio of kills. Can't find that bomb planner. 2 retaking from Donut. Good luck. Kicksand gives him a moment. Smoke comes up a little earlier than he expects.
You know, 2v4 is easier than 2v5s, they say.
That's true.
Smoke grenade over towards lane. That's going to bring a player back. We've got 3 low health bars here for Falcons. Xerxin, can you truly crank this dial? Dexter's going to go down first. These dual Berettas looking to get roaring.
Wait, who's scared of who right now?
Right? Falcons leading back. There's a second one. MOUZ have gotten 3 kills. And now it's going to be a desperate kill. Unbelievable. Again, they clawed back. Man disadvantage means nothing.
2v4, and they get it. A 2v5 and a 2v4 in this map.
The kinds of crushing rounds that will cost Falcons.
There is no excuse. for not finding, not even a trade in that until the very end, but when it was too late.
Too timid. Who's afraid of who, you asked? MOUZ have primed themselves for a run to victory in map 4. Xertion right at it, and he's gonna catch an assist thanks to Jimmy. Drive-by from Brolin.
That says it all right there. They instantly go to CT side, win their mid-fight versus Nico, catch him full blind. Falcons could not conjure this up for themselves.
Smoke in front of TessS, Deagle chancing to B. Dexter floats out middle. Careful, Brolin, changing guns, Magus connects. Can Falcons pull it off themselves? They're losing bodies out mid. Middle of the map completely to MOUZ's favor. Fire in front of them, cools them off. Falcons can't go instantly sprinting in. A change of the weaponry for Cave. But the bodies here, again, 3 players strong inside of sight. Jimmy already climbed up. If Falcons think that they can go back, they would be cut off. And at that point, early red flag, that is what they need. But you've got Spinks ready to come out and trade. Missed shots, picks them both up in the end. And that is MOUZ 3 alive to go up 9-5.
Yeah, and Falcons have not shown us those hot mid-round moments low on players getting kills. Instead, it's just an easy close from MOUZ. Everybody alive. Majority win again. Looking to take 10 swiftly. MOUZ's first big arena playoffs win. Here are the grand finals in a best of 5. Could be queued up. Let's see if the smell of it will affect their play. The thought of it.
Spinks, not looking too shaken, is gonna go ahead, catch a couple kills. He has straight up said that he is trying to teach them how to win, how to hold their nerve in these sorts of moments. Because Spinks has won on bigger stages in bigger moments, but he's got to inject that into his teammates, and by God, with that 4K, he'll make quick work of them in the 15th. MOUZ sitting comfortably, 3 rounds from victory.
Spinks looking so comfortable. What a debut this is going to be for this team. New IGL Spinks looking like such a good part of this roster, even talking about how he's helping out with the fact that he's got so much experience under his belt in situations like this. He's lifted the arena trophies before, and now he might help the rest of MOUZ do it too.
Spinks charges forward. Tell me this isn't somebody brimming over with confidence. Total lane control. He's even got Brolin to support him, but what does this do for Nico? He's going to carve a path through, and if Brolin comes back, that's an easy victim.
Yes, he was a little bit worried about it. Oh my God.
Nico senses another barrel advantage.
That's
there
crazy.
We go. A little Kovac X Factor. Kixan makes the most of it. Doesn't look like this will go down without a fight, but there are fights on all fronts. Bomb still lingers over towards A.
Yeah, what's another 2v5, Connor?
Surely not.
The bomb in the position that it's at, the T's have no idea. It's very possible they walk into another duel. Oh, but Kixan makes sure that that just won't happen again.
Good for him to go top middle to collect 2 kills with that. Kixan, somebody who we've been singing his praise in terms of an individual impact. Grand Finals not his best series, but tapping into it in the 16th round. A critical moment where Falcons prove that this game's maybe got some legs still to stand on, and who better than Nico to step up.
He finds a trick, getting into cave while Brolin and Spinks are off duty. And even reading that Spinks will follow up after Brolin, this is nice.
Because for everything Spinks should be able to bring to this MOUZ camp, Nico should be bringing to Falcons and then some.
And then some, absolutely, absolutely. But you'd be remiss to say that he has in this finals. As I think as hard as those kills have been, him getting 1 bulleted every time, he simply has not won the duels.
Oh, they're gonna try
flash
to flash
is no
out.
good. What? The flash is awful.
We've got players looking up into the skies. God won't save you now. Spinks on the top of ramp, doubles down. And it's the SMGs pressed into them. Just when Falcons thought they had momentum, they're gonna have to bank on Magisk to clutch. And clutches are what he has offered us lately. Trying to prove why he has, on this roster, stayed longer than everybody else. 2 low players, peeks in, gets both, but will not find that last.
Oh, he had the read. He looked in the right direction, but he still gets traded out. A very nice attempt in that moment.
It's the 2 easy kills he finds, but Torji hot on his heels. It's a couple rounds separating MOUZ from a victory. A MOUZ who first proved that they could do big things back at the IEM Rio Major when they took down Cloud9. That is when, for a moment, the world stood still and understand that these young players had potential. It has been years since we have seen them slowly fine-tune and craft themselves not from the plucky underdogs, but to the consistent playoff attendees.
They're a team that see major playoffs, that make deep runs, and that do win events. But now they're trying to reach a new strata. They're trying to build an aura around them. Create some fear with their opponents that they can take a championship in any setting. Wins like this will be remembered, both for the team and the teams that play against them. Falcons just 6 rounds. Maybe one last full buy. And Nico swings out to his death.
Sershin able to catch him again. Easy does it. These openings in middle have not been to Falcons' favor. Kicksan tries to recover. If anything has opened up possibility, it's these kinds of B approaches. And Kicksan saw that shoulder. Oh, but he gets smoked off. Roland's able to dodge that.
His teammate shot at him. Why did he do that?
From sight. 1 kill to his name. Magisk, quick trade, looks for a little bit more. Sershin hot on his heels from middle red room into this B bomb site while it was sitting under question. And Jimpat swords because this is a MOUZ camp that tether with conviction and a ferociousness that is currently consuming Falcons. 6 map match championship points.
The buy comes straight away into Tugalil's here. A bunch of utility, a third one pops up. And that's the best they've got, a Deagle for Nico. A Tech 9 for the IGL here of Falcons. And what could be the final crushing blow here for MOUZ.
Fast again by the looks of it. Or at least to cause some kind of a reaction, but MOUZ are comfortable right now in their zone. Formidable, to say the least.
A Deagle for Nico.
Safe to say Nico has been non-existent in this T-side, completely shuttered out of mid by a collection of different bodies. Jimpat to be tested as the pack comes at him. He's got him lined up. Again, the flash. Spinks offers a helping hand in more than one way. But there is at least a response back from Falcons. Comes at a cost of HP. Brolin still waiting outside of the smoke. Sershin bested. Falcons are going to try to get that bomb down. It's another man disadvantage, but when has that held MOUZ back?
Don't look the wrong way.
And it doesn't look like it will again. Torji's got the flash to get him out from the donut. Brolin scours sight. T sit back and wait. Nico, flustered, flush forward, finds his angle, finally finds impact. Torji, the one guy they could bank on, won't be able to get it done now. MOUZ have offered up one more. Falcons 5 demanded.
Oh, it's a gift. They catch the flank. It's MOUZ Sport in a lot of good positions to stop that. Jimmy could have done it in one spray. Cut them down as they were exiting main. Instead, Falcons survive. This comeback will have to be the 6 rounds in total, 5 now left. That they have MOUZ at least. down to 3 MP9s. Just don't lose to these.
These utilities come down to a... Oh, wait. Jimmy back into A main. Dude, this guy is hard. He hits hard. Fast trade back, luckily for them. Falcons able to respond here. Things are getting sketchy with Zershin having cover.
Just don't lose to these.
Just looking for the headshot, and that's where that's going to go down. Brolin's got an angle out from Donut. Can't hold him back. Easy pickups now. Magisk is coming alive. Because if we're talking about somebody who knows how to win, then it should be Magisk to offer something. 3 kills to his name here in round 20. 20 frags to him at the same time. And so Falcons will earn a chance to catch their breath because up next is the lesser buy.
It's late to wake up, but he still hears the alarm. He's jumped to the Call of Duty. 20 frags is something very important. It's what we didn't get on Nuke. The only thing we'll find out is whether or not it's too late in this map. In that final round, 1 trade on Jimmy. And that map goes to overtime.
Yeah, Jimmy is a
1 upper hold.
hard player to get out of a main once he's able to get his hooks in. But as he goes barreling into it, you can see how it kind of all gets frazzled. Luckily for Falcons, numbers strong on A main.
And this was an expensive round. We do have the investment here for MOUZ. It still feels like anyone could be the last, however. Even with pistols, if there's 1 FAMAS on Spinks, there is still a way. We've seen a 2v5 and a 2v4 from MOUZ within this match. We've seen almost every clutch go their way across this series. There have been no shortage of tragedies for the Falcons. Look alive.
They try to turn it back fast, but you had 4 players for Falcons flooding out from it, and Magisk, that's a very critical kill, because if Zershin's even able to delay a bit more, maybe Brolin comes up from Donut. This is the kind of buy that MOUZ bring to the table that Falcons cannot lose to.
No set play towards the A site. Instead, it's a slight B lean. This is looking correct. Mid totally open. They're not afraid to go here. Very important that they stick to it. If Nico fails on mid 1 more time, they will not win the game. But they will not win the game without Nico fighting mid.
Wow, this should be an easy one for him. He smokes off the pack, and they actually stand inside it. That B-bomb site's gonna be found completely vacant, free for the taking for Falcons. Round 21, free.
Here come the CTs to try to collect whatever they can. Nico knows.
All should be good. Spinks is FAMAS. Nothing really for him. Oh, come on. That's a weapon to be grabbed, but you're not going to compromise this bomb site. The round will not come with the death of Nico.
Yeah, they'll take the upgrade.
There's a lot of other rounds that have come with the opening deaths of Nico. But we saw him back on Nuke at 3 kills. End of the first half, gets an ace. At any moment, the beauty of Nico's career is that he has been omnipresent and always able. So what will his contributions look like when push comes to shove here in the dying moments of Falcons' attempt in Cluj? AK saved here by Zershin. 2 players survive. Falcons now only need 3.
And that's what they have to tell themselves too. They've gotten close.
It's a Cyclone,
there's still
Brolin timeout.
There's still one more thing. You know, like it's still MOUZ are going to show up in mid. They're going to be comfortable pushing B. They have the full confidence. They're going to try every aggressive move. If they don't do that, that would be a complete indictment on MOUZ. And that would allow Falcons back into the game. But if MOUZ can't remember, their memory is so short that they can't remember that they have decimated Nico every single attempt on mid, whether it was T or CT side, then I don't know what to tell you. This has to be Nico if they're going to make this happen. Every team Nico's played for, he knows it has to be him. Here in this exact position, on this map, on the attack, he has that weight on his shoulders. He sits here 11 and 14 and has to be Atlas.
Back at it again, Nico into the elbow. Smoke beats him. Oh, no!
And just like that,
sitting on the angle, gets deleted by, again, the successful press. Falcons, you could take your time because you're sitting pretty on 1:30, but what you don't have is your X factor. So who's going to step up in his absence? Nico came here to win. And with a lot of bodies leaning back, they're going to try to charge through smoke. I mean, this is insane. Right into Brolin. It's a meat grinder meant to be. Xerxon locks it in. Lights out performance from the player who has been questioned in playoffs to the tip of the spear for MOUZ.
they did it. They did it in their debut. They did it with Spinks, their firepower upgrade. They shot hard. They outdid Falcons every dimension of the game. 1-to-1, whether it was Brolin on Nuke, whether it was Exertion with this high quality grand finals, big stadium performance. The tag pauses when they needed it from Cyclone. Torzi's consistently see throughout. You can't ask for much more from a debut.
A roster that was questioned when they announced that change, because who could imagine that these players shaped and molded by Shuhei grew up together, and a mutiny in the MOUZ camp at the final chance to enter 2025 without the head that we knew. And here they are approaching their trophy, your PGL Cluj-Napoca champions, MOUZ!
MOUZ have done it. They crushed it here in the grand finals. And Cyclone, I want to start with you because Shuhei goes out of the team. Many people doubted this decision and what was going on. You guys now come through and lift the biggest trophy of this team's career. How proud does that make you?
I mean, for this group of people, it's been a long time coming. I think on a day like today, nothing was going to stop us. At some point, we just had to run in front of an audience, and I'm super happy that we got to do it in front of this crowd here in Cluj-Napoca.
What do you think made the difference today, mate?
I think it was a team effort today. Everyone was mentally in the zone, even when it was difficult, even without winning pistols. I mean, I think Dory really proved himself today. He was super confident at all times, especially on Ancient. I think his communication, the tone of voice, really led the team forward.
I love to hear it, mate. Congratulations to you. Jimmy! You were gooning all the way to the grand finals, and now you're gooning all the way to the trophy.
Exactly. I blasted all the way through.
Torzi, the biggest trophy of your career. It's been a long journey, and to do it in front of the crowd. What do you want to say to everyone?
It's the biggest but not the heaviest, first of all. And thank you for cheering. Means a lot. You guys are amazing. And yeah, I'm really happy and proud of the team, the work we put in. So yeah, good job, boys.
Good job indeed. More than a good job from you. Brolin, you were 14 years old on that reality show where you said you wanted to be an IGL. Now, you go and lift your first trophy doing it at your first event with a full team. What do you want to say?
I am fucking happy.
It feels like a crazy long journey though, right? If you think you were not IGL all this time, you only just take it on, and then you managed to do this?
I mean, it's just the first tournament as IGL, and there was many doubters before this, and I'm just really happy that I just believe in myself, and my team is just believing in me that we can actually do this, and I'm just really revealed, and it's just, I mean, obviously I got really carried this final, but I'm really
was really, really happy, and yeah, I'm just working really hard for this, and yeah, I just finally show so that I can actually call and be a leader, and just try to improve it from it, of course. But yeah, the last weeks has been really, really exhausting, and I'm just really, really happy that we managed to win this tournament.
You should be happy and proud of yourself, and it's great to see a smile on your face as well. Zershan, you had incredible performance after incredible performance. We were talking, right, about the trust the team has in you, what you're able to do as well. Can you believe that this moment's happened now?
I mean, I'm a bit speechless right now. I mean, I've been on the side of losing a lot on stages, also finals, so it feels amazing to do it finally, to win. This crowd is fucking amazing, guys. I love you all. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be here without my teammates, so I'm grateful for each one of them. We have built an amazing team, an amazing atmosphere to be in, to play in, and yeah, I'm just really confident in what we have here.
And I would be confident too, because this looked damn good. For you, Spings, first event in the MOUZ jersey. First time you stand with a trophy in your hand. We talk about all the experience you bring, but this is a pretty crazy run, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think the last 3 months of my career have been really weird, to be honest. I didn't expect to win the first event, and I won Cologne, I won Major, but I think I'm shaking now more than I shaken before. And thank you everyone for the support.
But with that being said, a big congratulations to everyone on MOUZ. Cluj, one final time, give it up for your PGL Cluj-Napoca champions. It's MOUZ!
Yes, Falcons flew high this tournament, but sometimes you fly too close to the sun, and when you do, you come crashing down. And who would have thought this young team, this new team with a new IGL would have been able to lift a trophy at the first time of asking? It's really historic stuff for MOUZ. They have longed for this. They have been called the team that can only win it when it's in the studio, and now they're doing it in the stadium in front of a crowd like this. And I gotta say, guys, why should the casters have all the fun? Here it is. Let's get these beers out and let's celebrate the Brolan era.
Listen, they're the little mouse that could, right? 7 years in the making, Richard, before they lifted a trophy in the arena. And who would have thought a Brolan debut event as an IGL, and they get it done.
I love it, man, because he even said, I got carried in this final. And it's like, bro, that's the IGL lifestyle. You don't need to be a player now. You just have to call a game, and you just have to have 4 guys that will walk into hell to win a game for you. And I have rarely seen a team come together in short notice like this with so much belief, so much togetherness, all like just so the vibes. They're immaculate.
The vibes. It's a serendipitous honeymoon for MOUZ, and what better way to send them off here from Cluj than a victory, a gold medal at that. Honestly, the way that Brolan rose through this tournament, it was a meteoric rise. At the first couple maps that I watched for them, disjointed, single tempo, always has to be an early play that works out for them. Overall, it feels like they've been working on things, making sure that their mid-rounds make a lot more sense. We're seeing the individuality of these players. I'm not going to say Shuhei held them back, but I'm seeing new facets to the games of some of these players. I haven't even had a sip of this beer, by the way.
Well, go ahead and get one real quick.
You should. Just get a word in,
Yeah,
Maui.
I'll try to get a word in here. I mean, look, we got to talk about how the roller coaster ride of a journey that MOUZ Sports had in this tournament. Again, they come in, new IGL, Spinks, first tournament with the team. They come out the gates fly, and they beat their first couple of pieces of opposition with no problems. But then they hit FaZe, they hit Falcons, they hit Big Test, and they couldn't pass them at that time. But then, when they were asked of it most, they charged through, got to the playoff bracket, and then when they met Falcons for the rematch in the grand finals in the best of 5 with their backs up against the wall, they delivered when MOUZ had never been able to do that before in the past.
Yep.
And so, hey, a cheers to MOUZ Sports for a damn good time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can drink to that.
And Blair, I'll bring you in. What you have to appreciate is what you've seen here. This is a young IGL doing it for the first time in his career. James is right. He's on the stage. Oh, we found a Reddit clip of you when you were 14 saying you wanted to do IGL. When I was 14, I wanted to be a Transformer, mate. You don't know how your life's going to work out.
That explains
right?
a lot, actually.
Yeah, Optimus Prime, of course.
Listen, I was 14, I thought I wanted to be a band, and realized realize I'm tone deaf, right? So
There we
Brolan,
are.
he
You
got
want
it
lots
done.
of things. What happens is what you want and what the reality of you can execute are two different things. And he's got maybe 20 maps under his belt and he's won a trophy.
Listen, but the amount of pressure that been on him would be insane, right? And listen, if they went on the group stage, all forgiven, I would have understood. You know, new IGL, new team, new guy coming in. But for what matters the most for me is the way they've grown into this tournament. We criticize the T-sides. You saw the way FaZe absolutely bodied them in the group stage. And we're like, yeah, Brolan, he's a little too young. He's not useless. The T-side is non-existent. And then we come to the playoffs, man, and we just see new facets of this MOUZ. And in this final map, I won't lie, I thought it was going to go to map 5. I thought it was going to go to train. I thought Falcons were going to take it, but it was such an incredible game being called by Brolan. But I have to give flowers to the guy, the MVP for me personally, Exertion. Yep. He delivered again and again and again. Whether they lose or they don't.
After a nightmare on Mirage.
Absolutely,
as well,
and whether they lose or not, he will always be there. You can't keep him down for an entire series. Might have a quiet map, Rich, as you pointed out, but he, for me personally, has been the MVP for MOUZ throughout the entire event.
Here's the crazy thing about it, man. Again, they go down 0-2 to kick off the hat. They lose the pistol. Nico gets that whole ace in the second round. They're in now a 2 versus 5 in the round 3. Insertion gets a fucking quad kill. And then from that point forward, bro, they just kept going. Xertion drops 22 kills. They dominate the middle. They get 17 rounds. And then we flip sides. And like you said, there's that threat of that 5th round coming back. But nah, Jimmy and Spinks said absolutely not. Xertion pitched in as well. They controlled middle, something they failed to do the last time they played this team on Ancient. This time they got it done. It mattered most. And Spinks, also the new guy to the team, such critical moments on the B-bomb side. A new position for him, by the way. Yep. First tournament ever playing that spot. First tournament playing this map in years, probably. And he delivered. I mean, what a beautiful story that the MOUZ Sports has given us.
Maui? Yeah. I mean, there's some cool facts with this one, though. I feel like it's gone under the radar completely that Brolan's first real Tier 1 IGL, coach of SAW, also made the playoffs, okay? I feel like people are overlooking the fact that there's some lineage right there, the passing of the torch in terms of Swedish greatness. I'm not sure if people really want to vault Golden to that level, but he has won some big events with them. Yep. So overall, to see that happen, fantastic. And for Brolan as an in-game leader to give MOUZ their biggest cash prize ever. Never before have they received $400,000. This is an absurd amount of money that they're going to be rolling in after this one.
Yeah, it turns out you don't have to join Falcons to get the bag after all. Who knew?
We'd love to see it. How wholesome. How wholesome.
It's a wholesome message for everyone. So why don't we take a look at the tail of this tournament? We'll take a look at the bracket overall and talk about some of the haves and the have-nots. Obviously, just to remind you, we did have a 3rd and 4th place. And get used to those, by the way. In the VRS system, they make sense. They were rubbish before, a waste of everyone's time, but they're important now.
I just want to say, this was the best show match we've ever had in, like, I don't know, like for the past 5-6 years, right? What an incredible game to start things off. For me, even though it was a 3rd place decider, that Mirage is going to live on. One of the map of the tournament. Love the format. I love the fact we have 8 teams playing in the playoffs. It just best of 3s all the way through. This is the format. Valve, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, let's have some best of 5 finals at the major. I agree with that. Absolutely. And then maybe let's get a major here as well, but whatever. This is going to be the top 5 players of the tournament. Paul went out for Senzu, dude. Like, went out played at the tournament with a recovering broken hand, broken wrist. Did so well. Elige, obviously, pretty good outing, you know, with FaZe. He was first time back in the stadium for a long time. Frozen really did as well as he could. But in the end, it is Nico. Of course it's Nico. He's inevitable. And even though Falcons go away with the runners-up medal, they've got lots of positives to take, which I just want to focus on briefly before we close out the show. Falcons are going to be back. I think actually now they've turned that corner. I really believe it. I think a team with Nico on it is too good to fail for too long. And look, failure is relative. I'm not saying they have to win every tournament, but if they're going to get to finals, semi-finals, eventually I feel they can break through between now and then. And with the VRS points they've accrued, they're probably going to be at the major. Anything will happen there. By the way, that major is going to be crazy.
It is. When you have Nico next to you, you simply just get better, Rich. Yeah. I feel like G2 has experienced that. The old MOUZ Sports experienced that. FaZe were gifted grand final because of his performances. I mean, Dexter is in the middle of that right now. So overall, I think that Kicksan has shown so much. I think the progress day to day with Zonic behind them, working in the lab, that has actually been so apparent. So Falcons, they punched themselves up in the VRS rankings quite a bit. I'm not sure if they're guaranteed the major necessarily. There's a couple more months to play, but they're definitely on the right track, trending upwards.
Yeah. Any final thoughts from you about that, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that what this tournament displayed is how deep our teams are right now in Counter-Strike. Sure, we didn't have the big 4 teams that people were probably hoping to be here, but what we have proven is that just below them in the top 10, you have several other contenders that are chomping at the bit for an opportunity to prove that they're one of the best teams in the world. And we saw a lot of good Counter-Strike throughout the course of this tournament, particularly in these playoffs, particularly with from MOUZ and Falcons who made the finals. Even Astralis had a redemption arc happen here in Cluj-Napoca, which is pretty awesome. FaZe obviously had their moments, making it all the way to the third place decider in their own right. So there's just a lot of good players and teams out there. Makes the field just more stacked, makes it more diverse, and it just makes it more fun for us to figure out who the hell's going to actually be able to race trophies in this era that we're in right now.
Yeah. Any last thoughts from you two?
For me, it's very simple. I just want to say a massive thank you to the crowd. I know we've had, like, half of them have left so far, but
no,
you guys,
they're still with us.
You guys,
they're still with us.
To you, you guys have been absolutely phenomenal. Richard, I've been around a while. I've been to quite a few arena events, and this has been one of the nicest surprises. I didn't know what I was getting into after 10 years in Cluj, but you guys just cheer yourselves, guys. Cheer yourselves. You guys are fantastic.
People were showing up for the first match of a 4BO3 day.
Yeah.
Like, that's unbelievable. Yeah. Shouts out to Cluj.
The crowd has been incredible. Everyone raise it up one time here for it. Cheers to fucking Cluj-Napoca, baby. Let's go.
Absolutely. Final thought from you, man?
Just that I think that for a tournament that maybe didn't have the top 4 or 5 teams in the world, it still delivered in terms of quality. It's still delivered. I think one person is incredibly regretful that his team didn't join. He was at least here in the arena to join us. Shouts out to Ema. Shouts out to Jaxi. Shouts out to the entire Romanian crew.
Absolutely. Guys, it's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a fantastic tournament. I want to thank, obviously, all of the people that came out and turned out. All of you really made it special. All of the people watching at home as well. I mean, we had great viewership, despite, you know, some of these teams, you might not watch them usually, but every game felt like it was just spectacular here in a great atmosphere. I know from talking to the players, they can't wait to get back next year. I can't wait to come back next year. I hope you're all going to join me. Amen. I hope everyone at home will join me too. This was PGL Cluj-Napoca. Thank you so much. We'll see you in 2026.